From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Hey, Ashton.
Hey, Miles.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Are you ready to record a fire podcast today?
Yes.
Straight fire?
Fire podcast.
Straight
coming
fire.
your way.
Because today we're going to talk to John Cataldo, Yellowstone's Fire Management Officer. And before we get started, I have to do a little fire trivia. It's going to be a trite one, but I think it's still interesting. So Yellowstone, record fire, 1988. How many acres of the park burned during those fires?
I know it was massive. I know it was a lot.
It was a lot.
I'm
you
going to
can
say...
round to the nearest 100,000 if you want.
Okay, I was going to say a few 100,000. I'll say 600,000 acres.
You're
up.
A little higher.
I'm getting the up motion.
A little more.
800,000?
That would be the right rounding.
Oh, nice. Wow.
793,880 is the official number I found.
Do you know, like, if we were to compare,
and that's
what's
in
that
Yellowstone.
size?
That's not the full fire.
Like
complex,
what's
correct?
like 800,000 acres compared to?
Oh, gosh, that's a good question. Yellowstone's 2.2-ish million.
Okay.
Which is what states combined? Rhode Island and
it's two Rhode
Islands
and the chain.
So maybe 2/3 of a Rhode Island. It was 36% of the park. Pretty big.
That's a pretty big fire.
Yeah, pretty big. And that's just inside of Yellowstone. Anyway, there's our trivia. But today, like I said, we're talking to John Cataldo, Fire Management Officer. You ready to dive in?
I'm ready.
All right, good. So in your career, have you always worked for the National Park Service in your career? Or did you start with a different agency in terms of fire?
I started with the National Park Service in 1992, and I've kind of oscillated back and forth between the U.S. Forest Service and the National Park Service, but always a federal agency.
Okay.
Yep.
What was your first job in fire?
My first job in
Or in general?
fire, well, in general, it was actually part of my financial aid package when I was an undergrad at Humboldt State University. I was offered a work study opportunity as part of my financial aid. And I was studying wildlife management at Humboldt State University in Northern California. And my advisor and the department chair was married to the branch chief of wildlife at Redwood National Park. And I was on academic scholarship as well at Humboldt. And he kind of passed my name along to his wife and said, we've got a potential work study student if you interested in picking them up for some work. And they gave me a key to the office for Redwood National Park and a pile of wildlife observation cards that visitors employees had filled out. And it was a pile pretty much up to the ceiling. And they gave me a key to the office and let me go in there 10 to 15 hours a week, all during the school year and just at my own pace whenever I could fit it in between classes and whatnot. And that was kind of my very first Park Service job.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh. So how long after that was it when you first got into fire of some kind?
The very next summer, I was working up in Alaska for the Forest Service in Cordova, which is the last place I ever moved to without checking the Farmer's Almanac for like how much rain or sun it gets or doesn't get. And turns out that Cordova, Alaska gets 169 inches of rain a year. And I was working in fisheries at the time. So I studied wildlife and fisheries in college. And so that was how I got my start in the service, was those sorts of positions. And so working in fisheries, we were outside every day in Cordova, wearing rain gear. And honestly, after a couple months of that, I was basically pruning. Like it had just been like, you just had been in the shower for 2 months. And they said, hey, do you want to go to fire school? And I just said, is it indoors? And they were like, yeah, it's down here in the district office was an old courthouse of some kind. And it was like, fire school was in the judge's chambers or something in the courthouse. And it was in fact indoors. And I said, I'm your man. And so I took I took fire school, and of course, a place where it rains that much, you don't get a lot of fires. But it was an exceptionally dry summer there the next year when I returned, and we had a couple of like little fires out on the Copper River Delta, fireworks or something. And I got to go to those. And then the 1994 fire season in the lower 48, which is kind of another benchmark fire season in the lower 48, at least, kicked off in August. And I spent the last 6 or 8 weeks deployed down here on fire crews. They kind of went to each little team on the district up in Alaska, and everyone had to volunteer somebody to go be a firefighter. And I was good at hiking and carrying a big pack and stuff. And they said, "Why don't you go?" I said, "Let's go."
Well, so what did you said you were studying wildlife starting out.
Yeah.
Did you ever envision yourself being in fire? Like what were you kind of working toward before you got the offer of like, hey, you can come indoors and learn how to
like,
deal with fire.
Just working towards, a career as a wildlife biologist or a fisheries biologist. I studied both, and I grew up loving it and, loving the outdoors and whatnot. I'm a kid from suburban Long Island, New York, like 20 miles outside the city. And that was my big escape, was going to the woods. And, even if that was running around catching garter snakes under garbage on the side of some parkway on Long Island, which is honestly how you start in wildlife management.
Wow, beautiful,
if you're
yes.
A little suburban Long Island kid, there's not a lot of open wild spaces or places to get away from the crowds. So the woods kind of became my retreat when I was young, and just got out the book of colleges, when you're in high school, and it's like the size of a phone book, and it's every college in the country and all the programs they offer, and picked 3 or 4 of the top wildlife management programs. And one of them happened to be 4 hours from where my brother lived in Oregon. And
nice.
Ended up at Humboldt.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So when you finally did get into fire, what was it that kept you there?
I've always been into, played a lot of sports growing up. So I like being really physical. And honestly, probably statistics and organic chemistry pushed me towards firefighting, because to kind of take the next step in wildlife and fisheries, it was going to be really heavy. And, you kind of get to that point in your education where it's like, I don't know if I'm ready to take the next step.
I think organic chemistry is that line for quite a few people.
Yeah, it kind of weeds people out, huh?
Yeah. So just working on a team and being outside, and it was just a good fit. It was like I was kind of made to do it. I just enjoyed
right.
it. Yeah, it just felt right. It was just right off the bat. It was a good fit. I just fell right into it. And you're lucky if that happens to you.
Yes.
Whatever you are, whatever you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm like, how did I get to where I am today? And I feel lucky. I don't think I would have planned it. Like you're saying, sometimes these things just happen.
Yeah, I had some apprehension, in the beginning, and just talking to other folks who'd done it previously. And they're like, no, it's great. It's like camping for dollars. Like we're going to go camp for weeks, and we're going to work hard all day, and then we're going to go sleep in a tent, and we're going to get up and do it again. I was like, that sounds great.
So what was I'm guessing, I don't know yet, but I'm guessing a theme in these podcasts that will come up is the career progression can be interesting. So like, what are the steps to go from that, where you're like actively out camping, fighting fire, to where someday you're spending most, if not all your time in an office and dealing with budgets and hiring in the big picture? Like, what did that look like for you timeline wise?
Yeah, that's kind of one of the hazards of the job, is someday someone's going to hand you a radio to talk on. That's the first hazard of the job, right? They kind of leave you alone for a few years because it's dangerous to let you be in charge of anything. And then at some point they're like, oh, like you seem pretty squared away. And they hand you a radio, and that's a big fork in the road, is you're going to let me talk on the radio while I'm on a fire and actually, help coordinate what's going on. And I've held a lot of positions along the way. We get to go a lot of different places in this job, which is also what attracted me to it. I think I've been to fires in 18 different states.
Oh, wow.
at this point. And I'm not done yet. I got a lot left in me, but
was one of those states more memorable than the others? Does one stick out to you?
They are so unique. I know it sounds cliche, but I mean, literally I've spent 3 weeks camped 3 feet from the Yukon River in interior Alaska, helping manage a long duration fire up there, and I've done a lot of prescribed fire down in Big Cypress, down in South Florida. So literally this job has taken me from one corner of the country to the other. And a lot of places in between. And you just get to, granted, you're working really long hours while you're there, but you get to see a lot of interesting things, you're off the beaten path a lot.
Yeah.
So you just have a lot of shared experiences, and
must be interesting too, to get to like be pretty intimately familiar with so many different types of forest as well, and like the way fire behaves so differently in these different places. And
and you have to be a student of it, because
I bet
it'll kill you if you're not paying attention. So you are very eager to learn when you go to a new place, like how does it move right through this stuff? Does it move by jumping from tree to tree, or is it mostly ground fire? Are there interesting local factors? Like, does it burn? Some places it burns really hot and downhill at night. Didn't see that coming, right? So you gotta make sure you're being a student and finding the people that understand how fire moves on that particular landscape. And, helps keep us all safe and meet the objective, whatever that is.
Yeah. So let's jump ahead to now.
Okay.
So do you have a typical day in your job?
A lot of what drew me to this is that it's not a lot of typical. I guess should focus on the summer, because like you mentioned, the winter, when you're in a year-round position and you live at 6,300 feet in a national park, we get a lot of opportunity for winter and typically don't have fires. And in the off season, it is a lot of just planning and for next season and hiring and communicating with our partners and cooperators and just kind of getting on the same page for the next season. But once we kind of throw the switch and the temporary employees come on in the spring and we kind of ramp up and just sort of get into the mode, so to speak. A typical day, we start off with a briefing with everyone on the team, and we get together for about 20 minutes and we go through a safety conversation and a weather conversation, situation, whatever's going on, fires in the park, fires around the park, fires we may find ourselves on later that day, just whatever's going on, go through a plan for the day. And then we just sort of fledge everyone to their assignments. And typically we'll go 5 different directions on any given day. And we'll be engaged with fuels reduction projects, in some of the urban interface areas around the park. We'll be out monitoring the fuel moisture and different types of fuels that we're curious about in the park. That's a big part of the program, is being prepared for what might come, and how wet or dry the fuels are is a big part of that. So we'll be out doing that, maybe helping our neighbors with some incidents that they're managing. So there's just really, every day is different.
Yeah.
And especially once we get around to like May or so, and then through October, you just really never know what you're getting into.
Right.
So it's a good career field for someone who likes to keep moving and have surprises thrown at them.
There's a lot of moving. Yeah. There's a lot of moving parts. You have to be really...
you're out in the field a lot in the summer?
I get to pick and choose my spots at this point a lot. Unfortunately, the field part of my job has definitely dropped off, particularly here just because of connectivity issues. Yeah. Because we are so remote, relatively speaking, to a lot of other places in the lower 48 that because a lot of my day-to-day responsibility is to be what we call a duty officer. So I'm the first phone call on any new potential vegetation fire. So however that report comes in from a visitor or from an employee, it'll get routed to our dispatch center. And then they call me as the duty officer and say, here's what we might have. What do you want to do about it?
So you need to be reachable.
I need to be reachable at all times.
Yeah.
And if people can't find me, I'm not doing my job. So it does kind of keep me around headquarters a lot. But of course, I do enjoy getting out on fires.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what in your current job, what do you think is the most important skill?
For my position, I think the ability to triage a lot of emerging problems and to pretty quickly sift through what's important and what's noise and what can wait and what, you're pretty much when things are rocking and rolling, there's a constant state of just, your awareness is just peaked and you're just constantly trying to update what we call a common operating picture of like, what is our fire environment, what's going on, and what the biggest threats are, right? It's all about risk management. I mean, fire management is risk management. So risk to people, first and foremost, risk to infrastructure, buildings, and then everything after that. So yeah, just the ability to maintain the correct flight altitude. And, all of us start out as just ground pounders, right? Swinging a 5-pound tool 10,000 times a day is how you first prove that you can do this.
Right.
And then you go from there to where you're virtually never swinging a 5-pound tool anymore.
Yeah.
So sometimes when really things start rocking and rolling, some folks will revert to what they're most comfortable with, right? Which is the first thing you ever learn. And they want to kind of get in the weeds. And just being able to maintain that 30,000 foot flight altitude as a fire management officer or a duty officer, that's pretty critical.
Well, and that skill to bring in all that different types of information and then be able to make decisions, that probably comes with a lot of experience that you've had over the years. So if you were to what advice, what types of experience should people be seeking out if they want to, get to your type of position one day?
Variety, just really seek variety, and particularly prescribed fires. So controlled burns, another way we describe those. Being involved with that is a great way to just see a lot of fire on the landscape and watch it and not necessarily have to just be responding to it, to take those opportunities to see how it moves and understand the physics of it. Just really pays dividends down the line. So it's just experiential learning, all of it. I mean, there's a big on-the-job training component. We have a huge continuing education component to all of this, where as you progress along, we're sending you to more or less 1 week long classes. We have a lot of 32 to 40 hour classes we'll send you to, but those just sort of complement that field experience. So it's just go full send, just get as much fire under your belt as you possibly can is the best way to be good at my job. And so that's why I oscillated between the two different agencies, because, the Forest Service, that's the big green machine, right? So I think half the U.S. Forest Service budget is fire management. Wow. So they're highly invested in it. And that's where the majority of the resources in America are, they're in the green trucks with the different logo. And so coming up in the Park Service was great, but I also realized I'm not seeing enough fire on Park Service land to get as good as I need to get at this to have the job I want to have someday. So I knew I wanted a job like I have now, but to get there, I had to leave the agency, go to a different federal agency, and ended up running a hotshot crew for close to a decade, which is a great way to see a lot of fire.
Yeah.
So that was just all by design. That was well, I think I've done what I can. In the Park Service, there just wasn't as many opportunities to move up or move laterally. We just don't have as big a program. And it's I'm going to go fight fire with the Forest Service for about a decade, and then I'll come back and I'll feel a lot more confident what I'm doing.
So you did want to end up back at the Park Service?
Absolutely.
Ultimately?
Yeah.
Why that over, like you said, Forest Service is the big agency that's handling all this stuff. What about the Park Service made you want to end up here?
I just love the mission, really. And I mean, it's the greatest, last, best places. Right? I mean, the Park Service units are, particularly for me, loving the mountains. I mean, being in the Northern Rockies, it's just outrageous. And this region in particular, I've spent time in the Pacific West and the Pacific Northwest, and I love those systems as well. But I mean, the Rockies are just outrageous. And for me, you can't beat it. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that kind of same sentiment what drew you to Yellowstone? Or like, was there some sort of draw to Yellowstone for you in particular?
You know, I'd spent about 5 years of my life in Alaska. So one of my early Park Service positions, actually my first permanent appointment was I was the first helicopter manager hired at Denali. In the year 2000, we had the National Fire Plan came out. So we'd had kind of a succession of really intense fire seasons in America. And the result of that was a thing called the 2000 National Fire Plan. And a big part of that was a big injection of funding into fire management in America. So, you know, a lot of life's timing, right? And so when the National Fire Plan rolled around, I had about 9 seasons under my belt, either of fire management or wildlife or fisheries management. And I think three full seasons and a few qualifications under my belt. And then all these permanent jobs popped up. And I was sort of in a really good position to compete for one of them. So that was just good timing. And a lot of my peers, we call ourselves like National Fire Plan babies because we all got our start. We all got our very first appointment sometime in the spring of 2000.
I mean, I think, yeah, a couple things you said I think are good for people to keep in mind in terms of thinking about wanting to work for federal agencies in general and the Park Service specifically is like there is timing, there is luck, there is when these things come along, and also having the 30,000 foot view of your own career, like you were saying, is like maybe I need to leave for a while to get these other experiences. Because I think sometimes people think I'll just be able to follow this exact path that I want and get the jobs I want, and I feel like that so rarely happens with anyone that I know in the Park Service, whether they leave for a completely different field sometimes or switch agencies or whatever. It's like, this is where I would like to be, but I need to get this experience here or this there, or thinking about the career ladders and the way things can go. Yeah, I think I'm glad that you brought up those points because I think it's a good thing for people to remember. That's certainly how my career has been. I think almost everybody I talk to.
Yeah, I think a big part of it, just I tell folks all the time, you know, to some extent, you have to be prepared to move at the speed of opportunity. You know, and you can't just expect to, in the federal service and the Park Service, like plant roots in one spot and march up the ladder through your entire career in one place. It's just not realistic. Possible at a massive unit like we work at, right? Because we do have a tremendous organizational chart here and a lot of really deep programs and a lot of career ladder potential. That's pretty unique.
It is.
In the service though.
Yeah. It's pretty rare.
Yeah. You can go to a lot of parks and there might be, you know, the chief ranger and 2 seasonal law enforcement.
Yep.
You know, at these smaller units, you know, in that career. And obviously there, you know, you're not going to try to stay in one place for 30 years and become the chief ranger. Like you might have to step to the side to step up and step back. But there's tremendous opportunity to move around. I think that's a great thing. You know, I wanted to see a lot of places and I wanted to do a lot of different things. And for me, the emphasis in my life wasn't going to be plant roots, start a family young, be in one place, you know, coach the volleyball team or something. Like I didn't want to do that. I wanted to like just really move around a lot and just see a lot of things. And like I said, I'm a suburban Long Island kid. Yeah. Once I hit the West, I wasn't slowing down. I wasn't going to move out West and plant somewhere. So I've achieved that.
So with all these different experiences that you have, it might be hard to pick one, but is there like a moment in your career that stands out to you as really being a defining moment or even the defining moment? Was there some time where you're like, this is it for me, or was it more gradual?
You know, in my fire service career, I'd say the day that we were certified as a hotshot crew in Northern California, that process took several years and was pretty intense. And so I'll remember that day for the rest of my life for sure.
Yeah.
Anytime you're working towards the same goal for 6 years, year round, it's a pretty big day when someone finally says you're good enough.
Wow.
But within my Park Service experience, really the entire 2016 fire season here in Yellowstone is kind of a benchmark too.
Yeah.
Any fire season you're a part of that ends up with like a commemorative pint glass or something is usually probably a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
And in that year, we successfully managed 100 square miles of fire in Yellowstone while concurrently celebrating the centennial.
Oh, wow. Big year.
So there was a period of time where we had an incident management team just managing the centennial celebrations in Mammoth and Gardner, Montana. And we had a separate incident management team assigned to the Maple Fire, which was out by West Yellowstone, ultimately burned about 55,000 acres. And we had a third incident management team concurrently managing a basket of about 5 or 6 smaller fires, most of which were out on the northern range of the park. And we had all that going at once, and we didn't have any single serious injuries. Rotating firefighters through that for months on end, and didn't lose a single shingle off the side of a structure.
Wow.
So no one got hurt.
Amazing.
We didn't burn anything up that we didn't want burnt up or were willing to accept burning up. And, 100 square miles of a pretty incredible natural process in the world's first national park. So that year sticks out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just mentioned like protecting these historic, buildings that are in the park and stuff like that. And earlier you mentioned fuels reduction projects. For people who don't really know what that means. Like, how do you do that? How do you protect, like, because, there's all these historic buildings throughout the park. How do you go about protecting those?
It's really all about just creating what we call defensible space around those. And we really focus on the first 30 to 300 feet of vegetation immediately around that structure. So we just basically need some elbow room around there to function as firefighters. We can't have, little baby trees growing out of the foundations of old buildings and pushing the shingles off the side of them and stuff like that. That'll happen in a place like Yellowstone. Lodgepole pine is a pretty robust species, and it's a little bit weedy in some places where it gets really thick and comes in pretty strong, especially after a fire. So when we're talking about fuels reduction, we're just literally in and around the developed areas in the park, just reducing the amount of biomass. So really focusing on the smaller brush and grasses and trees that are, say, under 4 to 6 inches in diameter, and just removing those and just basically thinning it out.
Okay.
In other areas, we might use prescribed fire or controlled burning to try to accomplish that same objective, because fire is a really efficient way to reduce the amount of biomass around a subdivision. But lodgepole pine, when it burns completely. So its natural fire regime is stand replacement. So it burns from the surface of the ground, of the tops of the trees, and completely is what we'd expect. And that's not really a great thing to have in and around a community, because you're just trading one problem for another. So you do a controlled burn, and then you have a patch of dead trees next to your homes, and then you're dealing with that. So we just prefer not to do controlled burning around our developed areas. And we just go in and just thin out the vegetation so that if a fire does come in there, it's not moving through the tops of the trees, which is, of course, where it's really intense and dangerous. It's going to stay on the ground where we can deal with it, and preferably on the ground with flame lengths less than 8 feet. That's kind of our cutoff. If the flames are taller than 8 feet, we're going to need a pretty heavy hand to deal with that. We can't swat that out.
Gotcha.
So for people interested in your field, your career field, what, before we get to your series and grade and all that kind of stuff, where would people look if they wanted to get started in fire? Like, what series would they look for?
We're actually going through a really big transition right now in how we're classified as firefighters. We were forestry technicians for the first few decades of this profession. And essentially, it's been decided over the past few years that's not a very accurate description of wildland firefighting for lots of good reasons. And so now there's a new wildland firefighter job series, and that's 0456. And it's designed to be a hire to retire job series. So we're going to be recruiting and advertising positions in that from now on, literally from the GS3 to the GS15 level.
Wow.
So
that's really cool.
Yeah. And previous to that, we were hiring entry level positions as 0462 forestry technicians. And then I'm currently in an 0401, which is a biologist, ecologist job series. And that's all transitioning. So going forward, it'll be 0456 from GS3 to GS15.
Wow. So that simplifies it a lot for people interested in looking.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can focus in on that series and find something that aligns with whatever experience they have.
Yep.
And get in the door.
Yeah. And getting in the door is not that complicated. We don't have super high educational requirements, basically a high school diploma and a great attitude and an aptitude to learn new things. A commitment to physical fitness. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like we can start there.
Right.
And we're going to teach you the rest. So
it's pretty cool.
It's pretty
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've definitely noticed, like, I've never been in wildland fire or anything myself, but just being around people who are, there's definitely like a vibe, a culture, I think, of the people who stick with it. Because like you said, you gotta want to get into it.
Well, and you have a lot of intense shared experiences, right?
Yeah.
So anytime you do that, you do form a certain bond with the people that you're doing that with that you can't simulate elsewhere, except maybe like within your actual immediate family, like the experiences you might have with your brothers and sisters growing up. And there's, so many stories I can't tell anybody because they won't even understand.
Sure.
And that's a powerful thing. And it could be lonely at times because there's, you got to like find your old hotshot friends to like talk about, some fire you're on, because you would just spend all your time trying to explain it to other people.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of a unique job in that regard. But you meet a lot of great people and it's not easy. It's not an easy job to do. Right. So if you're around people that are doing it and sticking with it and making it past, there's kind of this imaginary line at year 3 where you're sort of in or out, right? You're either like, this is what we're doing because the commitment level is so high, or maybe this isn't for me and I don't like sleeping on the ground and not being completely convinced like when the next meal is going to show up out here, or just being out in that environment.
Yeah.
So when you're around people that have made that commitment and made those sacrifices, it's a pretty special. So yeah. We have really good stories if you can get us to tell them.
Maybe someday.
About to say I could keep I wish we could talk for like 3 hours.
Yeah. And so along those lines, like if somebody's looking for this job in a national park, not every national park has these jobs, right? Or do they? I'm not familiar.
Not every unit. Certainly the larger mid-size to larger parks. So for example, in our region, we have 14 park level fire programs, and those programs either manage one or a group of parks. So, when you talk about a Yellowstone or Mesa Verde or Bandelier, Rocky Mountain, Dinosaur, Zion, all those units have a program, and pretty robust, So sometimes when you get into like a much smaller unit, like we manage fire for the Little Bighorn. So Little Bighorn Battlefield National Monument, it's about 4 hours east of where we're sitting. And we provide fire management services for them, but they don't have any firefighters or any equipment. So it's just sort of an administrative responsibility. And so, we manage their fires through agreements and relationships. So the Crow Agency has agreed to come over, put out any fires if we get any out. But, So yeah, but most mid-size national parks are going to have, especially out west, will have their own program. So
Oh, cool.
there's a ton of opportunity, investment. The bipartisan infrastructure law I call it National Fire Plan 2.0. It's essentially the next huge influx of investment in wildland firefighting in America. The Park Service is benefiting greatly from that. So all those programs are kind of on the uptick. It's a great time to get your foot in the door and start a career or advance in your career in fire.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I wish we could talk for like 3 hours. I want to just ask you about fire ecology and behavior and what it's like to like get to know it's just like a fascinating process to me. It's like a chemical reaction happening that has its own life and scale. And like you said, behaves so differently, but we do have to wrap it up. So, do you have a favorite story or memory from your time in Yellowstone or another national park, but just something that,
I've been reflecting on that recently, and I couldn't come up with the one thing, and maybe that's because at this point in my career, in my life, I've learned to appreciate like small things, and I mean, obviously we live in a place where we're just kind of surrounded by wonderment, and people have a hard time even relating sometimes to the things we try to describe that happen in our backyard. But for example, literally in my backyard the other day, I went out to chop some wood for our stove and was just enjoying the weekend. And I kind of had a quiet moment, and I stood there and a wolf howled. And it sounded like it was, maybe a mile behind the house. And I thought, it's like noon. That's not typically when I hear wolves howl. Sometimes they come around at night, and I'll hear them when I'm letting the dog out, for the last time in the evening or something. And so I sat there real quiet, and it howled again, and I probably have 100, little stories like that. We're just surrounded by it all the time here. And it's there all the time if you're listening for it, and if you're open to it. And we're just surrounded by wonderment here. So if you got your eyes and your ears open, it's always there. Go enjoy it.
I think that's the perfect way to wrap up. Thanks for coming and talking to us today.
Oh, you're welcome.
Fascinating.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, I would like to. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, John Cataldo. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks.
They're the very symbol of Glacier National Park, and there is almost no better place in the park to see them than at Oberlin Bend. This section of the Going to the Sun Road travels along the cliffs and past the waterfalls just west of Logan Pass. The rock ledges and abundant vegetation provides ideal habitat for the shaggy white mountain goat. Watch for the little ones skipping about the rock cliffs in areas that would terrify most humans. Within days of being born, they are following mom up incredibly steep slopes. Sometimes the goats wander right down to the road or through the parking lot, however, so please remember that all park wildlife is wild. Although they may seem tolerant, they can also cause injury. Do not feed or approach them. Please help us keep wild goats wild and visible for years to come. Oberlin Bend also provides one of the best views of the Going to the Sun Road. Park your car and take the short boardwalk to the viewing platform. The sweeping vista of the garden wall with the Going to the Sun Road snaking along its cliffs is impressive. On a clear day, you can see all the way to the high peaks near the border with Canada, and, if you know where to look, you can spot Granite Park Chalet on a ridge high above the loop. Portions of this boardwalk were designed to be accessible by wheelchair, and if you notice, it's made out of a metal grate material. A former park superintendent saw similar walkways in parks in Australia and brought the idea back to Glacier on his return. The grate allows snow to fall through the walkway and helps relieve the pressure of the winter snows, and it also helps sunlight to penetrate below and maintain native vegetation under the boardwalk.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
All right, my special 4:15 tour time. We're going to get boarding here very shortly.
Glacier National Park, as we know it, wouldn't exist if it weren't for Ice Age glaciers.
Well, please no bear spray too. We do not want to have a spicy tour. Occasionally, bear spray.
As a geologist whose mom is in town, I want to show off what the Ice Age left behind. And one of the best views of that happens to be from the middle of Lake McDonald.
It looks like a flat-bottom boat, doesn't it?
I'm not a nautical expert, just
But
guessing.
we can ask our boat guide.
So, we're going on a boat tour. I was excited to tell my mom all about the geology.
This valley is carved out by glaciers. You'll see from the middle of the lake, there's a big U shape, which is how you know it was carved by a glacier.
But as an artist, she was a bit more focused on the scenic qualities.
Very sensual.
Sure, that's how the artist sees it.
The boat we're on is called the De Smet, and it's one of 6 historic boats that offer tours throughout the park.
This boat was built in the year 1930, and it was built specifically for boat tours on Lake McDonald.
It may be an old boat, but it moves pretty quick.
Do you get seasick?
I'm surprised, actually, that I'm not seasick.
I was going to say, I remember one incident
Oh, yeah, the whale
where you
watch.
took me whale watching as a child.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy that ride too much.
Within about 30 minutes, we reached the middle of the lake, and the captain slowly turned the boat around to face mountains I've seen a lot, but never from this perspective.
Okay.
So if you look behind you, what can you see?
That is spectacular. The change of the colors as it goes back from gray to deep blue to light blue to green. It's just wonderful.
Over 1,000 feet of ice once filled this valley. And while that ice is long gone, we have it to thank for this landscape that we all know and love. Ice Age glaciers carved our postcard-worthy scenery, and our roads and trails follow the paths they cleared. But while I spend a lot of time thinking about how this landscape came to be, I've never really imagined what it would have been like to be here while this was happening. For thousands of years, there wouldn't have been much land to walk on. Everything was covered in glaciers. But there was a world at the edge of that ice. Animals and people who lived just beyond. What was this place like during the last ice age?
There are no photographs of most people who have ever lived. So many people from history are invisible today. Like a melted glacier or a footprint in the mud, some stories can only be inferred from the impressions they leave behind. Welcome to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I'm Daniel, and this is Season 3. It's about how this place became what it is today. Not a comprehensive history, but a collection of stories from the park's past. This episode is about the Ice Age, a time when this place was filled with thousands of feet of ice. It was a consequential time in the park's geologic history. But this episode is also about the search for life and understanding in a world we'll never see. And because the park was so covered in glaciers, we walked this story out to the edge of the ice and tracked down the history beyond the borders of the park. So, For starters, Michael, Perry, help me out here. Can you describe what an ice age actually is?
That is a great question.
Yeah, so an ice age is just a particularly cold period in Earth history. The most recent one was basically caused by wobbles in the Earth's orbit and in the Earth's axis that change the angle of how the sun is hitting the planet.
So basically, we get less solar radiation. The result is that global average temperatures during the last ice age were around 10 degrees Fahrenheit colder than they are today, which doesn't sound like a ton, but this allowed glaciers and ice sheets to cover nearly all of Canada and a third of Montana, including the park.
Okay, so when was this? How long ago did this happen?
So there have been several ice ages, but the Pleistocene, which is the most recent, goes from about 2.5 million years ago to about 12,000 years ago.
Okay, so the Earth wasn't just a solid ball of ice for 2 million years. The ice is advancing and retreating.
Right. There's these glacial periods and then these warmer interglacial periods.
Yeah, so as we set out to try to understand what this place might have looked like during the Ice Age, we had to pick a specific point in time. So we zoomed in on one that Perry suggested, called the last glacial maximum.
Yeah, so that's basically the most recent point in time where those big ice sheets stopped growing and started shrinking. It's about 20,000 years ago, at least in this location. And at that point, there was so much water frozen on land that sea level was about 400 feet lower than it is today.
But to understand what happened next, let's zip on over to a tiny state park in Oregon.
Oregon? Really?
Perry, if I had to ask you what the most abundant type of rock found in glacier is, what would you say?
Argillite, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, it's found throughout the park. There are bright red and green colors that are pretty distinctive. And around here, it's in a rock formation called the Belt Supergroup.
Yeah, the Belt Supergroup is found all over the Northern Rockies, but it's not found in Oregon. And yet, perched on a hill above the Willamette Valley of Northwest Oregon is a boulder made of Belt Supergroup argillite.
So how did it get there?
Well, it weighs 90 tons and probably used to weigh about twice that, or almost as much as a Boeing 747, before people chipped away pieces to take home with them. But the story of how it got there is the story of one of the greatest natural disasters to have ever occurred in North America. The story of Glacial Lake Missoula.
Yeah, I think the Missoula floods are something that are nearly incomprehensible in today's society.
This is Justin Radford.
I'm the program manager for Ice Age Floods National Geologic Trail.
Justin is the first and only full-time employee of the first and only National Geologic Trail in the Park Service.
The trail covers about 3,400 road miles. It's a massive area, and there are people and educators and partners all along this route.
So those massive sheets of ice that Perry mentioned, which covered most of Canada and the northern part of the U.S., well, the Ice Age is ending. Those are melting, which produces a lot of water. All that water needed to go somewhere. And if we use the ice here as an example, water melting from the Ice Age glacier in what's now Lake McDonald would have been headed for the Pacific, flowing through the Flathead Valley, then west through Idaho, Washington, and Oregon before making it to the ocean.
But at the end of the Ice Age, water couldn't make it to the coast. It couldn't even get past Idaho and was instead stopped near modern-day Lake Pend Oreille.
Lake Pend Oreille is an amazing visitor experience, a great place to go and hang out. But if you picture it with 2,000 feet of ice on top of it, well, it created a huge blockage there.
An arm of the continental ice sheet had created a dam, blocking the only way out for water in northwest Montana, essentially plugging the bathtub drain that was the Clark Fork River.
And all the water backing up down behind that was just massive in scale. We're talking about something in the neighborhood of 600 cubic miles of water.
This ice dam was holding back the volume of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario combined, creating what was called Glacial Lake Missoula. Water backed up throughout northwest Montana and extended nearly 200 miles to the east. And it wasn't the only lake of its kind.
There were at least 6 others like it in Montana, but Glacial Lake Missoula was the largest one in the West, and you can still see signs of its presence across the state today, including its old shorelines.
And it just so happens that this lake was gigantic and goes all the way up the sides of the mountains there. And so you can see these big ridgeline bumps.
It's essentially like that was, at one point, was the lakeshore.
Yes, exactly.
You can drive to these old lake shores called strand lines at the Bison Range on the Flathead Reservation and see them like bathtub rings on mountains around the city of Missoula.
These clues help us measure the depth of the lake. Just south of us on the Flathead Reservation, it was over 1,000 feet deep. You could have submerged the Eiffel Tower. The ice dam was even taller, and it extended for at least 10 miles. But as more and more meltwater entered the lake...
Well, at some point, the water wins, and the ice just can't hold it back anymore.
We're not totally sure how it happened. Might have been like trying to hold your hand over a fire hose, but the dam failed. And this kicked off the Ice Age floods.
Over a period of maybe as quick as 2 days, all of this water has left this area and started moving its way into Washington.
Water began charging westward at a flow rate 10 times that of all the world's rivers combined. The scale is almost incomprehensible.
And a wall of water traveling at 55, 65 miles an hour at restrictions, 1,000 feet high, scouring the landscape.
And this violent, earth-shaping flood happened multiple times.
It didn't just do it once. It formed this lake maybe as many as 100 times, geologists think, over a period of about 2,500 years, maybe 3,000 years.
After one flood forced its way through, the ice that formed the dam would reform, repeatedly plugging that drain, essentially, and starting the process all over again.
This landscape is now called the Channeled Scablands. Floodwaters taller than the Golden Gate Bridge, traveling at 50 miles an hour. Like a massive, violent bulldozer, the floods scoured away everything in their path, scraping away 50 cubic miles of earth, which is enough dirt that, if you spread it out, you could cover the entire state of Texas in nearly a foot of dirt.
And not all of that material made it to the ocean. At some points, like in Oregon's Willamette Valley, the water slowed down and debris would settle out.
Well, that's what people say. Well, that's why you have great wine and great vegetables and great growing that comes from the Willamette Valley, because it's got all the deposits from the floods.
That's so funny. People complained about Montana wine not being great because of the weather conditions, but it's parts of Montana in the Willamette Valley that make it good.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Which brings us back to our boulder in Oregon, which was carried there in the floods, probably encased in glacial ice. Roughly 2 weeks after the floods began, all of the water would have made it to the ocean near present-day Astoria, leaving behind a changed landscape.
Ultimately, though, the Ice Age was ending, and the dam that created Glacial Lake Missoula disappeared, ending the era of catastrophic floods.
These floods represent just how dramatically the world was changing. The world was warming up, and landscapes like Glacier were revealed as this icy blanket receded. But the story of these floods is not one we've understood for very long.
Fast forward to just 100 years ago, and these same floods would become the subject of one of the greatest geologic controversies of its day, in part because the dominant theory of geology at the time was gradualism, that landscapes formed incredibly slowly over millions of years.
So many geologists believe that things happen gradual over time. There are some national parks out there that are great examples of this. And, like at the Grand Canyon and that over millions of years story about it carving its way down. And you have this sort of gradual recession through the layers.
But that didn't explain the landscape of eastern Washington.
These canyon walls were all vertical, and the streams and rivers that were running through them were teeny, small. Really no logical way that river could have formed that kind of canyon.
What could explain it, thought a young geologist named J. Harlan Bretz, was a massive flood. And that wasn't the accepted explanation for why eastern Washington looked the way it did. Like how
No.
How was that hypothesis received?
Well, by the geologic community, not so well.
A lot of geology involves essentially resurrecting the past based on what's left behind, or in many cases based on what's missing. And we knew at the time that this park was home to Ice Age glaciers because of our U-shaped valleys. But for geologists at the time, Bretz's flood hypothesis was a bridge too far. When Bretz first published his idea in 1923, he was widely ridiculed by his peers. One of his most vocal critics was William C. Alden, a guy I've actually heard of before because he took some of the earliest photos of alpine glaciers here in the park. Alden was the chief of Pleistocene geology for the U.S. Geological Survey at the time, and he, like many others, couldn't imagine conditions that would send this much water across the Northwest. He declared the floods impossible, even though he himself had never been to the Scablands. But Bretz was right. In time and with more evidence, the scientific community accepted the theory.
It only took several decades.
Yeah, this wasn't until, the 70s that we'd worked out that Glacial Lake Missoula was the source of more than one flood, and Bretz was awarded the Penrose Medal, kind of geology's highest honor. But they never convinced everyone. Alden, Bretz's vocal opponent, denied the floods until his dying day. We've kind of been looking to this story as a case study of how we interpret the unknown. I'm wondering, is there a lesson we can learn from the story of Ice Age floods about trying to understand Earth history or human history where we don't quite have all the pieces?
Well, I think that, when we bump into these kinds of moments where we're trying to understand the world and we don't have good answers, we tend to fall back on what we know, and we're hesitant to be willing to hear from others about what they might see out there.
To me, Justin is describing a failure of imagination and of creativity. A struggle to picture a world that looks different than our own. We can see the empty space left behind. We know something was there, but it's hard to imagine what filled it.
The floods help us to understand the geologic history of the Ice Age, the physical world of ice and water whose presence carved clues you can easily see today. What is much harder to find, though, is evidence of the living world from that time. Some of the best clues are found along the St. Mary River, but not where it begins on the east side of our national park. We'll need to follow it as it flows north into Canada. The rest of the team was busy the day that I went, so I had to call in some backup. It's nice to have you back in the studio.
Thanks. Nice to be here.
I called Andrew, co-host of the first 2 seasons of Headwaters, who has a new job.
I'm the new communications lead for the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
We hopped in the car and followed the river, driving north to Alberta and the present-day St. Mary Reservoir.
Yeah, we're standing out on this sandy beach, not something you would really expect in southern Alberta. Yeah, it feels like we're in Hawaii or something. The reservoir was huge. It kind of reminded me of standing on the shores of one of the Great Lakes. It went out to the horizon. It was definitely bigger than I was expecting. Stretches out as far as you can see, basically, with the Rocky Mountains behind it, and it's pretty.
We stopped at a place called Wally's Beach to meet with Shane Tolman.
I'm Shane Tolman. I'm a local.
A now retired school teacher who warned us it was going to be windy.
It is a lot windier over the other side of the dunes.
Yeah, kind of what I was thinking when
We can maybe move back.
We walked away from the lakeshore to try to hide from the wind, but we wanted to meet with Shane to talk about something that he found in the reservoir when it wasn't full of water.
Sometimes there's a big drawdown, so a lot of lake bed gets exposed.
But before we could really hear what he was saying, we were buzzed by a crop dusting plane.
Airplanes flying over. Oh my gosh, she's spraying that field. Right there. Oh, that could be annoying. Can you block that kind of noise?
No. We couldn't, and so we had to go hide in a picnic shelter. But anyways, the reason we wanted to talk to Shane was that back in 1994, he and his family visited when the water in the reservoir had been drawn down.
And when they walked out into the wet mud and windblown sand, a landscape that's normally underwater, they found themselves walking backwards in time.
We had been out the previous day, but it had blown a lot overnight. And we came back the next day, and right where we walked is this humongous skull. But it's an extinct bison skull.
Bison antiquus, the extinct ancestors of modern bison, who just so happen to be 1.5 times bigger than the bison you see in Yellowstone.
And the horns on it are incredible. And it's like that
Shane showed us a side-by-side comparison, and Bison antiquus's horns are absolutely enormous.
Looks more like a Texas longhorn.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, they're really impressive animals.
And for Shane, this discovery touched on a lifelong fascination.
My dad was a science teacher, so he actually had fossils in the lab, and they were just so captivating to me to see their little eyes are fossilized, and here they are staring back at you. It's kind of this time gets erased as you encounter these things, and that's always stayed with me.
Shortly after Shane stumbled into this bison skull, and quite a few other things that we will get to in a moment, he started getting phone calls from the University of Calgary. They had heard about his discoveries and sent Dr. Len Hills down to meet with him.
First thing I said to him was, I would like to study this stuff. How can I be involved? And he says, well, you could enroll as a student at the University of Calgary, and I'll be your supervisor. I said, great, let's do it. I enrolled in a master's program and became one of 4 principal investigators of the Wally's Beach site.
As Shane and his colleagues started to study Wally's Beach, they began to reconstruct what it would have looked like.
It was not the river that we see that's cut down to where it is now in these river valleys. It was a slow, meandering river.
In the banks of this ancient winding river, they found pollen and roots, which can help us understand the Ice Age ecosystem.
We had spruce tree groves growing out here all over the prairies, as well as aspen groves. Then you had sedges and grasses that were growing in between. There was abundant plant life.
And of course, they found more evidence of animals that lived alongside Bison antiquus.
We get out there, here's this skull, and there's actually some vertebrae laying there as well. And Len picks this skull up, and he's turning it over. He says, this is muskoxen. And I'm just like, muskoxen? I didn't even know they were part of this extinct suite of animals that died off at the end of the Ice Age. And he says, yes, it's muskoxen.
They found a ton of extinct species, an ancestor of modern caribou, North American horses, even camels.
The camel discovery in particular blew my mind. We think of camels as being these desert-loving animals today, but the family of camelids and the family of horses both evolved in the Americas around 50 million years ago before migrating to Eurasia. The camels that lived here were called camelops.
And Shane found a tooth about as long as my index finger, and that tooth was serrated.
Well, there are no animals alive today that have serrated teeth. And so I knew immediately we had a saber-toothed cat. In fact, that's not just a saber-toothed cat, it's called a scimitar cat.
So already you're getting a picture of the wildlife who were living at the edge of the Rockies, at the edge of Glacier National Park during the Ice Age.
And it's a much different cast of characters than the grizzly bears, mountain goats, and deer that we all know and love today.
But for Shane, it wasn't bones that helped bring Wally's Beach to life.
And I can't even describe what I saw. It's almost emotional, because here's this big imprint, a little smaller than a garbage can lid.
He found footprints left by woolly mammoths.
And there's another one. And there's another one. Here's all of these cracks that went out from in this spider web, out from the tracks. You could see how it had stepped in the mud and it oozed up around its toes. And it's just like, okay, here's the best set of mammoth tracks on the planet, bar none. I mean, there's only like 4 sets anyway. So it really hit us just how incredible this was.
Unlike fossils, which capture animals after they die, these footprints are a snapshot of their lives.
Living, breathing mammoth, not the bones, the dead part. You're looking at living behavior, and that's so cool.
With each stride, they traveled on average 8.5 feet. And the weight of each step can reveal if it was left by a male or a female, a child or adult. And the way these 6-ton mammals walked can even reveal if they were injured.
Take the cross-section and you get to see the weight distribution from this angle. Well, this animal on its, I think it was its left hind foot, was limping. You can see that the deformation on this side of the track is less than on the other side of the track. So it means that there was some injury or something.
How old is that track?
That track would be about 13,000 years old.
Oh my goodness.
Now,
and it's not just mammoth tracks either.
Here's these mammoth tracks, but not just mammoth. Here's a camel trackway going through the middle of these, crossing over. And here's some more horse tracks over here. And what we're looking at probably look very much like the Serengeti because you had all those animals intermingling, and here they are moving in these vast herds and individuals. We have tens of thousands of tracks that we have observed at Wally's Beach.
It is rare for ancient footprints like these to survive. You not only need wet mud for the footprints to form, but then a strong wind to blow sand and sediment on top, filling them in and sealing them away for thousands of years.
But today, the same winds that once preserved these footprints are now destroying them. The same wind that pushed us into a picnic shelter has blown tracks away overnight, carried away grain by grain, a memory lost forever.
And because of where they sit in the reservoir, there's nothing you can really do to save them at this point. If they're not claimed by the wind, once they're exposed, they'll be destroyed by water when the reservoir is filled back in. All that's left is to try to document them, and efforts have ranged from photographs and measurements to teams of local students and 1,000 pounds of plaster casts. But however fleeting they may be, this glimpse of these animals alive, living alongside one another, not in the halls of a natural history museum, but drinking from the river that I see now in the distance. You can't help but picture it. And for Shane, imagine yourself there, following in their footsteps.
So I hope this doesn't sound too corny, but here's how I kind of pictured it. I stared at the footprints disappearing into the swirling sand to the east, and time blew away with the wind. I had a vision. It didn't take much to imagine the giant lumbering away through the mud, disappearing into the sand cloud from what was likely a watering hole. I'm close. So close I can hear the slushing suck of mammoth foot in paleo mud. See his breath dissipate against the cold ashen sky of early winter. Taste his pungent odor in the roof of my mouth. Rising above the din of the crushing palms of his feet is the sound of chokecherry stained tusks, battered and broken, tonking against the low-growth brush as it swings its massive woolly head side to side, its tangled auburn fur blowing eastward. The trudging mountain knows I'm there, but what am I to he? Nothing.
Not long after a mammoth left these footprints in the mud, their species went extinct in North America. So did camelops, the North American horse, and helmeted muskoxen. And while these footprints paint a vivid portrait of these animals in life, they also reveal a species in decline.
Very clearly, something's missing, and it's infants, the newborn, the young. Why aren't we seeing their tracks? Well, maybe they're light, but we're seeing lighter animals also. We're seeing their tracks, the horses and stuff like that.
The St. Mary's mammoth herd had far fewer juveniles than you'd expect in a healthy population, and one possible explanation was the warming climate. The Missoula floods were only one symptom of the dramatic changes occurring at the end of the Pleistocene. As temperatures warmed, ice sheets shifted north, and the environment shifted too. New plants moved into the grasslands that these grazing animals had relied upon.
But the last discovery we'll share from Wally's Beach hints at another factor. A discovery made by one of Shane's students, a fourth grader named Travis.
Picked up a piece that they thought might be an artifact, and then the next day Travis brought it to me. Well, I about fell out of my chair. It's a Clovis point.
Clovis points are sharp stones used for hunting by ancient human cultures. And these Clovis points held a clue, which revealed exactly what they were used for.
Horse protein residue. Those horses had been butchered, and that was a North American first.
Wally's preserves a record of Ice Age animals and humans, and produced the first archaeological evidence of these humans hunting horses. Later finds revealed they also hunted camels. When I first started working as a ranger at Glacier, the story of Wally's Beach grabbed me. I put Ice Age horses and mammoths in a campground talk that I've given for the last 6 years, and in my program, this has always been where the story ends. Camels were here, people were too. But actually visiting Wally's Beach, hearing from Shane about the work he and his colleagues and his students have put into understanding and preserving this history, it made me wonder, what was life like for the people that once stood here? What was it like to be human 13,000 years ago?
All right, let me recap. Right in our backyard, well, Glacier's backyard, Wally's Beach has a record of Ice Age wildlife.
Yeah, a pretty extensive one at that.
These are animals that they're really different than what we have here today.
Mm-hmm.
But they also have discovered evidence of Ice Age humans.
Yeah, and a lot of this evidence at Wally's Beach is in the form of something called lithics.
Lithics.
You've probably heard of that before.
Yeah, lithics are stone tools that are like made by people.
Exactly. That includes the projectile points that were used to hunt horses at Wally's Beach, but they've also found thousands of different points and other tools.
Shane used the term Clovis point, which, if I remember right, that's one of the very oldest kinds of lithics in North America.
Yeah, so the term Clovis comes from projectile points found outside of Clovis, New Mexico. They're a distinct type of lithic that have been identified all over North America and date back well beyond 10,000 years ago. So they are artifacts from one of the oldest and most widespread cultures that we know about in North America.
So beyond their tools, beyond these lithics, do we know much about Clovis people? Like what their lives were like?
I mean, the short answer is no, we don't know much.
The topic of Pleistocene era people is always going to be a mystery for the foreseeable future. We have to assume that life was pretty challenging because of the geographic, ecological aspects of that era.
This is Shane Doyle.
Yes, my name is Dr. Shane Doyle. I'm a member of the Upsalaga Nation. I'm an educational and cultural consultant. I live in Bozeman, Montana. And, I hail from Crow Agency.
Another Shane. 2 Shanes in one episode.
Yes, but I called Shane Doyle because he has studied and worked to understand these Ice Age cultures.
Lithics, the points that they used, are really the best evidence that we have. We don't have a lot of human materials to understand that time period outside of the hunting and other tools that these folks made.
Some of the only materials durable enough to survive these last 10,000 years or more are stones and bones. So even as scientists develop new and better technologies like ground-penetrating radar and aerial imagery, we're still limited by what little is left.
I don't think we have a lot of data that we can really turn to that will really provide us with a more comprehensive picture of what life was like for Pleistocene era native people. So I think we kind of have to use our imagination.
This is where we get back to the conundrum we found with the Missoula floods, the limitations of imagination. I talked with retired Forest Service archaeologist Carl Davis, and he pointed out that the presence of stone tools and absence of anything else has affected our understanding of these cultures by focusing on the masculine aspects of ancient life.
And archaeologists, who were primarily male for many, many years, that's what they really got into. And women and children kind of got left in the dust because the evidence of women's activities, this wonderful perishable industry of all kinds of things, there's no evidence. We certainly can assume they're wearing, carefully crafted, tightly sewn clothes and stuff, but we don't have any evidence whatsoever. So we don't really know what they looked like, what they ate, what language they spoke.
And our understanding of these communities has been shaped by more than just projectile points.
I think in North American archaeology, there has been some bias about sort of giving legitimacy to the capability of these first peoples, these indigenous peoples. It may be colonialism, it may be imperialism, it might be a little bit of racism, but I think we have a hard time maybe giving credit where credit is due.
That's where anthropology begins to fall short when we go all the way back to those ancient times. It's reflected in artwork that we often see represented from people of that day and age. The clothing that they wear is shaggy and their hair is unkempt and they're kind of usually slouched or like hunched over. They resonate with this very uncouth, something that modern man would look upon as undeveloped. And I reject that. I don't think that's, a very good indication of who these people were. I don't think that they didn't comb their hair. I don't think that they didn't care about the kind of clothes that they wore. I think that
they always cared about that. Of course they did. Why wouldn't they? I mean, even Sigmund Freud would agree with that. I just think that it's a shame that we portray them as being, dirty savages, honestly. People in the modern era tend to think of ourselves as being so special. We have all this information that cavemen or ancient people didn't have. And, well, I think on a daily basis reflect on those ancient people and how they must have felt the same way about their lives as we do about ours. Obviously they didn't have nearly the kind of technology that we do, but think about how they must have been comparing their lives to other species, animals that didn't have the ability to talk or sing or dance or laugh or cry out of inspiration or joy. I mean, the emotional realm and spiritual ceremonial aspects of ancient life must have made those people feel like they were on the edge of tomorrow.
And as we talk about these cultures and wonder about their daily lives, try to imagine how they treated one another, what they valued, and who they loved. Shane emphasized that there is a lot more to these people than we will ever find buried in the ground.
And I think that's another thing that anthropologists often forget about, is that the trade culture was more than just material trade. These people wanted to learn about one another. They wanted to hear their stories. They wanted to know about their ceremonies. They wanted to know about their knowledge. That was the real trade culture. The material came along with it.
In the end, it might just be the social world that we thought had disappeared that can help us better understand this time after all.
I developed a course on Montana Plains Indians. During the process of creating that course, I looked at the different star stories of the tribes here in Montana, and it was clear to me that they shared common stories, and that the stories were very, very important. But when you consider that, we have at least half a dozen language families represented here in Montana, completely different languages. And so we're talking about languages where they don't even share a common sound. So how could it be then that these different speaking people would have the exact same star stories down to the minutiae, just the smallest details of people's names and the things that they did and how those things are reflected in the sky and on the ground, and the same stars and the same geographic features? I mean, all those things to me showed that these folks must have been in communication, in deep communication with one another.
Different cultures with different languages, living in different places, who still found a way to communicate. And it wasn't just star stories that they were sharing. It was technology, where and how to harvest teepee poles, how to stitch hides together, and harvest wild plants.
They were so determined to share with each other their knowledge and the best of their communities that they created a language independently of themselves. That, plain sign language exists really in and unto itself.
Plain Sign Language was the original American Sign Language, born out of trade between communities across the Great Plains.
The Plain Sign Language, I don't think probably dates all the way back to the Pleistocene era, but I do believe that the passage of the Clovis technology from community to community across the continent, all those communications and all of those different trade networks, that's where the seed of that was planted.
These insights from oral traditions can help us to imagine the cultures of these ancient communities. Curious, kind, and cooperative pioneers living here despite its hostile and icy climate. And as Perry found, oral history can also preserve a record of specific moments in time.
I wanted to talk to Sally Thompson, an anthropologist whose work with tribes throughout the Northwest found that indigenous communities have preserved memories of the Ice Age.
One of the task force members was telling me a story once of his clan's migration. And I said, wow, Ray, it sounds like you're taking me back to the late Pleistocene. And he said, well, I think I am. So he thought for a while, and then he said, we sing it. It's a chant. We repeat it the same way, the same time of year, in a ceremonial way. It's like your silent night. you wouldn't change the words. He said some of those words are so old we don't understand them anymore.
Wow.
So that really was life-changing for me, and I started paying attention in a very different way.
I know Sally from her book, People Before the Park, which she wrote with the Blackfeet and Kootenai tribes, sharing their traditional culture and lifeways here in Northwest Montana.
Well, my name's Sally Thompson, and really what we're talking about today, I'd like to say I'm a student, not an expert.
I love that.
I'm a student of what Native people have to teach us.
One thing she's learned is that oral traditions hold records of Ice Age floods, the phenomena that geologists squabbled about for decades. Some cultures have remembered them for thousands of years.
Imagine the time when immense sheets of ice were extending down from Canada all across northern North America. To imagine it's not just filling the valleys, it's overlapping all but the very tallest peaks. Yeah, so picture you're standing on top of one of those peaks, and all you can see to the north and the east is ice.
When I hear this, I picture a glacier and the Flathead Valley full of ice and water from glacial Lake Missoula. But this describes the ice margin all along the northern edge of the U.S. Sally interviewed people from tribes all up and down the Columbia River, whose drainage system covers most of Washington, Idaho, and northwest Montana. One of these tribes is the Kootenai.
The Kootenai people are unique. They're not related to anyone anywhere. It may be because of where they were in these cataclysmic times that they were the only ones who survived. So most people have relatives, but the Kootenays are considered by anthropologists or linguists to be an isolated people, the only ones. And this is their story. Was it like before a tsunami where sensitive people think something's changing, or you hear this incredible sound and somehow to run up? Perhaps you've experienced, some flooding before, and you need to go up, and you just keep running, and somehow some people manage to survive that. Then you see people have run to the top of Rattlesnake Mountain on the Columbia, and try and picture what happened. I interviewed a Coeur d'Alene elder one time. Felix Arepa told me, after he thought it through in his own language, the way his grandparents had told him the story, then he explained to me that the words they used were something like, everything changed, even the landscape.
This is a record of a human experience with these floods. Someone witnessed them, walked through the world they left behind, and shared that story with their community. Yet, despite knowing that, it's still difficult to place yourself in their shoes, to see their point of view rather than our own.
Even with everything we've learned, it is really hard to place yourself in a world that you'll never see. All of these stories have helped me to picture it. Herds of camels and mammoths sharing Montana with people who, in the face of a dramatically changing world, are learning from one another and passing on memories that will connect them to today. But I find myself imagining it almost like a painting, something that I can see, but that I can't touch. What would it take to bring this history to life? To be able to imagine myself there, like Shane Tolman did with the mammoth tracks? When I posed this question to Shane Doyle, he turned my attention to May of 1968 in rural Montana when two construction workers began digging rocks out of a hillside.
And so they were digging into a cliffside to get some flat sandstone rocks out of the cliff. And when they dug into the cliff, it was covered with this red dust that we call red ochre. Red ochre is a really sacred material.
Past the red ochre, they found lithics. And beyond that, human remains. They were digging in a grave. Found on the property of Helen and Dr. Mel Anzik, these human remains turned out to belong to a child between 1 and 3 years old. And while the haphazard digging at the site made it difficult to completely reconstruct the burial, it was determined that the child had been buried nearly 13,000 years ago.
He was probably no more than 3 years old when he died, was buried with a treasure trove of antiquities, over 118 priceless Clovis artifacts. Pretty much every tool that has ever been identified in any other Clovis site was found at that burial. These were valuable, treasured items that were rare and that were hard to produce. And they buried him with a child. This child had no social standing that we could measure or compare in any other culture at any other point in history. Even today, children are the most vulnerable people in society. They receive the least honor, they receive the least attention, they receive the least amount of resources devoted to them. If you look at what that burial spoke to, it spoke to what that community valued. Why would they put all of those items in there for a child who had never hunted? He was not a priest, he was not a ceremonial leader, he was not a warrior, he never produced any economic value. He was really just as children are today, but they present a resource that you have to provide for, part of your family that you have to attend to constantly.
The U.S. has a law that establishes the legal rights for tribes to repatriate or reclaim human remains uncovered in cases like this. But it wasn't passed until 1990.
This is before NAGPRA, Native American Grave Protection and Repatriation Act. So all the materials, since they were found on private land, they were just taken by Mel and the two construction workers. The human remains, Mel gave those to his daughter, but at the time they were taken by a scientist, an archaeologist, who took them down to his lab in Arizona.
The remains stay in Arizona for about 30 years until eventually they're returned to Sarah Anzik, the granddaughter of Mel and Helen.
Once Sarah got them, turns out she was the molecular biologist. She had an interest in studying the remains to see if she could find out who this person was, who this child was. And, she said before that she just knew that this child had a story to tell and that it was an important story and that she wanted to help the child tell that story.
So she reached out to a lab in Denmark, and they set out to sequence the child's genome in an effort to understand its DNA and uncover who the child is related to.
The head guy over there, the scientist of the lab, his name is Eske Willerslev, and he and his team took on the study, and it took them 3 years to complete the genomic sequencing of this ancient remains. But when they did finally get the complete genome, they were able to compare it to other populations around the world, and it's pretty clear that he was one of the very first Native Americans on the continent.
At the same time this discovery was starting to ripple out into the scientific community, the Anzik child was also at the center of an effort to repatriate the remains, to place them back where they were buried 13,000 years ago, which is how Shane got involved. I don't expect there's really like a roadmap for how to conduct a repatriation. Maybe there is, I don't know. So how did you decide how to actually perform the reburial? And what did it look like in the day?
There is no roadmap for repatriation. There are procedures that have been developed over years in certain circumstances that fit the bill, but this one was kind of different. Because it was so old, and we have to assume that the child was related to all of modern people today, that's a lot of people to try and bring into the process. I kind of took that task on to reach out to Native communities, to let them know what we were doing, to ask them if they want to participate. It took a long time. We had to have a lot of meetings. There were a lot of different folks involved, not just the tribal communities here in Montana, but also the Montana Burial Board. Sarah Anzik, she still maintained possession of the bones right up until the moment they were placed in the ground. Scientists, they still had materials from the Anzik child in their lab. The reburial was supposed to be comprehensive, and so they had to agree to put all of what they had of the boy in the lab into the ground. There were disagreements over where to rebury the boy, over how to rebury him. Some people believed we should just rebury him with like a rawhide pouch, put him in the ground so he could go back to Mother Earth. There were also suggestions to bury him at the Montana Historical Society out on the public lawn so that people would be dissuaded from trying to dig him up and steal him. I mean, you name it, there was a whole gamut of suggestions and ideas about how to rebury him and where to rebury him. And finally, at the end, we just decided to put him back as close to where he was as possible and put him in a nice small little casket. And, it was just a beautiful day. It was a beautiful ceremony. And like I said, we all felt good about it. Here's a thing that I've thought about a lot. We were there that day not just to show respect to that boy, but we were there to show respect to ourselves. When we respect others, we respect ourselves. And when we do that in a community, in a gesture where we all come together in a ceremonial way, that's a very powerful healing experience.
Do you think that the Anzac site, Pleistocene people, and this deep time can teach us about ourselves or even the future?
Well, I think we can learn a lot from those ancient people about strength, about resilience, about love, about what really matters in this life. I guess one theme that we see today in Hollywood is the post-apocalyptic world. We think when all the chips are down that we'll turn on each other. When I think of those ancient people, I'm inspired. I just think, they loved each other. And from everything that we can tell, they respected each other. I'm sure there were instances where that wasn't always true. But the Anzac grave and the show of love that was displayed for that child makes me believe that that wasn't just an isolated case. This was part of their worldview. They believed in treasuring their relationships. And in a way, that's what it was when we reburied him that day.
To me, this story pulls your focus away from everything that separates us from Ice Age people. The ice sheets, scimitar cats, and more than 10,000 years, and shows instead our shared humanity. And to Shane, it illustrates what's possible when scientists and native communities work together.
I think we'll be able to tell the stories that right now we still can't really wrap our heads around, because we'll be able to wrap our hearts around what it means to be a human, and we'll be able to take that understanding and place it into these ancient time periods, and that will be able to inform and provide us with a better picture of why these people laughed, what they laughed about, what they cried about, who they loved. It's pretty hard to not understand what the Anzac burial represents. If you're a parent and your greatest fear is to lose a child, and you understand that this is what these people did, that message is pretty clear. 12,600 years later, you can still relate to the anguish that they must have felt. How unfair, how cruel, how impossibly difficult the loss that they suffered was. And the only way to heal from that is to just give the last full measure. That's a message that is crystal clear to me. There's nothing about that I don't understand.
It's true that sites like Anzac are extraordinarily rare, but the kindness that we can see there must have been common. In every laugh shared around the campfire, which echoed across newly ice-free valleys, and in a piece of hard-won camel shared as a meal with a loved one. Or in the simple joy of standing by a river and squishing the mud between your toes, right beside a set of fresh mammoth tracks.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from our partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. This season of Headwaters was made by me, Daniel Lombardi, Perry Sassnett, Michael Feist, and Gabby Esavari. We could not have made Season 3 without Lacey Kowalski or Melissa Sloddick, and Sierra Mendelko, Brent Rowley, Darren Lewis, the Glacier National Park Archives, and the Montana Historical Society. Special thanks this episode to Shane Tolman for driving to meet us.
And sharing your bug spray,
Shane Doyle, Carl Davis, Roz Gerstein,
Thanks, Mom.
Sally Thompson, Justin Radford, Andrew Smith, Vic Baker, and Ethan, our captain from the Glacier Park Boat Company. Thanks for listening.
Next time on Headwaters.
We use art to find new perspectives on one of American history's most momentous yet misremembered events.
You know, Lewis and Clark was just a story that I did not remember from school.
When Daniel called and I thought, oh my gosh, really? I don't know if you want a tribal voice talking about Lewis and Clark. You know, I just thought they're revered by so many.
That's next time on Headwaters. So Headwaters was made possible through the Conservancy, right, Andrew?
Yes.
But you also fund a lot of other projects. What are some examples of that?
Yeah, one I wanted to tell you about today is our wilderness condition monitoring work. We have this really cool project happening right now to outfit a lot of the park's wilderness rangers with tablets so that they can make live reports on the condition of the wilderness while they're out and about.
Used to be on paper reports that got lost and never found their way to the same place.
They would show up wet and crumpled and all sorts of different things would be written on them. So now everybody's got the same form. It comes all into one database and we can learn about threats to wilderness so fast and respond to them so that nothing happens to our beautiful wilderness here.
Well, that's awesome. Well, I guess if you want to learn about that project and more that the Conservancy funds, check out their website, and thanks.
Yeah, visit us at Glacier.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Brett Rayburn.
And I'm Miles Barger.
So I have a quick question for you before we get started on this week's episode. Have you ever hiked with a llama before?
I have not hiked with a llama before.
Is that because you don't want to, or is that because you've never had the opportunity?
I think it would be awesome. I've never had the opportunity. I've definitely seen them around at other parks, but I've always wanted a trail goat. You know, that's a thing. Some people hike with trail goats. Yeah.
So wait, hold on. So what? All right, explain this really quickly before.
No, I've seen people in like national forests. They'll have, you usually need at least two because they're herd animals, and they can carry up to like 50 pounds each. So you can use them as kind of mini pack animals, but you don't have to put them on a string, and they just gather at night. Anyway,
what a chick magnet that would be. That'd be a conversation starter right there. Well, so. My trivia question today doesn't have to do with goats. It does have to do with llamas. So do you know how many llama outfitters currently have contracts to do business in Yellowstone National Park?
I do not. I will guess 11.
It's actually 3. So you had a string of doing really well on these trivia questions that might have come to an end here.
Failure.
So there are 3 outfitters currently that would let you go hiking with a llama. So it's possible. Maybe a bucket list item here. Our guest this morning is someone who probably would have known the answer to that question. So she's Becky Wyman, a concessions management specialist here at Yellowstone National Park. Becky, have you ever hiked with a llama?
I have not.
No? So it sounds like we need like a work trip.
I think so.
To come out of this summer, because I love nothing more than hiking and not carrying my own stuff.
It makes it quite nice.
That sounds awesome. Well, it's awesome having you here today. So we didn't invite you here to just talk about goats and llamas exclusively. Although, you know, if they come up more, I'm totally fine with that. We invited you here because you have a super important job in the Park Service that most visitors would know nothing about. You work a lot behind the scenes. And before we get into the details about what you do, as a concessions management specialist, actually, could you give us like an overview of what concessioners and what CUAs, commercial use authorization holders, like what are all of those things? Because a lot of listeners probably just have no clue what that is.
So our office oversees all of the commercial operators in the park. We have category 1, 2, and 3 contracts, plus our commercial use authorization program. The category 1 contracts include our large concessioners, currently Xanterra, Yellowstone General Stores. They do the lodging and retail type of operations in the park. We also have our service stations. Our COA program oversees or has our fishing guides, photo tours, environmental education tours, that sort of scope. And then we have our category 2 and 3 contracts, which include our over snow operators in winter. We have a bear spray rental. We have stock outfitters that do day and overnight trips in the park.
Llamas.
That include our llamas, as well as a ski camp in winter that is located at Canyon.
Awesome. So the Park Service doesn't actually have, like, we don't run hotels or things like that.
That is correct. We have contracts that allow other operators to run those, and we oversee those contracts.
That is a lot. How many are there? Just like a rough ballpark, because it's always changing, right? The number.
Well, all of our contracts pretty much stay the same. We have the 3 large category 1 contracts. Like I said, the hotels and retail general stores, and our service stations. We have 38 stock contracts that include the 3 llamas. We have 23 over snow contracts and 1 bear spray rental. And then I believe the number of CUAs exceeds 400.
Yeah, that's a lot. So
Yes.
That's a lot that you're overseeing out of the concessions office.
It is.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah, I just thought that would be a good overview of like what your job entails before we kind of dive into the background, and then we'll kind of come back to a typical day of what it's like working as a concessions management specialist. So do you mind telling us a little bit about where and when you got your start in the National Park Service?
So I came to Yellowstone in 1998. I was a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed fisheries technician. So I started my career with the Park Service at Lake in Yellowstone, and I have never left.
So it hooked you.
It hooked me.
No pun intended.
Anyone get it? And how did you hear about that job?
I think I heard about it through USA Jobs.
Awesome. Yeah, we have, and for those of you who don't know, who are listening to this and don't know what USA Jobs is, we do have an intro episode that kind of explains that, as well as some of the other jargon that we might talk about here. So just refer back to that if you have any questions. So you saw it on USA Jobs, you applied and you got it, and the rest is history.
And I drove my car out from South Carolina, and I've never left.
Wow. Okay, so you're from South Carolina. So you're an East Coaster.
I am.
Okay, that's me too. And then you found the mountains, and
then I found the mountains.
Gotcha.
Same.
So how did you get from that job, which is very different from what you do now? What was that transition like?
It is. So I worked for fisheries for 3 years. Then I moved to the bison office to follow my husband up to Mammoth. And then I just became a flexible park employee and did a variety of administrative roles. I was the natural resource admin assistant for the Center of Resources, which led me to a detail with at the time, it was the Planning, Compliance, and Landscape Architecture Division. So I was their admin assistant, where I made connections with people in that office that eventually would lead to my transitioning over to the Commercial Services Division in an administrative role. And then I just worked my way up. I oversaw the Commercial Use Authorization Program for several years before I got my current job overseeing the Category 2 and 3 contracts.
Wow. So you've done a little bit of it.
I'm a jack of all trades.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool.
I feel like that's a theme across these episodes. We've either had like people who decide this park is for me, and then you make it work within that park, or some people say this is my job path I want to follow and go wherever they need to go to make that happen.
Yeah.
Or I guess the third type, which is they just want to work in as many parks as possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can spin an NPS career, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So you've been here and you've been at Yellowstone. I don't want to do the quick math. What did you say? 98?
25 years.
Okay.
And, you know, and I am in a dual career family.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that my husband also works for Yellowstone National Park has contributed to me being here
Sure.
as long as I have.
Yeah. So how many like dinner table conversations are just focused on Yellowstone?
All the
or are
time.
you guys just like, no, too
All the
much
time.
Yellowstone. We got to talk about something else.
I live vicariously through his job. He's got a much more interesting job than mine.
Well, so what does he do?
He's bear management.
Okay. So, well, I think there's lots of interesting things in both of those.
Yes.
In both of those jobs. So what does a typical day in your job look like? Is there a typical day?
Yeah, typically I'm in the office on the computer, answering phone calls and emails. It's a lot of paper pushing, I guess you could call it. But part of that is just communicating with our concessioners. We review annual financial reports, preparing annual overall ratings, which I kind of liken that to a report card on how they're doing with their contracts.
Do you use a red pen?
I do not.
Oh.
I have one in my hand, but
that's what I was. You look like you're good at writing like F.
Yes. No, and we have very good concessioners. So A++. We review insurance, risk management plans, all things that are outlined in their contracts. Part of my job requires periodic valuations of the concessioners, and this lets us get out into the park to monitor how they're doing, making sure they're meeting service standards as outlined in their operating plans, making sure they're providing a quality visitor service, making sure the facilities are well maintained, and just ensuring the safety of the visitor and their employees. The part that I like most is I occasionally get to go out on horseback rides, ride on snowmobiles, or even take a ski trip every once in a while. So that's what gets me out in the park. So that's what I like.
So you're kind of, are you doing like the undercover boss type of situation where you're like kind of hiding in the ranks of visitors?
We
on
may
the snowmobile?
entail secret shoppers, but usually they know who I am. So
Yeah,
it's not quite as
if
secret.
you've been here 25 years.
Yes. It's hard to be secret.
Yeah, that sounds like that's a really interesting part of that, is getting to test out those different ways of seeing the park. So that was a lot of different functions and tasks that you have. So what do you think is the most important one to be successful at your job?
I think communication skills and establishing relationships is the most important part of my job.
Yeah, because you're talking with
a variety of people from a variety of backgrounds.
Right.
Many of which I don't always relate to.
Sure.
So being flexible and just patient is very a really good thing to keep in mind.
Yeah. I think that's definitely an important thing.
Yeah, I feel like this past winter we've seen a lot of that because we've had such crazy snow conditions, by which I mean until later in the winter, hardly any snow. So I've been on some of those calls and just seeing the like constant communication with people and trying to make everything work as best we can for them and for our visitors and all of that. It's given me a good insight into how much communication there is with all these businesses, and they of course have their own interests that are they share interests with the Park Service, but they're also businesses, so they have very different things that they have to think about in terms of their long term.
And Yellowstone's had a few hits lately with the flood, the lack of snowfall. Just it's impacted different people in different ways the last few years.
Yeah,
COVID.
It can be challenging to operate businesses on a volcano with crazy weather and you're at the whims of Mother Nature.
Yeah. So I think you kind of already touched on this, but is your favorite part of the job getting to go out on those snowmobile trips and pack trips and llama trips? And
anytime I can get out of the office is a good day.
Yeah.
So if it includes the backcountry, it's even better.
So you actually get to go on like a backcountry camping trip? Like overnight? Do you do overnighters?
I haven't done overnighters with the concessioners, but I have gone out with our backcountry rangers to do stock evaluations in the summer. So I've gotten to go to Beckler, which I had never been to until that.
Yeah.
Last summer, I got to go to Thoroughfare.
Cool.
And so...
some pretty remote, some of the more remote areas of the park.
Yeah. Yes. Both places I would like to go and haven't made it to yet. So that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that sounds awesome. And I guess on the flip side of that, what's the toughest part of your job?
I think the toughest part of my job is just keeping up with everything. Even though Yellowstone is closed in the spring and fall, we're always preparing for the next season. And so we never get to take a break. And if you fall behind in the management of these contracts, the paperwork, it's hard to catch up. So just staying organized and on top of things is the hard part.
Yeah, I want someone to invent like this pause button that you can just hit and no emails will come in, and like you can just like catch up and then you can hit play again and then but I haven't found that yet. So
some of our jobs have sort of a pause button. They have the furlough. They're not allowed to check email for like 2 weeks or a month, but yeah, you're right. Yes. What about the regulations? Are they changing pretty often, or do they stay fairly consistent?
I think they're staying pretty constant, but there are some tweaks that they throw at us every once in a while.
Yeah.
So we have to stay on top of those.
Yeah. I was wondering that. Continuing education.
Yes. There's definitely continuing education aspect.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So even with those difficulties of just a lot of work coming at you, you've obviously done what you could to stay in the National Park Service and in Yellowstone National Park specifically. So why the National Park Service? What's kept you around?
I think just working for an agency whose mission is to preserve our natural and cultural resources, since that is my background. And I grew up, my family took trips to the Great Smokies, Shenandoah. And so it's just been part of who I was prior to the Park Service. And so it just made sense when I landed here that I would stay.
Sure. I guess it's safe to bet that you hadn't snowmobiled in South Carolina too much
I had
before
not.
you got here.
There was many firsts out here.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things about this place is there's always a new experience kind of right around the corner that keeps you motivated, right?
Yes.
Yellowstone just gets some people, and you just can't leave.
Yeah, literally, you can't. They
just
don't
want to come back.
No.
Yeah, literally, they won't.
None of us ever want to. So, would you say that there's a defining moment in your career?
I having been here, this is my first and only park, and I think meeting my husband here and knowing that he wanted to stay here kind of defined my path. And so then I just had to redefine what my goals and ambitions were and find my place.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I mean that makes sense. Do you guys spend time in the park on the weekends and that, or are you guys?
We used to do that a lot more.
Yeah.
Now we have 2 teenagers, so
that keeps you
they keep
busy.
us pretty busy.
Yeah, volleyball games and
basketball games. That's the challenging part living in a remote area is that aspect of it.
So can you kind of touch on that really quickly? Like that's an interesting perspective, raising a family in a remote location like this.
Yellowstone has been a fabulous place to raise kids, especially if you like the outdoors. But with that comes some sacrifices. We're an hour away from the nearest town, like big town for some recreational activities. But you just kind of have to roll with the punches. And if that's what you want to be involved with, you do it. We used to have them in ski school at Bridger Bowl every weekend, and we drive the hour and a half up there every Sunday. Soccer was in Livingston, which is an hour away. We had basketball tournaments and all of that, but we also threw in family trips, hiking, backpacking, fishing, rafting. I mean, you've got it all here. It's just you have to, I mean, we're an hour away from the closest vet for your pets.
Mhm.
So it takes a special person to live here. But if you love the outdoors, I think this is a great place to be.
Yeah. Yeah. That was the biggest. Miles, you've lived on the East Coast too. So like that was the biggest adjustment for me, is just how like no one bats an eye when they're driving an hour and a half somewhere. That's like nothing to them. And I'm like, whoa, that's very far to me. When I first came here, that was like a weekend trip.
Yep.
Was an hour and a half. And so doing that just to go to the store is definitely an adjustment.
And I think, like all of the parents that I know and have grown up with here, we all pitch in. We have daycare, we have preschool, we have grade school.
Mm-hmm.
And we all just probably have to do more here to be involved than you would on the East Coast or in larger metropolitan areas. But it creates that community as well.
Yeah, you probably don't find community like this in a lot of. I mean, this is pretty special.
It is pretty special.
That just can't happen otherwise, because people are off doing their own thing, driving all over the place.
Yeah, there's no one else to do stuff for you here.
Yeah.
So it's like
you kind of have to hang out.
Yeah, like my son's been in preschool the past 2 years, and I've been on the board because it's like only so many of us have a kid in preschool, and
I've been there, done that.
Yeah, I've heard lots of people here told me that when I was moving here. They were like, well, you'll be involved in a lot of things because you have to be. And also everyone will try to recruit your kid for everything because they're a precious commodity.
They are.
They're a limited supply.
We need more kids.
Yes.
Yeah, no. So getting back to your job. So the Park Service mission is to, like you alluded to, preserve the natural and cultural resources for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration for this and future generations, those kids we were talking about. So with that in mind, how does your job contribute to that mission?
Well, I keep going back to when I was first interviewed for my administrative assistant position in the commercial services office, and Mary Murphy, who was a longtime employee of the park, made a comment that stuck with me. And she said, our division touches everybody's vacation. It impacts their experience. And so coming in, that's kind of motivated me to make sure that what I'm doing with our partners are contributing to that experience.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if someone has a bad experience, that they associate that with Yellowstone National Park and the National Park Service potentially.
And then also we work with our interpretive division to help educate our guides to be better educators for their clients that they take through the park. So it's a group effort.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, something I've thought about a lot. I don't know how to quantify it, but I would guess that all of our concessioners spend more, certainly like longer term hours with visitors than any National Park Service employee.
Absolutely.
Because I feel like most people, if they interact with a National Park Service employee, it's going to be as a visitor at a visitor center desk, maybe for like a few minutes because we are busy and there's lines and people have questions. Or maybe they get to go on a ranger-led walk or talk. I mean, that's a small percentage, but even those, maybe you're going to be 30 minutes, 45 minutes, whereas concessioners, it can be all day or multiple days. It can be a really close relationship that people form. So I think about that a lot. I think in every park that I've worked at, that's been the case, that those really quality hours are often with a concessioner. So they're like a huge... not just an extension of what we do, but they contribute big time to that mission.
Yeah, for sure. So for someone who's listening to this and is like, man, that sounds like a cool job. I like a challenge. I like to go snowmobiling every once in a while. What's the series? Do you know your series in USA Jobs?
It's an 1101.
Okay. So that's what people can look at if they're interested in those, and that's concessions.
It's a concessions management specialist.
Okay.
And I believe they start at a GS7 and go all the way up to supervisory positions. There are, I don't know what the series number, but there is a concessions management assistant that might be like a 6-7. But yes, we're all over the Park Service in every park.
Okay. Yeah. And that's the other great thing is that every park has those types of jobs. So if you want to move around the country, you can do that pretty easily.
Absolutely.
That's another great part of that job.
And every park is different in the contracts and commercial use authorizations and activities that they offer. So pick your park, pick your activity, and there's probably something out there for you.
Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. And do you need formal training to qualify for those positions?
Obviously not.
Just lots of experience.
I come from a wildlife biology background. I think a business, accounting, finance experience would be beneficial. I've kind of had to learn on the job. But one thing that's helped me in Yellowstone is just my varied experience working here, and knowing people and programs and the willingness to be flexible and patient. It took me a while to get where I am. And I made some choices for my family that kept me from taking certain jobs. And there were certain jobs I didn't want. But I think those type things would be beneficial for someone looking at this. I don't know that you need like an accounting degree, but I definitely think, people that have run small businesses or worked in, we have one of my coworkers worked, in a cell phone company, just having that knowledge of other business, having that acumen would be helpful. That's where I've been lacking. So it's taken me a few years to train myself.
Sure. And so is your advice would that be your advice for someone wanting that position? Just kind of be opportunistic and take what you can and kind of it'll work its way.
Yeah. And there's been several details that come across that I would encourage people to take advantage of to gain experience. Once you get into the program, our Washington office offers annual trainings with asset management, pricing and evaluation, financial management, commercial use authorizations to kind of bring everybody up to speed, because it is kind of a different aspect of the Park Service. And especially for those people in parks that have collateral duties, you're a superintendent, but you also have to manage the commercial services. It helps with those type things. But I do think there's some introductory trainings on DOI talent that anyone can take. Like, I think there's an introduction to commercial services just to give you some background on the program.
Yeah, that give you that solid foundation to get started and kind of learn more about it. Well, that all sounds, that's great advice. I think super applicable to a lot of people listening. Do you have a favorite, before we let you go, do you have a favorite memory in Yellowstone National Park? I'm guessing you have a few in 25 years. But you can only pick one. That's my rule.
Okay. Well,
very strict.
After 25 years, I have too many. So I'm going to pick one that's not in Yellowstone.
Yeah, that's totally good.
Before I came to Yellowstone, I worked for the Fish and Wildlife Service in Vernal, Utah. And we worked in Dinosaur National Monument. So my favorite memory is just, I worked for an endangered fish project, electrofishing down the Yampa through the park. It was my first job out of college and the best one ever.
Can you describe to those who don't know what electrofishing is? Because it sounds like some heavy metal band from the 80s or something.
Well, we had a raft with electrodes that came out from a boom on the front of the raft, and it had a platform, and we turned the generator on to create the current, and we would go through the rapids with the electricity on, and the fish would get stunned and float to the top, and we'd have large nets hanging off the front of the boat that we would scoop the fish up and bring them in and tag them if they were the right type of fish.
And no fish are harmed in
that is correct.
They are okay for our listeners out there. Did you get any like really weird random species that kind of floated to the top?
No, it was an endangered fish project, so we were looking for specific fish.
Okay.
And so they were few and far between.
Yeah.
But
you just got to make sure that you don't fall in the water when those electrodes
I've
are
heard
on.
that's one of the like most amazing rafting canyons
it's beautiful.
in the country.
It
yeah.
is beautiful.
Yeah.
I would love to go back.
That's another group trip that we can take.
Did you go through the gates
we're
of
taking
Lador?
llamas.
That's the one
on a
section I
rafting
have not
trip.
done.
Gates of
so
Lador.
I
Yeah.
have
My
that on
father-in-law's
my
done
list.
it, and he's like says it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it's a great name.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Becky, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been awesome learning a little bit more about what you do and how you contribute to the National Park Service mission. So just thanks for taking the time to talk to us and teach us a little bit more about it.
My pleasure.
All right, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Becky Wyman. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review really helps new people find the show, so we appreciate it. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thank you.
Hello, Rocky Mountain National Podcast listeners, our podcast pikas out there. Before we tell you about this week's episode, we have two special events coming up on Tuesday, July 18th that we want to make sure you know about. So Tuesday, July 18th, first, we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. And you're going to hear a lot about the Holsworth Historic Site in this week's podcast episode. So stick around, give it a listen. Maybe it'll entice you to come celebrate. The Holsworth Historic Site is located about 8 miles north of Grand Lake on Highway 34 on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park. From 10:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., we will celebrate the history of the Holsworth family with special displays, programs, and games for children. And we'll also be giving guided tours of the site all day. Then starting at 5 p.m., join us for a special campfire program with actual Holsworth family members at the Holsworth Historic Site Campfire Ring. So a full day of celebrations for the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. We are also on Tuesday, July 18th, celebrating World Listening Day. From babbling brooks and thundering waterfalls to bugling elk and singing birds, the natural sounds in this park and all over the world create immersive experiences that are important for visitors, wildlife, and ecosystems. The unimpaired sounds of nature are fundamental natural resources worthy of protection. And this day celebrates that. So there will be activities, art projects, and interactive games at Fall River Visitor Center from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Fall River Visitor Center again. Then you can meet in front of the Fall River Visitor Center at 6 p.m. to join Dr. Jacob Jobe, a scientist with the Sounds and Light Ecology team at Colorado State University. He is going to guide you on a 1.5-hour sound walk that will focus on listening to the sounds of Rocky and what they tell us about our surroundings. So again, for that walk, meet at 6 p.m. in front of the Fall River Visitor Center. One thing to note is that you do need a park pass of some kind because you will be going into the park. So either a day pass, week pass, annual pass, interagency pass, some kind of pass so that you can get entrance into the park. All right, so those are our news and announcements. We're going to lead straight into this week's episode, which is a very cool one. We traveled over Trail Ridge Road to the west side of the park and joined Macy McPherson and Michelle Simmons, our two year-round interpretive rangers on the west side of the park at the Holsworth Historic Site. So we sat out in front of Holsworth. We were at the picnic table and chatted all about not only Holsworth and why it's important and what you can do there, but also about Macy and Michelle's career, what it's like on the west side of the park versus the east side of the park and things to look for over there, about the town of Grand Lake. It was just a great conversation. We had a really good time, and we hope that this will help you learn about some of the lesser visited areas in Rocky Mountain National Park on the west side. So we hope you enjoy, and here we go. Here's Macy and Michelle. Okay, we are here at Holsworth Historic Site. Is that the full name? Yes, Holsworth Historic Site. With, could you give us your names and your title, what you do at the park?
My name is Macy McPherson, and I am one of the interpreters here on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park.
And I am Michelle Simmons. I'm the district interpreter here on the west side of the park, so I oversee the kind of the visitor communication education operation here. And Macy is selling herself short because she is actually my right-hand person, the only other permanent interpreter year-round here on the west side of the park, and she is amazing. She also is the lead out here at Holsworth Historic Site, so it's thanks to her and the volunteers she works with that we have this wonderful place open to the public.
So we have 2 permanent interpretive rangers on this side of the park.
We do. There are 2 of us that work
There are
year-round.
all
and
2 of you.
All 2 of us.
Yep.
And a number of wonderful seasonals who help us out in the summer. And then again, some of them in the winter with our ski and snowshoe programs and education programs in the schools. But no, thank goodness Macy is here.
Goodness Michelle is here.
Yeah, and for our podcast listeners who have listened to previous episodes, episode 1, we interviewed Kathy Brazelton on the other side. So, Michelle, you're like the Kathy of this side, the district.
In some ways. Kathy is the East District interpreter or East District naturalist.
Right.
I'm the West District naturalist, and I'm told sometimes known as the Wicked Witch of the East and the Wicked Witch of the West.
Wow.
So,
okay.
no comment there. But
No comment. Okay. That's funny. All right. So, today I want to talk about west side of the park versus the east side for sure. I'm sure that'll come up, and then also talk about Holsworth, where we are, and we can start with Holsworth Historic Site. So, since that's where we're sitting, could you give us just a real quick overview of what Holsworth is?
The Holsworth Historic Site is a homestead that was homesteaded by the Holsworth family, and then it was turned into a dude ranch and a working ranch through 1974. And so today it gives visitors an opportunity to come and see what life was like 100 years ago. This year, the main cabin is 100 years old. It was built in 1917.
Centennial.
It's a centennial of the Holsworth. Yep, coming up here and homesteading. And we have a lot of family heirlooms here at the site, so visitors actually get to have a one-on-one experience with real artifacts, which you don't get in a lot of places. And they get really amazing one-on-one tours with volunteers who know a lot about the history and kind of give visitors a glimpse into the past here at Rocky Mountain.
and expanding on what Macy said about the artifacts, one of the neat things about the story here is that when the site was sold to the National Park Service, actually via the Nature Conservancy, when it happened back in the 70s, the Holsworth sold it with their belongings intact. So you really do, when you walk through the cabins and you look in the cabins, you're seeing it as they left it, and you're really catching an authentic glimpse of what homesteading life was out here was like out here.
Yeah, that struck me the first time I visited here, which was 3 years ago now, I think. Yeah, you just felt like you were walking into somebody's house. It was really neat. Didn't feel like you're walking into a museum or anything like that. You're just like, oh, wow, okay. That's cool. I'm glad that they convinced them to leave all their stuff.
We have a lot of visitors who say that same thing, or they say, wow, this looks just like my grandma's or my great-grandma's house. Like some of the same artifacts are in here that are in my relative's home. So it really helps them connect, like, oh, wow, people actually did live here at Rocky Mountain.
Yeah, and it was... One thing that I enjoyed was all the taxidermy, all the various projects, just because it was like, it just kind of gave you a feel for...
Tell them about how that came to be.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of taxidermy items out here.
Yeah, for people who haven't visited, number one, you should come visit. And yeah, it's just like...
There's an
coat
incredible...
racks,
lamps. Coat racks made with feet of animals, lamps, exactly. There's all kinds of different types of items, and there's actually a whole taxidermy shop where all of Papa or John Sr. Holsworth, he has all of his tools and everything are still here. And one of the reasons why he started taxidermy was because he got in a really bad wagon accident just right at the bottom of the hill here when they first homesteaded up here, and he couldn't really work anymore. And so he went back to school or to school long distance.
Like correspondence?
Correspondence courses to Nebraska, and which I'm still puzzled of how you do that in the early 1920s.
Good stuff here.
Right.
Amazing.
And so in 1924, he got his taxidermy license officially, and it's hanging up in the taxidermy shop for folks to see.
Mhm.
So, yeah, they turned a pretty tough situation into something really, really interesting and a great opportunity for the family to still make a living out here.
Yeah, some of the stuff in the taxidermy shop is really neat.
It's
Is
really
that a
neat.
deer that's in the case?
There's a deer in the case. There's
Like a
also
full-size
a full-size deer,
body.
and it's kind of white because
Uh-huh.
it's been bleached by the sun.
Yeah.
So that's why it's hidden in the back now. And there's also a couple birds stuffed back in there.
Mhm.
And then yes, in the mama cabin, there's a lot of
Yeah.
deer and some elk, and then a literal footstool,
Yeah. Yep.
which you'd have to see in person to really
A
appreciate.
footstool made out of feet.
Yes.
Yeah. So they first came here then in 1917, correct? When they
Yes.
built the first cabin.
Yes.
So paint the picture. What was what was homesteading like here
And
in
tell 'em why they
1917?
came.
Yeah, and why
Because
did they
that's interesting.
come here?
Yeah, so if you can try to imagine being a family in Denver in 1916 and operating in a saloon, Colorado was one of the first states to pass prohibition. And so this family, the Holsworths, lost one of their main businesses in 1916. And so they had to start all over again. They had a huge change happen to their family and had to figure out what to do, what to
Wow.
do. They were in their early 50s. So they had to
Wow.
really start over in the middle of their lives. And they still had one son at home who was 14, Johnny Jr., and they decided to come up and homestead. John Holsworth Sr., or Papa, had homesteaded before in his younger years, but it didn't really work out for him up here in the county. So they decided to try again. And luckily enough for them, there was still homesteaded property available up here on the edge of Rocky Mountain National Park in 1916, which is pretty incredible to think about. So the
Yeah.
park was already a national park, but
Right.
where we are right now was not parkland. And so 1917, they came up here and built a cabin and started working the land, which is what you had to do to homestead.
Mhm.
And then really quickly after that, Papa injured himself. So that 14-year-old son, who had been probably 15 or 16 at the time, had to take on everything, farming, building the cabins, keeping up all the work. They cut ice off of Grand Lake for a living in the winter, but also to keep their food cold. So there's a lot of work year round.
Yeah.
And so this place was very different, I imagine, back then compared to today. There wasn't a paved road. Fall River Road wasn't open yet, or Trail Ridge Road. Grand Lake was a little community, but there wasn't a lot there. So it's just under 8 miles south of us. So they had to somehow get back and forth to town, even
Yeah.
in the winter.
Seems very remote. back
Very
then.
remote.
Very remote.
So they were tough,
And just hard winters.
very hard
So
winters.
long up here.
When you come out here in the winter nowadays, you're snowshoeing on a good 4 or 5 feet of snow.
Yeah.
So I can imagine it was pretty incredible
It
back
lasts a
then
long
as
time,
well.
too. I just can't imagine
Yeah.
trying to homestead out
I
here.
know.
Just like trying to grow food or anything.
Well, and indeed, the homesteading part, particularly the ranching and trying to raise cattle or horses, proved to be a real challenge. And like many of the homesteaders in the valley here that made it work, they discovered as the park became more popular that it was far easier to make a living in the recreation industry than it was actually being, relying on ranching and cattle. And so they did. As the park grew in popularity, as Fall River Road did open, and then eventually Trail Ridge Road, they made their living by building more cabins and catering to tourists who would come through here, offering lodging, offering home-cooked meals. Johnny Holsworth, Johnny Jr., catching fish down in the Colorado River, which is here on the property, and serving visitors. Now we don't do all of that today, but we're
Sure.
still in the business of serving visitors,
Yeah.
and that's what's really kept up here in the Kawanichi Valley.
Yeah. When did they start making that switch from homesteading to starting to do the
It really
tourism,
happened in the early 1920s.
Okay, so they weren't homesteading too long
Too
before
long.
they were like, okay, we need to do something else here.
Yeah, and they actually had a lot of Papa's friends coming up from Denver just to stay here.
Uh-huh.
And
so
Mama or
maybe they
Sophia
thought,
Holsworth was kind of getting tired of taking care of them all without, getting anything. And
That makes
Johnny was
sense.
doing all the work. And so she said, I'm going to start
Mhm.
charging people to stay here and cook for them and that sort of thing. And so they built one of the first guest cabins in 1921,
Mm-hmm.
and that one you can go in today. It's called Twin One,
Mhm.
and see kind of what it would have been like to stay here. Little
Yeah.
log cabin, and Mama Holsworth would cook and really great German food. She was a German immigrant as well as
Oh, really?
John Holsworth Sr. They both immigrated into America separately, but met in Denver, and very strong German roots. So she had some apparently great German food coming out of that
Oh,
kitchen.
wow. That sounds great. Come stay back here for... How long would people stay? Just totally varied, or was it more long term?
I don't know exactly how long they would stay. I know in the 20s they charged $2 a night or $11 a week to stay here, and that included food and whatnot, probably horses to
Sure.
go on trips,
Wow.
pack trips with.
I could handle that.
Yeah, I would imagine for how long it probably took to get up here. It probably took in those days, even in a Model T pickup truck or something like that, it would have taken a while to get up here from Denver over Berthoud
think it would
Pass
take-
or over Fall River Road. It
Right.
would have taken forever. So I'd assume once you got up here, you'd
You
probably
stay
stay
for a
for a
little
while.
while. Yeah.
Which people still do today. A lot of visitors come up to the Grand Lake area, and they don't just come for one day. Usually they're here either camping here in the national park or outside,
Yep.
staying in a little cabin or whatnot
Mhm.
for a good few days or a week at a time.
Yeah.
Or even for the whole summer.
Actually, one of the fun things about how much time people spend, a lot of folks are driving through the valley here and see the sign for Holsworth Historic Site, don't really know anything about it, but stop in. The bulk of the buildings are about a half a mile across the valley and across the Colorado River from the parking area. But we have one historic cabin that's right by the parking area. And so during the times that we're open, which is about 10:30 to 4:30 daily here in the summer, you'll meet you'll meet a volunteer at that cabin who will tell people a little of the history and encourage them to take that half a mile level stroll across the valley to come see the main part of the historic site.
Mhm.
And what often happens is people think, oh, well, we'll trot back there quickly and spend a few minutes and come back. And it is not uncommon to watch people spend 2 hours, 3 hours. They get
Mhm.
out here and there's so much to see. And the volunteers who run the site are so knowledgeable and friendly. And there's a few activities for kids to do. We've just actually, thanks to one of our interns this summer, another amazing volunteer, Emily, have started up a little bingo game that you can play out here looking for some of the artifacts.
Uh-huh.
Like, is the footstool on it?
The
footstool's on it.
The toilet seat in Twin One is on there. Which
Oh, really?
You have to come find.
Don't tell them where it is.
I won't.
Okay.
It's
okay.
in there somewhere.
In there somewhere.
So at any rate, if you're planning on coming, give yourself plenty of
Yeah.
time because folks really do get hooked out here.
Yeah, that
It's
happened.
a great place
the
to
first
stay.
time that I came out here with a small group of people, we were like, oh, we'll just stop in and check it, and we stayed quite a while. The buffalo coat lured us in.
Yeah, so we have an incredible buffalo coat that is a remake of the original buffalo coat, but it's still really incredible. And
So heavy.
It's so heavy, and it's just amazing. We just had it restitched a little because we have so many people try it on. It was
Uh-huh.
actually falling apart, and that's how much people love this
Yeah.
buffalo coat. They actually come here looking for it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's made out of 2 buffalo hides, and it weighs 22 pounds. So you definitely need to come check
So,
out the buffalo
yeah.
coat and put it on.
I'd love to have it on when it's cold, just to see. Because every time I've put it on, it's been warm.
Yeah,
and
it's
you're
been
like,
hot.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
hot
and you're like,
immediately.
"This
Take it
isn't-
off.
I'm done." Yeah.
But it'd be interesting to see how it is when it's 10.
I try to
10 below, 20
imagine
below.
wearing that heavy coat and walking around in the snow because it's down
Good
to the
workout.
ground.
Yeah.
So, and with how much snow there is, even if you're in skis or snowshoes,
Yeah.
you'd just be coated in snow and ice.
Absolutely.
Well, it's down to the ground for you, Macy. I'm not. I'm
True.
not sure it would have been true for Johnny Holsworth.
Maybe he was much taller than me.
so while we're setting it up, when people pull up, you're driving on 30 Trail Ridge Road, 34, whichever you want to call it. You'll see a sign, Holsworth Historic Site, one of those nice brown signs that you see in parks. And there's a parking area, and like you said, the cabin. There's someone there to talk to. Then you walk about half a mile, and it's a nice walk. It's a great walk. There's some signs that teach you about the area. You can kind of get out in the middle of the valley to get a little bit more of a feel. You walk over the Colorado River.
There's often elk or moose
Yep.
that you see along the
Elk
way.
or moose. And then you get over here, and how many cabins are there total? A lot. It's quite a site.
We're counting. Hang
Yeah,
on.
we're counting right now.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. There's a lot.
There's 12 cabins out
12?
here, plus a few outhouses. That,
Yeah.
are kind of scattered throughout.
And then, so when you come to visit, how many of these can you look inside? You can look in the main cabin.
You can look in the main cabin, the mama cabin, which we give tours of because that's where all that's where all the artifacts are. So we ask you to go in with one of the volunteers or one of the rangers out here.
And that is really cool.
I
mean,
really
we're audio
great.
only, so we can't show you.
Yeah,
but you need to come see
it's really, really neat in there. And then there's one of the guest cabins, twin one, that you can go in that's self-guided, as well as the taxidermy shop. There's also an ice house where they kept blocks of ice that they cut off a Grand Lake in, and it has the original sod roof from the Holsworth family still growing on it.
Oh, that is okay.
That's actually
really
the real grass. Yes,
that's amazing.
And then the little tent house that Johnny built himself because he got tired of sleeping in the one-room cabin with his parents.
Wonder why.
And those are the main public buildings, and then the one down by the parking lot as well, the Fleshy cabin, which is a little older than the cabins up here.
So people can look at those. They can get they have to get a guided tour through Mama House.
Yep, Mama House.
And then there's bingo.
There's bingo.
There's a coat you can try on.
There's a coat. There's also a washing machine where you can wash
like
socks.
a hand wash machine?
There is a hand wash machine with a crank.
Yeah.
And wring out the socks. You can also dress up like a pioneer or a cowboy. So we have clothes for you all to try on. And you can also rope a horse and sit on a saddle.
Wow. So much to do.
Well, explain the horse. It's not a live horse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Miles was getting really excited. No, we do.
Oh,
We do
I wanna
have
be
a
on a
little
horse.
saddle you can sit on.
Oh, I
And
see.
you can. Is that a sawhorse? What would you even call that horse?
It's certainly an original artifact.
Log horse
A
or
log
something.
horse. A horse made out of
Sawhorse. Yeah.
There is a log horse. Yes,
There's a
but
lot to do.
definitely you can try your
Yeah.
roping. And actually, if you come during the heart of the summer, during July, and I'm trying to remember, we might even go into the first week of August this year. On Friday mornings, there is a program that we offer, a ranger-led program called A Walk Backwards, which is geared towards kids, typically kids age about 6 to 12. And it's by reservation, so you can call the park ahead of time to sign up your kids. 970-627-3471 to make reservations for that. But they actually will dress the kids up in period costumes. That's led by one of our longtime rangers, Barb King, who's amazing with children. So they get to dress up in costume and pretend that they're part of a ranch family. They come back, they get a tour of the mama cabin, and then they get to engage in a bunch of different period-type chores, whether it's mixing some biscuit dough together, or cleaning fish, or milking a cow.
Wow.
Again, the cow may also be made of wood, but it's a whole lot of fun. And what else? Well, sewing on buttons or making period dolls.
Period dolls. They weave a little rug. They nail horseshoes. They saw wood. They do a lot of chores.
Wow, how long
they
is
have
this?
They do get to do a few games like sack races, but
How long is it?
The program is about 2.5 hours.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and it's actually, when you look at our statistics, is one of our most popular programs here on the west side of the
bet.
park.
Sounds fun.
Which is why we ask people to reserve in advance, so that it doesn't get too unwieldy in terms of the numbers. But that's Friday mornings. I'm sure it runs through July. I think it might run through August 4th. But if you access the website
Yeah, you
that
can
Miles
check our
takes
online
care of,
calendar.
you
Yeah.
can check the online calendar.
Yeah, when you go to our website, if you look in the upper right-hand corner, there's a little icon, and it says calendar. Click on there. Search, put in the dates when you're going to be here, and it'll show you everything that's going on then. So you can confirm all the details. It's also in the park newspaper. When you come in the park and they hand you the newspaper, look in the middle of that, and it has all of our programming.
Ooh, that's right. Yeah.
Another program.
Yeah, another one of our really
this one's
special
neat, too.
programs
Yeah.
that happens out here. Happens on Friday evenings. So Fridays are a big day out at Holsworth Historic Site. But Friday evenings, another one of our rangers who's worked here more than 20 seasons, Harry Cannon, does a program called Old Ranch Campfire. I have to be careful not to say Old Ranger Campfire.
Wouldn't want to offend anyone.
No, but
Come see an old campfire
it wouldn't
with an
offend
old
Harry.
ranger.
But he does that in first-person character.
Oh,
so
cool.
when you arrive down at the parking lot down at Fleshet Cabin, he greets you as if he were a ranch hand working for Johnny Holsworth at the time that this was an operating dude ranch. And so he will lead you across that path across the valley, telling you tall tales and stories, which are very much in the style of what Johnny Holsworth was famous for. When they had folks staying out here at the ranch, they would have evening campfires, and he was known for his tall tales. So Harry tells those, and they come back here to the site. We have a campfire ring here at Holsworth Historic Site. They gather around, and it's just an old-timey, old-fashioned good time. They sing a lot of songs, campfire songs. Marshmallows are roasted, and more tall tales are told. And it's a really fun, feel-good, family-friendly type program. And again, that goes into early August, I think, on Friday evenings. And again, look at the website for the details on that. But that is not to be missed if you can help it.
Wow. A lot of stuff going on over here at Holsworth. I didn't even realize. I mean, I did, but I didn't think of it all at once.
On the 18th, Tuesday, July 18th.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Celebrating the 100 years of the Holsworth family homesteading here. So we're going to have, throughout the day, we're going to, do our normal tours and have everything accessible. And then we will have some special booths set up and some kids games from Barb's Walk Backwards program. And in the evening, around 5 p.m., we're going to have a campfire with some of the Holsworth family members. They're going to come out and tell some stories and answer our questions. So if you're in the area on July 18th, that would be a great time to stop by the Holsworth Historic Site.
Yeah, come on by. We've had a couple hundred. There's that for here, the 100th anniversary of Holsworth. And then not too long ago, we had a centennial celebration here for the whole park. So this wasn't part. When did the Cowanechee Valley area become part of Rocky Mountain National Park?
Well, it changed little by little. Slowly, the park accumulated some of the private in-holding lands and parcels. Yeah. 1975 is when the Holsworth property, which was almost 800 acres at that point.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was that big.
Yeah, they accumulated a lot of land over the period of them living here.
Yeah.
And so it was called the Never Summer Ranch at that period. And so the whole Never Summer Ranch was turned over to the National Park Service in 1975. So that was a good chunk of the Cowanechee Valley, but there's still, even today, are a couple in holdings in the valley, and we're still acquiring land here and there.
Yeah, didn't one just recently get acquired? And yeah.
Yeah, there's just a few
right?
private in-holdings here, people who own property since before the time that the park was established. And there was, I think it was the Johnson property.
That's right.
That was acquired with the help of the Rocky Mountain Conservancy just a couple of years ago. And so, yeah, these things, as they become available and as we have willing owners, there's an attempt to try and make the park whole in terms of the boundaries of the private property. So more sites that people can go visit. That particular one is kind of in an obscure location.
Hard to get to.
Yeah, kind of hard to get to. It's not on the main road. But what that protects it from, though, going forward, is that a private owner could sell to another private owner who could look at things like development. Whereas when it does get purchased and given to the park eventually, it ensures that it'll be preserved in a natural state for generations to come,
Yeah, forever, hopefully. At least that's what we're supposed to do.
Yes, indeed.
So what else? We can come back to Holsworth as things come up. Are there other key things you want to make sure we hit before we talk a little bit more broadly?
I'm going to give one more pitch for the volunteer program out here, because this site would not exist in a way that was accessible to the public if we didn't have volunteers. We usually have a staff of about 6 volunteers a day that it takes to operate this place and do the tours and provide wonderful service for the public. So, moving forward year by year, we're always looking to recruit volunteers.
Yeah.
We even have a couple of cabins on site here that are used as housing for some of the volunteers who get to experience what it's like to live in a rustic area
sounds great.
Off the main roads. With no internet and very minimal cell phone coverage.
Yeah, pretty idyllic though.
But we do each year. We have 2 or 3 or 4 volunteers that live up here on site and help us out 4 days a week, both at Holsworth and doing a lot of other things. So we typically do recruiting over the winter and then have everybody in place for training in the summer and to get us through the summer season. But watch volunteer.gov is the website where those options are posted, and we're always looking for wonderful people who want to share this story with the public.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. We recently recorded a podcast with Lindsay, our volunteer coordinator, and we were just talking about all the many different ways and programs that are just would not run without our volunteers. And I think this is a great example.
We're getting sometimes now 400 or 500 people a day here at
Wow.
Holsworth Historic Site. And I can't remember what our visitation was for last summer. Got to be in the 30,000, and those are visitors that wouldn't have the chance to experience this if it weren't for the really amazing volunteers who dedicate so much time.
Yeah.
Give
much
back
time
to the national park.
Yeah, I remember the first time I came here. Maybe she's here today. I met someone, and she'd just been volunteering like full time for I don't even remember how many summers.
Yeah,
it was incredible. It was like a full-time job.
Yeah.
She just loved it so much. And not just being out here and volunteering too, but how much I could tell people were really into it, like really into the story, and how much research they'd done and binders they'd made, and just so much love and care and support that they put into it, and to talking to everyone. It's really nice. Okay, that's a good thing to cover. So I just want to talk a little bit more about the Kawanichi Valley and the west side of the park, and what do we mean by the west side of the park, and all that sort of stuff. So what do we mean by the west side of the park for our visitors who may not know?
Well, of course, the park is divided not exactly halfway, but pretty close by the Continental Divide, by the main range that runs through here with all the high peaks, and so both geographically and logistically, it makes sense for the park to sort of have an east district or east districts and a west district. During the summer, to get from our visitor center and offices here on the west side of the park to where Miles is over at headquarters is an hour and a half or longer, depending on moose jams.
Right. Yep. Exactly. Yep.
Up over the top, and the reality is that in this high mountain elevation habitat, that road is closed most of the year, usually from about mid-October to Memorial Day, weather dependent.
Right.
And so that time of the year to get from here to there is about 3.5 hours. So there is this geographic kind of separation that makes it logical to have sort of a west side of the park and an east side of the park. It's just practical for that. And so there. It's all one park. We a lot of things you'll find similar, in terms of staff and programming and things side to side. But there's also some differences. Certainly, the Estes Park, the east side of the park, being closer to all the Front Range cities like Denver and Boulder and Fort Collins, bears the brunt of the visitation.
80%.
Yeah,
right?
well,
something like that.
I think in terms of how people enter, I'm not sure. I think,
right.
That's just entrance station. So,
yeah.
But a lot of those people, not all of them, but a lot of those people who enter on the east side do come all the way across Trail Ridge Road and come down here. But it is a percentage of them. It's not all of them. And so one of the differences you'll find is that the east side of the park is busier than the west side. Now, in the past few years, the west side is getting busier and busier, and so we're finding some of the same challenges with full parking lots and busy visitor centers as the east side. But still, if you want a chance at having fewer people during your visit, the west side would be a good target to come over here and see some of that. We have this wonderful historic site, which is kind of unique in the park.
Yeah, for sure.
Not that there aren't historic areas over there, but there's not a place like this where you can go on tours through an intact.
Yeah, it's usually like something was here, or here's a sign of what it looked like, or something like that. It's not, oh, there's cabins that you can see people's stuff, see their...
Another one of the attractions is the headwaters of the Colorado River.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Which is huge, obviously one of the major rivers in the United States. And it starts from, little rivulets flowing together to form stream up here at the head of the Kawanichi Valley. So it flows through the Kawanichi Valley as it heads.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah,
starts its journey.
People, if they come to the park, should learn about it. It's in our brochure and everything. But the Continental Divide, like Michelle was saying, runs right through the middle of the park. And so water that falls on one side of the divide ends up eventually in the Atlantic Ocean, and on the other side ends up in the Pacific. And it's interesting how it takes that big jag here, kind of a big U-turn.
Oh, yeah. One of the fun things to do is to have people, when they visit Holsworth Historic Site, be standing out in the valley with these amazing views of the mountains around and say, okay, point to the Continental Divide. And the correct answer is to point in 3 different directions because, the Continental Divide does, following the topography, kind of head up the north side of the Kawanichi Valley, cross over at Laputer Pass, and then come south along the crest of the Never Summer Mountains. And so it's kind of funky to be up here at
Yeah.
the head of this valley and be almost surrounded by the Continental
Yeah, it
Divide.
makes a pretty weird turn.
Yeah.
It's amazing. That's one of my favorite things about here, actually. It's just because if you've been in the West and been to lots of other parts of the Colorado where it's this huge, muddy, raging thing, and you're like, oh, it almost looks like a little creek.
Yeah.
It's really neat.
Yeah.
It's really neat to see where it starts. I haven't hiked all the way up. I should.
Yeah.
All the
No,
way
we
up
have
to the headwaters.
One of my favorite little hikes over here that sometimes people overlook because it's a simple little hike is the Coyote Valley River Walk, which is kind of halfway down the valley. It's also an accessible trail, so the trail is designed so that wheelchairs can go on it. But it's maybe a half a mile one way.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But it's right on the river. You got the river on one side, the valley on another side, some scattered trees, and it's often a really good place for wildlife. Plus, there's a real pretty picnic area right there. So,
Yeah,
if
I
you're
like that
looking
walk a
for
lot.
something short, especially in the evening, right at sunset, it's just beautiful out there.
Yeah, what are some other kind of, not all-day hikes, but just short things people can do if they're coming through?
The East Inlet Trail is definitely the most popular trailhead on the west side of the park, mostly because it has awesome views of the mountains and you're along a creek the whole way, but it also is really close to the town of Grand Lake. It's just on the outskirts of Grand Lake. So it's if you're coming up to Grand Lake, that's a great little intro, but it definitely can be busy in the middle of the day, so that's also a good morning or afternoon stroll. Definitely talking about the Colorado River, one of the great trails is the Colorado River Trail, and you can just stroll on that one as well. It's not a very hard hike. You kind of meander in and out of the woods and the meadows, and then sometimes you're along the river. And if you want to go for a longer hike, about 3.5 miles from the trailhead is the site of Lulu City, which was an old mining town. There's not a lot left, but there are some logs and some foundations, but it's a really pretty site, and you can really kind of picture people living up there. But also it's really remote, so it kind of is puzzling of how they lived up there and how they got back and forth to different places.
People did some real wild things to try to mine.
They did. And it didn't work out too well here in the valley because there really wasn't any gold or silver, but they did try.
They tried.
And that is definitely one of the beautiful trails here in the valley. It has some nice older trees on it, and not a super steep rocky hike. It's beautiful along the river.
And then there's the visitor center, of course.
Yep, the Kawanichi Visitor Center, which is right before the Grand Lake entrance, just about a mile from the town of Grand Lake. And we're open during the summer from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And we are open year-round. The hours do shorten in the fall, winter, and spring, but we're open every day except for Thanksgiving and Christmas Day.
Actually, that's a really good point. The west side of the park is a great place to visit in the winter. Even though the road over the top is not open, the road here in the Kawanichi Valley is plowed to about 12 miles from the entrance. So the valley itself, you can access the valley. Beautiful place for snowshoeing or cross-country skiing.
Yeah, I've heard the cross-country skiing is really good.
Yeah.
I
Well,
still
part of
haven't
it is
gotten
because
over here to do that.
it's a nice valley, so you have the
Right.
option of having fairly level, options for skiing. And we do in the winter, again in the heart of the winter, usually from about the very end of December through February to the very beginning of March, we've offered ski and snowshoe programs. Ski programs mostly in January, and the snowshoe programs throughout that whole time on the weekends. Again, by reservation, same phone number. But the ranger that leads those makes a point of tracking routes that don't follow summer trails. So you specifically have the opportunity to get out and see parts of the valley, see parts of the park that are different from what you can easily access in the summer.
Right.
Because once it's blanketed with snow, you can go just about anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
And the snow's pretty consistent over here through the winter, too.
We get lots of snow.
Yeah, which that's something that's definitely different.
Snow is a reality. Snow,
yeah,
snow
definitely
is a
different
certainty.
from the east side of the park. What's weather and conditions on this side?
We usually get
compared
an
to the other side?
average of about 150 inches of snow a winter.
So
and
much more than us.
Yeah. With the way the storms come from the west and bump up against the Continental Divide, it drops. We're sometimes known as the better, wetter side. And so pretty typically throughout most of the winter, you'll have 2 or 3 or more feet of snow on the ground.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's great.
Usually by the time you get to late December, early January,
Yeah.
the skiing and snowshoeing is really good for the next few months.
Yeah, because I'm a pretty novice cross country skier in terms of like steepness skill
Yeah.
set, and so a lot of times on the east side of the park, I'm kind of like, whoa, man, I don't know, this is kind of beyond me.
Yeah,
So yeah,
No, this is a good place for beginners.
yeah,
And it's also, again, even quieter in the winter because without the road open, we don't get the folks that are
Sure.
coming through the park. And so you'll have a lot of peace and probably a fair amount of solitude if you come in the winter.
What about the wind over here compared to the east side?
Not so much.
Not so much.
Not so much. No,
Calmer?
no. We don't get the winds the way you do. Not that you can't have a windy day
Sure,
here
but-
and there, but they're not a regular feature
and
of the climate.
and cooler on this side as well, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Including in summer too, to some degree.
Do be prepared in the winter for really. Yeah, but the nighttime temperatures are typically below zero.
Yeah.
20 below is not uncommon.
Yeah.
The lowest I've seen it in the 12 years I've been here was minus 44.
A little chilly.
Yeah,
little bit.
yeah. That's not when I would recommend skiing and snowshoeing.
No.
But the good news is it's usually sunny. I mean,
Right.
we obviously get storms, we get the snow, but there's usually beautiful sunny days in between. And when you have sun and it isn't windy
Yeah.
and the temperature is 10 or 15 or
Yeah,
20 or
feels warm.
25, it's really
Especially if you're
comfortable.
skiing or
It's
snowshoeing, it's
amazingly
really
comfortable.
That's one of my favorite things about
yeah.
Colorado is just you get that
Yeah.
nice crisp. I worked at Black Canyon, the Gunnison for a
Yeah.
while, and so I lived, in the winter
Yeah.
and lived up on
Yeah.
the rim.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would just, like you said, it'd be 10, 15, and you get out and you hardly need, just like a long sleeve shirt, some pants with long johns, and
Yeah.
you're
Yeah. Oftentimes,
almost too hot.
even if it's uncomfortably cold overnight, it'll warm up into something
Yeah.
that's very nice for recreation
Yeah.
during the day.
So winter recreation, West Side, don't
Yeah,
forget.
don't forget us. Come see us.
And then I'm trying to think of what else feels different on this side to me. I mean, you have the whole valley set up, which I feel like is and it looks like a valley. I mean, on the Estes side, it's a valley sort of. It's like this circular sort of basin almost, whereas here you really have that feel of
This Kawanichi Valley, going back to, we talked about the headwaters of the Colorado River, but back in the last ice age, this was carved by a glacier, the Colorado River Glacier, which extended from the head of the valley, 20 miles?
Wow.
Maybe more than 20 miles
glacier.
down beyond where the park boundary is now. But that's part of the reason it feels so valley-like, and also part of the reason
interesting. I didn't know that.
that it's wide. The glacier was 1,500 foot thick, and one of the fun things here is as you stand on the floor of the valley and look up at the sides of the valley, you see these lumpy ridges up and down, and those lumpy ridges are the lateral moraines, the side of the glacier where the debris and the rocks that the glacier was carrying melted out to the side.
I've never noticed that. I'm
Oh
gonna have
man,
to pay
no! So
attention.
you can get a feeling for just how deep the ice was by looking up above you at the lumpy ridges.
Yeah.
And then if you head south of the park, as you head south on Highway 34, you drive alongside Shadow Mountain Lake, which is a reservoir adjacent to Grand Lake. But as you drive along Shadow Mountain Lake and get to the southern end of it, there are some lumpy ridges there and some little crescent-shaped islands. And the crescent-shaped islands and the lumpy ridge, actually the lumpy ridge represents kind of the terminal moraine. And as the glacier receded and would pause in its melting, it would build up these little ridges, which are now the islands in Shadow Mountain Lake. So the geology, there's glacier geology on the other side of the park too, but here it's got this really nice, well-defined,
It's just so big.
massive
It's
valley.
just massive. Yeah. It almost, well, you worked up in Alaska too.
Yeah,
and
I did
Yeah,
have
it's
the chance.
interesting being back down somewhere where the glaciers are pretty much all gone and being in like a post-glacial landscape.
Exactly.
And thinking about the two and
Well,
what it would have looked
yeah.
like filled with this huge glacier.
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And then the Never Summers as well, which is the range that is really prominent when you're in the Kawanichi Valley. It's to the west of the valley. I think is really neat too because it's all volcanic, correct?
Yes, and one of the neat things, actually a couple things that I thought of when you were talking, Never Summer Mountains, the Never Summer Range. We're in the Kawanichi Valley. We have the Tanahutu River.
Good names.
Yes, a lot of the names here, certainly on the west side of the park, and I know some of them on the east side too, but date back to a tour that was taken with a group of Arapaho Indians who mentioned their names that they had for some of these features.
Mm-hmm.
So Kawanichi Valley, the term Kawanichi refers to coyote.
Mm-hmm.
Tanahutu means big meadow, which we also call Big Meadow.
Meadow.
Funny about that.
Yeah.
Tanahutu River runs through Big Meadow.
Mm-hmm.
There's Anahu Creek, which was named after actually a racehorse. The Native Americans would have races here in the valley, and there was a horse that would, to get warm, would back up towards the fire, and the name Anahu means warms himself.
Oh, okay.
But when you mentioned the Never Summer Mountains,
Yeah.
That actually comes from an Arapaho word too, which I'm sure I won't pronounce correctly, but it's along the lines of Nichibichi,
Mm-hmm.
and it translates never no summer mountains. And so when whoever translated it into English, they decided to drop the double negative, and so now we have the Never Summer Mountains. But a lot of the topography over here still reflects the Native American heritage.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of neat.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, the Never Summers are just so cool.
Oh, and you mentioned volcanic.
Yeah.
They are. They're definitely igneous. They were a range that erupted as a volcano. What is it? 24 million years ago, I think is what geologists say. So they're recent. I mean, that sounds like a long time, but
in mountain
for a
terms,
geologist, that's really quite recent. And the other really unique thing geologically about them is it was really one eruptive cycle. With a lot of volcanoes, they'll erupt, they'll erode, they'll erupt, they'll erode. You get layers and layers.
Mm-hmm.
This was sort of a
a
one-time event, which gets geologists
Must have been a
excited.
big event.
But when you look at the mountains now and the beautiful rugged snow-capped peaks, most of the summer, never no summer, you are actually looking at the inside of the volcanoes. You're not looking at the volcanic rock that came out. You're looking at the igneous granitic rock that was part of the magma chambers on the inside that cooled and hardened. What's happened is that in the years since, particularly with things like glaciers in action, the lava that erupted and cooled has already been worn away. It's already so I always like to tell kids when we have school groups that you're looking at the guts of these volcanoes. You're looking at the inside. There are places you can still see a little of the ash that erupted from the Never Summer Mountains at Lava Cliffs.
Lava Cliffs.
Up on Trail Ridge Road. There's some places, if you know where to look across the valley here, you can see some outcrops.
Just where stuff was
Specimen
ejected
Mountain,
way far away.
Specimen Mountain. But when you look at the Never Summer Mountains themselves, you're actually looking at intrusive igneous rock rather than extrusive volcanic rock.
Yeah, that's cool. It definitely, when you see them, hopefully that'll help give listeners a better understanding. Because when you see them, they do look different. If you pay a little attention, these versus the main mountains in Rocky, it's like, it looks pretty different. And
when you drive over Trail Ridge Road, except for those few outcrops, you're looking at rocks that are much, much, much older.
Right.
Metamorphic rocks and other granites, but that are just way older than the Never Summer Mountains.
And in terms of wildlife over here, pretty similar. We're starting to get some moose on the east side now.
Yeah, we're sharing our moose with you.
Yeah, you're sharing. They're exporting some moose.
The moose are doing this on their own.
They're exporting themselves.
Yeah.
They're finding their way through and over the mountains onto the east side of the park. But
we definitely have a larger population over here
Yeah.
than on the east side of the park. So the odds of seeing a moose are higher on the west side of the park. I find that they're much easier, more commonly seen early in the summer. Right now, as we're recording this in early July, this is a pretty good time. June, they seem to be everywhere.
Do you think they move up into the mountains later in the summer, or we're not really sure?
You know, what the time of the year I find it hardest to find them is September, October, right? And I don't know if that's because it's the rut and they're more shy,
busy with that,
or if it has to do with hunting season in the forest around us.
Right.
But certainly, I think you've got a higher probability of seeing moose June, July than late August,
That's
September,
good to know.
October.
Yeah, one of the first, other than coming over here for a brief tour and going to Holsworth and stuff, one of the first things I did on this side is I hiked up North Inlet all the way and actually went up to Lake Nanita and what's the other one? Nakoni, yeah. And then up and over that saddle and then up into the upper end where there's no trail and came down through there trailless. A lot of moose sign.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A lot of moose
Yeah,
sign up
yeah,
in there
yeah.
where there aren't any trails.
Yeah. And if you come in the winter, I can just about guarantee you'll see lots of moose tracks.
Uh-huh.
Whether you see moose,
Right.
maybe not, but you'll definitely see moose tracks. And
Moose are
sign.
amazing.
Yeah.
I love moose. And of course we have elk over here.
Lots of elk over here. I'm trying to think what else. Is there other things that would be unique?
We see a lot of river otter signs in the
Oh.
winter. We don't rarely ever see the
That's
otters,
interesting.
but in the winter along the Colorado River, because the river is mostly frozen over, but when you're kind of standing on top of it, you can hear it
Uh-huh.
bubbling underneath you. And
Uh-huh.
there are a lot of river otter tracks
Yeah.
and slides where they're sliding down hills, and you can even see holes in the ice where they've broken through into the river.
That is very
especially walking out from the parking lot here at Holsworth out here to the cabins in the winter.
Cool.
Wandering along the river, there are a lot of otter tracks.
Wow.
But we really, really actually see the otters any time of the year.
I need to come check that out. I would love to see that. That'd be really fun. So, Michelle, you said you've been here 12 years on this side of the park. And Macy, you're a newcomer, right?
I'm a newcomer. I got here in May of 2016, so I've been just over a year. here
Okay.
at
And where were
Rocky.
you here? Where were you before here?
I was at a little park in New Mexico called El Malpais National Monument.
Uh-huh. Little different than here.
A little different.
Yeah. What other parks have you worked at?
I've also worked at Grand Teton and Glacier as a seasonal.
Okay.
And then I was permanent at Great Basin and Grand Canyon.
Oh, Great
as well.
Basin.
Yeah.
Wow. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's a very cool park.
It's a very cool park.
Yeah, I have not gotten to go. I've only gotten to work on the map, and it made me want to go.
It's really neat. There's such low visitation there. They only
Right.
get like 80,000 visitors a year. So
Yeah.
it's a real wilderness type of park, but it has some amazing features.
Yeah.
Bristlecone pines and really cool caves.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's definitely one not to be missed if you're out in the middle of nowhere, Nevada.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's everyone that I know who's worked there or been there. It's like, oh yeah, you definitely.
It's a great
You got to
park.
go. It's
Yeah.
amazing. So how has the west side of Rocky compared so far to other places that you've worked?
Well, I've wanted to work on the west side of Rocky for many, many years.
Really?
This has been a dream spot for me.
What was
so-
the dream? Why did you want to be over here?
Well, first time I came to Rocky, I was 16 with
Uh-huh.
my family. We were doing a cross-country road trip, and I just remember being up in the Alpine. I think we were up at the Alpine Visitor Center, maybe Farview, and I remember looking down in the valley and just thinking it was just, wow, that's a really beautiful place. And for some reason, as my career went on, I just always wanted to
It was
come
just
back
in the
to
back
Rocky.
of your head, huh?
Yep. And yeah, this is definitely one of the most beautiful places I've gotten to work, but also one of the most fun jobs I've ever had. I absolutely love it here. It's definitely one of the best places.
Yeah. What do you like? What do you like about the work? What makes it so fun?
It's very
The supervisor.
Other than your supervisor.
Of course.
Of course. That's the
Other
number
than
one
Michelle.
reason. Yeah.
Seriously though, like Michelle makes this such a fun place to work, and I think the diversity of the work is what makes it so fun. The seasons are awesome, so you have a really busy summer season, and then the fall and spring are really busy with school programs, like not as many
I didn't
daily
think about that.
visitors,
Yeah.
but yep, we get to do a lot of school programs in the classrooms, but also they do field trips out here.
Uh-huh.
And then the winter is quiet, but also I feel like I was really active this winter with all of our ski and snowshoe programs and just getting ready for summer and, playing in all the snow. It's just such a diverse park in that way. And the job is so diverse. So every day it's something
Yeah.
different. And then seasonally I do different work. And, like right now in the summer, I'm out here at Holsworth a lot of the time. So it's just such a neat position because of the diversity of different jobs I get to do.
And how do you like living in Grand Lake?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah? It seems like a great place.
I love it. Yeah.
What's the year-round population of Grand Lake? Do we?
Not many, I would say.
I think at Grand Lake year-round maybe 500, but of course
Oh.
that's a lot more in the summer.
Sure.
There are a lot of second homes, a lot of vacation homes, summer homes up in this area.
But year-round, 500. Wow. That's even less than I realized. Yeah.
And we have the local communities too of Granby and Winter Park and stuff,
Right,
and Kremlin. So there are some communities in the county here, so you don't feel too isolated
Yeah.
in the winter. And plus, people come up to go downhill skiing up in the mountains too, so you run into those folks visiting the park as well.
Yeah, and actually, while residents may be, in the hundreds, that Grand Lake, like the park, operates on recreation. And so there are lots of visitors still in the wintertime.
Oh,
who
okay.
come.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I
In
wasn't-
the forest around us is one of the most amazing snowmobile trail systems. And so that's one of the highlights for folks
lot
who
of
come to
snowmobiling.
Grand Lake is a lot of snowmobiling, Of course, there's the activities in the park, the skiing, the snowshoeing. But there are also 3 ski areas. No, more than that. We've got 3 Nordic ski areas. There's one in Grand Lake, one down in Granby, and then one outside of Fraser, plus a couple of downhill ski resorts, one in Winter Park and one in Granby. And so, yeah, a lot of winter recreation.
Huh.
So
so it still
businesses
quiet,
are
but it
open,
still
restaurants
keeps it-
are open. Yeah, there's still things to see and do, even though the actual year-round live-in population drops quite a bit in the winter.
Yeah. Does it become a snowmobile town mostly, or is it mostly still cars? Or just a mix?
They actually, in Grand Lake, don't plow the streets to where they'll melt off because they want to
it's
make
better.
it snowmobile friendly.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's both. I mean, vehicles are just fine.
Yeah.
But you'll see snowmobiles pulled up at the local restaurant or whatever. So.
And so you've been here for 12 years, Michelle. Where were you before?
Before this, I was at Sitka National Historical Park up in Alaska. And
On an island?
On an island off the coast of Alaska.
Off the road system?
Yeah, it was funny because when they interviewed me for this job here on the west side of the park, they actually flew down the 2 finalists for this position.
Wow.
Because in part they were worried about the people understanding the remoteness of this area. And I was going, you have a road.
Yeah. I can
you
drive
can get
here
to Denver in 2
other
hours?
places?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was that was kind of fun. This was coming to the big city.
I never got to go down to Southeast Alaska. I was always up in
Alaska was amazing.
Central, yeah. How long were you there?
We were there about 5 years.
In interpretation as well?
Yes. I worked in the park there. Actually, the last few years I was there, I was the chief of interpretation.
Okay.
So that's kind of fun to be in charge.
Yeah.
And then before that was Lake Mead National Recreation Area down in the desert. Lake Mead by Boulder Dam and Hoover
I've
Dam.
been around there.
And before that was Lava Beds National Monument in northeastern California.
Oh, yeah.
A hidden gem.
Yeah.
Kind of like Great Basin.
Right.
And then before that was I started as a volunteer intern right out of college at Death Valley National Monument, as it was back then.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I love Death Valley.
Yeah. Oh, one of my all-time favorite
Yeah, I got to
places.
do their map. It was great. I've talked about it before on the podcast, so I won't drone on and on.
You
but
name dropper.
It was amazing. It was such a fun place to get to map. Just it's so bizarre and diverse.
Yeah.
From way below sea level to like 11,000 plus foot telescope peak, and you're standing there in salt, and we were there in the middle of the winter. It was like 85, and you're looking up at snow. It's pretty fantastic, and just all the weird formations.
Yeah, incredible
Devil's
geology.
Golf Course,
Incredible
and the
geology.
geology. Yeah, I remember when I got there. I'm sure. Oh, well, I shouldn't say I'm sure. I bet this person was still there when you were working there. I can't remember his name. An interpreter. He's been there for a really long time. But anyway, I was like,
Yes, listeners, this is what rangers do.
Yeah.
Do you know so-and-so?
Yep.
Have you met so? Oh, you work there. You must know so-and-so.
oh yeah, yeah. When I was talking to Lindsay,
It's as bad as a family reunion.
when I was talking to Lindsay, she had worked on a small, like a pocket cruise company up in Southeast Alaska, and I mentioned, oh yeah, one of my best friends my entire life did that too, that I worked with in Alaska for a few summers. And she was like, what's his name? I said, Eric. Happens all the time. So you've been here for 12 years, all those other places. What about you? What do you think? You've got Macy has the new experience. You've got the 12-year experience.
Oh, this has been an amazing place.
Yeah.
You don't spend 12 years in one place unless you've really fallen in love with it.
True.
Some of it is, the people I work with. I have wonderful staff members like Macy and the seasonals. One of my seasonals has worked at this park for over 40 years.
Whoa.
42 or 43 years.
Wow.
And she's amazing. And so
Seasonal.
Seasonal, yeah, seasonal. She's a teacher the rest of the year, and so
amazing.
it works out really
Yeah,
well
that's
for her.
great.
But this is just a very, very special place because it's somewhat smaller in size and in visitation and in staff than the east side. People on this side of the park do tend to have a more diverse role. Like Macy said, it's less specialization just because the size is smaller. So each person tends to do more things. So that the diversity is fun, but it also makes for kind of a family atmosphere on this side of the park. Those of us who are division leads over here actually work in the same hallway. So there's a lot of interaction between specialties. And that's that's really fulfilling.
Yeah.
The communities, are amazing, and it's my son is now 13.
Oh wow!
So
this is,
he's kind of grown up here, and it's
Yeah.
been an amazing place to raise a kid and have him have the experience both inside the park and in this community, in this area. So yeah, happy times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like a great town. That's another thing. When people come over, go into Grand Lake, of course, visit, has a very different feel than like Estes and the east side of the park. Very, very different feel in a lot of ways. Yeah, it's interesting how diverse different Park Service sites are.
Oh even district to district.
Yeah, exactly. Because like you said, even in a lot of the bigger parks, there's almost always one or more smaller districts that are just so much more quiet. I remember like one summer I worked in Yellowstone. I worked at Tower Roosevelt Junction right there. And it's just, it's a little ranger station and a few people, and that's pretty much it. And yeah, exactly like you said, it becomes very, very tight knit, the culture. It's almost like one big family. Definitely a different feel on the east side of the park. It's just there's just way more
you got to
people.
see them both.
There's
Yeah,
just
you
so
gotta
much
do both.
going on. Yeah, you have to experience both. to
Haven't
see what the
experienced
difference is.
Rocky Mountain National Park till you've seen both sides of the park
I agree.
in multiple seasons.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I haven't come over in the middle real winter here. I really need to do that.
I mean, autumn is spectacular. We haven't talked about autumn, but
Oh, yeah.
when the colors usually peak around the third week of September.
Uh-huh.
And generally, you've got the elk doing the elk rut and bugling at the same time. And again, things can be sometimes gridlock over on the east side of the park.
Mhm.
And over here, it's a much more, less crowded viewing experience
Sure.
for those kind of things. So.
Yeah, I remember we came over last year to film and take some pictures of some of the fall colors, and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
And significantly earlier too than our side of the park, at least last year. I mean, I'm sure every year it varies
Yeah,
somewhat.
no, I think
but
that's true. We're a little higher.
Yep.
And we're a little higher.
Little higher
so
elevation.
Things start faster. Winter comes.
Winter comes
sooner.
quite a bit
Spring
sooner.
comes later.
Yeah, definitely. Do you get when do you usually get your first snowfalls? Early?
Usually around Halloween. It can happen
Okay.
earlier. I mean,
Yeah.
it can
Sure.
happen any
Sure.
time of the year. But the first ones
Somewhere
of
around Halloween.
significance usually around Halloween.
Yep.
This is one of those communities where you design your Halloween costumes around being able to be worn over a big coat.
My fiance and I joke about that because she grew up in Wyoming in Douglas, and for a while when I was growing up, I lived in Iowa, in southwest Iowa, and we actually, believe it or not, we would have snow. It'd be pretty cold in end of October, and yeah, we were just like designing your costume around exactly, or a huge coat. We would often do like a huge coat with a trash bag over the top and a mask or something, so you didn't freeze.
So we'll start getting snow consistently, usually around then. We don't typically have enough to be really good skiing snow until mid to late December.
Yeah.
But we certainly
Yeah,
will.
kind of typical pattern around here. Takes a little bit into
to
the
get the
winter.
get the base built up a little
Sure.
bit.
Great. So we've covered Holsworth, talked about what you can do out here, talked about the Centennial event that you should be at, which is next week. Fridays, big days, County Valley. There's also one thing we didn't mention. I mean, it kind of goes without saying in Rocky. Tons of hiking.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so much hiking. It's beautiful from this side. I feel like a lot of times the approaches are longer to get up into the mountains.
If you want to get to a really nice lake over here, you're probably going to have to go at least 5 miles.
Yeah, you're in for a longer day for sure. It's
But there's some
beautiful.
waterfall. Well, the Adams Falls you talked about already is real close. But there's other things that are, in between 3.5 miles and 5 miles, there are some really nice destinations on most of the trails.
So great hiking. And don't be afraid to come any time of year. There's
Yeah.
great stuff all year round.
And
it
if you
doesn't
can-
shut down in the winter. You
No,
can't
it
go over
does
Trail
not.
Ridge.
It does not.
You can't go over Trail Ridge. Trail Ridge does close, but park stays open, town stays open. There's tons of stuff to do.
Absolutely. And if you do come in the summer, and we'd love to see you, actually tell us if you listen to the podcast. That would be fun. But if you do come in the summer, similar guidelines now as to the east side of the park. Plan to come early in the morning or later in the later afternoon or evening if you want.
That's good.
To be sure that you can get a parking
That's a good
spot.
thing to cover. Yep, it's getting busy everywhere. Early or late.
Mhm.
Okay, so our final question.
Uh-oh.
that we've
Here,
been
Macy.
We've been asking everybody this. Your answer doesn't have to be profound or whatever, but we've been asking everyone.
Good.
It's a very general question, so you can take it wherever you want to go. What does Rocky mean to you? People have given us a gamut of answers, in terms of professionally and personally. So
I would say, honestly, that Rocky means to me home. This is one of the national parks that I feel at most home in.
Mm-hmm.
And there's always something exciting going on, and it makes it a really fun home to have.
Mm-hmm. Did you grow up around here? Or
No, I did
you
not.
came on trips?
I just love the Rocky Mountains, and I came on trips, and out of all the national parks I've lived at, this one feels most like home.
Oh, that's great. How about you, Michelle?
I'm going to have to wipe away the tears first. I think I'm actually going to steal something I learned from Barry Sweet, who is our wilderness wilderness backcountry system coordinator. But he talks about Rocky Mountain National Park as being a place where people can come and remember how to be their best selves. How when you get out of the everyday routines and you get out of the, whatever business or whatever pressures you have, and you come and you spend time in this place, whether it's, touring the road and seeing the scenery from the road, or whether it's getting back on a backcountry experience, a wilderness experience, it gives us time to kind of reflect on who we are and what we're about, and remember our best selves.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that. It's true of our national parks in general, and it's really true here at Rocky Mountain National Park. You can come to Holsworth and you can learn about how people overcame setbacks and persevered and created something wonderful here. You can spend time in the natural world and contemplate what things were like if you were standing under 1,500 foot of ice. But yeah, I think it lets us remember some of the good things about who we are, about the country we live in, about what we can be.
Great. All right. Thank you guys so much. And that's our show. Thank you so much for joining us for yet another episode of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. Our next episode is going to be released in 2 weeks on Friday, July 28th. So make sure to tune in then. We really appreciate any comments that you want to leave for us on our homepage. And we also appreciate any reviews that you may want to give us in iTunes. Those reviews help other people find us. They get us onto recommended lists. They make us easier to find when people search. And of course, the best thing you can do is spread our podcast through word of mouth. We just had an article in the Estes Park Trail Gazette that you can find online highlighting the podcast and this project. And we're just trying to get it growing and going and in more people's ears and minds. So if you enjoy it and you think you know other people who might, please let them know to subscribe and hear all our episodes. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That is go.nps.gov/RMNpod. Each episode gets its own post on that page, and you can actually leave comments for each episode. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much for joining us again. We hope your next 2 weeks are awesome. We hope ours will be too. And we will see you next time. Bye for now.
Probably one of the most recognized features along the Going to the Sun Road. Built to span several large gaps in the mountainside, engineers had originally planned to create a large retaining wall and use huge amounts of fill to build up the roadbed. Designers came up with a more elegant solution by constructing a series of 3 arches to span the gaps. It is a reflection of the care and dedication evident throughout the original construction of the Going to the Sun Road. Probably, as you've been driving the road, you really didn't notice most of the bridges, guardrails, and structures along the way. That's because the original designers of the road worked hard to create a road that blended with the environment rather than competed with it. As you continue on, however, give them a second glance. Even simple culverts in many locations are beautiful creations constructed of the same multicolored rock from the surrounding mountains. The Going to the Sun Road is one of 6 National Historic Landmarks in the park and one of a very few roads in the country to make that list. Today there is a massive rehabilitation project in progress along the entire length of the Going to the Sun Road. Engineers and contractors are working hard to ensure that the historic features of the road are maintained while creating a road that meets modern safety and traffic requirements. It's a challenging job and will take several more years.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Ashton Hooker.
And I'm Brett Rayburn.
Hey, Brett.
Hey, Ashton, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing awesome.
Good.
It's getting close to lunch, so my stomach might rumble a little bit here. But
mine is seriously rumbling as well. I hope you can't hear it.
Yeah, I have this big lunchbox behind me. I'll try not to rummage in it too much. So we'll see.
Well, today we have Addie Falgu, who is a park guide here in Yellowstone. And we're going to talk to her a little bit more about her job and what it's like. And so as a park guide, you know, if you're a visitor to Yellowstone, you might see them out and about either in the visitor center, roaming park trails, park guided walks and talks, things like that. And so along those same lines, we have the Junior Ranger program, and it's pretty popular.
Yes,
you
I've
can
heard
get
of
it in
it.
a bunch of different parks, Yellowstone as well. So my question for you, do you happen to know how many Junior Ranger badges are awarded here in Yellowstone every year?
Every year?
Every year.
Number of Junior Ranger badges. So not just people who like get the books and don't go through to graduate. I'm going to say, I'm trying to see if Miles will give me any hints here because he orders the badges. I think it's like, I'm going to say 160,000.
Ooh, wow, that's more than I thought you were going to guess.
But
really, you're not too far off. So in the past couple of years, you know, we've had a few weird years with COVID and the flood and stuff. So it's been a little lower the past few years, but it's been about 50,000.
Okay. I'm like, so come on, Junior Rangers, step up.
Yeah. But on
this year is going to be the year where we give out 160,000.
Like 50 to 100,000. So you're not too far off.
That is a lot of Junior Rangers being sworn in.
It's a lot more than I thought.
That's a lot of oath takers.
Yeah.
We're in good hands.
Yes, we are. All the Junior Rangers out there. So anyway, we're going to talk with Addie more about what she does in the park. So Addie, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Good. So ready to dive in?
Absolutely.
Okay. So how did you get your start with the National Park Service?
So I got my start in 2017 as an intern in Glacier Bay National Park.
And that's in Alaska.
That's
right?
correct. Yeah.
Okay.
It often gets mistaken for Glacier in Montana. So often I do specify Glacier Bay in Alaska.
I heard the emphasis on bay.
Yeah.
Cool. And so what drew you to that? Did you always know you wanted to be a park ranger?
So growing up, my family traveled to national parks. I think a lot of people in this career. And I kind of, was really interested. I fell in love with the Tetons and I was like, well, I want to live there one day. And the way to live there is to become a park ranger. So simple enough. I'll just do that. And it got a little bit more complicated than that. But in high school and college, I started to look more seriously into pursuing a career in that direction. I actually visited Yellowstone in college and spoke to some rangers on that trip and asked them, hey, how do I get into this field if I'm interested? And they gave me some good information on internship programs like the SCA and also how to find jobs on USA Jobs.
What is the SCA, just for those who don't know?
Yeah, so the SCA is the Student Conservation Association, and the internship that I did in Glacier Bay was through them.
Okay. And so what exactly did you do?
Yeah, so the position there was an education intern, and Glacier Bay has pretty little visitors that actually set foot on the land there, and the number of visitors in the winter is pretty much non-existent, and so most of the visitation is in the summer on cruise ships. So in the winter they have a pretty robust distance learning program. So we were actually using Zoom before COVID and before Zoom really became a thing, and essentially taking students on virtual whale watching tours and field trips to the park.
Wow.
That sounds like a good gig.
Yeah.
So you're on a boat, like while you're doing this?
No, so we were in an office with a green screen.
Oh,
that made it look like we were on a boat. I did get to go out.
Shake the camera and rock it.
I did get to go out with the oceanography team though, which was really fun one day, and we got to take water samples. So I did get to have that experience in the bay, but most of the time was spent in the office.
Okay. So did you go from Glacier Bay and then Yellowstone, or were there other stops in between?
There were a few steps in between. Yeah, so after Glacier Bay, I did a couple of seasonal positions as an interpretive park ranger, and also an education position in Grand Teton National Park. And then I was pretty fortunate to get offered a permanent job pretty early on in my career, and that was in Hot Springs, Arkansas. That was also a park guide position. I was there for a few months and then took a lateral reassignment to a park guide position here, and I've been here since. It's been about 4.5 years, I think.
Okay, wow. And so tell us a little bit about being in Yellowstone. A lot of people don't know that there are actually park rangers that live on the interior of the park. So what that means is not at any of the park entrances. And so Yellowstone closes down in the winter. So you're at Lake Village, down by Yellowstone Lake. So tell us what that is like. Like, how did you even get here this morning? Talk us through what that is like.
Yeah, so essentially we kind of get snowed in the winter, and often things are complicated, but there's a lot of snowmobiling to your car and then transitioning to take your car to a location. Currently, we have less snow this year, which you think would make traveling easier, but it's actually made things more complicated because my car is at one location, but there's not enough snow for me to snowmobile from the roads that have enough snow on them to my car. So I have to take like an in-between car to get to my car. So to get to the studio this morning, I took a snowmobile and a couple of vehicles. Wow. And it took about 2 hours, whereas normally if I could just snowmobile straight here, it would have been probably 30 minutes faster than that. So
that is dedication to
complicated
the show.
steps.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, but those of us in the interior look for excuses to get out. So I was very happy to be out here today.
Wow. Well, we're glad you're joining us, and you took the long trek to come all the way up here.
What's your typical, how often do you get out to get groceries and things like that?
So it really varies depending on the year. Typically, I try to stockpile groceries in the fall so that I never need to go out specifically for a grocery trip. But if I happen to be out for another reason, then I always get groceries. But I'd say usually in a normal year, I'd probably leave twice a month each winter. So every 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
so I've seen some park rangers who live on the interior in winter. They do a lot of canning.
Mm-hmm.
Are you into that?
No, I am the unhealthy ranger that lives off of pasta
Ramen.
and frozen pizza. Yeah. So,
Yes.
Hey, it's delicious.
I don't do any canning, but if you just eat a lot of pasta, dried goods, that stays really well. So I can really stock up in the fall.
Wow. And so in a typical winter, so one that we're not having now with not as much snow, you would normally just snowmobile everywhere,
yes.
correct?
Yeah, I would
Okay.
just snowmobile to my vehicle at whatever entrance it's located at. And typically it's not a big deal. I actually really enjoy snowmobiling most of the time. And there's incredible opportunities to see wildlife along the way. Amazing scenery. The sunrises and sunsets in the winter are always really special. So although it has its challenges, overall, I really like living at Lake. There's incredible opportunities for skiing around the neighborhood. But it's not to say it doesn't come without its challenges.
Mm-hmm, for sure. So in your current position as park guide, do you have a typical day? Can you tell us a little bit what that's like? I know it probably varies from day to day, but
Yeah, I'd say I have a typical summer day and a typical winter day.
Okay.
Would you like to know about both of those or just
Sure,
one of
yeah.
the seasons? Okay. So in the summer, a typical day, a third of it is usually spent working the visitor center front desk, answering questions, helping people plan their trips, answering questions about what birds they're seeing, animals they're seeing. Like the number of questions we get, you never know what's going to come out of someone's mouth. So it can be all over the place. Another third of the day is typically spent leading a ranger guided program. So that can be a talk, a campfire program, a walk. And the remaining third of the day is typically spent out in the field roving. And so talking to visitors on boardwalks in some of the thermal areas, interacting with people at wildlife jams, making sure no one's petting bison at wildlife jams.
Very important.
Yeah. So that's kind of a typical summer day. In the winter, my job is kind of unique in that I staff a building called a warming hut. And so, most people are kind of putting out figurative fires in their day-to-day work. And my job is literally to go and start a fire. So I go to the warming hut, start a fire. And the purpose of that is to serve as a place for snowmobile groups to stop in and warm up. That's the sole source of heat for the building. So depending on the day, if it's really cold out, it could be 10 degrees inside when I get there. It could take a few hours to get up to temperature, but we try to get it about 60 degrees in the building and interact with groups as they stop by throughout the day. The Fishing Bridge Warming Hut is a quieter location. So on average, we've got about 20 to 40 people that stop per day. And in between groups, surprisingly, cell service is actually really good at that location. So I'm able to plug into a mobile hotspot and respond to visitor trip planning emails. I've helped with social media at times as well. And so I can stay connected and do other work in between groups. So it's more kind of office and admin work mixed in with splitting firewood.
Wow.
That's a
yeah.
good combination.
Quite a variety of skills required. And so where do you live? Like, what are your living accommodations like? I'm sure a lot of people are wondering.
That's the number one question I get asked at the warming hut. And what I usually tell those visitors that are asking is that we have housing at each of the developed locations in the park. So my housing area is only a couple miles away. So it's just a couple miles snowmobile ride to the warming hut. Often groups get there and they're like, how did you get here? And I'm like, well, I snowmobiled here just like you. But like, I had the easy commute. Like they're snowmobiling 26 miles to get to me. I only did 2. So
You're like, I just crawled out of the lake.
Out of the lake. Which you probably could because it's not frozen.
Yeah, I did a training once in the park where I spent the night in a snow trench. And sometimes I do consider telling people that. I'm like, where do you live? Where do you sleep at night? I'm like, just in a trench in the snow over there.
I've been here a few years, so they moved me to the 3-bedroom snow trench. Yeah. They take care of us here.
So what's the most important skill you'd say for your
I'd say
job?
the most important skill in my position is probably communication. So as an interpretive position, it's really important to communicate these messages and try to foster a connection between the people that are visiting Yellowstone and the resources that we have here in the park. And so being able to tailor messages for specific audiences is really important in order to communicate that effectively and try to hopefully inspire the next generation of stewards for these lands.
Yeah.
What's one of the hardest or most memorable questions that you've had asked?
Ooh, that's a good one. So this is a funny one, but the most memorable question, there was a girl, she was probably about 12 years old and she was really shy. I was at Mud Volcano and I could tell she was kind of embarrassed to ask this question. Her mom's like, she has a question. And I was like, sure. And she's like, I don't know if I want to ask. And I was like, no, go for it. No judgment. And her question was, how do bison poop in such perfect circles? And I loved it because so often we get the same questions.
That's a scientist question,
over
right?
and over again. And so that I'd never gotten that one before and I've never gotten that one since. And so, I took a moment and I was like, well, it has to do with the consistency in which the poop comes out. So it's kind of like pancake batter. Like if you put pancake batter in a frying pan, it like spreads out into a circle. I'm like, it doesn't come out that shape. And I think that helped her out. So I wonder if she thinks about that.
I'm not eating any pancakes that you bring to the office, but that's a great way of explaining it.
Yeah, I'm going to think about that every time I see some bison poop out there.
Yeah.
So what is your favorite part of the job?
My favorite part of the job is probably getting to re-experience the magic of Yellowstone through the eyes of first-time visitors. I've literally had kids jumping up and down for joy when they saw a grizzly bear for the first time.
Oh.
And I've seen adults like cower when they hear a bison grunt during the rut. And those moments just remind me of like how special this place is. They allow me to remember why I fell in love with this place and why it's worth protecting.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so on the other side of the coin of that, there's great parts of the job, maybe some that are not so great or just a little tough. What's like the toughest part of your job, you'd say?
I think the toughest part of my job is probably dealing with angry and frustrated visitors. People are coming here on vacation and everything's supposed to go right for them. And when it doesn't go right and they're on vacation, they really want someone to blame and someone to give them answers for that. And being a frontline staff member, we're kind of the face for the park. So we're often the person that receives the brunt of that anger and aggression. And especially in the middle of the summer, if you're receiving that day after day, multiple times a day, and often these complaints are about things that we have little to no control over. Sometimes they're because of natural disasters like floods. It can be really hard to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It takes lots of patience.
Yes. Yes. Lots of patience. So even with those kind of tougher parts of the job, why do you still want to, work as a park guide or work for the Park Service?
Mm-hmm.
What is it that keeps bringing you back?
Yeah. Although there can be tough days and those negative people, I think the good days and the good people really outweigh it. You might have someone who's mad at you one moment and then you have a really special connection with a junior ranger the next. And it just reminds you kind of why we're doing this. Also, just having an opportunity to live here is something that I try not to take for granted. There's incredible recreational opportunities that I have right in my backyard. And I've also had incredible wildlife sightings literally from my couch. Like I've seen bears and coyotes. I think the only thing I haven't seen out of my back window is a wolf. But there's not a lot of places in the world where you have opportunities for recreation like you do in a national park and opportunities for these really incredible wildlife sightings. And so I think those moments remind me of why I'm here, why I'm doing this. They're incredibly rewarding personally, but they also remind me of the importance of protecting that so that other people can experience that too.
Mm-hmm. Well, and gosh, like being at a lake in the winter when it's slower has got to be so quiet and peaceful. In those moments.
I mean, the other morning, actually, Sunday, I went to the warming hut and there were 4 wolves in the road. And that was I did my 2-mile snowmobile commute to work, got to my office, and I saw 4 wolves at my office. And I've seen foxes and coyotes passing in front of that building as well. And I was all alone. No one else was there. And so it's a really special moment when you have moments like that. And those moments always kind of take me back to why I'm here. And I find that some of my best moments in the park, best sunrises, sunsets, rainbows, wildlife sightings, have occurred on some of my most difficult days. And so it's like, even though there are those tough days, the park always finds a way to remind me of why I'm here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that reminds me of a time a few years ago. I was driving home. It was a Friday. It was the end of the workday. I was trying to get back to the office, and I got stuck in this bison jam for 2 hours. So I didn't get home till like 8 p.m.
Yeah.
But it's moments like that. Like a lot of those people are experiencing that for the first time. And it's super cool that you get to be in a place like that. Where you get to have those types of experiences and sightings. So,
and when you're frustrated in that bison jam, but you look over at like a little kid who's just glued to the window, can't believe what's happening, kind of makes it a little easier. Yeah, at least you're not stuck on an interstate somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. So do you have a defining moment? You've talked about some cool sightings and things that you get to experience living in the interior in winter. Is there like one moment that really stands out to you as like a career defining moment?
Yeah. I don't know if this is a defining moment, but when I thought about this, a moment that made me feel like I was really in the right place and doing a good job and something that I was really proud of happened a couple of summers ago. I had a father and daughter asking questions, and the father was the main one asking the questions, and the daughter was really curious and she started chiming in. And so she'd ask a question, I'd give her an answer. She'd ask another question. And so this really natural flow of conversation began. I even went and got a bear skull and brought it out to show her. And so I was sitting on the porch with this bear skull talking to her about it. And I remember she looked up at me and said, "Ranger Addie, I love learning with you." And it really just melted my heart because it felt like all of this was worth it. And I really was having an impact and inspiring the next generation of stewards for these lands. And after that, her father pulled me aside and was like, "I just want to tell you, like, I really appreciate that you took the time to speak with her and answer all her questions." He was like, "I know she had a lot of questions." And he's like, "I don't know if you know that the impact that had on her." And I didn't even realize this at the time or tell him, but I don't think they realized the impact that they also had on me, because that was just reminding me of why I'm here and why I'm doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of one of the like interesting things about your job is it's less like quantifiable the impacts that you have. And so like, who knows what that little girl is going to grow up to be or do.
I know we're talking about junior ranger badges in the intro, and after I answered all of those questions for her, I was like, "Well, you're working on a junior ranger book, right?" She said no, she'd never heard of the program. And so I got her a book, and she was like, "I want you to be the ranger to swear me in. Like, when are you working again?" And so I was
awesome.
like, "Tomorrow at 10 a.m. is the 1 hour that I'm here."
My personal park
I was like, "You
ranger.
got a deadline for this because then I'm going to be on my weekend. I'm going to be backpacking." And she was like, "I'm finishing it." And so she came back. I think she was only 6, but she did all of her work that day and came back the next morning, and I got to swear her in. So, maybe
cool.
she'll be in this position in the future. You know,
Yeah.
maybe she'll be a real ranger one day.
That's awesome. And that's a lasting impact too.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So we'll get into the nitty gritty of your job. The park guide position that you're in, do you know what the series is on USA Jobs? So if people want to go apply, what should they look for?
Yeah, the series is 0090.
And do you know, are those like entry-level jobs? How far up the ladder can they go with those?
Yeah, so park guide positions are typically more entry level, and mine is a GS5 position.
And do you need any formal training or anything like that?
There's no formal training needed for this position. Just having experience in education and interpretation is helpful.
Okay. So if you were to give somebody advice on like what type of experience they should get, what would you tell them?
My recommendation would be just get experience where you can, whether that's like volunteering at your local environmental center, which is something that I did, or working at a nearby state park. If you can get experience in interpretation and environmental education, that's going to be a really good way to get your foot in the door.
And how did you, I mean, obviously you have to know a lot about the resource to answer all those questions about circular bison poop and stuff. So how, I mean, is that just stuff that you research kind of on the job or on your own just because you're curious? How do you get that knowledge?
I'd say a combination of both. I had visited here, I don't know how many times before working here, probably 5 times with my family. And so from that, I just had a lot of basic knowledge of what are the popular sites to see and how do you be a visitor here, because I had visited. So I kind of had some of that background knowledge. I had some knowledge on the ecosystem that I learned when working in Grand Teton National Park. Some of that was on the job learning. Some of that was reading before I did that position. And then since I've been here, I'd say more of the knowledge that I've acquired has been on the job, either reading different references, learning from fellow rangers is probably one of the biggest ways that I learn, and just answering questions. It's really scary as your first day being a ranger, working at the front desk, having to answer questions, but that's the only way that you're going to know what people are asking and know what information you need to know.
Yeah, I've worked the front desk a few times and I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know.
But and then you're one of the main people that like is contributing to the resources that we're using.
Well, in Yellowstone, there's so much information to possibly know too. So
that's another thing that's like really kept me in Yellowstone for so long, is that it's hard to get bored here, because one day I'm getting questions about circular bison poop. The next day I'm getting questions from a microbiologist who knows more about the thermophiles in these features than I do. But there's just endless knowledge to know. And so, there's still questions that I get that I don't know the answer to. And I tell them I'll go look it up and get back to you. And sometimes it's hard to find an answer, but I try.
Well, that's really cool. And so the last thing we like to ask people, what is your favorite memory that you've had? It could be here in Yellowstone or any other national park, since it sounds like you've worked and visited lots of different national parks. Do you have a favorite moment that you've had?
So something that stands out to me is a moment I had here in Yellowstone, and it doesn't involve wildlife or hiking or thermal features like you might expect it to. It actually involves the ice on Yellowstone Lake, which I know some of you here have heard me go on and on about the ice on Yellowstone Lake. But Yellowstone Lake freezes in the winter, and living at lake, this is something that is a pretty exciting event to us. Like, what day is the ice going to freeze, or the lake going to freeze? What day is it going to melt? Sometimes it sings as well. So we kind of really like live our lives by the seasons of the lake. And Ice Off Day is like my favorite day of the year. I just think it's so incredible, and it doesn't happen every year. But if conditions are right, as the ice breaks up, it gets pushed out of the lake at Yellowstone River, which is the only outlet to the lake, and it flows down underneath Fishing Bridge. And as that happens, those chunks of ice all kind of get compressed into each other, and you can stand on Fishing Bridge and look underneath your feet, and it's just mesmerizing watching this like icy slushy move. It sounds really cool too. It's like a bunch of shards of glass almost. And usually it occurs late May, like Memorial Day weekend. And a couple of years ago, I was actually out of the park on a temporary work assignment, and I wasn't scheduled to get back until June. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it back in time for Ice Off. And I was pretty sad about it because it only happens once a year. Like it's not like Old Faithful. It's not happening every 90 minutes. So I was really bummed that I was going to miss Ice Off Day. And I was moving back into the park on June 3rd. And as I'm driving along the lake, I see that the ice is still there and it's starting to break up. And I rushed to Fishing Bridge, got to Fishing Bridge in time. I'm standing there watching the ice, listening to the sounds, and I look up and there was a double rainbow. And as silly, and as silly as it sounds, it just felt like the lake had waited for me, and that was Yellowstone's way of welcoming me back home.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
I would like Yellowstone to welcome me back home with a double rainbow next time I'm down there too. So if you could
I'll try.
make that happen, that would be so. And I have to go back to one other thing you said really fast before we go, because you said it sings.
Yeah. So as the ice cracks and forms, those sound waves are kind of sent through the ice, and you get these really unique sounds. It kind of sounds like lightsabers. It doesn't happen often. Conditions have to be just right, but it's really cool when it does occur.
Sorry, can you give us what does it sound like? Can you give us your best impression?
Yeah, it's like pew, pew, pew. But also there's other sounds too, but those are the coolest sounds.
That's cool.
I will be listening out for lightsabers next time I'm down there.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Addie.
Thanks for having me today. Yeah, this was really fun.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Addie Falgout. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
What's up, Rocky Podcast listeners? This is the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. It is Friday, June 30th, the last day of June. So happy early July to everybody. We appreciate you coming along for the ride. This week's episode is super cool. We have Cynthia Langeth. She is the ranger, the lead interpretive ranger up at the Alpine Visitor Center. So we're going to learn all about things alpine, from the flowers to the animals to the weather and things to watch out for, all sorts of stuff like that. So definitely stay tuned. Before we get started, we wanted to give you a couple of pieces of news. First of all, Old Fall River Road is open. It just opened up while we were recording this. So Old Fall River Road is now open for your driving, walking, or whatever pleasure. It is one way up only. If you don't know that, it's one way from the bottom to the top. And we have had some times where it's been super busy last year and we've had to shut down traffic in the middle of the day. So if you're planning on coming, as with everything, arrive early or come later in the evening. It's a beautiful road. So if you've never done that before, check it out. And it leads up to the Alpine Visitor Center, where Cynthia and all of our Alpine Rangers are that we're going to talk about today on the podcast. Another thing with roads, we do have road construction going on if you're coming to the park. So Moraine Park Campground Road, there's some construction there. It can be like 5 to 15 minute delays pretty soon after you turn off Bear Lake Road. And then we also have some pavement preservation stuff, keeping our pavement in good shape throughout the park. And that's just in various areas. So if you come to an area where cars are stopped for a little bit, that's probably what it is, unless everybody is stopping in the middle of the road and looking at elk, which you should not do. So hopefully that gets moved on. But otherwise, it's probably pavement preservation. We've got a program coming up that we want to tell you about. It is Climbing Long's Peak. So this is going to be some of our climbing rangers that live and breathe Long's Peak every day as their job, talking about climbing Colorado's favorite 14er, Long's Peak. They're going to talk about climbing and hiking routes, lessons learned, how to prepare and manage for risks, and all the things that are involved if you're thinking about a climb. This program is free and open to anybody, and it is going to be at 7:30 p.m. on the evenings of July 5th and July 21st at the Beaver Meadows Visitor Center. So again, 7:30 p.m., July 5th and July 21st at the Beaver Meadows Visitor Center Amphitheater. So come and check that out. And one last shout out before we head into the podcast, the Rocky Pledge. So we've been putting this on our social media, and we also have it on our website. We have come up with something this summer called the Rocky Pledge. It is a pledge that you can take by yourself, with a group, out loud, in your head, whatever, however you want to do it. We just ask that it be meaningful to you. So if you go to go.nps.gov/Rocky Pledge, you'll see our Rocky Pledge logo, you'll see the pledge itself, and you'll see ways that you can join in. We just have so many people coming up to the park now. And actually, in a future episode, you're going to hear about that very soon. We're going to have Kyle Patterson, the public information officer for the park, here, and we're going to talk about the pledge and what you can do to help keep Rocky beautiful and protected. So go there to learn more about that. We're also encouraging people to take shots on social media. You'll see our logo is like two hands lovingly encircling a bighorn sheep. So if you want to go out in the park and take pictures with your hands encircling stuff or any creative ideas, anything like that, just tag them with a hashtag Rocky Pledge. And we go through and look at that hashtag and we repost shots. And we have a bunch of followers. So, win-win for everybody. All right, we are going to head into the podcast. Again, this is Cynthia Langeth, the Alpine Visitor Center main interpretive ranger, and you're going to learn all sorts of stuff about her and the Alpine.
You need a Britney Spears mic.
Yeah. That'd be awesome. Here, everyone put on these Britney Spears mics. Okay, so I will give you a little intro before the beginning of the podcast, so we won't have to go through your full name and everything. So we will start out. Yeah. Then you can monitor, listen in. I have to hear myself talk.
Your voice is in my head, and it's mine.
I hear my own voice in my head. We don't have an exact outline.
That's okay.
We just kind of freewheel.
We can wing it.
So we'll start with Cynthia. What do you do here at Rocky Mountain National Park? Like, what's your official title?
So my official title is Park Ranger, Interpretation, and EMT, which is kind of an interesting combination.
Yes.
But I primarily spend my time in the summers in the alpine tundra of the park and manage the Alpine Visitor Center operation.
What about in the winter?
So in the winter, there's a lot of catch up from summer.
Yeah.
After hosting 3.5 million of your closest friends, it takes a little cleanup time. So in the winter, we do a lot of preparation for the summer, and I also get to lead snowshoe walks and full moon hikes in the
nice.
winter, which is pretty awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll come back and talk about that in a little bit. So, Alpine Visitor Center. Rocky's pretty famous for its alpine tundra.
It is.
Is it not? On the way driving up here, we saw lots and lots of people eager to see it. So I thought we'd start by just talking about alpine tundra, what it is, what makes it what it is, nature. It is because of what it is. Yeah, so I guess first we could talk about tundra in general. So what is tundra in general?
Yeah, so tundra is, I guess, a slightly more generic term that just describes ground that is free of trees. And kind of historically, it's also been defined as, a lot of permanently frozen ground. That certainly, I don't think, is necessarily the case from a scientific standpoint today.
Mm-hmm.
But when tundra was kind of initially used, it was to describe an area free of trees that had a lot of permanently frozen ground.
Mm-hmm.
And then that either, occurs where you are at a, really far north latitude
Mm-hmm.
In the northern hemisphere, or you're at a really high elevation, which is, of course, what we have here in the park.
Right. Okay, so tundra, place without trees, that's due to temperature, I guess, instead of dryness, sort of. Alpine tundra is because of alpine being high elevation, right? So it's due to the
versus
elevation.
Arctic tundra, which would be
Due to the
latitude-based. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you want to find tundra due to latitude, you have to go very far north.
You
or
do.
If you want to find tundra somewhere like Colorado, you just have to go up to, in Rocky, where does tundra begin, generally speaking? What's the range?
So generally speaking, it occurs around 11,400 feet in elevation in Rocky and kind of in the this region of the southern Rocky Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly as you go further south, tundra is found at higher elevations.
Mm-hmm.
You go further north, it's found at lower elevations. I mean, there's alpine tundra at the equator,
Right.
if mountains are high enough.
If it's tall enough.
Exactly.
Yeah, I worked in Denali National Park for a while, and I think their south-facing slopes was around 2,400 feet, and north-facing was around 1,800 or something like that. And yeah, you just keep going north, and eventually it's sea level.
Yeah, you
takes a while.
Don't have trees even at sea level,
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
pretty amazing.
So at that 11,000 foot mark here, approximately, in Rocky, what is it about that elevation that makes it so there are no trees?
So, certainly there's a lot of factors that influence tree line, but the primary driver is temperature. Trees need a long enough period during the summer to basically grow into trees. They need to have enough time to put on new growth and grow upwards. And if the average warmest temperature during the summer months is below 50 degrees, then you pretty much don't have trees anymore. So that 50-degree isotherm, as it's called, is the determining factor for tree line. So yeah, it's just too cold. Trees don't have enough time to grow up into trees.
Right. It is too cold and harsh for any tree to make it.
Yes, we definitely get the little kind of shrubby trees we call krumholtz, which technically are the same tree species you find down in the big, majestic forest, but they're a little stunted up here.
Yeah, Krumholtz. That's an interesting
Isn't that
word.
a great name?
Yeah, it's a German word, right?
Yes. Crooked wood.
Crooked wood. Yeah, you see it. I'm trying to think of some places visitors go. They're really good to see it, like Rainbow Curve or...
Yeah, Rainbow Curve is definitely approaching that kind of
close.
Transition zone between the forest and the alpine tundra. Yeah, and even even at pull-offs like Forest Canyon, Medicine Bow Curve, you can see examples of Krumholtz.
Yeah, it's really amazing. It's almost like natural bonsai or something. They just grow super close to the ground,
It's
really
definitely
gnarled. They just
Mother
creep
Nature's
along in little
pruning.
pockets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anywhere where they can find a little bit of shelter from the wind, even from themselves. It's amazing how thick it can grow in places too. Okay, so alpine tundra. Rocky has a lot of alpine tundra, right?
About
How
a third of
much?
the park.
About a third of the park. And the park is just under 250,000 acres, so a lot of areas of alpine tundra. And I think one of the things that makes Rocky so cool and unique is that we have this road that takes you right up into alpine tundra. It's paved. You can see it in the summer when the road is open. And so when people are driving up, that's what they're seeing. One thing that I want to make sure we talk about, so we'll talk about it now with the alpine tundra. So no trees can grow up here, but other stuff can grow up here. What other kind of things grow on the alpine tundra, and when do they grow?
Yeah, so surprisingly, I think to a lot of visitors and even staff when they first start working here is how diverse the alpine tundra is. You know, at 35 miles an hour in your car can kind of look like a lawn. But when you stop and really spend some time taking a closer look, there's actually over 300 plant species that make their home in the alpine tundra here in the park.
Yeah.
Some of those are endemic to high elevations in this area.
So they're only found?
They're only found kind of in the southern Rocky Mountains. And then some of them are circumpolar. You'll find them in tundra up above the Arctic Circle. You'll find them in other mountain regions in the world. So it's a pretty cool mix of plant species, a lot of flowering plants, which certainly is what draws a lot of people that come here up into the high elevations in the summer is to see the wildflowers.
Yeah.
And then it's just amazing how tiny and slow growing they can be. You know, the growing season here is kind of short compared to what most people are used to in their gardens. And
about how long is it?
Well, it depends. It depends.
Right.
If you're in a really sunny, windswept area where you're snow-free for a longer period of time, you know, you might have a really posh growing season of like 90 days.
Ooh, 90 days.
Yeah. We're talking like, you know, living the life. And then other plant communities, other areas in the tundra where there's really late-lying snow may only have a 35 or 40-day growing season.
Wow.
So you don't have a lot of time to do business as a plant. So you kind of have to have some, you know, tricks up your sleeve in order to start growing at lower temperatures and put your flowers out into the world a little earlier than a lot of lower elevation plants. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, what are some of the tricks?
Well, certainly being able to photosynthesize at much lower temperatures than your counterparts down low. So a lot of alpine plants will start growing when temperatures are still, you know, 32, 34 degrees Fahrenheit, just above freezing, really.
Yeah.
And then just growing quickly and putting a lot of energy into flowering right away because it's actually more energy intensive to make seeds. So you want to have a longer period of the summer where you're putting that energy into making seeds for the next generation. So a lot of plants up here flower pretty early. And then they have, you know, hair and
that's
red
one that I think is
pigments and waxy coatings and just all kinds of different adaptations depending on which plant you're talking about.
Yeah.
And it's just really cool to get to know the alpine plants a little more and, you know, just really be surprised and I think impressed by how uniquely adapted life is up here. I mean, they've done studies where they've taken high elevation plants down to greenhouses and they drop dead.
Really?
They're like, life is too good. I just can't take it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool that some of these plants only can grow here in this what seems like impossible, harsh environment.
Yeah, I remember, when I first started working up in Alaska and we would, you know, be out and just to see all the different kinds of plants. And that was another thing, like you're saying, circumpolar or just tundra in general plants. I recognized so many plants here. Some of them are the same species, some of them are really close, even though it's so far away, which I thought was amazing.
Yeah.
Same thing with the hair and all those different adaptations. And I also think the diversity is amazing. I guess, is that because, like you're saying, conditions vary so much from place to place, and it is so on the limit of where it's possible to grow that just small changes in, like you're saying, snow freeness or sun exposure or moisture retention or soils, is that what drives that amazing amount of diversity that you can sometimes see?
I think so. You know, it's really interesting up here. You can walk just a short distance and transition from one very kind of specific plant community into another that's very different, you know, from a super dry, rocky, windswept fell field into a more lush meadow. You know, another 100 yards down a trail, you might come to a wetland. So it really is, you know, it's like a big city that's got all these really unique neighborhoods, you know, ethnically and architecturally and, you know, economically. It's just, you know, it's the same thing, but it's, you know, the natural world doing that on a smaller scale.
And I think the point that you made is really, really good, is that I think this happens too a lot of times in desert parks or just anywhere where the conditions are difficult. is that when you're driving through, even at 35 or 25 miles an hour, it kind of looks like, there's not that much going on out there. And then if you stop and you actually start walking some of our trails, which we can talk about, and you look closer, you realize, whoa, there's so much stuff. You almost have to get your nose down in the ground. If you ever see anybody with their nose in the ground, their butt in the air, they're probably smelling or just taking pictures of their flowers.
We call them belly flowers. You have to get on your belly to actually appreciate them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is one thing I want to make sure that we cover is that I want to talk about our tundra protection areas that we have in the park and why those exist. And so let's talk about that first. So we have tundra protection zones in the park areas. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So I think one of the things that I really kind of admire about the alpine tundra is its incredible ability to adapt and overcome this really harsh environmental conditions. But at the same time, because of the harsh environmental conditions, it's also really fragile. So because plants grow so slowly up here, a few careless, footprints can wipe out decades worth of growth for some of these species. So we learned from a lot of research that was done back in the 1960s that tundra is really slow to recover from trampling. And because we get so many visitors and we have kind of, localized the impacts up here with our major viewpoints and parking areas in those particular spots, it's just not feasible to let folks kind of wander around on the tundra itself,
right? Because
there's too many feet and they're going to cause long-term damage that is going to take, 50 plus years to recover if no one continues to step on it.
Right.
So so in those areas, we've created tundra protection zones where you actually are required by park regulation to stay on paved trails or in parking areas. And that's simply to limit the impacts of thousands of people, daily during our peak visitation months,
right.
From really causing, almost irreversible damage to the tundra plant communities in those areas. So it's really important in those high visitation areas that folks are staying on those paved trails and really allowing the tundra to thrive.
Yeah, I think that's something that surprises tons of people. It's like it takes a really long time for these tiny, tiny plants to grow. And yeah, when they get trampled, it can take so long for them to grow back.
Yeah, I mean, there's species that put on like 3 leaves in a year.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And then next year they put on 3 more leaves, or they're like a dinner plate sized plant when they're, 50 years old. So you can wipe out quite a bit of growth just by accidentally grinding your foot when you're walking across the tundra.
Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing. So if people do want to be able to see and kind of walk through the tundra, get close to a lot of flowers, but not trample it and ruin it for the next 50 years and keep it beautiful for everybody, where are some places that you like to send people here to look and see everything up close firsthand?
Yeah, well, there's definitely a lot of, smaller pull-offs along Trail Ridge Road up above tree line where, 2 or 3 cars can stop and people can get out. And then it's totally fine to walk on the tundra. It's resilient enough that it can handle being stepped on, a handful of times in a, span of a few days. And in those areas, if folks are real careful and they, walk on bare spots and rocks when they can and walk softly on the plants when they are stepping on them, it's really not going to cause long-term damage. And in fact, it's a great way to get to know the tundra a little bit more. So really any of those smaller pull-offs where we don't have, large parking areas and signs that indicate you need to stay on a paved trail.
Okay.
It's fine to go out on the tundra. And it's interesting, a lot of visitors don't realize that you can walk on the tundra outside those tundra protection areas. And another great way to experience the alpine tundra and get to walk, off trail and really get down on your belly and check out the flowers is to go with one of our tundra nature walks, which are offered daily through the summer at 9:30 a.m. And we definitely take folks off trail on those hikes. And
so it's 9:30 a.m. every morning
at the Alpine Visitor Center.
Go out with a ranger.
Through early August.
Oh, that's awesome. Our last podcast, if anyone missed it, you can tune in. We talked with Kathy Brazelton a lot about ranger programs in general and all the stuff that's going on. So that's a really good one. Up here, What are some other ranger programs at Alpine Visitor Center that people might be into?
So in addition to the Tundra Nature Walks, which we offer every day, we have a talk about the human history of the area, kind of specifically around the roads and routes people have taken through the mountains over time. We call that Road to the Top, and that one's offered twice weekly. And then we also offer all about lightning talks 3 times a week, and that one is really good just to learn a little bit more about how to be safe in the park, not only above tree line, but just when you're out exploring and adventuring in general. But certainly, big reason behind the All About Lightning talk is lightning is one of our environmental hazards in the summertime. So we like to educate folks as best we can about how to, how to plan ahead and how to, make good decisions when they're in the park so that we don't have anyone injured or killed by lightning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lightning is a big one up here, I think. I mean, everyone knows Colorado gets a lot of lightning, but when you're up here above tree line and there's no trees, the tallest thing around is often you. Could you talk a little bit about, just some of those really general tips for folks as they're coming to visit? 'Cause I think it's something that people just, the Alpine is so different, Alpine tundra, from what most of us live in or experience on a daily basis. And that's one of the things that I think people just don't think about until you're seeing it and it's too late and it's scary.
Yeah, I think the Alpine tundra is kind of otherworldly to a lot of our visitors for a multitude of reasons. And one is, the weather up here. You come up from Denver, it's, 95 degrees, and then you step out of your car up here and the wind is blowing and the wind chill's, 42 degrees and you're still wearing flip-flops and a tank top.
Yeah.
So that kind of throws people for a loop.
Even right now, I don't know what it is in Denver today. I think it's in the 90s.
Yeah, it's supposed to be real hot today.
And right now it's in the low 60s up here.
With a breeze.
I'm glad I have on a wind jacket. I've got on a vest. And this is a hot day.
Yeah, this is a really nice,
This is a really warm day
yeah,
up here. So
yeah,
definitely. That's a great tip.
Yeah, and then I think too, when it comes to thunderstorms and lightning, so many of our visitors, and myself included, growing up, you watch storms build from a distance, and then they are, they're coming your way or they're moving away from you. But you kind of have this almost like theater experience when it comes to weather a lot of times. And when you're in the high mountains, the weather often builds right where you are. So you don't see it coming. You are in it as it's developing. And so I think it takes people by surprise sometimes.
Happens so fast.
It really
You'll
does.
You'll see something off in the distance. And like you said, when you're like, oh, look at that storm, it's coming. And then...
Or those puffy clouds are getting a little darker at the bottom.
It's there in minutes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
So I think it does take people by surprise. And then, I think a lot of visitors just don't take lightning as seriously as they should here in the park as far as a real risk, a real hazard. So, definitely just getting out and playing in the high elevations early in the morning when there's less likely to be thunderstorms is always a good idea. Check the weather forecast ahead of time because we certainly can have thunderstorms develop in the morning. We've had thunder and lightning at 10 a.m. It's not always, noon or 1 o'clock. And then, just make sure you have kind of an escape plan. Don't push yourself. If you think the weather is changing, turn around. The only safe place to be in a lightning storm is in a substantial building or in a, hard-topped vehicle. Even outdoors, if you get below tree line, if you get into the forest, you're still not as safe as you would be inside. So I think it's really just about making good decisions ahead of time and choosing wisely about how you're going to recreate and how you're going to spend your time in the park so that you don't put yourself in one of those situations that can become dangerous really quickly.
And then I guess since we're on the topic of safety, the other thing I wanted to talk about, make sure that we hit is altitude. So
yes,
we're at Alpine Visitor Center right now. We're at what altitude?
So we're at 11,796 feet, so almost 11,800 feet in elevation.
Okay. And Trail Ridge Road goes a bit over 12,000 feet in elevation. Yep. So I'll tee you up for a question. So is there less oxygen at altitude?
There is not
there
less
is not.
oxygen percentage-wise as far as the amount of oxygen in our atmosphere. However, there's less available oxygen to you because the molecules are more spread out. So if you kind of think about a box of air at sea level and a box of air at elevation, the percentage of oxygen is still the same inside that box, but there's less oxygen molecules at elevation.
So you're getting less oxygen as you breathe.
Yeah, for sure.
Significantly less.
Yes. So your body is working a lot harder to get the oxygen it needs. And, a lot of people think like, oh, I'll be acclimated after being here a couple days. And for a lot of visitors, they do feel better after they're here for a few days, especially if they're taking care of themselves, they're getting sleep, they're eating probably more than they're used to eating. They're drinking a lot of water. Caffeinated beverages do not qualify as fluids when you're coming to altitude. So
those are all things that help.
They help.
Eat some, eat a little bit more food, get some more rest.
You'll
drink
find
some
you're
more
probably
water.
a little hungrier than you normally are. You need to drink more water because one, the environment here is very dry. And then two, your body's just working harder to get what it needs. So you're using up more energy, more, liquid in your system.
So those things can help.
They definitely can help.
But
you don't fully acclimate until about 3 months,
right?
Which is the bad news,
right?
Because your red blood cells have about a 3-month life cycle. So you don't get rid of the old low elevation red blood cells, all of them, until the 3-month mark, and create those nice new red blood cells that carry more oxygen. So while most people will often feel better after being here for a few days or a week, physiologically, you're not going to be acclimated for quite some time.
And how does it make people feel? What are some of the some of the basic symptoms?
So, for a lot of people, they feel short of breath, a little lightheaded, a little fuzzy. Folks will often get a mild headache. Just kind of feeling blah.
Yeah, you just feel kind of.
Yeah, just kind of run down. And that's honestly pretty normal for most folks.
Yeah.
But what will happen is a lot of times it freaks you out, right? Like, why can't I catch my breath? I just did a short walk across the parking lot. So now I'm freaking out because I can't catch my breath. So now I can't catch my breath more.
Right.
And so I'm freaking out even more. And now I'm getting a little dizzy. And, it's kind of it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I hadn't thought about that. So just that feeling stresses people out.
Yeah, it totally stresses people out.
It compounds
causes anxiety.
Itself. Okay.
So,
so if people are coming up, especially, I know people. I did this when I first came here. I flew in from DC area, drove up to Estes Park. Oh, we have a few hours before dinner. Let's drive up to Alpine Visitor Center. So you're basically going from sea level to almost 12,000 feet in no time.
Yeah.
And just standing around, you can feel dizzy, even if you're a perfectly healthy person. So one thing is, just recognize that those are some normal symptoms. And then what if you're up here and that they do start to get, like if your headache starts to get really acute, bad, or really starts hurting, or you're just feeling crappy.
Really bad headache. You can't catch your breath no matter what you do, no matter how long you rest. Dizzy enough that you have to sit down or you're going to fall down. Those are definitely more concerning symptoms. And all of the rangers that work here at the Alpine Visitor Center are emergency medical technicians.
Oh, okay. Everybody.
And everybody. It's a requirement of the job here. And we have a medical clinic attached to the visitor center where we can certainly treat visitors who are having a more serious reaction to altitude or something else. A lot of people with pre-existing medical conditions will find that when they come to altitude, it really aggravates their condition, and something that they might have had relatively good control over at home now is manifesting itself as a more serious medical emergency. So we certainly take those things very seriously and are happy to help folks that are having a more serious reaction to the altitude. So folks shouldn't hesitate to come on into the Alpine Visitor Center and talk to a ranger if they aren't sure if what they're feeling is, quote, normal or not.
Right. Good. That's great. And then even if you're having mild symptoms, the best cure is?
The only cure is to go down.
The best and only cure.
Yes.
Go down in elevation.
Yes.
You'll be getting more oxygen. You will feel better.
Descend.
Yes, descend. Good. I think those are a lot of the safety things that I just wanted to make sure that we covered from the get-go. So we'll come back to Alpine stuff, Alpine Visitor Center, Alpine everything. But let's talk about you. Are you excited?
I'm excited.
I can tell how excited you are. So Cynthia, where are you from originally?
So I grew up in Missouri.
Missouri? Where in Missouri?
Midwest.
For our Missouri listeners.
So kind of the west central part of the state.
Okay.
Small town near Warrensburg, Missouri.
And when you were growing up, were you guys big national parks travelers?
We were.
Mountain folks went out to the mountains. Yeah.
Yeah. My dad was pretty opposed to going east of our home.
Yeah.
So we always went west and we visited national parks. That's just kind of what we did. We had family that lived near Yellowstone and Grand Teton National Park, near the Redwoods in California. So about every summer we took some sort of family road trip for a week or two and hit national parks. So, you know, that was just kind of normal for me growing up. That's where we went on vacation.
Yeah.
We were definitely, though, the park visitor that like stopped at the visitor center and got a map and then stopped at the overlooks and took pictures, walked the little nature trail, and then moved on to the next national park.
Okay.
We weren't hikers. We weren't campers. We never went to a ranger-led program, which I find kind of ironic since I turned into a ranger that leads programs.
Yeah.
You know, and I knew I wanted to be a park ranger by the time I was about 12, even though I had no clue what they did. I just knew
How
they
did
had
you know?
to. Well, because they got to live and work in places like this, and that was like good enough for me at that age. So, you know, the older I got, I kind of figured out what park rangers actually did,
Right.
and
But
it
at
still
first,
sounded
it was
cool.
just you went to a lot of parks,
And I wanted to
and you thought,
be there
that is cool
all the time.
I want to be there more.
Yeah, I think it was really the landscapes, you know, the like the aesthetics of Western landscapes that really hooked me, and that kind of spoke to me on a level even as a preteen and teenager that was really meaningful, and I knew like I need to be in these places. So,
Do you have any siblings?
I do. I have an older brother.
Does he feel like that?
He
or was
definitely.
he more like, oh, this is fun, but whatever?
Well, he actually does like outdoor
Okay.
photography and videography. So we both kind of ended up in fields that could have been somewhat predicted by our upbringing.
And why do you think your parents are so into the national park thing? Was it because you said you did it ever since you were little? Had they done that with their parents?
My dad did.
Okay.
He grew up, well, kind of, to a certain extent. They traveled a lot to Florida, so he grew up going to the beach in the winter months. He lived in Michigan. And then my mom grew up on a farm in Nebraska, so kind of wide open spaces have always been special to her. And yeah, I think that was just kind of their thing.
Yeah.
And then I think a lot of it had to do too with where some of our close family lived and was situated as well. It was like if you go to Jackson, Wyoming, of course you're going to visit Grand Teton National Park and Yellowstone National Park, and that's where I had relatives and so I think they both just were really drawn to the same kind of Western landscapes. I remember them really being into photography. And
what's the first park you remember visiting?
The first park I remember visiting is probably the Redwoods in California. And I remember the big trees. And then I also remember falling in the ocean and thinking I was going to get sucked out to sea. And then my mom having to shake out my little pink pants in the parking lot and sitting in my underwear in the back seat of the car was very embarrassing. So,
okay, so that sealed it in
that
your memory.
did. That's a very vivid memory
Yeah.
for me as a child.
Were there any smaller parks or like less well-known parks that you remember going to that stick in your head?
I remember Craters of the Moon.
Oh, okay. In Idaho?
Yeah, that one was really cool as a kid. The whole, lava fields, but then ice caves, was just really, really interesting. I remember like kind of, skating in my tennis shoes in the ice caves, in early June when it was pretty warm outside.
Yeah,
so
hot.
it was really, that was a really interesting.
It's kind of
site.
southeast Idaho, is that correct?
Yeah, southeast, south central.
Yeah, Craters of the Moon.
Yep.
For folks who don't know about that, I'm asking people these things because I'm trying to highlight some of the units that people might not know about other than Rocky.
Yeah.
And that's a really amazing, like you said, just bizarre place.
Yeah, super
just
cool.
Fields of volcanic rock and ice caves, and it's pretty remote. Really interesting.
Yeah.
That's a cool one.
That's definitely one I remember. And then I remember as a teenager visiting Fort Laramie.
That's
National Historic Park.
like Fort
and
Laramie.
I really liked that park. I was kind of into history at the time.
Yeah.
And just found kind of Western history really fascinating. And I thought Fort Laramie was really cool.
Yeah, so that's down in southeast Wyoming, past Guernsey, which I'm sure many of our listeners are familiar with Guernsey. Just look it up, Fort Laramie. It's really neat how it's been as different buildings restored to different time periods, and they've done a lot of work restoring it. And unlike Rocky, which is a very busy park, it is not a super busy park. So you really have a lot of things to yourself.
Yeah.
And at Guernsey State Park near there's a visitor center created by the CCC with exhibits from the WPA, and it is like in original condition.
Wow.
Yeah, so all the exhibits you can go in there and see, and they're all hand calligraphy, painted. It's really incredible. It's almost like
cool.
it's almost like a WPA museum. And it's kind of, it's just in this little park, and the building is very park rustic type architecture, huge stones and timbers.
Guernsey State Park.
Yeah, Guernsey State Park. Yeah, shout out.
We didn't hit that on our family
Yeah, a lot of
road
people
trip,
don't know about it.
so-
I don't know if they want me telling people about it or not, but now they know. Now they know. It's really worth seeing. So you knew you wanted to be a park ranger when you were 12.
Mm-hmm.
How did you go about making that dream a reality?
So when I was looking into where to go to college, I definitely looked for programs that, were known in the kind of parks field, had parks and recreation majors, tourism majors, those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
So I quickly kind of narrowed it down to just a handful of universities. And of course, dreamed big about going out of state, but then financial reality set in, and I ended up going to the University of Missouri, which has a good parks, recreation, and tourism program. And so I kind of went into it not knowing exactly what I would focus on, but pretty quickly realized kind of the interpretive educational side of things was what I was most interested in.
And why did that interest you the most?
I think I definitely was an extrovert in high school, loved drama and, kind of being in the thick of things all the time. And so that appealed to me, like being the educational ranger, being the one giving the programs, kind of, entertaining visitors to a certain extent. And just also learning about these places. I grew up in a rural area, and I just, I always loved just exploring the creeks and forests near where I grew up and trying to figure out how things in nature worked. So I think that was appealing too. Like that was my job, figuring out how things in nature worked and then explaining that to park visitors. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of similar. It's like, oh, I get to learn about all sorts of stuff and entertain people.
Exactly.
Be the center of attention.
This
Sign
is
me up. This is
awesome.
fun. And you get to learn about so
Exactly.
many different things, which I think is
and you're
is really,
always
really
learning,
cool.
because there's
You have to.
You never are going to know everything. So
Yeah,
it's like
constant.
this constant, like, oh wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah. So you went there. What was your first park? It didn't have to be park service, but park job of some kind. Did you do like internship?
I did. So I actually worked at a state historic site in Missouri one summer, giving tours of a lodge, a historic home. Bothwell Lodge State Historic Site near Sedalia, Missouri.
Bothwell.
Yeah. So
Look
that
it up.
was
Look
that
it up,
was
visitors.
a cool experience.
Yeah.
And then I actually got an internship in the National Park Service because I always knew that, growing up in Missouri, I wanted to move out west. So I don't think my family or my friends ever expected me to stay in Missouri. So I was pretty excited when I got a internship at Rocky Mountain National Park between my
Really?
junior and senior
That was
year
your first
in college.
internship. Was
It
here.
was here, which is funny because this wasn't one of the parks we visited a lot as a kid. I think I'd come here once with my parents when I was maybe like 13 or 14.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking it was beautiful, but it wasn't one of the landscapes that was kind of burned into my memory as a kid growing up.
Yeah.
Like Grand Tetons and Grand Canyon and Southwest Utah.
Right.
Was kind of burned into my memory more.
Yeah.
So I found it kind of ironic that I ended up here, and then this has become obviously a really special
Yeah.
place to me over time.
Yeah. What were you doing with that internship?
So I was doing interpretation.
Okay.
So working at
Yeah.
the visitor centers and
Yeah.
leading nature hikes.
And since it wasn't burned into your memory, what did you come away from that summer thinking? Like, did it?
Well, I think because I didn't grow up hiking and camping and doing those sorts of things, I started to dabble with that in college, kind of just locally where I went to school. And so this was the first like big Western landscape that I lived in and got to know more intimately as a hiker. I climbed Long's Peak that first summer, which was, at the time, like the hardest thing I had physically ever done.
Sure.
Kind of blew my mind.
Yeah.
And just kind of, I think, built a lot of confidence in myself as an outdoors person, being capable of hiking and camping. Yeah, like I planned a backpacking trip to the Grand Canyon after working here that summer for a bunch of my friends who none of us had ever backpacked before. So it was kind of an epic fail in some ways, but also really awesome.
Okay. That's how you learn.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was kind of the same way. I was in Boy Scouts, but didn't do like backpacking or that kind of stuff. And then, I had an internship in Yellowstone one summer and just got after it, started backpacking and hiking and learning through great success and great failure, shivering nights and where you forgot something important or, those things.
Like a sleeping pad.
Yeah, like a sleeping pad. Oh, it turns out they're not just to pad you. They're to keep you from being freezing cold.
Yes.
Yeah. That's interesting that this is the first place that you came.
Yeah.
So what about after that? What was your first Park Service job? Did it take
actually,
a while? Or?
It didn't.
Okay.
The next summer after I graduated from college, I actually got a job back at Rocky Mountain National Park working at the entrance stations, collecting fees and selling passes. So that was my first, paid job in the park ranger uniform. And it was a great summer. It was super fun. I was fresh out of college, working with a lot of other folks fresh out of college. So it was kind of like summer camp. And it was, it was a really good experience. And then I was able to transition into more of an interpretive position the following summer here at Rocky Mountain National Park. And then I started popping around a little bit more to other national parks, which was kind of one of my goals when I was a seasonal park ranger. So I worked a summer in Olympic National Park. And
I love Olympic.
Oh, man. Talk about an amazing backcountry park.
Yeah, that's a crazy place. Just ocean to glaciers in no time.
Yeah,
Rainforest.
12 feet of rain to 12 inches of rain.
Yeah, exactly.
A year. Yeah, really cool park.
Yeah.
And then I worked winters in Death Valley for 3 years, which I
Also
love
amazing.
the desert. Your comment earlier about
Yeah.
the desert and the alpine kind of having some similarities.
Yeah.
I definitely have always
Tons.
seen that and felt that. And I think it's one of the reasons I'm drawn to both environments, both landscapes.
Yeah.
But yeah, Death Valley was incredible. Talk
Yeah.
about just, I don't know, just such a vast place that just, I guess for me, the desert, you either love it or you don't.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
There's not a lot of in between, and I absolutely love the desert. So that was a really cool experience.
Yeah, I do
spending
too.
winters there.
And I found that too because I also love alpine. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I was up in Alaska for a while, and I went to Death Valley, I guess a little bit before I started working here, so a few years back, and to make their new map. And so we got to go all over the park for 8 days. I mean, we didn't get to go back on all the dirt roads because we didn't have time to ride on washboard for 4 hours, or 8 hours on a day.
And change 2 flat tires.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I agree. I feel like there are a lot of similarities. Same with the plants, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Just lots of hidden treasures. It's an amazing place. I feel like a lot of people end up just driving through there. You kind of live in Southern California, like on the way to Vegas or somewhere.
Yeah, it's what you travel through to get from point
and
A
the
to
speed
point
limits
B.
are kind of high, and you kind of blow through there. And in the summer, it is brutal.
Ridiculously hot.
At least down in the lowlands. Up high, it's nice. But yeah, an amazing place. And that's the largest National Park Service unit in the lower 48, right?
It is.
Yeah, it's around 3 million acres. So
It's huge.
1.5 times the size of Yellowstone. I think a lot of people don't realize that either.
Yeah.
And it has an amazing map. I'm just kidding. It is a pretty cool map, but that was a really fun
It's a
one to
pretty
make.
cool place. I believe it has a pretty cool
Yeah, it is. It is a really cool place. And then what about after that?
And then I came back here for several seasons. I actually worked as a seasonal park ranger at the Alpine Visitor Center, which was really fun. And then eventually decided that, if I was going to make a career of this, I, needed to have year-round work.
Yep.
And it took a few years, but I eventually got a permanent year-round job with the National Park Service at Point Reyes National Seashore, which was a really cool change from working in desert parks and mountain parks to go to a seashore and learn marine mammals and marine weather and pelagic birds and, all of the really cool things about, kind of coastal California.
Yeah.
And I was there for a couple years, and it was really a neat area to live, to visit a lot of other National Park Service sites, you know, everything in the San Francisco area.
It's amazing how close it is
to
San Francisco.
Yeah.
So much stuff.
Yeah.
Did you work out at
it was
the
really cool.
lighthouse ever?
I did.
Did you live out there?
I did not.
Okay.
No.
That always seemed hardcore to me, the people.
Yeah, the wind. It's like the Alpine. The wind is
it's
pretty
just
brutal.
nonstop.
Yeah.
And fog comes through there too, right?
A little bit.
Not too much. A little bit. Yeah, Point Reyes is awesome.
Yeah. So I worked there, and then Joshua Tree National Park.
Ooh, man.
In Southern California, and then back here at Rocky. So
you've hit a lot of great places.
Yeah, I'm kind of picky. I have to, I have to be in a place that kind of feeds my soul.
Yeah, it speaks to you, right?
I like to visit a lot of, everything in the National Park Service. I feel is, valuable and important and inspirational and really cool to visit, but not all of the National Park Service sites are places I would want to work just because I need to be really personally kind of excited about.
Yeah, I think that's important. When I was doing that job where I was making maps, I traveled to all kinds of sites from big parks like this down to tiny little Revolutionary War battlefields and everything in between. And it's the people that were at those sites were excited about those sites. So I think
it's great.
Yeah, it's like there's niches for lots of different people. And in fact, I think a lot of people end up in these little subcultures of the NPS, which is what I've kind of learned. Like I remember when I was down at some Civil War parks in the South, they were like, yeah, the Cannonball Circuit. It's like people who they love the Civil War. And I feel like especially in interpretation, like you have to love.
We have to love the stories you're telling.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
If you don't love it, you'll either get bored of it or whatever, and then it shows for the visitors.
You're not going to be as effective at actually doing your job.
Yeah, that's great that you're able to be in so many places that worked for you. And so since you've been back at Rocky, have you always been at the Alpine Visitor Center?
The first couple years I was back here, I was not up at the Alpine Visitor Center.
Yeah.
I was down on the east side of the park, helping run the Sheep Lakes operation, which is another really cool place in Rocky. A lot of great people that dedicate their time to working there and helping protect the bighorn sheep and tell that story to the visitors.
Yeah, so that's down in Horseshoe Park. Fastest way is from Fall River entrance, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Just, for our visitors, look it up on our website, Fall River entrance, Sheep Lakes information. So you did that for a little bit?
I did. But, honestly, one of my dreams in coming back to Rocky Mountain National Park was to work at the Alpine Visitor Center and to kind of manage this part of the park from an interpretive standpoint. I just love the high elevation. It's really for me what makes Rocky really special.
Yeah.
It's the part of the park that I love the most. So when I was able to come back up here and start, managing the Alpine Visitor Center and recruiting volunteers and park staff that were also really excited about this environment. It's been awesome. It's going to be hard to leave.
Yeah, man. It's hard to top this, no pun intended. It is the highest elevation parks visitor center in the National Park Service, for those who might not know.
Yeah, surprisingly, the second highest elevation visitor center, I'm pretty sure, is in Hawaii.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's on Haleakala, yeah.
That makes sense. I never thought about that.
But a lot of people would not expect that.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. I remember one winter I almost took an internship there at Haleakala, and they were like, yeah, by the way, it's real cold up here and remote. It is very high.
I think their visitor center is at like 10,000 feet.
Yeah, it's really high up there. It gets below freezing a lot. Hawaii is an amazing place. So you've been up here running the Alpine Visitor Center for a while. What are some of the, I'm sure there are many, challenges of running the Alpine Visitor Center? Because it's such a crazy place to build anything.
It is. And that's honestly what I tell my staff, my new staff in the spring, before we can even get up here because the road is still closed.
Yeah, when can you usually get up here?
Usually late May. We shoot for Memorial Day weekend, but that more times than not doesn't happen. It's
so
usually,
you don't have long between when you can get here and when it opens to the public.
No.
Okay.
It's kind of honestly a ridiculous place to have a building.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, it's a little over the top. So I think just the location is kind of ridiculous. We don't have running water for the first few weeks that we're open in the spring and for the last 3 or 4 weeks that we're open in the fall, which, is not a big hardship or anything, but it surprises a lot of visitors.
Yeah.
They're not prepared for it.
Absolutely.
They don't understand why they can't have a flush toilet.
Yep.
So little things like that make it kind of challenging sometimes. The weather is totally squirrely, especially in the early season and late season. We can have blizzards blow in, 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts.
Yeah.
Lightning. I mean, our building has been struck by lightning before.
Yeah.
When it's really kind of dicey, you step outside and you can hear our lightning rod on the roof humming.
Ooh.
And that's always a sign to go
That's an
right back
interesting feeling,
inside
yeah.
and tell people to put their umbrellas away.
So yeah, when people drive up, they'll see, or if they look at pictures online, these huge logs on the roof. That's for snow load, I assume.
It's to hold the roof on in the winter
To
so it
hold the
doesn't
roof
blow
on
off.
from the wind.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
because the wind up here is crazy.
Yeah,
insane.
100-mile-an-hour plus in the winter.
And then, all the lightning, rods sticking up.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yep. So yeah, the building tells its story pretty well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just, and then, people, like I mentioned earlier, it's kind of otherworldly for a lot of visitors.
Mhm.
They pop above tree line and it's like no other place they've ever been.
Yeah.
And the road doesn't have guardrails and
Yeah.
their heart's pounding a little faster and they can't quite catch their breath and the road doesn't have guardrails and they're freaking out and they pull into the parking lot and they're having a full-on panic attack. And, we calmly and confidently reassure them that the road is just as wide here as it is in Kansas. And, it can be really scary though.
Yeah,
and
it does scare a lot of people, understandably.
So just the kind of the visitor dynamic, people coming in not feeling well, people coming in freaked out about the road.
Yeah.
People coming in just super, blissed out because this is a pretty incredible environment. So
Yeah.
you get the full gamut. So you never quite know what your day is going to bring,
Right.
which is one of the reasons I love it.
Mhm.
But yeah, it can be an interesting place to work for sure.
Yeah. What is it about the Alpine for you that speaks to you? I mean, I certainly can relate to that because I find the same thing. The first time that I went above tree line, I guess probably was in Yellowstone, and I was just like, this is it. This is it for me. I just immediately loved it. And I think as many people as there are who are kind of freaked out by it, there's a lot of people who have that feeling. But what is it for you that keeps the magic going?
I kind of think it's a combination of the just the visual landscape, the incredible views, the fact that you can see mountain ranges that are, 40, 50 miles away.
Mhm.
That it's such this wide open expanse of a landscape. And that kind of combined with the really hardy, cool, quirky adaptations to the plants, interesting animals that are only found in the high elevations. I'm definitely a plant person, so I geek out on
me
the
too.
alpine flowers, totally. And just the fact that it's like such a harsh environment and the weather and the climate really shape it on some super in super nuanced ways that I just find really intriguing. And I'm always discovering something new. And it's just an incredible landscape. It's my happy place. It's where I go in my head when I need to be in my happy place.
Yeah, that's a good point about one thing I always like is kind of the rawness because things are so on the edge that you can see natural processes fairly clearly compared to lots of places. There's not trees covering up or there's complexity, of course. There's a lot of complexity, but there's also a certain straightforwardness about it.
It's pared down a little bit.
Yeah, you can just see how, even looking out here, you can see how on steeper slopes, grasses will kind of shift down and you can see how frost affects things and you can see
how slope affects things.
Right, exactly. That's a big one is, seeing north facing versus south facing or east or west and how that has an effect. And you just see all these natural things kind of laid out in front of you. And then, too, the power is you can't ignore it. You can have no illusion that you're in charge. It's just because every day that illusion will be shattered by something.
Yeah.
And to me, also, it feels a little bit like going into space because it's you get a little bit of the year where you can come up here and be relatively comfortable as a biological human. And then most of the year is just completely unsurvivable for a person, basically.
Super harsh.
Yeah, it's just crazy. One thing I wanted to come back to, because you mentioned a little bit earlier, and I think a lot of visitors may not know the kind of human history of Trail Ridge, and before it was a road, just Trail Ridge. Can you talk about that a little bit and what it was used for and the role that it played for different cultures?
Yeah, so the human history here goes back at least 12,000 years.
Wow.
We found archaeological evidence in the park of people using the high country, especially, way back.
Yeah.
And, kind of seasonally, of course, just like you just mentioned, it's not the kind of environment that humans can live in year round, but, it's a very rich environment in the summer as far as animal migration. Of course, 12,000 plus years ago, there was different species here than there is today. But, prehistoric people used this area for hunting, for gathering, for travel between kind of intermountain valleys. And the routes that they used continued to be used down into more modern native peoples. The Ute people used this area for a long time. I think at least 500, 600 plus years, and they used those same travel corridors that the prehistoric people used. There wasn't this big break. It was kind of a continuous use of this area. And once again, archaeological evidence of camps in the high country, of spiritual significance, and places of really powerful religion for the native people. We found archaeological evidence of that, as well as areas where animals were captured and butchered for food. So there's a incredibly rich human history in this area, and even today we're learning more about that human history and how different spiritual sites in the park might be tied together and might have ties to the seasons or to astronomical events. Or to other sites at lower elevation, and how they might be linked. And then kind of the late arrivals on the scene, the Arapaho, in the 1800s came into this area. And, the Arapaho and Ute are still consider this a very significant place in their culture. A lot of spiritual significance still here. The rivers in particular here, the fact that so many rivers start in the park is really significant. And then these high elevation areas, some of the kind of spiritual sites are still considered really sacred to Ute and Arapaho even today, which I think is cool. I think, a lot of our visitors feel a spiritual connection to this landscape, and that's not something new. That's not like, oh, they made it a national park, and now people can, have this incredible spiritual experience and connection to this place. This has been a significant place for humans for a long, long time.
Right. It's been speaking to people for a long time.
Yeah, and I think that's really cool. We're very latecomers on the scene in the grand scheme of things as the National Park Service goes.
Absolutely. And I think it's interesting too that, just when people come to visit, or if you're not coming to visit but you want to look online, go to our park website, see a map, or look it up on any map, and just look at Trail Ridge, not Trail Ridge Road, but just Trail Ridge, and you'll see it just makes sense as a place to travel. And so we have the Ute Trail that you can hike on that follows pretty closely the foot trail that was used, and even Trail Ridge Road doesn't stray too far from that.
It doesn't for many miles. Trail Ridge Road follows that route that was used by prehistoric and Ute and Arapaho people.
Yeah, it's just I always enjoy thinking about that when I'm here. That like you said, the park itself, it's been here now over 100 years, which seems old, but is a very small drop in the bucket that people have been here for a really long time. What are the most common visitor questions that you get up here?
Well, certainly about the building. Why are the logs on the roof?
Okay.
It's kind of an interesting architectural component.
Yeah.
And
so we covered that.
To
keep the roof from getting ripped off by insane wind.
Yep, keeps the building from blowing away. We get a lot of questions about the poles along the road.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
The snow poles.
Yeah.
Yep. A lot of people think it's to measure the depth of snow, when in fact they are put there so that the plow drivers can find the road in the spring. Which is pretty mind-boggling to think about.
Yes, if we've been for the past few years posting pictures every spring when the road crew are up here. So go on our Facebook and scroll back a little bit into May, and and look at some of those pictures, and you'll see why the snow poles exist.
Yeah,
you cannot see the road.
So
that's what those are for.
Yes, that's what those are for. We get a lot of questions just about hikes and, the wildlife up here sometimes is new for folks. Marmots and pika and some of the bird species like the white-tailed ptarmigan are unique to high mountain areas. So we get a lot of questions about that.
Mm-hmm.
And then because people have traveled, from the low elevations of the park to get here, they'll make note of things along the way, and we'll get questions about the dead trees that people see from the insect outbreaks that we've had in the last couple decades due to warming temperatures and longer summers and warmer, shorter winters. So we definitely get questions about that.
Yeah.
And and just people wondering where they can go to explore more.
Right.
Folks, they are intrigued with this landscape, and being on a mountaintop is a pretty awesome experience. And so we get a lot of, what's a good peak to hike, or where can I, get out and explore the tundra a little bit more.
And what about critters? What are the critters people wonder about?
Well, people definitely wonder about the marmots, the yellow-bellied marmots. Even though they're not exclusively found in the alpine tundra, people seem to notice them and see them more up here. So people wonder, what was that animal?
Mm-hmm.
Was it a beaver? They'll wonder what it was doing.
Yeah.
And then the pika, of course, the American pika, which is, at least in this part of the world, pretty much a high elevation animal.
Yeah.
And an animal we're definitely really watching. We mentioned how this is such a harsh environment. It's kind of like life on the edge. And, because things are so fine-tuned to the environment up here, changes in the environment definitely can have significant ramifications for some of these species. And the pika, because they're so well adapted to cold, but not so much to warm in the summers. And then they of course, can't be too cold in the winters.
Mm-hmm.
We're concerned about changes in snowpack affecting them in the winter, and then warmer temperatures in the summer affecting whether or not they can gather enough food to make it through the winter.
Right.
So people ask about the pika, and it's a good opportunity to talk a little bit about some of the research that's ongoing in the park and some of the things we're learning about this environment as it does change with the changes that are happening in our climate.
Yeah, any changes to averages you can start to see pretty quickly up here a lot of time. I mean, on the decade scale, which is enough for people to be able to actually notice, even people who visited here or worked here for a long time.
Well, even something as simple as a snowfield. We get a lot of questions about the snowfield right here from the Alpine Visitor Center that we're looking at. And, we used to consider it a permanent snowfield because in the history of the park, at least, no one had ever seen it melt. And then I believe it melted for the first time completely in 2003. It was gone. And it doesn't melt every year now, but, I wouldn't consider it a permanent snowfield anymore.
Right.
And so, that's one of those changes that people who have visited, over the years might witness themselves. So it's not always a change that a scientist has to do in-depth research to determine. Sometimes it's as simple as noticing that, wow, I've never seen that snowfield as small as it is, or wasn't there always snow here in late August and this year there's not? What's going on? So the alpine tundra definitely, has a lot of, I think, important lessons about changes that are happening and then what that might mean for the future.
So we'll end with 2 questions.
Okay.
Second to last question, penultimate, whatever the word is. If you could give, we've covered a lot of tips about safety, where you can see things, animals, questions, things like that. So kind of apart from that, more general, if you could give people one piece of advice or just something to keep in mind as they come to Rocky, they come to the Alpine, maybe come to the Alpine Visitor Center, what would it be? It can be practical, or it can be more not practical, I guess.
I mean, I guess I would just say, take the time to really notice the little things. A place like Rocky, the landscape itself can overwhelm you because it's just like yelling at you in your face. Like, look at me. This view is amazing.
Yeah.
How can you notice anything else?
Sure.
And I think, that alone is very powerful. But I think when folks kind of zoom in on a more micro scale, they can really discover some true treasures, whether it's noticing how an animal is behaving or noticing that teeny tiny, alpine flower at their feet that they almost stepped on because they were enjoying the view. Or just noticing, something down at lower elevations with, a rotting log in the forest and what's growing around it. Sometimes those little things I think sometimes can layer on top of the overwhelming landscape pieces of a place like Rocky Mountain National Park and just add an incredible richness to your experience. So take the time to notice the little things, whatever that might mean wherever you are in the park.
That's great. Take the time to notice the little things. And finally, so your first internship was at Rocky. You worked here before, you worked here now. What does Rocky mean to you? Hard question.
Wow.
Tough
That is
question.
a hard question. What does Rocky mean to me?
Kathy had a hard time with it too. Probably everybody will, but I'm going to ask everybody anyway.
I think it's changed over the years. When I first came here as kind of a, wide-eyed intern, it meant, just this really wild landscape, that I had to kind of prove myself in and figure out, how to be confident and capable in. And I think now, having worked here for a long time and having explored a lot of other Western landscapes as an adult, backpacking and, really, really getting to know places. I think now I see it more as a place to introduce people. Like, it's not as wild to me now that I've spent time in other places that are, bigger acreage wise and less visited people wise and, maybe a little more remote. Like, I don't feel kind of that sense of real kind of wildness and almost, an edge of danger to it as I did when I first came here. So now I see it as like a really cool place to introduce other people to like wildness. So I kind of see it as like the baby pool for our visitors. And I see a lot of our visitors experiencing it that way.
Yeah.
This is the first place they've really hiked very much. And, this is the first place they figured out how to pee in the woods and, how to use a water filter.
Sure.
And so I kind of see it now for visitors. It's what it was to me, a long time ago.
Right.
It was the place I kind of like got my wilderness legs under me and really learned to love wild places and exploring them on a more intimate level.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think about that a lot with Rocky and with a lot of national parks in general, is that, there's a lot of public land other than national parks, and a lot of it is really remote and out there with little to no visitor services, certainly no paved road that goes up to 12,000 feet. But this is a place where you can come with your family, or you can come regardless of your experience level and see what, the Southern Rockies can be, what Alpine can be. And then when you look at a map and you see all this stuff that is so hard to get to, you can have a personal appreciation and connection for it and understand the importance of it. I think that's a great point.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us.
You
this
are
has
very
been
welcome.
super fun.
Yeah.
And
anytime I can talk about the high mountains, I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. When people come up to Alpine Visitor Center, maybe you'll see Cynthia. If you do, say hi.
Yeah, stop in and say hi.
And we hope we'll see you soon. And that's our show. Thank you for joining us on this second episode of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. We have got a ton of great episodes in the works. We've been scheduling things left and right. So, again, our public information officer, we're actually going to ride one of our shuttle buses up to Bear Lake and walk around Bear Lake and talk about the Rocky Pledge, talk about just general tips for seeing the park, and learn what a public information officer does at a park. It's actually a really, really interesting job, and Kyle has a ton of cool experience to share with you. We're going to be talking to our volunteer program coordinator, our museum curator. We're going to be talking to backcountry folks. climbing rangers. We have all sorts of stuff lined up for you. So we encourage you to subscribe for all future episodes for sure. And go on iTunes and give us some reviews if you like our show. We have a couple up there already, which is great. We appreciate those. And those just help people find our podcast and help it grow. You can also go to our homepage, which is at go.nps.gov/RMNpod, where you can get show notes. You can see a few pictures. There's a transcription available. And you can actually leave comments for any of our episodes. There's a little comment section at the bottom of each post. And we would love any feedback you have for stories you would like to hear, ways the podcast could be improved, anything you have that can make this be the best it can be. So we appreciate all your feedback, and we look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.
Welcome to Headwaters. This is a science and history show from Glacier National Park.
I'm Daniel.
And I'm Perry.
This show is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy, as always.
And this is a bonus episode for those of you planning a trip to Glacier sometime soon.
So not so much as a deep dive as much as a shallow...
A dip.
A quick dip. Okay. We're going to talk about place names. I think the place names around here can be a little confusing.
I remember when I started here and people just were throwing out like Mini Glacier and the North Fork and the Middle Fork. It's very confusing.
There's a lot of forks.
This is true.
So, first of all, we're talking about Glacier National Park in Montana.
There is also a Glacier National Park in Canada and also Glacier Bay National Park in Alaska.
Not those. We're talking about Montana.
Okay, so just to note up front, a lot of place names in Glacier come from a lot of different languages, perhaps least of all English. Originally, the landscape had a lot of names from Salish, Blackfoot, Kootenai, and Cree languages. Then French trappers came into the area, and lots of other people have come here over the years with lots of different names for many of the same places.
So if you're encountering a name that you're not understanding right away, it might be because it's a name coming from a language that you're not familiar with.
Right, or like a direct translation from a language that is not English. I always reach for a book called Place Names of Glacier National Park.
I got it right here. This is probably the best book that I know of, that it's, a few hundred pages of all of the place names from a park map, and it's got a little bit of history of all of them.
Yeah, here's maybe my favorite quote from that book. It says, "Each language portrays a universe of its own, and it will often be difficult to fit the universe of one language into the universe of another," which kind of speaks to what we were talking about earlier, where all these names come from all these different languages, and they don't always make sense in translation.
Yeah, I like that. That's interesting. All right, well, with that in mind, Perry, let's start really broad. Take me around the park. I know that the North Fork has nothing to do with like a spoon or a fork, but it has something to do with a river. So maybe start there. What's the North Fork?
Okay, so the North Fork refers to the North Fork of the Flathead River, which splits into 3 forks. One comes down from the north along the west edge of the park. Confusing.
Yeah.
The Middle Fork flows along the south of the park. Also confusing. And the South Fork is not in the park. Did that help?
But at any rate, they're all forks of the Flathead River, and they all come together to form the main stem of the Flathead River.
Yeah, which flows west of the park towards the Flathead Valley.
Right. Now, I hear people talk about the east side a lot. There's more to it than that, though.
Yes. So the east side of Glacier has a series of big valleys, each with more or less confusing names. So there's Many Glacier, St. Mary, which some people call St. Mary's. It's controversial. And Two Medicine.
Okay.
And then there's a town called East Glacier, which is not the same. Glacier also has its own history of many different names.
Yeah.
It at one point was called Glacier Station because the railroad stops there. And it also was called Midvale.
Yeah.
So in 1950, they changed it to East Glacier.
And we are on the west side.
Mm-hmm.
We are in the town of West Glacier, which is near Lake McDonald and Apgar.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. West Glacier, according to the Holterman book, was formerly called Belton. And then they changed the name just so it would be more friendly to tourists, I guess.
Or more confusing.
Maybe. So it used to be called Belton, but today it's called West Glacier. And again, it goes without saying probably that indigenous people have their own names for these places. The Kootenai have a word for the Belton area that means something like spotted foot mountains.
Okay. Okay, so 3 of the main entrances to the park are West Glacier, East Glacier, and St. Mary. I feel like we probably confused people even more about those, but...
Well, let's zoom in. What's in between West Glacier and St. Mary?
Going to the Sun Road.
That's what everyone's here for.
This is true.
So it's...
The road to the sun.
Yes, going to the Sun Road is not between East Glacier and West Glacier.
That's Highway 2.
But between St. Mary and West Glacier is going to the Sun Road. Now, Jack Holterman here has a little bit of history on the name going to the Sun Road. You would expect nothing less.
I would not.
Okay. This most unforgettable name in Glacier turns out to be a bit disappointing. Well, at least if we follow James Willard Schultz, who bluntly told the Geographic Board of Names in 1929, quote, "I myself named going to the Sun Mountain. There is no Indian legend in connection with its name." But then Jack Holterman goes on to explain that there actually were a bunch of different indigenous legends associated with that mountain and with similar names.
Okay, so James Willard Schultz is a big character that pops up a lot in Glacier.
In early park history.
Yeah. And something that I learned just a few years ago is that when you look at the map in Glacier, you see a lot of names that you might think are native names for things like going to the Sun Mountain or Rising Wolf Mountain, all of these places. However, James Willard Schultz actually applied those names to all those features that probably already had different, much longer standing indigenous names and probably many different ones from many different tribes.
So in some ways, some of these names are kind of a blending of Euro-American early trapper explorer names mixed up with the indigenous names that existed at that time.
Yeah, and confusingly, James Willard Schultz did a combination of naming things because he thought certain names sounded cool, but also naming places in honor of actual indigenous people.
People he was friends with.
Yeah, his contemporaries.
Yeah, so I guess we've just made this all more confusing than it started.
Well, I'd like to think we've sparked some interest, perhaps, for people.
At the very least, all I can say is, take out your park map and ask some questions.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlapping eras of history here and a lot of different cultures that have been a part of this landscape.
And names really kind of capture all of that history in an interesting way.
Totally.
Well, this has just been a quick dive into some park names and history. We'll be releasing some new episodes soon, so stay tuned.
And if you have more questions in the meantime, or if you want to try and stump the ranger, we love trivia questions.
So you can send us an email.
Yes, at glac_media_lab@nps.gov.
We'll put that in the show notes too.
If you want to learn more about what the Glacier Conservancy does, you can visit their website at glacier.org.
You can also just support the show directly by leaving a review in Apple Podcasts. It used to be called iTunes, but Apple Podcasts, or
You're really dating yourself.
Whatever app you use for podcasts, go leave us a review. Even if you haven't listened to all of Headwaters yet, you're not sure you like it.
Just give us 5 stars anyway.
Yeah, and then go back and listen to the past 5 years of episodes that we have. There's a lot of good stuff out there, and we got more coming, so stay tuned.
If you like the show, tell your friends about it.
Thanks for listening.
A common design feature of many mountain roads. Generally, the only way to get up and over a pass is to switch back and forth several times to gain the elevation needed. If the Going to the Sun Road had been built following one design plan, it would have had 15 switchbacks climbing up the head of Logan Creek directly below Logan Pass. Imagine trying to plow that road every spring. Snowplows would continually be pushing snow onto already plowed areas over and over again. Well, in 1924, Frank Kitteridge of the Bureau of Public Roads directed a survey of potential routes over Logan Pass. His team started in September and was able to map out 21 miles before winter closed in. The work was difficult, and men often had to climb 3,000 feet each morning to get to the survey sites. The crews walked along narrow ledges and hung over cliffs by rope to make many of the measurements. The work was extremely challenging and resulted in a 300% turnover in labor in just 3 months. But the survey work did pay off, and in late 1924, National Park Service Director Stephen Mather approved Kitteridge's alternate route. It contained only one switchback and followed McDonald Creek, where it turned north before looping back on itself and continuing up the garden wall in one long, continuous path. The current route allows for greater views of the park and blends well into the landscape. The work of Kitteridge and the Bureau of Public Roads resulted in a partnership with the National Park Service to construct roads throughout the national park system. The Bureau of Public Roads became the Federal Highway Administration, and today that partnership still continues.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. Hey, everyone, and welcome to the What We Do podcast. I'm Jake Frank. Our team of 4 will be interviewing 10 people over the next 10 weeks to take you behind the scenes to share stories from people who work for the National Park Service in the world's first national park. So first things first, hi, team.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
How's everybody doing?
Awesome.
Good.
Why don't we do some quick team intros? So if we do, let's say, your name, your title, maybe your division, how long you've been in Yellowstone, what your favorite hobbies are. No, and maybe if there's any other parks you've worked at. Miles.
All right. I'm Miles Barger. I'm the Publications Program Manager here at Yellowstone in the Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. I've been in Yellowstone for about 3 years this time around. I worked here earlier in my career as well, and I've also worked at Denali National Park and Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Park and at Harper's Ferry Center. You can look that up if you want to know what it is.
Brett, what about you?
Yeah, so I'm the newbie here. I've only been at Yellowstone for about 2 years so far. Before that, I was at Shenandoah National Park for 12 years. And I'm the digital media specialist here, which basically deals with the website, social media, the NPS app, and digital exhibits in the visitor centers. Ashton, how long have you been here?
Well, Yellowstone's actually my first park, and I've been here for about 4 years now as a digital communications specialist for the superintendent's office. So working on similar types of things as Brett, web, social media, and the like. So what about you, Jake?
I'm the old guy here, apparently. I've been here a little less than 8 years, got here in 2016. I've worked at a handful of parks. I started in the Tetons and then went to Glacier, then Carlsbad Caverns, then up to Denali. Miles, me and you, whoop, whoop.
Yep.
And then worked for Rocky, also Miles, whoop, whoop.
That's right.
So Miles is following,
I've been following Jake.
Yeah. And then Yellowstone, and then I got my first permanent job in Glacier doing media, and then came here permanently. I also am a digital communication specialist like Ashton. I also work in the superintendent's office with Ashton, but it seems like everybody here on the team, we're all involved in media, web, social, photography, videography, kind of a little bit of everything. Podcasting now. Our resume is getting longer the longer we're here, so it's good stuff. Yeah, so now that you know who we are, let's give you some of the highlights of the park. So as far as the employees and the money, Yellowstone has about 750 employees each year, and 350 of those are year-round permanent employees. And in addition to our paid staff, we also have about 450 volunteers that help with various things throughout the park. We have a federal appropriation, so the money that we get from Congress, when a budget's passed, is around $40 million. But it takes at least double that to operate the park each year. So I think last year it was around $81 or $82 million. And, if you're a budget person, you're like, how does it work? to run a park on 80 million if you only get 40 million. And basically we make up the difference through other revenue streams, like, when you come to the park and pay an entrance fee, or if you're a commercial tour operator in the park. And then we also have philanthropic donations. So people who donate to the park, or our nonprofit, Yellowstone Forever. And all that money is not even including the major infrastructure project dollars, because some years with projects included, we spend upwards of like $125 million each year.
Yeah. And let's talk about Yellowstone's resources. Yellowstone itself is a pretty big park. We're at 2.2 million acres. Not the largest park in the lower 48. I think we're second. Death Valley is 3 million or something, but we are pretty big, 2.2 million acres. And even more than that, Yellowstone is at the heart of the surrounding area, which is known as the Greater Yellowstone Ecosystem, which is, if we didn't have these made up straight line boundaries of the park, it's where our wildlife migrate and where we share a lot of our processes and things like that. So it's a huge area. Geologically speaking, Yellowstone is an active volcano, and it sits atop a cooling magma chamber. And when water's heated by the cooling magma chamber, we get hydrothermal features like geysers and hot springs. So that's, I'd say, wildlife, and those are what we're most famous for. And the geysers and hot springs are what Yellowstone was originally set aside to protect. And Yellowstone's actually home to 10,000 hydrothermal features and over half the world's active geysers.
Yeah, so if the volcano goes off, we'll be the first to let you all know.
I don't think we'll be able to let them know.
We'll broadcast live as soon as that happens to let you guys know. So make sure that you subscribe so that you can find that out. So Miles talked about wildlife. Obviously, if you want to see wildlife and those predator-prey relationships, Yellowstone is one of the best places in the world to see some of those interactions play out. So, we got wolves, we got grizzly bears, we got cougars, we got bison, elk, bighorn sheep, even wolverines, which I haven't seen, but hopefully, fingers crossed, I will soon. All sorts of wildlife. But it's also, this is a super special place because of the history. So for over 10,000 years before Yellowstone became the first national park, which happened in 1872, it was a place where American Indians lived and hunted and fished and gathered plants and quarried obsidian and used the thermal waters. And even today, there are 27 tribes with historic and modern connections to the land and resources within the area that we now know as Yellowstone.
Yeah, and in addition to tribal history, Yellowstone is also home to a combined 25 historic sites, landmarks, and districts on the National Register of Historic Places. There are a lot of really neat historic buildings and landmarks and things like that all throughout the park. So we have a lot of cool natural and cultural resources, and that's what brings a lot of people to visit the park. On average, we receive about 4.5 million visits every year, and about 95% of that is in a 6-month period between May and October. So a lot of visitation in the summer, not so much in the winter. But I think that's the best time to visit, in my personal opinion.
I concur. Yeah, winter is pretty awesome.
Yeah. A report showed that tourism to Yellowstone contributes about 6,000 jobs in our gateway communities. So those are the communities that exist just outside the park at all our entrances, and about $600 million to the local economy in 2022. That's a lot.
That is a lot of money.
A lot of money and a lot of people. And so we, of course, have to have all the infrastructure that you need for all that huge amount of people. And because of that, we have tons of stuff in the park. Of course, we have over 400 miles of roads. We have lots of lodging, buildings, places to eat, bathrooms, of course, trails, all sorts of stuff. And our portfolio of all that stuff totals over $4 billion worth of infrastructure.
Billion?
Roads,
Like with a B?
Billion with
Wow.
a B.
That's a lot.
Roads, bridges. Then there's the things you don't even think about, like water and wastewater systems. Of course, campgrounds, hotels. Then there's all the employee housing and all the facilities needed for the employees. So we're basically our own little mini state up here. Since 2020, we have invested over $1.5 billion with a B dollars into improving Yellowstone's infrastructure for you and also for future generations of visitors. And there's even more projects in the pipeline.
Yeah, so that is a lot going on, and obviously we can't manage all that alone. So we rely a lot on tribes, elected officials, nonprofit groups, local communities, states, other federal agencies. They all help us to take care of Yellowstone. And when you think of Yellowstone National Park, you think of the natural features, the cultural features, but there's also really important things like hotels, restaurants, gas stations, general stores, and our concession partners run all of those. And our nonprofit partner, Yellowstone Forever, offers educational programs and runs the park stores as well, the bookstores that you see at the visitor centers. So they also support the park through philanthropic dollars that are really important to us.
Yeah, so as you can see, there's no shortage of things to talk about when it comes to Yellowstone. We could go on and on probably all day. There's a lot to talk about. And there's a lot of content about all this stuff and more on natural and cultural resources in the park. And you can find a lot of that information on our park's website, which is nps.gov/YELL.
Yeah. And then, with all of that great information about the natural and cultural resources, we realized that there wasn't really any content around the non-historical human resources of the park. Obviously, we have a ton of history of the people who, were here in the past, but not a lot about the people that are here right now who do the work to keep the lights on in the park year round. And that's when we came up with our idea for our What We Do Wednesdays social media campaign in 2019. And since then, we've been highlighting our employees and what they do through photos and stories on our social media platforms. It's been really well received both internally and externally. We have coworkers all the time. They're like, wow, that was cool. I didn't know that so-and-so did that. And so we thought, hey, why don't we, try to develop some longer form content, and boom, now we got a podcast. What We Do podcast is our new brainchild.
Yes. And it's a pretty awesome brainchild, I think. So with this podcast, we're operating under the assumption that if something is interesting to us, then it'll also be interesting to you, our listeners. And that being said, one of our intended audiences is current and future NPS employees too. So we intend to cover some information that may get a bit jargony, like how to get jobs in Yellowstone and, all the things that make Yellowstone work. And if you know anything about government agencies, we love acronyms and special terms.
TLAs.
That's right. Exactly. TLAs.
Yeah. 3-letter acronyms.
So to help you out with all those TLAs and other terms, we've created a webpage with a glossary of terms and definitions. And you can find that at go.nps.gov/What We Do podcast.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be referencing that sometimes. I literally had a meeting yesterday that was a BMA IDT. That was that was the calendar invite. But generally speaking, here are 3 things that we think that you should know about jobs in the federal government. So this is kind of the insider's look into getting jobs in the federal government from those of us who have done that a few times. And the first thing that you really need to know about is usajobs.gov. This is the website where all government jobs are posted to. So if you're interested in applying for jobs at Yellowstone or in the National Park Service or in any federal agency, really, you need to get familiar with that website. So after you listen to this episode, after you hit subscribe, go to usajobs.gov, create a profile and check out what jobs are on there, because there is a lot going on there, especially across not just the National Park Service, but the federal government in general. So highly recommend that you use the resume builder if you've never applied for government positions before. Resumes are a little bit different than they are in the private sector. They're not the one pager that you often use in the private sector. They're a little bit longer because you have to prove why you're proficient in all the skills required for the position. So that's why I recommend that resume builder. It kind of helps get you started when you haven't applied for a government job before. And I'd also recommend that you set alerts for saved searches for positions that you find that you're interested in. So if you listen to an episode and we interview someone that is doing a job that you think is really cool, go on usajobs.gov and maybe set an alert so it'll email you anytime that job comes up. We could go a lot more in depth about writing resumes for government jobs, but that would take way too long here.
Boring.
We're not going to do that. But just know about usajobs.gov. That's a huge first step.
Yeah. And the second thing that we think you should know about jobs in the federal government is there are three main types of positions. So you'll see seasonal positions, term positions, and permanent positions. So first, the seasonal positions, those usually last for a specific amount of time during the year. So for example, in Yellowstone, we hire seasonal workers for the summer and winter seasons, and those can last about 5 or 6 months or so.
I think it's 1,039 hours is the max. So
Yes.
1 hour short of 6 months.
Mm-hmm. And then the second type, those are term positions, and those are usually project-based. So maybe a park needs to hire someone to help with a specific type of project going on in that park. They'll hire this person, and that term position usually lasts for like 1 year, but it usually will not exceed 4 years. And then lastly, permanent positions. And those are your typical year-round permanent jobs, which is what all four of us who are on this podcast today have here in Yellowstone.
We're very lucky.
Very lucky. Yeah. And the last thing are pay scales. So there's 4 types of pay scales in the government. We have the federal wage schedule, the law enforcement officer general schedule, the general schedule, and the executive and senior level. So wage grade or WG, these are like our trades and our craft and labor employees. And the idea is that, those wages are connected to the wages that are in the same, where the park is located. So if you're getting paid the same amount for the people that are doing the same kind of work in your area. And that's like the people who are in our facility maintenance and operations division. Law enforcement officers, obviously, those are our park rangers, the ones that carry the sidearms that are in, and they're out there, protecting the visitors and the resources. And then the GS is basically everyone else in Yellowstone minus one person. And that one person is our superintendent. We have, once you've risen to a certain level in government, you can apply it to the senior executive series. And there's only a handful of parks that even have SES positions. I think it's like Yellowstone, Grand Canyon, Yosemite, Everglades, and a few other parks. They have SES superintendents. Otherwise, most of those positions are at regional or national levels. But within the first 3, each pay scale, so whether you're wage grade, GS, or LEO, there's 15 grades, so 1 through 15, and then each grade has 10 steps, 1 through 10. So for example, you might hear someone say like, I'm a GS 11-4 or 11 step 4, and that means they're on the general schedule, grade 11 step 4. And the reason we explain all this is because all of this information is public knowledge. So when you apply for a job, you can actually see what you'll start at and what you can max out to. It's all public information on the Office of Personnel Management site, or OPM. I don't want to get out of this without using an acronym.
All right. So Yellowstone is a big park. It's got a lot of employees and a lot of important issues going on all the time. That's part of the fun of this podcast. Even the people who work here, we don't know everything that's going on. That is definitely true. I feel like I learn about new projects or jobs or things on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and with 750 employees, I've already met a few coworkers that I didn't even know I had doing this podcast. So it's been a lot of fun. We hope you enjoy those conversations as much as we have, and kind of develop an appreciation for what it takes to keep Yellowstone, this huge national park, up and running.
And, maybe some of our listeners will be our future coworkers. Who knows?
That would be awesome.
That would be cool. Anything else, team?
I don't think so.
Nope.
No. I think that does it.
All right. Well, thank you for listening, and we hope you...
I know I had a number of moments early on working over at the St. Mary Visitor Center. As you kind of get to the edge of the building and the building is no longer blocking the wind, I've had things that just got sucked right out of my hand.
That's Debbie Smith. She's in charge of, among other things, the St. Mary Visitor Center.
It's also funny. We'll often get these high wind warnings. I think it was for 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts and maybe even as high as 85. And I've told people that that don't live around here that's our weather forecast, and they're like, oh no, that can't possibly be right. You couldn't possibly have wind that high, but we do.
How does wind affect people's experience when they're visiting the St. Mary area?
Partly it's just about the sort of obvious things like making sure their tents don't blow away, and making sure when you're eating lunch that you have a hold of everything that you brought with you. And then there's also being able to see what the park is like, and whether it's seeing St. Mary Lake on a day that it's really windy with huge whitecaps. Even sometimes at the St. Mary Visitor Center on really windy days, we'll get the spray from the lake hitting the windows on the side of the building because it's just blowing it that far.
And the visitor center is not right on the edge of the lake there. The wind has to carry that spray over a quarter mile for it to hit the building. When people are hiking in St. Mary, what are some of the effects of wind that they might see in the plants or the landscape?
One would be flagging on trees. When you see trees that basically all the branches on the windward side are broken off, or they're kind of deformed, so that side that's facing the direction from which the wind is blowing, and then it resembles a flag because all of the branches are just on the other side.
Besides the practical side of not letting things blow away, do you think you've learned anything from the wind there?
I think a lot of it is just learning about this place. And I mean, there's, the obvious challenges that it presents to people like you were mentioning, but I think also the wind is something that makes the east side of the park really beautiful, and it makes it this diverse place and dynamic and harsh and wonderful all at the same time. And it just adds to the experience, and it creates the amazing place that we have on the east side.
How does wind affect life in your area? Does it invert umbrellas, sculpt dunes, or drive wildfire? Maybe you hardly think about the wind at all. The way you interact with wind is largely dependent on where you live. In Tornado Alley, wind is a life-altering force. But in other parts of the country, it might be more of a curiosity. In this episode, we're going to look at two elements that, perhaps like the wind, have been eliminated as a major factor in many people's lives, but that still find a home in Glacier National Park. First, you'll hear a story about the grizzly bears in the park, and then about our dark, starry night skies. Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Kalispé people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Andrew.
I'm Michael.
And we're both rangers here.
In this episode, we'll be in the St. Mary Valley.
St. Mary Lake is the second largest lake here and home to some of the most breathtaking scenery anywhere in the park.
I mean, the view from Wild Goose Island overlook is even on Montana State driver's licenses. It's so beautiful.
Really? It is?
Yeah, I mean, look at your own. It's like the shimmering thing in the background that they
check. Yeah. There it is, Wild Goose Island.
So we're headed to St. Mary because it is a great place to look for experiences that, over time, have grown harder and harder to find anywhere else.
Yeah, Glacier is in many ways the last best place for experiences that the rest of the world may once have taken for granted, but have since faded away.
Today, we're going to focus on two of those experiences. One that it helps to get up early for, and one that it helps to stay up late.
Yes, something for the early birds and the night owls.
Now, one thing that makes Glacier special is that we are home to an abundant and diverse range of wildlife.
We have 71 species of mammal, 276 different birds, 6 amphibians, and even 3 reptiles live here.
And I'm curious what your experience has been, Andrew, but as an interpretive ranger, it seemed like half of the questions I got from visitors were logistical, like where should I hike? Is this campground open, etc. And the other half was about wildlife. Do you have moose here? Yes. Where can I see a mountain goat? That sort of thing.
Definitely. You could make someone's whole trip by just pointing a spotting scope at a herd of bighorn sheep.
But that excitement for wildlife encounters can go both ways, because some people are thrilled at the prospect, but others are actually scared. Glacier's home to predators like mountain lions and wolves, but the critters most people think about when they're here are bears.
We have a lot of bears here.
Both black and grizzly bears.
As of 2018, the population of grizzly bears for the whole Northern Continental Divide ecosystem, of which Glacier is a small part, was estimated to be about 1,050 individuals. Of these, about 250 to 300 would live in Glacier.
Wow.
Some bears are going to spend part of their lives in the park, part of their lives outside of the park. And the black bear population in Glacier was thought to be about 600.
I've heard that that's more grizzly bears per acre than anywhere else in the lower 48. But how do we even know that? This place is huge. It's like finding 1,000 needles in a million-acre haystack.
Yeah, it was actually a pretty big undertaking to get those numbers. I actually talked to Tabitha Graves, the scientist who was involved with a lot of this research.
Hi, I'm Tabitha Graves. I am with USGS. I'm a research ecologist.
Not only is it a massive area to survey, you have to figure out how to distinguish individual bears so you don't just keep counting the same ones.
And I know with birds, in these sort of situations, biologists will catch them and mark them with a leg band, some other animals with ear tags.
Yeah, but capturing and marking hundreds of grizzly bears would be super expensive and time consuming. Sounds very dangerous and would probably seriously disturb the animals. So the scientists used some really cool technological advances to measure the bear population in a different way.
Back in 1998, my predecessor in my job, Kate Kendall, started doing research using genetics of bears. She put out strands of barbed wire around some trees in the woods with some stinky lure in the center of it, and found out that grizzly bears would go in to smell that. When they did that, when they walked over or under the barbed wire, a few strands of hair would be pulled out. And in that hair, there's DNA in the hair follicle, and from that you can identify individual bears.
With the DNA captured in a hair trap, you could tell how many distinct individuals were around. This initial experiment proved the concept, and then they did a much bigger study in 2004.
Before we got a population estimate, it was the first population estimate that had good confidence intervals and was fairly precise. That was 765 animals was the point estimate in 2004.
From there, they took the survey even wider, and I cannot overstate how big of a project it is. They were monitoring a ton of hair traps across the whole Northern Continental Divide ecosystem. Michael, do you want to take a guess at how many rub sites they were monitoring for bear hair?
Well, I imagine they tried to put them all over the park in the different regions. I'm going to say maybe like 500.
We had, across the whole ecosystem, there are around 4,000 rub objects per year.
4,000? Yeah. Holy crap, that's a lot.
Yeah, and Tabitha told me that this genetic data is useful for a lot more than just those population surveys.
That's the cool thing about having genetic data is that you can not only identify individual bears, but you can actually see who's related to who.
For instance, they found
that one male grizzly bear that had 101 descendants. So that included his offspring, his grand cubs, and his great-grand cubs.
So how's the population doing now?
It actually seems like it's still growing, even in Glacier National Park, which Tabitha said is good news.
Well, we were actually surprised that the population was still growing in Glacier Park because the protections have been so strong here for so long. We thought it was possible that it would just be completely stable. Because bears have larger home ranges, it could be that changes that are going on the Blackfeet Reservation or the Whitefish Range are also influencing the number of bears here.
Wow, that's amazing. But it makes it all the more frustrating that I haven't seen any in the park this summer. I saw one really early in the spring, but once summer started, I just haven't been able to find them.
Have you been out looking for them?
Yeah, I've driven all over. I did a ton of biking and day hiking. I've gone backpacking collectively for nearly 20 days so far, and no bears.
Wow, that's pretty bad luck.
So as a last-ditch effort, I thought I'd go to St. Mary. Along St. Mary Lake is a stretch of open meadows called Two Dog Flats, a place where in the past I've seen bears before.
Yeah, me too. It's great habitat.
And a common piece of wisdom is that if you want to see wildlife, it helps to get up early. So this morning I left the house around 5. Really early. Let's get this over with.
That's especially true in the summer when it gets hot in the middle of the day. Wildlife like bears are going to be more active around dusk and dawn.
Exactly. So with that in mind, I drove over to St. Mary from the west entrance, a nearly 2-hour drive to make it there before sunrise.
Before sunrise?
Yep.
You don't have the reputation of being
No, I'm not very much of a morning person.
There it is.
But this was serious business. I can't have gone the whole summer without seeing a bear.
Seriously.
And that's a promising sign. I just drove through some bear poop. So I parked on a roadside pull-off, got out my binoculars, and scanned the horizon.
And binoculars will definitely help. At a distance, it's pretty hard to tell the difference between black and grizzly bears.
So there's 8 species of bears in the world, and brown bears, grizzly bears, Kodiak bears are all the same species. Grizzly bears and black bears are different species, and some of the differences between them are grizzly bears are more oriented towards digging. Black bears climb trees more.
One of the most common misconceptions is that black bears are all black and that grizzly bears are all brown. The truth is we have brown black bears, black grizzly bears, and they're examples of both species that are cinnamon or blonde here in the park.
So don't rely on the fur. Look for physical characteristics. Tabitha mentioned that grizzly bears like to dig. That means they have huge shoulder muscles that give them a really pronounced hump on their back. Black bears, on the other hand, spend a lot of time climbing trees, which gives them really strong hindquarter muscles and gives them a nice big rump. And there are other little things to look for too. Grizzly bears have longer claws, black bears have a straighter snout. But to use any of this information, you have to find a bear in the first place, which was something after an hour I had not managed to do. Well, the first thing I've seen that isn't a bush is a deer bounding through the field.
You didn't find any bears there?
No.
How long did you wait?
3 hours.
Oh, wow.
I'm parked like on top of a pile of bear poop. So I know that they come through here, but there's been nothing. But I didn't want to throw in the towel that easy. Just a few miles away, the trail to Otokomi Lake started, a trail I've also seen a bear on. So I decided to try my hand at seeing a bear while hiking. And with very high hopes of seeing bears earlier in the summer, I interviewed one of Glacier's resident bear experts. Could you introduce yourself?
Sure. Well, Michael, I'm Bob Adams, and I have been here in Glacier as a seasonal ranger for specifically 44 seasons before this.
Bob is a legend in Glacier. After serving in the military, he came to Glacier on a whim in 1966, went on a day hike to the Sperry Chalet, and wound up meeting his now wife, Carolyn.
And I did a lot of hiking up to Sperry. In fact, I packed a half-gallon ice cream solid with dry ice and packed it up to Sperry. I think that's the only reason that Carolyn and I ended up together. I don't know.
That ice cream?
The ice cream, you betcha.
More or less, he's been here ever since, wearing a variety of hats. He's staffed entrance stations, campgrounds, done law enforcement, but has spent most of his time as the lead bear management ranger in Many Glacier.
I haven't counted up exactly the number of years, but it's been about 25 to 30, I would say, as bear management ranger at Many.
A job that often entails direct contact with bears, even deciding if a trail needs to be closed for bear danger. But to hear him say it, the job is mostly about people.
My emphasis is in meeting the public and trying to educate the public every day on the trail about bear safety, certainly, and safety around large animals, and safety in regard to other environmental hazards of the park.
I figured he'd be the perfect person to ask about how to safely see a bear on trail.
The ideal situation, in my estimation, for seeing a bear, black bear grizzly, is when it's way more than 100 yards away from you, up in a hillside or down in a valley. It's a pretty exciting experience to get that chance and have a few minutes to stop and look and get out your binoculars.
Seeing wildlife from a safe distance is obviously the best scenario for all involved. Seeing animals up close can be a different story.
Moose are very large animals, maybe 1,000, 1,100 pounds with a brain the size of a walnut. I mean, nothing could go wrong, I'm sure. So, anyway.
If you're in its personal space, any animal, or person for that matter, will respond more dramatically. So, keeping wildlife at a distance is step one. In fact, park guidelines state that you should stay 25 yards from herbivores like deer and mountain goats, and 100 yards from predators like bears.
Which is easier said than done. On a lot of trails in the park, it's pretty rare to be able to see anything, let alone a bear, from 100 yards away. Twists and turns in the trail mean trees and rocks can block your view.
Exactly. And while it's never ideal to be up close and personal with a bear, the worst case scenario is to surprise one, something you can easily imagine happening around a blind corner. So the best thing to do while hiking is to regularly let them know you're there.
To minimize the likelihood of encountering a bear or surprising a bear is to make noise when you travel. That means using your voice to call out. It's not conversation. People say, oh yeah, we're talking. There we go. Okay, sometimes your conversation carries quite a distance if the wind is blowing, but usually it does not.
Coming through. Bears have an incredible sense of smell. They are believed to be able to smell things from over a mile away, but their sense of hearing is about as good as ours.
I, in Glacier Park, am just obnoxiously known for my presence, I guess. Every 50 yards or so, I'll shout out, especially around a blind corner where there's high noise from wind or waterfall or stream nearby. You want bears to know you're in the area because bears' natural inclination is to move away from people. Even though they're accustomed to our presence, they have no interest in really getting up close and personal with us. So give them that opportunity.
So making noise is a must, even if it feels a little silly sometimes.
Making noise has helped me avoid surprising bears, but it won't always prevent you from running into them.
You're right. Sometimes even if they know you're there, you might still see them.
We get reports all the time, every summer, every week, in the visitor center. Oh, bear was coming toward me. It was charging me. It was lots of different things in their perception, but the bear usually is just walking toward them, and they are petrified, and you and I can understand how that might be if you've never been around a bear, maybe even in a zoo.
Yeah.
This is daunting. And if the bear, for example, is walking on the trail toward you or it's coming up behind you on the trail, and that's when they really get excited because they are sure the bear is after them. It's very personalized.
Yeah.
That's not the case. The bear is moving where it wants to go. The trail is the easiest way for the bear to travel.
One time, a few years ago, I was leading a ranger hike up to Avalanche Lake, and we were all stopped talking about the trees, and someone very calmly tapped me on the shoulder and said that there was a black bear coming down the trail. It made total sense. Why would the bear want to bushwhack through the brush when there's a trail that's clear right there?
Precisely. And Bob has advice if you ever find yourself in that situation.
What we as visitors and hikers should do is move slowly away from the bear, back up slowly. And if you find a spot on the trail that's safe for you to get off on the downhill side of the trail, not over a cliff, but where you can walk down 5 or 10 yards and just stand still, the bear is going to walk past you. That's what the bear is going to do. It may turn and look at you. You may feel more comfortable, and it's perfectly okay to get out your bear spray and have it in your hand, but do not plan to discharge it at the bear. That's just going to stir things up. There's no need to do that.
That's how it's happened in my experience. Just moved my group off as far as we could, and the bear just strolled right past us and kept minding its own business. But he also mentioned bear spray.
He did. Bear spray is the #1 recommended deterrent for diffusing or preventing bear encounters. Easier to use and shown to be even more effective than firearms. But what is it?
Well, it would be a dangerous mistake to think of it as a repellent, like mosquito repellent. You do not want to spray it on yourself. What it is a high volume, high concentration, high pressure can of what's essentially pepper spray.
And having been on the wrong end of an accidental discharge, it is not fun to deal with personally.
This stuff is very effective if used properly.
Emphasis on if you use it properly.
Because most people do not take the time to learn a couple of things about bear spray. One is when one should use it and how.
So if you're visiting the park, you should get bear spray, but you should also head to a visitor center to learn how to discharge it.
Yeah, during the summer, we would lead twice daily bear spray demonstrations at the Apgar Visitor Center, using a can of inert spray that doesn't have the pepper in it to show people the ropes.
There are some basics, like knowing you've got 5 to 7 seconds worth of spray in there and knowing where to aim.
You just have to aim it correctly. You want to aim it down so that it hits the ground in front of the bear that's moving toward you, so it rolls up into the bear's face. You don't want to aim it straight at the bear's face because it comes out in a cone-shaped pattern. Half of that bear spray will go over the top of the bear's head. You don't want that. And you don't want to do this when the bear is 30 yards away or 20 yards away. It is not effective.
Armed with that knowledge, you can prepare for an instance when it would be needed.
If you surprise a bear, which is the most likely scenario for getting hurt by a bear, especially a sow with cubs, coming around a blind corner, and you have not been making noise or whatever, it didn't work, you're at 20 yards from the bear or less, and suddenly that bear comes at you. That bear is moving 44, 45 feet a second. I mean, you don't have time to think about this. While you are aiming at the bear's chest and at its paws, You're going to discharge that spray. You can give it a short burst as soon as you get that out of your pack. Give it a half second or so if the bear is at 20 yards. Within a very short time, it's going to be on you. Discharge the whole thing in his face. I mean, just hold it down.
With a face full of bear spray, that bear is going to scamper off in search of a quiet place to wait out its new whole head hangover. In a little while, they'll be just fine, and you'll be long gone. The stuff just works.
You have to have that bear spray somewhere where you have actually gone through the physical motions of putting your hand on that spray and ripping the Velcro. You should be able to get that out in 1 to 2 seconds. It can be done, but you need to practice that.
I have never once needed to use my bear spray, but even still, I had Bob's advice in the back of my head on the way to Otokomi Lake, making plenty of noise, being observant, and keeping my bear spray handy. But I still hadn't seen any wildlife. That is, until I rounded the corner, got to the lake itself, where all of a sudden, just 20 feet from me, a fish jumped and splashed in the creek.
Oh, come on.
Kind of scared me. What?
You knew what you were implying had happened.
Okay, believe me, I was disappointed too. I ate lunch there for 30 minutes, eventually started down to the car with my proverbial tail between my legs. I didn't see any wildlife on the hike out either. Only a few other hikers going the other way.
Well, don't beat yourself up too much.
Yeah, well, something else Bob had said was reverberating in my head the whole hike out. No matter how badly I wanted to see a bear,
most people are going to walk up any given trail at Mini Glacier or elsewhere in the park, and they're not going to see a bear, either a black bear or a grizzly bear. They just aren't.
Just because they're more common here than elsewhere doesn't mean you're going to see one. And even if more times than not you don't see one, you always have to be prepared in case you do. Because normally, you see them when you least expect to. I see people stopped. Sure enough, I had given up all hope as I began my long drive back home. I mean, I'd been out for nearly 12 hours. But before I could even drive out of the St. Mary Valley, I noticed cars parked at a roadside pullout.
Oh?
And I thought back to one more thing Bob had mentioned. Bear jams.
And a lot of them are just happy to see them from the roadside, which creates some other problems. Bear jams.
And not jam like jelly, right?
No.
The piling in of cars along the road. And
seeing a lot of cars parked in the road or at a pullout with no trailhead is usually a sign that somebody spotted an animal. And animal sightings are exciting, but these bear jams can be problematic.
Preventing bears from even crossing the road to get to water because there are 30 to 40 cars parked solid.
People essentially acting as a barrier between the bear and food or drinking water.
Exactly.
People out of the cars and advancing toward the bears. I mean, it's hard being a bear, I guess you could say.
With a roadside bear sighting, if you're the one driving and you spot it and nobody else has seen it yet, what should you do?
Well, I can tell you what you should do, perhaps, and I'll tell you what you're going to do. I know what you're going to do. You're going to stop, and you're going to call the kids to the window, and if it's no more than that, at least you're going to be there clicking from the car. And, of course, once you do that, other cars pile in, and then the thing goes pretty quickly to chaos, or it certainly can. What you should do is take a look, slow down, take a look, keep moving. That's what we'd like people to do. It never happens.
But amazingly, that afternoon, everyone had pulled safely off the road into a large pull-off that didn't interfere with traffic in any way and had binoculars trained up the hillside where over 100 yards away, 2 grizzlies were foraging.
Really? That's awesome.
We came across someone else who had spotted him when he was further down the mountain.
Yeah.
Oh, that's huge, isn't it?
I mean, it was the perfect bear encounter. They were enormous, for one. Like, the one bear was scarily huge. They were far away, and we weren't bothering them in the slightest.
That's really good to hear.
And people there were clearly absorbed by the experience. One couple set up a spotting scope to share with everyone so you could see them really clearly. And many were seeing a grizzly bear for the first time.
I was looking, I thought it was going to be dark.
Well, the back is dark.
When he turns
and the front is light.
Yeah. But
But as fun as it is to make sure I didn't add to the parking problem, after I got a good look and talked to a few people, I got back in my car and I kept driving. Now, I spent all day trying to find a grizzly, and I was mesmerized when I did, along with everyone else at that roadside pull-off. But as we hinted at earlier, seeing a grizzly bear hasn't always been that rare of an experience.
Most people know that the range of the grizzly was vastly larger. I think it stretched back almost to the Mississippi River if you go back 300 years or so.
Through 200 years of hunting and poaching, the grizzly population of the lower 48 was reduced by as much as 99% compared to 1800 levels. Today, thanks to conservation efforts like the Endangered Species Act and even protected lands like Glacier, they're no longer on the brink of extinction, but they are still far less common than they once were.
And as exciting as it is to find one today, bears aren't just here for us to see. This isn't a zoo. They play a really vital role in the ecosystem. Here's Tabitha Graves again.
They have effects on lots of different parts of the ecosystem. Because they dig for roots a lot, particularly in the spring and the fall, they're actually digging up the soil, and that's actually a kind of nutrient cycling. They might eat huckleberries, for instance, in one place, and then because they can move such large distances, being large animals, they are really important for seed dispersal.
They regulate prey populations, break down logs. Really, the list goes on and on. Their role in this ecosystem is enormous.
The fact that we not only have them here today, but that thousands, millions of us each year can share this place with them speaks to the strides we've made in bear management, which, as Bob put it, used to be, well, different.
Oh, bear management has changed quite a bit. Oh, will you indulge me in a little story here?
Go right ahead. A story from Bob's first season as an employee in 1967.
We road patrol rangers, would cruise through the campground in the evening because they invariably had bear problems. Because there were no bear-proof cans, garbage cans. They just had regular 50-gallon galvanized cans, and people left their gear, their stoves, their food, their ice chest out.
So bears could get into these things and learned that they had food in them.
You can find out where the bear is because you hear people shouting and banging on their pots and pans. Hey, bear, hey, 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 bang, 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 bang. So we know where the bear is, so we cruise up. And we had a really fun tool in those days. Crazy, we could have died using this, but we had a shaved-off wooden baseball bat behind the back seat. We'd jump out with a baseball bat and shout at the bear and run up and whack it in the butt. I'm not kidding you. With a baseball bat, a black bear, when it's sitting there at the table, going through somebody's ice chest.
Yeah.
And wail on it, and that bear would take off like a rocket. And go up the nearest tree. And we'd say, okay, job done. We're moving on. Guess what? 15 minutes later, bear's down working the campground again. Now, that was bear management in 67.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
No way. That's crazy.
I lost it. But this technique of bear management is dangerous for more than just the ranger carrying the bat. Visitors were injured or killed by bears that started to see us as a source of food, and more bears had to be euthanized too for this behavior. Understandably, things are different now.
We've definitely changed quite a bit.
Bob covered a lot of ways that we can alter our behavior in bear country, but how can we affect bear behavior?
Yeah, well, thanks to the research of Tabitha and a lot of other scientists, we understand bears a lot better today than we did during Bob's story 50 years ago.
Yeah, we did a study that we called Nature versus Nurture.
And it used that same genetic data that we discussed earlier.
We were trying to understand how grizzly bears become habituated. What we did is we looked to see whether their mothers also had a history of conflict and whether their fathers also had a history of conflict. We found that offspring who got into trouble were more likely to have mothers that got into trouble. And this is consistent with what we know about bear life history. Young bears stay with their mothers for a couple years. So there's an opportunity for them to learn how to get into trouble, basically, or how to learn those associations of humans and food in their early years.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Cubs with habituated fathers who get into food, etc., they don't become habituated, but the cubs that have habituated moms do?
Exactly. And what this means is that since a bear's father doesn't raise it, its only contribution is genes, the behavior isn't inherited.
Okay, so cubs must be taught this behavior by their moms.
Yeah, exactly. So Tabitha told me that this realization emphasized how important it is for visitors here to properly secure their food.
Yeah, our research really highlights the need to prevent food conditioning from happening in the first place because there could be kind of these longer term effects that could be passed down from mother to offspring. So it's really important to put your food away, make sure that you're storing all of your attractants safely at night inside of a hard-shelled vehicle or in a bear box, in some place that keeps the foods and attractants away from bears.
Wow, talk about the butterfly effect. I knew it could affect our bears today, but if it gets in the hands of or the paws of a female bear,
she's going to teach it to her cubs, and they'll teach it to their cubs, and so on. So it's really important that we always secure our food and trash. It can affect generations of bears.
So as we've learned this information over time, the park's bear management policies have evolved. Given the same situation this summer, you probably wouldn't use a shaved off baseball bat.
No, we wouldn't use the baseball bat. Absolutely not.
Sawn-off baseball bats have given way to a variety of safer and more effective tools that rangers can use to teach bears to keep their distance from us. There's cracker rounds, beanbags, rubber bullets, and also infrastructure set up to know how and when to close trails or campgrounds to prevent encounters in the first place. But like Tabitha mentioned, the most important tool that has kept our wildlife as wild as can be in a place with 3 million visitors a year is food storage.
All foods, all things that are associated with foods kept away at all times except mealtime. That's the mantra.
And the result of all of this is that today in Glacier, you just don't see grizzlies in a dumpster. You don't see bears in the campground running off with bratwursts or breakfast pastries. You see them up on a hillside, foraging for huckleberries, chasing ground squirrels, sliding down snow. And that difference is important.
Oh, that's huge.
So the next time you come visit, read up on our food storage regulations, buy, carry, and learn how to use bear spray, and embarrass your friends and family by making noise on trail.
Good morning!
Because you might not see a bear. Heck, you probably won't see any. But what if you do? After all, where's the fun in a guarantee?
After the break, our final story. Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about their support of astronomy programs.
Glacier Conservancy, this is Doug.
Hey Doug, it's Andrew and Michael here.
The Mad Podcasters. How are we doing over there today?
We're doing pretty good, but we've got an issue. We were hoping you could help us settle it. We've been arguing all day about whether the morning or the evening is better here in Glacier National Park.
All right, well, Michael, make your case.
Okay, so I think that the evening is better because there's nothing worse than having to get out of bed early in the morning, and it's a lot easier to stay up late. And the sun doesn't even set, it seems like, till 10 p.m. at some points in the summer, so that's why I think it's better to stay up late.
All right, very good. Andrew, counterpoint?
Well, I've got to say, the morning is the best time to be out in Glacier National Park. You get out early, the sky is all lit up with the sunrise. You really can just get going on your day and enjoy all the beautiful scenery. In the evening, it's cold, you're sleepy, can't see much. So, in my opinion, you got to get out early when you're in Glacier.
Wrong. Michael, you are the winner. No doubt about it. For those of my age group, that is a Saturday Night Live ripoff. But we love the evenings here at the Glacier National Park Conservancy because there's so much programming that goes along with the night skies. So evening is the right answer.
Woo! Told you.
Well, I should have known Doug would come down on your side since the Glacier National Park Conservancy funds so many dark sky and astronomy programs in the park.
Yeah, I'm going to be holding this over his head for the rest of the day.
As you should, as you should. You are the king, long live the king.
All right, well, thanks for the time, Doug. We'll talk to you later.
Of course, thank you guys. Call anytime. Cheers.
Yeah, bye.
And we're back. One of the things I think is so unique about this place is that people have a chance to interact with wild animals that are in their natural habitats. It's an experience that would have been really common for our ancestors, but to most modern people, it's just really not part of life anymore.
That's interesting to think about. For thousands of years now, knowing how to interact with large carnivores that could kill you would have been an essential skill, but at at some point, it just stopped being part of most people's lives.
Yeah, it's so interesting to think about these situations that were part of what it was to be a human for hundreds and hundreds of generations. So long that knowing how to respond to them is literally inscribed in our DNA. One of the amazing things about national parks, in my opinion, is that they connect us to universal ideas of what it means to be human. Visiting a place like Glacier National Park allows you to see and feel the same things that millions of other people have seen and felt here over thousands of years.
I think another example of what you're talking about is looking at the night sky and the Milky Way. For millennia, the Milky Way was just what the night sky looked like. Humans that looked up at the night sky saw the stars and planets and galaxies. In fact, when our nation chose its flag, stars were used because no matter where you lived in the United States, the night sky was a universal experience. But since then, for most people, that experience has faded away. So I think you should check that out.
Well, I have been wanting to go stargazing since the night skies are so well preserved here, but I'm not sure I can really get myself to stay up late enough.
I mean, it's worth it. The park has an observatory even now, so there's more you can see. You won't regret the missed sleep.
All right, I'll do it. Armed with 2 cans of iced coffee, some high-energy music, and my microphone, I drove across the divide from my APGAR office to Glacier's observatory at the St. Mary Visitor Center. There, I met Lee Rademacher, the ranger who spearheads Glacier's astronomy program.
Hey Lee, good to see you.
As he started up the observatory and aimed the telescope, I asked him some questions about Glacier's night sky program. First of all, what do we mean by dark skies?
Dark skies are more than just a night sky. Dark skies are really about a sky that lacks light pollution. It's stray light that shines up into the sky that creates a sky glow, and they are getting rarer and rarer.
Okay, so light pollution is extra light that is making the stars less and less visible?
Yeah, that's right. And having dark skies is actually pretty important.
So in the biologic realm, basically every single organism that lives on the surface of this planet has evolved with a day-night cycle. Our internal workings rely on that day-night cycle to reset the clock. And it's not just, things with eyes. Plants are also impacted by light pollution or by a lack of dark skies.
All right, that makes sense. Plants and animals are used to dark nights. If light pollution makes the night brighter, it can throw things off.
Yeah, but there are cultural impacts too.
Culturally, dark skies are really important. Throughout time, societies around the world have relied on the skies to help tell stories, to help know when animal migrations are going to occur, know when seasons are coming. The skies really help them kind of predict the world around them.
For Lee, the dark skies are one of the best parts of working in Glacier National Park.
To me, dark skies are an opportunity to discover. It's an opportunity for things like mystery and awe.
And sharing that sense of discovery with visitors is really rewarding.
It's really kind of fun because a lot of people that come to the park have never had the opportunity to experience truly dark skies. They often are in a sense of disbelief about what they're actually seeing. And on more than one occasion, people have thought that we were tricking them when we were showing them Saturn through a telescope. They're just kind of blown away and in true disbelief. That's a really fun experience for me to be part of.
Glacier National Park has made a massive effort to expand the opportunities for visitors to experience dark skies here, all of which culminated in Glacier, with Waterton Lakes National Park in Canada, being designated the world's first transboundary dark sky park.
The process of becoming an international dark sky park was pretty extensive.
The park started by hosting night sky interpretive programs. Then, a lighting inventory was conducted, looking for lights all around the park that unnecessarily shine up into the night sky. These lights were then replaced with less polluting and more efficient lights.
And we were able to do that with the help of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
In the midst of this process, the building we find ourselves in right now, the Dusty Star Observatory, was constructed.
We're inside a SkyShed PodMax 12-foot dome observatory. So it's that kind of classic observatory shape that you've seen in pictures. And in the center of the building is a big steel pier, and sitting on top of the pier is the telescope mount. This mount controls where the telescope points.
As a dark sky park, Glacier has a lot of astronomy programs for people to attend, mostly in the months of July and August at the Apgar and St. Mary Visitor Centers.
And we have astronomers set up that can help people experience the night sky using telescopes, binoculars, and other, even just kind of, sitting out on a lawn chair and looking up and having an astronomer point different objects out to you that you might see with your naked eye.
As we talked, the skies darkened, and by about 11:30, the Milky Way emerged, and stars began to carpet the entire sky above us. It was time for the fun part. Lee pointed the telescope at the planet Saturn. I should note that the telescope in the Dusty Star Observatory is a type called an astrograph,
which is a fancy word for a telescope that you typically don't look through with your eye. And it focuses its light down through the back of the scope, where we have a camera that is able to project or send these images off to the computer.
which is why you'll hear us referencing a screen rather than an eyepiece. I carefully watched as Lee aimed the telescope.
So right now, Saturn has popped up on the screen, and right now it just looks like a really bright white oblong shape. I'll see if I can fine tune it a little bit to make those rings come out.
In no time, the planet came into focus.
So cool though, like you can very distinctly see the rings.
While Saturn was super cool, I was really hoping I could convince Lee to show me the comet Neowise, which was at its most visible the night I was out there. That particular comet only comes by about every 6,800 years. So it's really no exaggeration to say that seeing it in this telescope would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After a few minutes of adjustments, Lee got the comet squarely in the telescope's sights, and it didn't disappoint.
So now we've got the nucleus of the comet on the left side of the screen and the tail stretching out to the right.
Oh my god, yeah, that's really impressive. He talked me through what I was seeing here.
So the Neowise is a fairly green hue and actually has a greenish ion trail. Every comet has two tails as it approaches the sun. One is the tail kind of made up of the dust and gas that's kind of blasted off of the core of the comet. And then a second one is an ion tail that's formed from the interaction between the comet and the solar wind. And so the ion tail is kind of this greenish blue, and then the comet itself is more of a kind of a greenish emerald almost color.
Wow, I'm so jealous. I told you it was worth staying up late. Did you get a picture?
We did. Here, check it out.
Oh, wow. You could really see the tail and everything. We should put that on the park's website for listeners to see.
That's a great idea. We can get it up there. By now, as we looked at the comet, it was getting really late. The excitement of seeing the comet had given me a rush of energy, but I knew it wouldn't last forever, and Lee had to work early the next morning.
I think it may be time to call it a night on this fairly successful image. I have a 7 o'clock shift tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta drive back to West Coast.
You can enjoy the stars on any clear night in Glacier, even if you're not able to make it to an astronomy program. All you really need is a clear view of the sky. Lee recommends bringing some warm clothes, maybe a lawn chair, and a pair of binoculars can help too. And he said that if you can't make it to an event, with a smartphone you can
download an app and point it at the sky and learn a little bit more about what there is up there.
If you decide to check out the stars while you're here, and you definitely should, it was well worth staying up for, it's important to think about leaving no trace. With stargazing, Lee reminded me that Leave No Trace Principle 7, be considerate of other visitors, means taking an effort not to shine bright lights where people are stargazing. If we take these simple steps to leave no trace, we can make sure that there's continued opportunities here to be part of this ancient human tradition of viewing the night sky.
Today, when you look up at the night sky, you're not just seeing the stars. I think you're really connecting to that shared humanity and that shared culture.
Sounds like you had a great night. I'm really thinking now about all the ways that people and our lighting clashes with the natural dark skies and how it hasn't always been that way. So I called Darnell Rides at the door, and Amskapi Pekani, our Blackfeet tribal member that I met in another episode, to learn more, and she pointed out the observatory's name. Dusty Star is actually a Blackfeet term for a comet.
Those are comets. We call them dusty stars. It's just kakatoos.
The concept of a dusty star might have been especially relevant this year with the comet Neowise. My
Yes.
coworker Andrew got the chance to go look at that in the St. Mary Observatory.
Oh, how awesome.
Oh, yeah, that makes total sense after seeing it. Comets are like just dusty stars.
Yeah, and Darnell told me that the Blackfeet language is a very visual one.
You know, it's interesting to think about. The last time the comet Neowise passed by Earth, some 6,000 years ago, Blackfeet people were probably looking at it up in the sky and calling it by that same word.
The things we talked about today, seeing grizzly bears in the Milky Way, are just a few of the countless unique experiences you could have here.
Yeah, you can also find here some of the last alpine glaciers in the contiguous U.S., endemic plants that occur nowhere else in the world, and opportunities for solitude and quiet that are becoming increasingly rare.
I mean, heck, if you could prove there's a better place on Earth to pick huckleberries, I'll eat my shoe.
These are opportunities for people to connect with the natural world that may disappear forever if we're not careful.
So it's our collective job now to make sure the types of experiences we talked about today, like seeing a bear or viewing the stars in the night sky, are possible for people for another 6,000 years.
I think that if we can learn to come together as a community, we can do it, but it's going to be a big job.
Yeah, but I think we're up to it. That's our show for today. If you're interested in learning more about bear safety or astronomy programs in the park, you can find links in the show notes for more info.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Debbie Smith, Darnell Rides at the Door, Tabitha Graves, Bob Adams, and Lee Rademacher.
Many visitors, when they come to Yellowstone National Park, don't realize that they're in one of the world's largest active volcanoes. All the hydrothermal, the hot water features in this park are the result of the Yellowstone volcano. The volcano gives us much of our elevation we have in this area because it heats the ground. That ground is less dense, so we have a high volcanic plateau here of 8,000 feet. It has supplied many of the rocks and the soils that are in this area. So the vegetation is responsive to the Yellowstone volcano. And of course, the animals are responsive to the vegetation. The simplest, perhaps most eloquent way to describe it is the heart of Yellowstone. Yellowstone would not exist without the presence of the volcano. First, think of the ground surface, and then let's start having a mass of very hot molten rock, which we call magma, moving up towards the surface. As it moves up, it starts to break the overlying rock, and those breaks basically are earthquakes. So in the area on the ground surface, above the molten rock which is moving up, there will be hundreds to thousands of earthquakes per day, and those earthquakes will probably be in the 4.5 magnitude range or larger. The other thing that occurs as this gets close to the surface, the ground starts to deform. It actually gets bent. So in the area of the earthquakes, you should also see significant ground deformation, sometimes up to a yard a year may occur preceding an eruption. Also, we would expect to see changes in the hot water features, the geysers and hot springs, as this molten rock gets near the surface, and we would expect to see changes in the geothermal gases that come from the ground. Now, do we have earthquake swarms in the park? Definitely. Do we have ground deformation? Definitely. Does the hydrothermal system change? Every day. But are those signs of an impending eruption? No. All these things have to be coincident in the same area and very concentrated, a greater magnitude, and many more of them than we currently see. So having an earthquake swarm near Norris and ground deformation in the White Lake area and changes in the thermal system in Mammoth, they're all part of the normal vital signs of this volcano, and there has been nothing that has been indicated that there is an impending eruption. In the summer of 2014, there was a 3-mile section of road along the Firehole Lake Drive, which is a side road that is north of the Old Faithful area, that was closed because the pavement had become soft and road oil was seeping up through the pavement. Reports were that this was due to increased geothermal activity in the area, and also people then became concerned that this indicated increased volcanic activity in the area. And this wasn't the case. Yes, the road is in an active geothermal area. It's a side road that allows people to view Great Fountain geysers, White Dome geysers, other thermal features. As such, the road is on very hot ground. When we get a very hot day in the summer, with all the sun beating down on the black asphalt, and the road had recently been chip sealed, so all the cracks in the road were sealed with oil, which not only stopped the rain from getting into the road, but stopped the hot geothermal vapors from escaping the road. So the three things of very hot air temperatures, above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, the road being in a thermal area, and the asphalt basically being sealed by new road oil that was black, all coupled to deform the road. Within 2 days, our park maintenance crews had been out and worked on the road and fixed it. It's open for travel and has been ever since, after the original 2 days closure. This also happened back in 2002 when a segment of the road near White Dome Geyser approached 196 degrees Fahrenheit. The asphalt became soft, and there what occurred was roughly a 60-foot area of the road. The asphalt was stripped off, which allowed the road to breathe. Gravel was placed there, and that segment of road has been open ever since. First, let's describe what a super eruption is. It's just a very, very large eruption. An eruption of at least 240 cubic miles of molten material, and usually that molten material is forcefully vented into the atmosphere. It's not just one large explosion, but through time, there's a lot of molten material vented into the atmosphere. In Yellowstone's past, there have been 2 super eruptions. One at 2.1 million years ago that was about 600 cubic miles of molten material, and one 640,000 years ago that was 240 cubic miles. To put that in comparison, the eruption of Mount St. Helens was about 0.1 cubic miles. So the super eruptions are very large. They do change basically world climate, temperatures, everything else due to the volcanic ashes and gases that are expelled. Do we know if there will ever be another super eruption of Yellowstone? No, we don't. The volcano experts who study Yellowstone, the volcanologists, do not know if there will be another super eruption of Yellowstone. Is volcanic activity and volcanic eruptions, are they in Yellowstone's future? Definitely. But the most probable eruptions are much smaller than these super eruptions. Now, by smaller, we may mean they might be as large as a Mount St. Helens sort of eruption, or even much smaller than that. Maybe an individual vent that puts out a very nice Hawaiian-type basalt flow. A very robust monitoring network is in place in Yellowstone National Park that monitors earthquakes, monitors ground deformation, monitors stress and strain within the earth, and all these data are online real time through the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. So none of those data, which are publicly available, have ever indicated to the experts that there's even a potentially small impending eruption. One of the important aspects of the monitoring equipment is to be able to give scientists the ability to predict in advance when an eruption is going to occur. And in its simplest form, the larger the potential eruption, the more molten rock that's coming up over a greater area, the more signals that will occur, the more earthquakes that will occur, the larger the area affected, the more the ground deformation will be occurring in that area, and the more there will be changes in the thermal system and gases. So the larger the eruption, the more advanced notice there'll be, and the smaller the eruption, the less advanced notice. But that's the way we would hope it would be, because the smaller the eruption, the less the effect of it to Yellowstone or even to smaller areas than just the park itself.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Ashton,
Hey, Jake.
how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
We're in Yellowstone. Life is good.
It's another day, another great day in Yellowstone.
Did you by chance happen to see the email that we got about the edits to our spring newspaper?
I did, actually.
Did you get your edits in yet?
No.
All right, well,
It's on my list, though.
make sure to do that.
Yeah.
Speaking of publications, do you know how many publications that Yellowstone National Park manages?
Ooh. It's got to be way more than I even think.
It's a big number. It's not like a ridiculously big number, but it's probably more than you would think.
Yeah, I'm going to say 40.
Double that.
Oh, wow. 80?
80
Yeah.
publications, yeah. So some of the big ones we have are like the park newspaper, but then there's a lot of site bulletins. There's basically all the information that you could want behind the visitor center desk. There's a ton of information to hand out to people if you come to Yellowstone. And speaking of publications, today we're joined by Miles Barger. He is the Publications Program Manager in the Resource Education and Youth Programs Division. Miles, how you doing?
Oh, doing pretty well. Beautiful day out there.
It is a beautiful day. So for our listeners, some of you may recognize the name. Miles is actually one of our hosts, but you're on the other side of the microphone today. So how does that feel?
Feels great. Multi-talented.
Yes. Yeah. He's ambidextrous.
There you go.
You play offense and defense.
That's right.
Yeah.
Special teams.
Yes. So how did you start working in national parks?
I was in college and I was looking for a summer job. I had been working near my parents' house in Kentucky. And then somehow through the magic of the internet, I realized that you could work in a national park in the summer to make minimum wage, which I think was like $5.25 back then.
You're dating yourself.
I know. Yeah, you could work in a national park and make minimum wage instead of being at home doing it. So I thought that's interesting. So I applied to, I don't think I applied to Glacier because you couldn't have a beard. At that time, whatever the concessioner was.
What a terrible idea.
I know. So I was like, well, I'm not doing that. But Yellowstone, I saw some jobs. So I applied for a job with the concessioner operating the hotels, which was Xanterra back then, as it is now. And I got a job cleaning cabins at Canyon before they had built all the huge lodges that are up there now.
Oh, wow.
It was all just cabins. And I towed a cart around from cabin to cabin and paused when a bison was sitting on the porch and I couldn't get in. It's like a forced break. And that was my first summer, and I haven't done anything but work in or around national parks since then.
Gotcha.
Wow.
So this podcast, we're focusing mainly on people who work in national parks.
Yeah.
But you mentioned that you worked for our concessionaire.
I
So
did.
yeah, just something to tell people that are listening is that in Yellowstone, we have about 750 roughly permanent and seasonal employees combined every year. But what's that number in Xanterra? It's like over 3,000, right?
I actually was just looking at this number for one of our publications. It's about 3,200 seasonal
Oh, wow.
concessionaire employees in the summer. So many more.
Yeah, it's like 5 times more employees.
Yeah.
So for people who want to, like, if your main goal is to, like what you were, is to live in a cool place.
Yeah.
In addition to Park Service jobs, there's the Xanterra, there's Delaware North. If STGI runs our clinics, and then Yellowstone Forever. So it seems
Exactly.
like all of those different entities.
A lot of my jobs were with nonprofit partners. Like I worked for Alaska Geographic.
Yeah.
I worked for Denali Education Center, places like that where they're not a National Park Service job, but you're affiliated with the park, working with the park.
Yeah. So how did you make the switch? How did you go from one to the other?
I was working in Denali in Alaska, and I noticed that a lot of the people who worked there year round had master's degrees. So I thought maybe I should do that.
Yeah.
And I didn't have anything to do in the off season anyway. So I started applying for master's degrees programs in environmental studies / environmental science. Got in at University of Oregon, started doing my master's, I took some GIS classes because that seemed helpful. And also I'm a nerd and it seemed cool. And then there was a project called the Atlas of Yellowstone. And I said, oh, I know about Yellowstone. I worked there for a little while. And I got in on that. And then a job opened up in the Park Service being a cartographer for the Unigrid brochure program. Those are those glossy folded brochures you get when you go to the entrance of any national park.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was
They're
like
highly sought after.
Highly sought after.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it was the first time that job had opened in like 15 years, I think, was the last time someone had retired or moved on. And I applied figuring I wouldn't get it because it was a permanent, full-time, higher graded job. But I had the skills to pay the bills, I guess. It was just a very specialized area that I happened to have had a knack for.
Yeah, right
and
place,
I got that
right
job.
time. Yeah.
Right place, right time.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd done SCA internships. I'd worked at Yellowstone. I'd pieced together enough stuff over those seasons that combined with the cartography and design skills and writing, I could, make a pretty good case that I had the love for the game and the skills and the knowledge about the Park Service and all of that, and ended up getting the job.
So,
Cool.
so your first Park Service job, what was your first seasonal one? I should say, that was in Alaska, or did you go from?
I never had a Park Service job.
You never had a season.
Okay.
So your first Park Service
My
job
first
was
Park
permanent.
Service job was a GS-12 visual information or cartographer.
Way to just
Wow.
like come out swinging.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
So-
I definitely didn't think I would get the job. So.
Yeah, and that's like
really
very
awesome.
That is everybody that we interview, they'd have like a different backstory on how they started, and I would say, that is atypical. But Ashton, you kind of had a similar thing too, right? Like you didn't.
Yeah.
How did you get your start?
I started in it was Geoscientists in Parks internship program. Now it's called Scientists in Parks internship program. And I got an internship here in Yellowstone for a summer. And then this position opened up shortly after.
Yep.
And applied thinking the same thing as Miles. I was like, I'm not going to get this job, but got lucky.
Yeah.
And now I'm here.
Yeah. So I would like to say that, you guys are 2 in a million.
Yeah.
That's not the
Very
typical
unusual.
thing. Yeah. But it can't happen. And I think that's, just right place, right time,
Mm-hmm.
being willing to just get, the background that you need so that when the jobs present themselves. So
you were a cartographer. Where was that?
Harper's
at?
Ferry
Harper's
Center.
Ferry. Okay.
So it's the kind of graphic design center for the National Park Service. I would say that's becoming more distributed over time, but things were super spread out in DC, is my understanding, in like the 50s and 60s. And then there was a push to consolidate everything somewhere. And Senator Robert Byrd was very good at getting things built in West Virginia. And so, I mean, Harpers Ferry, West Virginia is literally as far east and close to DC as you could possibly be in West Virginia. So it's right on the corner. It's like the lowest elevation point in West Virginia. It's a beautiful spot. It's where the Shenandoah flows into the Potomac.
Yeah, but I've sat on the confluence there and had lunch.
It's very pretty. And so it's a building full of people who do. That's where the brochure program is. Waysides, exhibit design, AV, all sorts of stuff.
So between that job, your first Park Service job, and now the publications program manager, did you have some things in between, or did you go from one?
I was there as a cartographer for almost 4 years. And basically I missed being in the Western US and I wanted to get back into a park and operations. The cartographer job was cool because I got to see like the breadth of the Park Service and how many different types of parks there are, and worked with every kind of park you can imagine, from like a tiny Civil War, not even Civil War, tiny Revolutionary War battlefields, all the way up to huge parks. And there was a job in Rocky Mountain National Park as the visual information specialist there. And I applied for that and got that job. So I moved to Estes Park and worked for Rocky for 5 years. And then this job came open and I applied for that. And came here in 2020. It was basically during the pandemic when the job opened up.
Yeah. Well, so kind of getting more into your current job now that you're here, do you have a typical day or a season? Like what's your workload look like?
I definitely have a typical day, which is come into the office and sit down at my computer and work on my computer.
Can you expand?
Yeah. So, being the publications program manager here, I'm in charge of not all the printed stuff, but the majority of printed things for visitors and for staff, like internal and even concessioners. We make stuff for them as well. There's approximately 100 products when you add up all the site bulletins, which are, the folded black and white things that you get at visitor centers.
Oh, so I was off, Ashton. I said 80. So
that's a lot.
It's something. Maybe it's 80. It depends how you count things.
Yeah, and also
do you count all the different translations as separate things, or not?
Right. Yeah.
It's a lot of things. So yeah, depending on what the time of year is, I work on those. I would say my seasonality is kind of the inverse of a lot of people in operations, which operations is like, the front line, people who interact with visitors and are busiest during the summer, which is obviously when we're busiest. But I have to write, edit, get reviewed, and get ready for print, which printing takes a lot longer than putting things digitally. It's anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks. You have to submit something before you're going to get the printed version. So my winter is really the busiest time, from like October through now, basically.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of stuff I'm getting done right now because we need to get it here by the end of May, basically when our busy season starts. And then the summer it's busy, but in a different way. In the summer, I'm mostly responding to, I also make a lot of signs, design a lot of signs and get them ordered. So a lot of sign requests come in for just stuff that happens in the park. And then, things tend to happen in the summer. We have a road, something goes wrong and we have to reroute people, or a regulation changes, or
it depends
whatever.
how many floods or water main breaks, or
depends which plague we get. So I'm kind of responding more short term to things like that, and like sending things to people in the field, taking requests for publications that people need more of. And then going out more in the summer to like visit places, talk to people, kind of see what the needs are. So those are kind of my two main seasons.
So with that, do you have like an important, like what, for people who are interested in this type of a job, like is there a skill or something that you would consider that it serves you well?
Yes. So I do design, but I also write almost everything as well inside of the design. And so I would say writing is a very key, writing and editing.
Yeah.
So in that sense, like being able to write well, being able to write in different tones and styles, depending on what you're making, like the newspaper visitor guide that you get at the entrance stations is very just visitor information focused, and it has a ton of stuff in it. So it has to be very concise. So that's one type of writing. It's like plain language guidelines, which is a government thing for basically saying not using huge words and keeping sentences pretty easily understandable. So that's one type of writing. But then like resources and issues, I'm more editing other people, but that's more in-depth scientific writing and kind of everything in between. So I'd say write. It's also nice to be able to write your own stuff, because when you're designing on paper, everything takes space, physical space on the page. And so a lot of the time you need to be able to edit for space as well. So it's nice to be able to go back and forth to make things fit, or like I'm OCD about columns being all the same lengths and things. So it's like, oh, I want to edit this to be like 7 words longer. Things like that. And then
detail oriented.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Detail oriented. And then there's the design side of things. I think that's a tough one for me. There are skills you can learn, but I also think there's a certain je ne sais quoi that some people have and some people don't when it comes to design. But that's an important skill. And then there's all the technical stuff of like, no, we use Adobe products in design, Illustrator, things like that. But you know, something like Figma or GIMP or whatever, all the different open source things are very similar, but knowing how to run those programs well and do what you need to do, being like proficient and facile in those things. And then I make a lot of maps as well. I guess I wouldn't have to do that. Most people probably would call in on the GIS shop at their park if they have one to do that. But
Since you have that skill in your back pocket.
Yeah, which is also, again, like the writing is a nice skill to have, because you can design for your own space and stuff.
When I worked, so my job before I came to Yellowstone was in Glacier as a visual information specialist, similar to what you were doing, more likely in Rocky. I was very hesitant to write anything, and because it's like that's why I take pictures, because I'm not a solid writer, and I let my pictures do the speaking.
1,000 words each.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm a prolific writer through photography. But when I came here, I was able to kind of do the same thing because there were people around me that were writing. But then as I got more into this job and started, changing things like the products that we were making, that Cam was asking us like, hey, do this or do that, there was no one to write. And so you just kind of had to write for yourself. And that is a skill that I picked up. And I would agree, like writing is I had to do writing in college, but you're like writing for that is very different than writing for the web or writing for social media. It's just like, it has a different tone and really kind of like getting comfortable in that. So I would echo that writing is a really a solid thing to do. And it seems like kind of like a lost, it doesn't seem like it's emphasized as much on, like, with everything is 180, or 280 characters. So it's like, that's a skill too, to try to be succinct, but also like if you need to write more than that, that's, good thing to practice.
Yeah. Yeah. I was an English major and music composition major in undergrad. I think both of those things help. The music one's harder to explain, but it's similar in a lot of ways, I think.
Yeah.
And also when I did seasonal work, I was a guide.
Okay.
So I was taking people on hikes and teaching classes and stuff all day long. And I think that has been helpful too, because it's kind of it's that skill of learning how to take a bunch of information and synthesize it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm curious. So in your current position here, what's like the biggest publication or the one that takes the most time and effort or project? Like what's the thing that takes the longest for you to work on?
Resources and issues.
Yeah.
It's a 300-page book.
Okay.
So I always get the feeling every season that I would like to just start it over from scratch. But then I remember it would probably take 5 years, honestly, of full-time work to do that at least. But yeah, that's the biggest.
Yeah, that's a beast.
That's job security, Miles.
True.
Yeah.
That's the biggest by far. Everything else pales in comparison to that.
So like out of the, the writing, designing, like all the kind of things that you mentioned, do you have any of those like kind of stand out as your favorite that you like to do?
Making maps is my favorite. And I love when I get the chance, which is not very often because of time, but I love just like starting something over from scratch, just like forget that it exists and make it brand new. So I guess I would say like, what would that be? It's almost like book design, kind of, where of course we don't choose the fonts because we have the fonts, but you're kind of choosing the architecture of things, like what kind of columns am I using in baseline grid and designing all the styles and all that kind of stuff. I think is probably my favorite.
What's your least favorite? Is like that's why they pay us. It's like you can't love everything. Yeah.
I think my least favorite is just when there's so many things that need doing that sometimes they just need to get done and updated.
Yeah. Or I should say, what's the most challenging part of your job? And because it's like you can like everything, but what is the thing that makes it difficult?
I would say one of the big challenges is this is a big park. There's a lot of information.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who specialize in things. But like something like the newspaper visitor guide, I don't even know how many people review it, like dozens.
Yeah.
And so sometimes it's coordinating all the different needs of different groups of people.
Herding turtles.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean,
herding turtles.
I wouldn't say it's difficult, but I also enjoy it because you get to learn a ton about the park. Like you get to learn about not only all these different subjects and information, but also the different perspectives. Like the language on a sign for visitor resource protection or law enforcement purposes is very different from, like, if you have a sign about fishing or a wayside, the fisheries biologists have very different goals for that than the people who like want to enforce regulations versus the interpretation side of it. So I enjoy it, but that is definitely a skill that I've had to learn.
I think that's kind of a perk being in like the communications field, is you kind of have to be exposed to all these different perspectives.
Yeah.
Because you're writing, you're editing, you're designing, you kind of have to know a little bit about everything. And so I think it helps to be curious.
It definitely helps to be curious. I also think that there's a lot of things about my job that I've had people say, like, how do you stand that? Or I'm making a thing and there's going to be 200,000 copies printed of it. Pressure of that. And to me, I'm like, whatever. So I think, but there's other people's jobs that seem super stressful to me. And they're like, oh, I love it.
Yeah. It's just whatever you're used to, it seems like.
Yeah. And like what you enjoy. So I would say that's one tip, is like find the things that you enjoy that other people don't. That's a good niche for you.
Find your niche. Yeah.
Yeah. Like play, instead of trying to improve the things you're not good at, like play to the things that you're naturally into.
Murph, he said he likes pumping sludge.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes.
That is pretty niche.
Yeah, when we said, what's your favorite part of your job? And Murph said, pumping sludge.
Yeah, you're like, all right. Yeah,
okay.
Job security.
You're in the right job.
So how do you feel that your job contributes to this larger mission that we have here? You don't get to interact with people on a one-on-one basis, but do you kind of scratch that itch?
Yeah, sometimes I have to remind myself, because I am sitting in front of a computer mostly, and it's a little abstract. As opposed to, when I used to guide 15 people on a hike and you get that immediate person-to-person feedback. But then I remind myself, like, 4 point whatever million people are going to come here every year, and probably they're all going to interact with something that I made. So
yeah, I think it's safe to say like almost every person is going to see something that you made. Yeah.
So it's almost like my ROI is a lot higher.
Yeah. Yeah. So you like your job, things are good. Do you have a defining moment, would you say, like in your career, or something that kind of stands out as to like, ooh, man, this is like I made it, or that was a cool thing that you got to make or do or be a part of?
Good question.
Thank you.
Jake coming with the hard hitting questions.
Yeah.
The first time I drove into Kantishna, which you can't do right now because the bridge is they're building a new bridge. But my first summer in Denali, I was a guide and we had to get out to Kantishna, which is at the end of the one road. Literally, it like turns into an airstrip right after the place that I worked back there. That was pretty mind blowing.
Yeah.
It was a clear day. We're on the road with nobody else. The mountain was totally out, and I was just kind of like, oh. Like,
I had the same moment. Like when I
like an out of body experience.
I say that there are 3 things that have like changed me as a person. You know, that so far. I mean, obviously there can be more, but the first time going to Stony Overlook on a clear day and seeing Denali like in the distance, I was just standing there like mind blown.
Yeah.
And then the first time I saw the Grand Canyon, because that was also I was younger and I was like of the age where I was starting to appreciate things, and I was just like, it's just like unfathomably big. Like you can't imagine like being the first people to show up and be like, oh, how do we get across this? And then also seeing the Kilauea volcano under the Milky Way at night. I remember going there and it was like glowing up into the sky on a clear night. You had the Milky Way like arching over it. And again, just like one of those, like, this is so cool. And it's cool that national parks, like they were all in national parks. Like, you know, like out of all the cool things that I've seen, that it's just, I mean, it's cool that we get to do this.
I mean, that's what makes it hard to choose is I've had so many over the years. But I mean, what I did the seasonal job for fun, and I think I tried to live a normal life one time after that for a few months, and I just couldn't do it. So not that there's anything wrong with it. I just for me, I got hooked.
Yeah.
So for people that are interested in doing this kind of work, let's get into some of the details. Like if someone goes to USA Jobs, what are they? What's the series they're looking for?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the interviews for this podcast, we've had interesting, weird job titles, but this may be the weirdest. It's traditionally these jobs have been called visual information specialist. It's 1084.
Okay.
I don't know why that's the title of the job, but it encompasses a lot of different things. It can be, gosh, it can range so much what that is. Because I've done a lot of digital stuff too. Like at Rocky, I was in charge of all the media, so you can be doing digital stuff, print stuff, audio, video. There's so many things. So that's one of them, but I think there's a movement right now to change a lot of the jobs, if not all of them, over to 1001. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I am.
Yeah. So there's a recognition that visual information specialist doesn't quite cover all the things that these types of jobs do. So there's a move towards that. And then I would also say there's, as you guys know, there's public information, and a lot of times almost exact same type of job as my job is advertised under different public information things. There's also, like I said, there's subspecialties, you know, like cartography, which in my mind is a subfield of design, or like writer editor, audio video production
specialist. That was a job I had too.
Yeah. So I think look for 1084, 1001, but also when you're on USA Jobs, just search for terms that apply to what you're interested in terms of like audio video or editing or writing, and it's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've said this yet, but like on OPM, there's a list of all the jobs. So like if you go to the OPM website, it's like the 1000 series is all of the like arts.
Right.
So from like from 1001 to 1099, there's like a bunch of everything that we're mentioning kind of falls in there. And so it seems like if you're looking for it, you could set your alerts on a variety of those different keys, but it's good to know which ones specifically. If parks aren't flying them in a certain category, then doesn't make sense to, set an alert.
Mm-hmm.
You already mentioned all the training that you had, for the design and everything. Is there any other than the design aspect and knowing how to run these programs? Like, is it required that you have a formal training, that you go to school for that? Or could you just like teach yourself how to do this? And you like, a lot of people grow up and know how to use Photoshop and stuff.
I think you can teach yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a ton of it I taught myself. I think, like you said, Ashton, curiosity is a big one, I think, for these positions.
Yeah.
Curiosity about different types of design work and audio, all that kind of stuff, but also subject matter. I did tons of personal projects, like I'd say I probably did more personal projects than work projects to get into this kind of stuff. Like whenever I was just seasonal, took a ton of photographs and had a blog and made books for friends and family that they didn't want that I thought were cool.
Yeah. So it seems like you were interested in being creative and you just happened to find a job that
it's just
allowed you to do that.
Yeah, it's just kind of who I am.
Yeah. That's cool.
Do you have any advice for people that, if they're looking to get into this career, just general advice?
Make your own stuff. If you have some opportunity to, I definitely know people who've gotten into it who are seasonal or permanent in a different career field, and they are a photographer and they start working on their photography and they get really good at it, or they start writing stuff, or a lot of times I have projects that I need some help with from people out in the field who have that knowledge, and they can, it's not volunteering because they're doing their job, but and generally with parks, with federal, well, I shouldn't say federal, I just know Park Service, but you can spend up to 20% of your time on alternate things as long as they're, and so definitely I did things like that, and others, people in like interpretation or other staff do that as well. You can contribute to projects. It's always hard for me to give advice because I just kind of,
it is a winding road. Yeah.
I just kind of did what I was passionate about or interested in, and got lucky and it worked out. So it's hard for me to give it specific advice, but
not so much like advice on like how, like what did you do that somebody else could replicate, but just like what are the things that are going to set people up for success. Yeah. And it seems like the things you just mentioned were.
I also would say I have a lot of print knowledge. I don't know how much I would invest in that moving forward for people. But if there is something that you can learn that is a little less known or technical in a specific subfield, that can be helpful.
Yeah.
I would definitely say from now moving forward, people focusing on digital is really a good idea.
Yeah.
So not that we write much code or anything, but just like how websites work, thinking about user experience in addition to all the other things, apps, app design, and working with databases and things like that is very helpful.
So we like to end these with on a high note. Like, what's the fun thing? Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other park? Like, we kind of already touched a little bit about, going out to Kantishna was the first time that kind of blew your mind. Is there like a
my first
non-work related thing maybe?
Yeah. My first summer here I got really lucky my first summer here because Xanterra had overhired. But I took a lot of time. I took a lot of those, like, does anyone want Friday off? Yes, I do. I did a lot of backpacking, and one of my trips I did Mount Washburn. No, wait, not Mount Washburn, Mount Holmes, which also had a fire lookout on it at that time. Um, so I hiked in. My plan was hike into a meadow, the next day get up, go to the summit, come back, camp. The next morning, get up, hike back out, and be done. Kind of break it up. I think it's 20 miles round trip.
Yeah.
So that way I had like 5 miles in, 10 miles round trip, 5 miles out. Nice and calm. And so I did the hike in, camped at a backcountry site, and the next morning got up, and there's like a big meadow right before you kind of get above tree line for Mount Holmes. And if I remember correctly, it has kind of a lot of little like pothole ponds and things. And so I kind of hiked up. I'd never done it before. I hiked up over this ridge and saw this big meadow, and there were just a ton of cow elk with their calves. I think, they get away from the roads, especially at that time of year when the calves are young and things are. And so there must have been, I don't know, I'm going to say like around 100 or something. And right as I came over the ridge, they were all acting really skittish. And I was like, really? Like one person by myself? I don't advocate backpacking by yourself in bear country, but I did.
Do as we say, not as we do.
Yeah. I was young. I wouldn't do it now. My risk tolerance was different. Anyway, so they were acting really skittish and whatever. And so I was hiking along kind of the edge, and then they just started running. I was like, wow, I can't believe how skittish they are. It must be with the calves. And then I looked up, and there was a grizzly bear running like full speed, which if you've never seen a grizzly bear running at full speed, it is something. Like, it doesn't make sense. They run very fast. I think, what do they run, 35 or?
Yeah, Carrie says like
Wow.
40 feet per second.
It's crazy.
Wow.
Like, it doesn't look real. And the way they run is very odd because they're like very front heavy. They have the big shoulders and the shoulder hump and the big powerful front claws. It's almost like they grab the ground in front of them and just pull the rest of their body forward. And it was trying to chase down an elk,
Wow.
like a young elk. It looked like it was probably a year old elk that it was trying to get. And I was by myself, and it was my first summer in a national park and my first summer in like mountains. And I was just like, whoa. And you could hear it. Like, it was so heavy that you could hear the sound of it running.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I just kind of backed up against a tree, pulled my bear spray out, carry bear spray. I had my bear spray, took the safety off, had it ready. And the grizzly ran, gosh, it was probably like within 15 feet of me. Did not care about me at all. It was
my gosh.
in pursuit of this elk running uphill. And then they went into the trees and they turned some kind of corner and came back the other way, farther away, down towards that meadow. And it ran forward and like swept one of the back legs of the elk and got it and started taking it down, was going to eat it. And I was just like, I think I'm going to keep hiking. So I started going up, and I went up to the top and I got to the fire lookout and I was really freaked out. And then I was talking to the guy who manned the lookout back then, or the person at the lookout who worked up there all summer. And that's a remote one. You can't drive to it. You get resupplied by pack animals, I'm pretty sure. And I mentioned like what I'd just seen, and he was like, yeah, there's a guy got killed at Grizzly Lake a few years ago. And I was just like, don't say this to me. So I hung out for a little while, and then I hiked all the way back down to my camp, and I packed up all my stuff, and I hiked out the whole way that night because I was just freaked out.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, that was pretty amazing. We'll never forget that one.
Yeah.
Probably set me up well for risk management going forward. I was a lot more aware of what can happen, which is anything. Anything can happen, which is why it's exciting.
And for people listening, just a friendly reminder that we encourage people to hike in groups.
Yes.
Make a lot of noise.
Yes.
Carry bear spray and know how to use it. That's how to proactively stay safe.
Yes.
Well, Miles, thank you for joining us today. It's been interesting catching up and hearing about your job and what you do and all that.
My pleasure.
Ashton, did you have any other final questions for Miles?
No, I don't think so. Thanks for joining us, Miles.
Anytime.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Miles Barger. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
Welcome to Apgar Village. Apgar sits at the foot of Lake McDonald and is the hub of activity on the west side of the park. You can find all services, with the exception of gas, in Apgar Village. There are several gift and souvenir shops located in the village, and Eddie's Restaurant offers casual dining. Looking to spend a night? The Village Inn has cozy rooms overlooking picturesque Lake McDonald, and the Apgar Village Lodge offers cozy rooms and cabins. The Apgar Visitor Center and Backcountry Permit Office are also located here. Whether you are just here for a drive-through visit or are planning a multi-day backcountry adventure, friendly rangers provide visitors with hiking and trip planning information. Families will find the Discovery Cabin an enjoyable and educational place where kids can have hands-on experience learning about Glacier. Other family activities are available as well. Horseback rides along McDonald Creek and through pine-scented forests offer a chance to see areas not often seen by most visitors. Boats long have been a part of the Apgar scene. Early visitors boarded steam-powered boats for an 8-mile journey up the lake to Lake McDonald Lodge. Boating is still a popular activity on the lake, and boat rentals are available from Glacier Park Boat Company here at Apgar and in other locations around the park. If you have your own boat, a public boat launch is your access to this largest lake in the park. There is something for everyone at Apgar Village, whether you are staying in the area or just passing through.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Brett Rayburn.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
All right, Ashton. First of all, it's great to see you. How's it going?
Good to see you too, Brett. I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm awesome. So I have a question for you.
Okay.
Have you ever hitchhiked before?
You know what? I don't think I have.
I
honestly.
The way your face went, I thought you were about to tell me an epic hitchhiking story.
No, I'm actually surprised I haven't done that though.
Well, I did some research in the superintendent's compendium. And hitchhiking is legal within Yellowstone National Park as long as you follow some certain rules. So one of those rules, which is in Section 5, Part 4.31, which I'm sure you read
by heart,
all the time, says that you can hitchhike as long as a sign isn't bigger than certain dimensions.
Oh, wow.
Do you know what the max dimensions for your hitchhiking sign would be?
Wow, this is a very niche question. I honestly have no idea, but I'm just going to take a random guess. I'm going to say it can't be bigger than like 5 by 5 feet.
So 5 feet. That's a really big sign.
I was trying to,
that's
like go a little bigger than I thought.
That's huge. It's 2 feet by 2 feet. So you're going to have to trim.
That's a more like usual size of sign.
Yeah. So next time you're recruiting someone to pick you up for hitchhiking, it just needs to be under that 2 feet by 2 feet.
Okay,
and you should
interesting.
Be good. If you want to hold a 5-foot sign, those sign spinners, that might be your go-to. So our next guest probably knows or is a lot more likely than we are to know Section 5, Part 4.3 of the Superintendent's Compendium by heart, because she's the law enforcement specialist here at Yellowstone National Park. So, Katie Anderson, have you ever cited someone for hitchhiking with a sign? Like if Ashton gave them their 5 foot by 5 foot sign, have you ever cited someone for that?
No, but I would have definitely stopped and talked to her if she had a 5 by 5 sign. I would want her life story.
That catch your attention.
Yeah, I feel like you don't even need to know the compendium to know that like that's probably someone you want to talk to.
Exactly.
Well, there's always a first time for everything. So I'm guessing, and I'm guessing you see a lot of things, something different every day as a law enforcement specialist. But I want to backtrack a little bit first before we get to your current position and talk about where and when you got your start in the National Park Service.
Yeah. So thanks so much for having me. My where and when. So my career with the National Park Service began in 2001 as a GS3 park guide at Assateague Island National Seashore in Maryland, living with those wild ponies, which was pretty much a childhood dream being fulfilled right out of the gate.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So was it the wild ponies that got you to that job, or how did you hear about the Park Service?
Well, so the Park Service goes way back for me. I'll have to go many decades back from that. It pretty much goes back to about the late 1950s when my grandparents jumped on the Ranger 3, which is a vessel that takes visitors from the mainland of Michigan and takes them out to an archipelago of islands in Lake Superior called Isle Royale. And the island, as it's sort of lovingly called by all of us who sort of grew up there or grew up going there, along with my family, were super instrumental in my formative years in instilling a strong conservation ethic and just in turn inherently me knowing that my life work was going to end up being working on preserving wild and public lands like Isle Royale.
So did you grow up near Isle Royale then, or just vacation there?
Yeah, I grew up in northern Minnesota. And so that was, we always kind of came from that Grand Portage side out to the island. But the island has always been a huge part of my life.
That's a big bucket list park for me. I've never been there.
It's incredible.
Have you been there, Ashton?
No, actually, I just visited northern Minnesota last fall, but we were there just after the boat, like the ferries went out to Isle Royale. So we have to make another trip next time. Yeah. Definitely bucket list.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of started out with that background of the conservation ethics kind of being instilled in you from a young age. And then you got that job at Assateague. How did you, as soon as you got that job, were you like, this is what I want to do? This is where I belong.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I knew it like growing up, there was no question that this is what I was going to do. The National Park Service. It was just really refining what part of the Park Service I was going to be part of.
And so how did you get from playing with wild ponies to where you are now? What are the steps and iterations of jobs and units that you've worked at?
Yeah, so that is, there are such interesting journeys for us in the National Park Service, for a lot of us. What's neat about the National Park Service is that you can really experience the entire country on a deep level by working in the national parks, really from coast to coast. And that's pretty much what I did for those first 15 years with the Park Service. Right after I finished my season at Assateague, I made my way into the heart of DC to work for the Wilderness Society. And I was interning for them and really just getting amazing exposure to the Hill and really understanding how important the work of the nonprofit world was, but also how it coincided with the federal government agencies and, decisions being made on the Capitol. And so spent a good chunk of time there, really kind of digging into how do I get on permanently with the National Park Service. After I finished up my DC work, I ended up going up to Acadia National Park in Maine and spent a fall up there counting raptors. That was another big part of my life growing up in northern Minnesota. We had big flight migration routes. And so was an intern up there, a volunteer up there as well, just really kind of starting to build my resume and figure out how I could get my foot in the door full time. As I learned about the the different types of rangering, sort of the longer I got in, I made my way to the Apostle Islands National Lakeshore, another archipelago of islands in northern
I
Wisconsin.
used to live in Bayfield.
Yes, and exactly. So you know the Apostles well. And I dipped my toes in interpretation and lived out on Stockton Island, and it was an amazing experience. And from there, I put myself through a seasonal academy, which was kind of the norm in how to get permanent in the law enforcement ranks. And so put myself through that academy because I really wanted to be running more of like the adrenaline junkie calls that were kind of coming with rangering. And I really wanted to get in on some of the craziness. And so then I spent the next 5 years of my career seasonally at Rocky Mountain National Park as a seasonal law enforcement ranger, doing the front country side of things and then also the backcountry work. I was able to jump in on the search and rescue operations, really got my first experience working fatalities and working the family liaison roles. And then also starting and really integrating the other side of my life that had always been so strong for me. And that was having a horse component in my career, and started my mounted patrols at Rocky Mountain National Park.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you've done like a lot of things.
I have, and that was the seasonal days. And I'll make it brief on the permanents, but the permanents were really neat because that Rocky experience, in my off season, I had been doing ski patrol work full time and had some avalanche background. And so Yellowstone picked me up permanently to be working on Sylvan Pass and be doing avalanche control up there as well. So I sort of could bring a skill set of the rangering skills as well as sort of my other life loves into one job. And then ran down to Grand Canyon for 5 years and got some crazy experience down there. And that experience on the South Rim, being a South Rim Ranger for about 5 years, really built the core of who I am as a person and ranger and supervisor at this point in time. And then returned to Yellowstone to the justice operation and the law enforcement office as the court liaison, and which I can say is now definitely one of the best jobs I've ever had. And into the role that I have now full time as a law enforcement specialist for Yellowstone National Park.
That's awesome. And I guess we should mention to folks that you're joining us remotely from Glacier National Park. So you're on a detail currently at Glacier as well, right?
I am. Yeah. Within the National Park Service and just federal agencies in general, we're able to do either temporary promotions or details, kind of where a park unit will borrow you for a period of time and let you get some really good experience. So right now I'm the acting chief ranger in Glacier and filling in a period from when the old chief ranger retired and when they get their new chief ranger in.
Yeah, that's an awesome opportunity to have some of those.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have a typical day in your position at Yellowstone? I'm guessing not, but what is a normal, if you had to, I'm doing air quotes for people listening, what's a normal day for you look like?
Completely not normal. So, it's really interesting. The Yellowstone Law Enforcement Office is super unique in the National Park Service. We've got a full-time federal magistrate, so a judge right there. We've got a United States attorney right in the building. We've got a United States marshal who works on all of our arrests with us and our warrants. And Yellowstone cases are all prosecuted in-house. And our sole purpose in my operation is in support of the field staff. So the field rangers who are doing all the patrols and the response to emergency stuff, and really our office provides subject matter expertise. We assist with, search warrants and blood draw warrants on DUIs and filling out criminal complaints and really just supporting our partnerships in and out of the house.
Yeah, that's a lot of different things going on. And I'm guessing it's that like variety that you're seeking. I mean, you talked about being an adrenaline junkie. Obviously, you don't seem like you're the type of person that just sits down often.
Yeah.
You're always out doing stuff is the vibe I'm getting from you.
Yeah, the operation is a dream for me because it's super dynamic. There's a ton going on. It's slightly out of control. There's a lot of stuff happening. And there's always just like kind of big balls or big issues floating up in the air that need to be tackled. And I like that. That's definitely the energy that I like dealing with stuff at.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's something, not every person is going to thrive in that type of environment. Like, what are some things that you do that helps you, juggle all those things that you say is up in the air? Like, what qualities do you need to have to enjoy a job like that?
I think there has to be sort of a natural comfort level with multitasking things. And I'm not sure if that's an ADD portion of my universe or something else, but being able to ride the waves of chaos a little bit and be okay with that. And take a left-hand turn when you were supposed to take a right-hand turn that day. Like, that is absolutely critical. I think it's also super cliche, but communication, like literally being able to communicate with everyone from defendants who are sitting in your jail, prisoners, to the chief magistrate judge and beyond is it's completely mission critical in our operation. I'm sure 90+% of my day and my job as a law enforcement specialist is just building trust and bridges with the field and all of our partners through just so much. Like, you cannot over communicate in this job.
Sure.
Yeah.
That makes a lot. I mean, and like, communication can make the difference between like de-escalating somebody and escalating somebody. I mean, that can make a huge difference in what your day ends up being like.
Absolutely.
So is that your favorite part of the job, that variety, that you just never know what's going to happen doing a lot of different things, or is there something else?
That is a huge part of what makes me love my job. I think if I was really going to be pinned down on having to say what my favorite part of my job is, sort of in the last decade of my career here, I would say, whether we like it or not, the National Park Service is like a giant family and it needs tending to very similarly. My favorite part of the job, I think, is probably having really meaningful connections with my team and my peers, and those many levels above me. And being at a point in my career right now that I'm given some creative liberty to create the type of work environment that fosters those connections. I think it's so interesting, because I think that adrenaline junkie is like your younger years, and the older you get, it's just life is short, and the relationships that you have at work, which is where we spend most of our time, and at home are just so critically important.
Yeah. And that's been that's come up a few times in our conversations with people, especially those that have like lived in the interior of the park or like remote areas. It's like that community is so important, because that's who you have.
Yes.
And so you do a lot with those people. You work with them, and you have them over to dinner and all those things. And I think that's part of what is so special about the National Park Service experience that you just don't get in other jobs.
Yeah, it's not a lot of work environments where you work with your coworkers and then you also go live in the same neighborhood as them.
Yeah.
Like they're
literally
your neighbors.
Yeah.
So that's a big
I
difference.
know when Jake takes his recycling.
Right.
I can see what he's been eating for lunch if I wanted to.
That's perfect. That is a perfect example of how this works.
Yeah.
So on the flip side of that, what's the toughest part of the job?
Similarly, I think I went the first 2/3 of my career here, I have gone full-blown energy. Like, I've done things at 1,000% and really kind of gone full send on everything. But it takes a toll. Like, this career is not for the faint of heart. We see a lot of the underbelly and the darker sides of society. And to have to deal, and we have to deal with the aftermath of all of that. It is us. We are exclusive jurisdiction here. We don't have other agencies coming in to sort of take the case from us. It lays in our hands. Yellowstone sees up, 2 to 3 million people in a really condensed portion of the year in the summer there annually. And all of those visitors and those of us living in the park bring our issues and problems and addictions with them and with us. And so it's really critical at this stage in my career, and we've seen the aftermath of not sort of dealing with some of that stuff and talking about it, that we actively process the cumulative work stress and the trauma. And thankfully, Yellowstone National Park is at the forefront of supporting their team with the Yellowstone Resiliency Project. And the National Park Service is building out some exceptional peer support, mind-body wellness type programs to support us proactively for a fulfilling career, but more importantly, for our well-being the day we retire and beyond. And so we're still coming out whole. And that has been a huge culture shift that has accelerated, I would say, in the last 3 years. And so the toughest part of my job is like the loss that we see through trauma and, undealt with issues. But also just the light in that is that I've got the opportunity right now with my own career to, hyper focus on those things and be part of shifting a culture nationwide, really.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. I mean, especially, we all take our jobs home with us somewhat, but in your position, especially, I'd imagine that that's like one of those things that's really hard to not take home. And, I mean, that could really eat away at you if you don't take care of yourself when you're home with your family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Yellowstone Resiliency Project. I'm not sure, a lot of people might not know what that is. Do you mind just telling people a little bit about what that entails?
Yeah, so the project came about in cooperation with the Yellowstone. I believe with Yellowstone Forever was where that partnership really came about after the Yellowstone flood and after the loss of some coworkers to suicide. And there was just some forward thinkers and support from the superintendent's office and the chiefs to move forward in that partnership to fund mental health resources in Yellowstone. I mean, one of the most amazing parts about living in Yellowstone is its remoteness and its disconnect from the rest of the chaos of the world that's happening around us. But the downside to that is we have a hard time with resources and getting them. And so the Yellowstone Resiliency Project has funded bringing in healthcare providers for counseling and touch bases and just connections. So we're not kind of going through these big life events and sort of suffering on our own. And there's, bigger conversations that are sort of happening on like where next, what next for these programs. But absolutely critical for every division in the park to have this resource to be tapping into and just normalizing the conversations around it. I mean, this is the human experience that we have right now, and nobody is alone in their suffering. We all go through it. And just the pressures of life, create environments that we need to take care of ourselves and one another. I mean, that's just the reality in the Park Service is we have to take care of one another. So this Yellowstone Resiliency Project is brilliant. The folks that are working on it have just done an incredible job implementing it. And we are so lucky to have that team working for us.
Yeah, definitely forward thinking. That was the key point I think you brought up there. It's like one of those things that plays dividends. It's you're playing the long game when you're investing in people's mental well-being. And so that's awesome. I guess cycling back to kind of your career, it sounds like you've had a lot of moments that you could probably choose as a defining moment. Do you have one defining moment that you would say, kind of defined your NPS career or set you on a trajectory or that you can look back on?
I think about it often because I get asked that a lot. Like, what's the best park you've lived in? What's the best position you ever had? And I can honestly say that I am so, like, at the core of my being, I am so incredibly proud of every single job that I've had with the National Park Service over the past 23 years. I'm so proud of myself as a GS3 at Assateague Island. Like, that I ever even like stepped into it and got that job. I would say it all builds on itself. It builds character. It builds who you are to the core of your being in each of these positions that you're in. And I would say just sort of sitting here in this window now, like watching the snow dump, on Glacier Park, the acting chief ranger in Glacier National Park, right now is one of those highlights. And I feel so honored to have the support from my Yellowstone team, which is like my core team, to take on this role and to have this connection now with yet another incredible gem of a park and the amazing people that call this place home.
Yeah, you have all these connections to places where people like they're on people's bucket list. Like they're happy to just make it to one of those in a lifetime. And you've got all these special memories that so many, and we all do. I mean, that's kind of why we all do what we do, I guess, in a way.
So lucky.
That's awesome. Yeah. Since it was such a good answer, I'll let you get away with, I technically said you had to have one defining moment. But I'll let you get away with it because it was a really good answer.
But if you know me, there's never one. I always juggle at least 3 things. So
I'm the same way. So and this is a pretty, probably a more straight connection than some of the other people that we've interviewed. But how does your job contribute to the Park Service mission? So the Park Service mission is kind of drives everything that we do, and it's at the forefront of our minds every day. But so how does your job contribute to that?
I would say it takes a massive village of committed public servants to come anywhere near fulfilling the mission of the National Park Service. I am just a cog in the wheel, but at the core, I truly believe that my work is super meaningful and impactful. And I feel that every single day, whether it's helping the field rangers with a complex victim case as we run the victim witness program in my office, or supporting the prosecution on a significant poaching case. I love my job. And, I've heard people say that like, you shouldn't love your job because it'll never love you back. And I just am unconvinced of that. And I think you need to find deep joy in the work that you're doing and believe truly that it's making an impact. It's for the greater good. And I never question that, no matter how hard my days are. I know that like I'm giving back way bigger than I'm getting, and I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, and someone has to keep Ashton with her 5 foot by 5 foot hitchhiking sign.
You got to keep me in check.
On the right side of the law.
Unreasonable, Ashton.
Hey, I went big.
Yeah,
Can't
keep
blame
these
me for
people
that.
in check over here. So for those of people who are listening to this and are just like, wow, that sounds like an awesome job, like me. Like I'm like, wow, that sounds like so what series do I look at in USA Jobs to do what you're doing?
Yeah. So the series that post on USA Jobs, which is where all of our federal jobs are posted, is 0025. So right now that's the Ranger series. And at some point there may be a shift in that, but right now 0025 Park Ranger Law Enforcement is what folks would be looking at in USA Jobs.
And is that the same series for like all the positions kind of working their way up the ladder?
Yeah, it is.
So to
Everything from your field level law enforcement, GS 5, all the way up into your chief ranger positions.
Awesome. That makes it easy. I feel like a lot of times it jumps around and gets complicated and it's hard to keep track of all those numbers. So 0025 is the one to remember. And do you need formal training to get that like GS5 position?
You do. There's a couple routes now. Kind of the old ways where we would put ourselves through a seasonal academy, a law enforcement academy that's sort of connected with the National Park Service, and then you would apply to seasonal positions like summer positions. This last year, a new system, a direct hire initiative was sort of started, and we're hiring things a little bit differently. So in that case, a couple times a year, there's announcements that are flown nationwide for the National Park Service law enforcement positions. Either way, you'll spend a significant amount of time at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia. And then in a field training park as you build the foundation to your law enforcement career.
How long are you in that field training park for? Does it?
The field training park is, I got to think about how many weeks it is. 13. I think it's 13 weeks. I'm kind of talking off the cuff here, but, and sometimes that's your home park. Yellowstone we're really lucky. We're one of those parks to have a field training park and staff in place that can field train folks in person.
Awesome.
And what's the kind of stuff that people are exposed to in that training? Like if somebody's interested in going through that, like what would they expect to be exposed to?
Yeah, I think this kind of ties into to another portion of some of the questions. At the core of these jobs, we are federal law enforcement officers. Like that is the core of what we're doing. And so, for example, FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, they do foundational, like basic law enforcement training. So everything from some people's first day on the firearms range with your pistol and your shotgun and your rifle, to patrol tactics, like how do I literally drive my police car? How do I do high speed pursuits, kind of chases? How do I care for victims in cases? How do I physically maintain my fitness and show that I can ground fight with somebody that I'm going to need to go hands-on with in my career? How do I handcuff somebody? What are my arrest procedures? So it really takes you through all of the basics of how to be a cop.
Yeah. So it's like a good crash course then.
Yeah, you make it or you don't. It is a crash course. You have to have the mental space and be really there to want to do it, because it's not all fun and games at all.
Sure, for sure. I bet you build some really strong connections with the people that you go through that with, kind of like, boot camp or something.
Absolutely.
Well, before we let you go, Katie, do you have, we like to ask this of everybody because it's just fun for us, and I come up with more things that I want to do in my summer vacations, but do you have a favorite story or memory? It doesn't have to be from Yellowstone, any National Park Service unit that you visited or worked at. Do you have a favorite story?
It's going to come from Yellowstone. And I don't know if it's a specific story. I think what I would say is this kind of speaks to the specialness of living in these places. Living in Yellowstone is like being a National Geographic episode every day. And I would say it's amplified when you live in the interior, which I've lived in several times, and I don't now. But what I would say is you can almost gauge the rhythms of the year, like the seasons of the year, by the flow of the wildlife and the thoroughfares and the tracks that they are walking. And, just this season right now, as I'm not in Yellowstone, I'm in Glacier and I don't have the bison out my window. I'm starting to wonder if the cow bison right now with their big swollen bellies, if they're starting to make their way towards Mammoth Hot Springs and down to their calving grounds. And that always is like my sure sign that spring is coming. And I just think that's just one of the most incredible parts about living in Yellowstone, is that you can just, it feels very prehistoric to be living there with them and just watching these old rhythms just float by. Like we are truly just there in somebody else's world. And we're just guests. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty special.
Yeah. I love being in a place where it's like you said, those connections to like the natural world. Like the bluebirds are like, I heard a bluebird, spring is coming and everyone's just as excited as you are.
Yeah.
Whereas some places people will be like, what? The what? So that's awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us and taking the time. I know I speak for all of us, but we thank you all for your service and thank you for keeping us safe. I know I live like literally all of my neighbors are law enforcement rangers, so I just feel like the safest person whenever I'm out and about my home. So thank you all for what you and your team do day in and day out.
Yeah. Thanks so much for having me. Thank you.
All right, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Katie Anderson. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review really helps new listeners find the show, so thanks for doing that. If you have a question or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast.
Prominent bend on the Going to the Sun Road, the Sai Bend shuttle stop marks the transition point between higher elevation subalpine vegetation and the forests of the east side. Mount Sai towers over the area with Going to the Sun Mountain to the right and Cataract and Piegan Mountains to the left. Two popular day hikes depart from this location, Piegan Pass and Sai Pass. A portion of the trail over Piegan Pass to Mini Glacier is visible from the road. This long, 12.8-mile but rewarding hike passes through many ecological communities and has fantastic panoramic views, including spectacular mountain summits, Piegan Glacier, and Morning Eagle Falls. The 10.3-mile Sai Pass Trail climbs through wildflower-carpeted Preston Park to the rugged saddle of Sai Pass, with views across the St. Mary Valley as well as peaks south along the Continental Divide. The descent into the valley of Bering Creek begins with views of Sexton Glacier and winds through grassy slopes and stands of Douglas fir. The trail ends at Sunrift Gorge and another shuttle stop. While hard to appreciate while standing next to the Going to the Sun Road today, this area presented a real challenge to the builders of the road. A massive amount of material was required to bridge the gulch between Piegan and Going to the Sun Mountains and support the road. Far beneath the fill, a 10-foot by 10-foot culvert accented by masonry work and a 16-foot headwall channels Sai Creek under the road. Here at St. Mary Falls Trailhead provides access to several hiking areas on the east side of the park. Visitors are encouraged to pick up a free copy of the Day Hikes in Glacier newspaper. The maps and trail information inside the paper will help visitors match their interests and abilities to the mini hikes in Glacier National Park. Here, the St. Mary Falls Trail, one of the more popular hikes in the park, is a 2.4-mile round trip which can be extended to 3.6 miles by continuing on to Virginia Falls. The hike offers a short and pleasant stroll down to the valley floor, crossing the stream below the roaring St. Mary Falls. After St. Mary Falls, the forest opens up a bit, and those continuing on to Virginia Falls will be treated with views of Little Chief and Dusty Star Mountains, as well as one of the best waterfalls Glacier has to offer. Please remember water-related accidents are the #1 cause of fatalities in the park. Use extreme caution near water and remain on the trail. Moss-covered rocks and wet logs can be extremely slippery, and falls into swift, cold streams, rivers, and lakes have been tragic. Never walk, play, or climb on the slippery rocks and logs around this or any other stream in the park. The West Tunnel. Imagine the time and manpower it took to bore through 192 feet of mountain using 1926 technology. Dynamite and jackhammers were used by men working double and triple shifts tackling this monumental task in October of 1926. Finally, winter temperatures of 32 degrees below zero forced workers to stop working and come back in April of 1927 to finish the job. Two interesting and impressive features of the tunnel are the observation windows that were created to offer spectacular views of Heaven's Peak and the upper McDonald Creek Valley. A sidewalk lines the tunnel and allows access to the window ports within. Please use extra caution as you walk inside the tunnel, as drivers passing in vehicles may not be able to see well in the reduced light inside the tunnel. As originally constructed, the tunnel was unlined, and over time seeping water started to weaken the roof, and bits of rock would occasionally fall onto the roadbed and passing vehicles. Its current smooth inner lining was installed to prevent damage to passing vehicles and help stabilize the roof.
For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is telemetry.
It's a cold October morning on Yellowstone Lake.
heavy frost covers the dock and the last few boats in the marina, while fresh snow blankets the Absaroka Mountains in the distance. Yellowstone National Park Fisheries Supervisor Todd Kuhl starts up a cold aluminum boat and scrapes frost off the windshield.
Cold? Yeah. We'll let it warm up a little bit, huh?
We're headed out to join fisheries crews working on the lake. Along the way, Todd is thinking about the history of the native Yellowstone cutthroat trout.
Really, the park, and especially Yellowstone Lake, lies right at the core of the distribution, the range-wide distribution of the Yellowstone cutthroat trout subspecies.
Yellowstone Lake is huge, roughly twice the area of Washington, D.C. It is the largest high-altitude lake in North America, and it is thought to have held the single biggest population of Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the world.
Estimates were in the range of about 4 million or so catchable cutthroat trout in Yellowstone Lake. I mean, that's a lot of cutthroat in a system.
This was back in the early 1990s. And in those days, people used to say that there were so many fish you could walk on their backs across the Yellowstone River when they spawned. Tourists and anglers gathered by the thousands just to see the fish moving up spawning streams. One year, over 300,000 people visited Lahardie Rapids and Fishing Bridge to watch the brightly colored cutthroat trout.
Fishing Bridge got its name because there used to be so many people fishing from it. And when I worked there in 1969, you had to roll your windows up as you drove across there to keep from getting a lure in your ear.
That's Bob Gresswell, research scientist with the U.S. Geological Survey in Bozeman, Montana. Bob has studied Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the park for over 40 years.
Well, there would be thousands of cutthroat trout at the mouth of Yellowstone Lake that could be observed during the peak of the migration.
Lots of fish everywhere. But then, in just one decade, everything changed. By 2005, cutthroat had practically disappeared from Yellowstone Lake. Biologists estimated that the Yellowstone cutthroat trout population plummeted from over 3 million fish to less than 300,000. Some big new factor had to be causing the decline. Again, Todd Kuhl.
I mean, for probably 10 to 15 years, we really saw very little recruitment of small cutthroat trout. Why? Because they were getting eaten by the lake trout. That's why.
And here was this big problem. Lake trout had invaded Yellowstone Lake. A native of the Great Lakes in Canada, lake trout had been introduced to some large bodies of water in the western U.S. as a sport fish early in the last century. But not Yellowstone Lake. Yellowstone Lake was a high mountain stronghold of the cutthroat until...
The first lake trout was first verified in 1994. We know some were probably introduced in the mid to late 1980s and early 1990s.
It was theorized that anglers had illegally dumped the lake trout into the lake, but the theory couldn't be verified. No matter how they got there, Kuhl says that the invasive lake trout were uniquely suited to have a huge impact on the native cutthroat.
Lake trout do great harm to cutthroat trout. Lake trout are predatory fish. First and foremost, essentially just big predatory fish-eating machines. They grow large, live 30, 40 or more years, grow 30, 40 or more pounds. They are highly prolific in the numbers of eggs that they can produce. And so they've got a lot of built-in mechanisms that give them sort of an advantage in Yellowstone Lake over and above the native cutthroat trout.
And the problem didn't stop with the drop in cutthroat. Over 40 species in the park depended on the native Yellowstone cutthroat for food, and they suddenly had far fewer cutthroat to eat. Before the lake trout showed up, enough bears fed on cutthroat in the streams around the lake that the park enforced bear closures to protect bears and visitors. But by 2005, very few bears were even seen in the closure areas. In the early 1990s, over 100 osprey nested around the lake. By 2000, there were roughly 6. And this highlights one of the biggest problems with invasive species. In any ecosystem, an invasive species can quickly upset the natural balance and affect many other species. As the cutthroat declined, the lake trout population exploded. And the new lake trout, they were just no replacement for the cutthroat. Behaving quite differently, they preferred deep water. They also didn't leave the lake to reproduce in the tributary streams, all of which made them inaccessible as a food source. It was an ecosystem at risk. Todd Kuhl drives the workboat out of the Bridge Bay Marina headed towards the southeast arm of the lake, over 15 miles away.
So we're lucky that
most of the boats are in the same general region of the lake today, so hopefully we won't have to travel too far and wide to see gill netting boats operating today out there. And then
the Park Service started controlling the lake trout population soon after they were found in 1994. Taking a page from commercial fishermen, fisheries staff deployed gill netting boats to catch the invasive fish, an effort that still continues today. Currently, the park has somewhere between 30 and 40 miles of nets set in the lake to catch lake trout every day during the fishing season. Buoys mark the locations the nets are set, and then workboats haul the nets full of lake trout up. As the net comes in, the crews pick the fish from the net. They note their size, weight, and sex, and then they slit them open and dump them back in the lake. And here is the next big challenge with invasive species. Once installed, it often takes a ton of work to control them. They can also be nearly impossible to eradicate. In 2016, more than 350,000 lake trout were caught in the gill nets, the highest catch yet in a single year. And this is the main effort to save the cutthroat, the effort to catch the invading lake trout until their population crashes. But because of the massive amount of work that effort takes, biologists are also looking at new ways to knock down the lake trout population. In the fall, lake trout group up in large numbers, sometimes thousands of fish, to lay their eggs at specific locations, making both the lake trout and their eggs vulnerable. To find these sites, scientists have implanted radiotelemetry tags in some lake trout. And by tracking the fish, they've identified over a dozen lake trout spawning areas in Yellowstone Lake.
And then we're doing research on methods to kill the lake trout eggs on these spawning sites.
To stop the lake trout at the start, one experimental technique involved shocking the eggs with electricity. Another attempted sucking the eggs up with a small suction mining dredge. But by far the most promising new method is surprisingly simple. Fisheries technician Mike Simientowski stands on the deck of a gill netting boat with a large lake trout in his hands.
Got all the lake trout that we just caught in the last couple gangs of net. And so right now we're over one of our dumping sites, and we're taking the lake trout and putting them through this fish grinder here, so that way we know that all the pieces of the fish are sinking all the way down to the bottom.
Grinding is used over some sites, while on others whole dead lake trout are being dumped. Laboratory tests show that the decomposing fish carcasses kill the eggs by eating all the oxygen in the water. Oxygen that the eggs need to survive. Again, Todd Kuhl.
And so we're moving forward pretty quickly with that method because it's so simple, because we're not taking anything foreign from the lake and bringing it in, like some kind of a chemical or something like that. We're just simply taking the dead fish that we're catching and putting them strategically on spawning areas.
And these big efforts to keep the ecosystem healthy, they seem to be paying off. Fewer small young lake trout and fewer big old lake trout are being caught in the nets.
And so that's telling us, even though our catches are still high each year, that's a strong signal that our suppression program is collapsing this population.
And as a result, the cutthroat are making a comeback.
For every lake trout we kill each summer, we're probably saving 40 to 50 or more cutthroat trout just in every given year.
More cutthroat of various sizes are being found in annual population monitoring. Anglers are catching more cutthroat. Visitors are returning to watch the cutthroat spawn in the late spring. Nesting osprey numbers are growing around Yellowstone Lake. And finally, bears are coming back to the spawning streams. Kuhl has even seen this firsthand.
I was on that spawning stream trying to collect a water sample in June with some of my crew, and that grizzly bear showed up. That was his stream, and those were his fish. And then watching him, get after the cutthroat trout and bring them up on the bank and chow them down, that's pretty amazing to see. And then, on top of that, the hundreds of people that were gathered to watch that as well, and that occurred for well over a month.
All encouraging signs. For the Park Service, whose mission is to preserve our natural resources unimpaired for future generations, the effort to repair the damage done by invasive lake trout is worth it. Yellowstone is one of the few remaining relatively intact ecosystems left in North America, and restoring the Yellowstone cutthroat, it helps it stay that way. For Yellowstone National Park, I'm Scott Christie.
This podcast is supported in part by Yellowstone Forever and the Eyes on Yellowstone program. Eyes on Yellowstone is made possible by Canon USA. This program represents the largest corporate donation for wildlife conservation in the park. This is telemetry.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
My parents met working at a camera store, so we always had a lot of camera gear around the house. But when I was 13, my parents gave me my very first DSLR with a big chunky frame and a zoom lens. I had a tiny point-and-shoot camera before that, but I was convinced something that could fit in my pocket would not be enough camera for our family vacation to Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado. The Rockies were unlike anything I'd ever seen growing up in the Midwest. And armed with my new camera, I took pictures of everything. The view from every scenic pullout, every wildflower, photogenic cloud, or notably large pine cone. But one picture from that trip that stands out in my memory is a photo I took of a moose. The first moose I'd ever seen, neck deep in a lake, holding its massive antlers above the water as it swam from one side to the other. It was gone within a few minutes, and my photo, looking back on it, wasn't all that impressive. But I think about that moose often as one of the first experiences I had with a wild animal, at least one bigger than a squirrel. It kickstarted a fascination I still have with the natural world and an appreciation of the power that photography has to capture moments like this. Wild animals in the wild. It's no wonder that cameras are one of the most common accessories you see around Glacier today. They are the lens, pun intended, through which many of us see and remember national parks. But cameras are also increasingly being used by scientists to study the same animals us visitors feel lucky to see, especially remote cameras, which trigger when they sense movement. These camera traps, as they're called, can reveal glimpses into a side of Glacier that we can never see. How wildlife behave when there are no people around.
We are in the car.
Where are we going?
We're driving up the road out of East Glacier that heads towards Two Medicine, looking for a camera.
And what's the camera looking for?
The camera is looking for moose. Largest member of the deer family, very charismatic, big noses.
I feel like charismatic is debatable.
I love moose.
I think a lot of people love moose, and a lot of people think moose are one of the uglier creatures.
What? How could you think moose are ugly?
I'm not saying I think that, but I've heard people say that.
Gangly?
Yeah?
Yes.
Weird
Ugly?
little dewlap thing, dangling.
It's charming!
As some say charming.
You're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I'm Michael. In this episode, we're zooming in on two different animals, one big and one small, one you may have seen and one you may have never heard of. They'll help us understand the increasing use of cameras in the field of wildlife biology and reveal that even if you leave no trace, you have a bigger impact on the natural world than you might think.
We're turning just before the Two Med entrance. Going off the pavement.
Ooh.
Perry and I went out for a day to check on a wildlife camera with Landon McGee.
So my name's Landon McGee. I'm a master's student at the University of Montana in their wildlife biology program. I'm an enrolled member of the Blackfeet tribe.
We were joined by one of Landon's technicians, Ethan Rowe. The two of them are working for Blackfeet Nation Fish and Wildlife, leading a moose study on the Blackfeet Reservation and the eastern portion of Glacier National Park.
You know, they love kind of wet areas. People call them swamp donkeys just because they kind of similar body structure and they like to hang out in the swamps and wade through the ponds and eat kind of some aquatic vegetation. You can find them along stream bottoms, creek bottoms, river bottoms.
And Landon, who has been placing cameras all over the place this year, was nice enough to take me and Perry to the easiest to reach camera in his whole study.
Start walking.
Yeah, so we're just going to head about 50 yards into this big aspen stand here. So.
Great.
Sweet.
We'll follow your lead.
I mean, this looks like moose habitat.
Yeah.
Now, I find moose to be really interesting and not even slightly ugly. As the second largest mammals in North America, they're really strong. Bull moose's iconic antlers can grow up to 5 feet across, and they use those antlers to fight over female moose. Which is a great excuse to remind folks to stay 25 yards away from moose and other non-predator wildlife in the park.
Like any other animal, give them their distance, just let them do what they need to. It's, the added stress of people trying to get up close just puts more stress on them and that they don't really need.
But at the same time, moose are seen as gentle giants. We see them as being so friendly that they usually have Canadian accents in movies. Like the Disney movie, Brother Bear.
Look, I am sorry.
If I was driving, this never would have happened,
just stop
You never
it.
let me drive, you never let me do nothing.
I'll trample off, eh? I said I was sorry. Let it go.
I can't believe you totaled a mammoth.
And maybe this blend of strength and friendliness can help explain why moose are so popular. We ran a People's Choice Awards contest on Glacier's Instagram a few years ago, and moose were voted the most popular animal in the park, beating mountain goats and grizzly bears. But despite all their charisma and their massive size, we don't actually know much of anything about how they're doing as a species around Glacier.
We really didn't know what their status of the moose population was on the reservation, and then the park hasn't done any kind of moose study, I think somewhere close to 60 years. So they really didn't know anything about their moose population currently either, and so Blackfeet had listed it kind of as a species of interest. And yeah, I guess, snowballed into this project.
I checked. There haven't been any moose studies in the park in 60 years. But Landon's changing that. His study is measuring the moose population on the Blackfeet Reservation and much of the east side of Glacier. And to do that, he placed cameras like the one we're at today throughout his study area. And all of the cameras were placed at random.
Sitting down and trying to pick, 100 camera locations of where, would be good spots, it would be very time consuming and hard to do. And of course, it introduces a lot of bias. And so having this truly random sampling allows you to get into places you thought you'd never go your whole life. I know there's been a few that I've been to, both summers so far. And so
we're visiting this easy-to-reach camera to make sure it's still working. Landon's technician, Ethan, walked us through the checkup.
So when we're arming the camera, we like to put it waist high. So it would just sit somewhere right here. Better view down there.
On a moose.
Yeah.
So right now we're doing a revisit. So we're just checking up on the camera. Just if the camera was still functional, if we changed the memory card at all, and if we did, the idea of it.
The downside of randomly distributing your cameras, though, is that while some are 50 yards off the road and easy to hike to while holding a microphone, others require miles of bushwhacking through areas with no trails. Honestly, it sounds a little heinous, but that hasn't deterred Ethan.
The hikes are a big plus of it,
Are you sure?
So I really enjoy the hike sometimes, even though I like to complain along the way. I think when I'm done with it, I really tell and really appreciate it out here.
With these randomly placed cameras set far enough apart to avoid double counting the same moose during a certain time frame, Landon can run all the data through a computer model to estimate how many moose live here. And the data isn't just a bunch of ones and zeros. It's pictures, which for Landon has been fun to look through, but a lot of work. With, dozens of cameras out at a time, how many pictures do you capture over the course of a summer?
Last year we did 100 cameras, and I think with all those we had just a little over 2 million photos.
2 million?
Yeah. Thinking about that, these cameras are set to both motion detection, so anything that walks by, grass blowing, anything will set it off. But it also takes a picture every 15 minutes, part of a time-lapse function on the camera. So it has both those modes going the entire summer. So
2 million. How do you go through that?
A lot of time bent over at a computer.
Blowing grass, waving branch, blowing grass. Moose? He had some research assistants to help sort through these images, and some companies are even marketing AI tools that promise to speed up the process. But despite manually sifting through 2 million photos, Landon was excited about the results.
You know, I guess looking through the cameras last year, there was a lot more sightings than I had anticipated. We were a little worried that we weren't going to get a whole lot of moose detections just because of how, just having these cameras in the middle of nowhere, and what are the chances of a moose, walking by my camera in such a large area.
Landon emphasized that one of the things he loves about these photos is you get to see how moose behave when there's no one around to watch.
One of the cooler photos or videos we had on the video cameras we had out last year was a moose calf nursing, and you could hear like this sucking noise of the calf just going to town.
Oh my God. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was cool. It's probably the best video I have.
This is the audio from that clip. To paint the picture, the calf is mostly hidden by thimbleberry bushes as it reaches up to its mom. An adult female moose can easily be 6 feet tall and weigh 1,000 pounds, while a newborn calf weighs as much as a small dog, like a corgi.
And just getting, that first-hand view into, what their life looks like when nobody's out here. There's probably been some areas where they've never seen a human or big gray block strapped to a tree, and so seeing what they do and how they interact with that, it's been pretty cool.
I guess just as a baseline, why use cameras as a tool in the first place instead of going out in the field and sitting around all day?
Well, I think, a lot of the stuff that I'm trying to do can be accomplished with more invasive techniques like collaring, capturing, chemical mobilization, helicopter. All that's just really invasive, kind of stresses the animal out a lot and also costs a lot of money.
As with so many things, the biggest factor is cost. There are a lot of species deserving of study and relatively little money to go around. So you have to have a good reason to get a wildlife study funded. For Landon's, it's the fact that moose hunting funds a lot of conservation work on the Blackfeet Reservation. Blackfeet Nation Fish and Game, along with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, issue a small amount of moose tags every year. Permits to hunt a moose on tribal, state, or federal land, but to be clear, not in Glacier National Park.
They do an auction system, and so they bid on the tag, and I think the starting bid for moose is like $14,000, and we usually get it up to like $35,000 for a moose tag.
Yeah.
So, that's a huge source of revenue for the department.
By better understanding the number of moose on the Blackfeet Reservation, Fish and Game can issue an appropriate number of tags without fear of harming moose populations as a whole. And on top of that, we'll also get insight into the moose in Glacier, which speaks to one of the appealing traits of camera traps. They're pretty cheap. High-quality cameras are getting less expensive every year, and the only expense beyond that is the time it takes to install and remove them. Landon, Ethan, and their small team can realistically study a huge area.
Moose don't know political boundaries, so, you're going to have moose that are going back and forth, and whether you're going to get them on the reservation during your time sampling is going to be difficult to predict, and so having cameras in the park kind of allows you to understand that transboundary movement.
Yeah. Landon's work stands to help Glacier and the Blackfeet Nation manage moose. But his study is still underway, so there's no population estimate for him to report just yet.
People always tell me that, how many moose are out there?
Let me get back to you in a couple of years.
Give me 2 years, I'll let you know.
We'll have to stay tuned to see what Landon learns down the road. But you don't have to wait to see the results of a camera study. You just have to look to another animal.
So they have these very specialized adaptations for living in the deep powdery snow environment. I don't know. They're cats. Cats are kind of weird.
This is Alyssa Anderson. Starting in 2019 as a grad student at the University of Montana, Alyssa led a camera trap study of a mammal in Glacier that is far more elusive than moose, the Canada lynx. Have you ever seen a lynx in person?
I have only seen a lynx associated with a live trap for research, so I consider that to be cheating. I did work for one winter trapping for research. You walk up to the trap, they just Like, I had one lynx that literally, I think it was singing death metal to me.
It's rare to see any wildcat in Glacier. This summer, after 10 years of working and living here, I finally saw my first mountain lion. And they're 4 times bigger than lynx are.
It's funny, and then you get all these tourists who go to Glacier for one day and send you these videos, and they're like, hey, is this a lynx? And I'm like, oh my God, I've hiked that trail 10 million times. You have no idea how lucky you are.
But while I'd guess few park visitors have even heard of Canada lynx, they're a really fascinating animal, and they're perfectly suited to live in Glacier.
They are a specialized cat species that has evolved to live in what we call the boreal forest. So, you know, mostly across Canada, Alaska, and then the boreal forest does reach down a little bit into the lower 48. Part of their specialization is that they specialize in eating snowshoe hare. It's the vast majority of their diet.
Lynx and their favorite food, the snowshoe hare, both have huge feet relative to their body weight, which allows them to run on top of deep snow. I found a great example of this in a 1976 documentary called Day of the Lynx. In the clip, filmed in the winter, you see a coyote sneaking up on a snowshoe hare.
A coyote has been diligently following the trail of a snowshoe hare. It flushes, running in the direction of the big lynx.
Then you see the lynx. Tall tufts of black hair on their pointed ears, comically large feet, poised and waiting.
It can run atop the snow, unlike the coyote, who breaks through the crust and travels slower. The coyote stays doggedly on the trail, but he's too late. The lynx has made the kill.
Glacier has seen less and less snow over the years since the park was established. The park gets 30 fewer days each year of freezing temperatures compared to 1980. The equivalent of a month that used to be freezing cold that now isn't. So for lynx, this cold-adapted animal, climate change is a huge concern, big enough that they were listed under the Endangered Species Act. Their threatened status encourages groups like our very own Glacier National Park Conservancy to fund lynx research, like Alyssa's.
The main facet is what we call an occupancy survey. So where are we detecting them? What kind of areas are occupied by lynx?
Landon is studying moose by counting them, since he's doing a population estimate. In contrast, Alyssa's study wasn't designed to count lynx, but to figure out where they live and where they don't. And she focused her cameras on park trails.
Like, a lot of carnivores have been found to use human trails. You'll have a higher probability of detecting by putting cameras on trails.
They can get anywhere much faster on trail.
Yeah, and so having cameras on trail means that you can put cameras out without using any kind of bait or lure, and still have, decent probability of detecting carnivore species or these like more rare elusive species.
Landon's randomly placed cameras make sense for his population estimate, and works well in part because moose are 6 feet tall. Lynx, on the other hand, are just 2 feet tall and would disappear in a lot of Glacier's brush. Focusing on trails is a great way to spot lynx. It works great for Alyssa's occupancy study and helps her avoid most of the bushwhacking that Landon has to do. But she still used a lot of cameras.
So we used 305 cameras for the lynx occupancy study, 4 cameras per cell across the whole park, basically.
And searching through these images, it wasn't just lynx she got pictures of.
I think my favorite was porcupine. I think we got, 13 porcupine.
Wow.
Which is the same number that we got bobcat. We got hardly any bobcat, more porcupine than I expected.
Porcupines are another poorly understood animal in Glacier. Ever since the 80s, they've been an increasingly rare sight, and nobody's really sure why. Data from Alyssa's lynx-focused work could contribute to separate research on porcupines or other species in the park.
So we also have this big trove of data on every other species of wildlife that happens to use trails in Glacier, which is a really cool and powerful part of cameras, I think.
But of course, she also saw a lot of lynx. In total, they captured 404 images of lynx, and the cats showed up on 25% of the cameras she put out throughout the park. Many images were simply lynx walking by, but others were more unique.
We did get one set of photos of a lynx walking by with 3 little kittens running around in front of her with their little tails sticking up and just looking cute. So that was cool. We got one photo of what looks like to be a juvenile snowshoe hare of the year running in front of the camera being chased by a lynx, which was super crazy. Really lucky.
Oh, and I'm sure they run out of frames. You never know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know who, but they were very close, like within 2 feet of each other. So I have a feeling that young one didn't make it. But.
And this study in Glacier adds to a larger body of research in northwest Montana. The audio of a lynx vocalizing that we shared earlier came from a monitoring project looking for rare carnivores in the Swan Valley south of Glacier. It was shared with us by the Southwest Crown Collaborative and Swan Valley Connections. Knowing where lynx live now allows us to notice when and how they're impacted by climate change and other stressors, and that'll help the park manage for their success. And these photos have also been exciting for park visitors and employees, because they're a window into the hidden lives of our wildlife.
We got a handful of wolverine, I think maybe 12 or something, and that's always fun. You never see so many of these animals, or very rarely, and it's just a really cool way to just, see what all is around you and using the same trails that you're using. It's sort of funny. There were a couple times when you'd just going through the photos, blah, 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 and organizing and be like a grizzly bear, or even once I think a lynx, within minutes of a human.
Really?
Like on the exact same spot. You're like, wow, I wonder how that worked out. Yeah.
The Day of the Lynx, during what we call the Day of the Lynx.
But Alyssa's research also revealed another, more surprising conclusion.
Yeah. So basically, more or less half of the east side of the park stayed closed to the public in 2020.
Because of the timing of Alyssa's study, 2019 through 2021, her work overlapped with the arrival of COVID-19. And because of the pandemic in the summer of 2020, half of Alyssa's study area was closed to the public. As a precaution to limit the spread of COVID, the Blackfeet Reservation shut down, and the park, who shares a boundary with the reservation, closed its eastern entrances to support that precaution. Areas west of the Continental Divide remained open, but eastern entrances like St. Mary, Many Glacier, and Two Medicine were closed. This posed a roadblock for Alyssa's research, but there was an agreement that allowed for limited administrative use, so long as nobody stopped on the reservation, even for gas. And Alyssa's research made the cut.
So we were very fortunate and grateful to be able to continue our work on the east side during the summer of 2020, and it did provide a really unique opportunity, sort of more of an experimental design.
It was a perfect setup for an experiment she never could have arranged otherwise. 1 year of data with wildlife and people, and 1 year with wildlife and no people.
We had cameras out in the same exact location during the same time period, different years, but June 15th till August 15th or whatever in 2020, and also in a year when the park was open to the public and there were thousands of people and hundreds of people every single day walking in front of those locations. Mm-hmm. So we were able to compare wildlife activity and presence and detection in those two different scenarios.
Right away, comparing the open and closed years revealed a pattern.
For the most part, most of the findings were that when there's fewer people around, the animals were being detected more frequently or at more different places. I think some of the ones that were strongest were elk and coyote.
Coyotes were seen way more often when there weren't people around.
Coyote kind of surprised me, honestly, because, they're kind of a generalist species and they can, get used to stuff. And
you see pictures in some communities where they're riding the subway.
Yeah, right.
So you'd think they'd be more kind of comfortable.
Yeah, that kind of surprised me that they had such a strong negative reaction to increased human use.
That same trend was observed in a lot of animals, including lynx, moose, bighorn sheep, and black bears. Although it wasn't true of every species. Foxes were the opposite. The probability of detecting a red fox was higher in the summer with people on trail.
So, one theory could be we found more foxes because we were finding fewer coyotes, and coyotes are dominant over foxes. And so that's, an explanation. I think that's super interesting.
This is something I feel like I and a lot of folks have an anecdotal understanding of. It feels like deer like to be around people, whereas you're encouraged to make noise on trail so you won't run into a bear, as bears generally don't want to be around us. But when that personal experience becomes a statistically significant research conclusion, it made me reconsider the impact I have on this place. It's tempting for me to imagine if you're following all the principles of leave no trace, hiking up to Avalanche Lake, like you're not disturbing anything. The park is kind of behaving as it would be if you weren't there. And your paper seems to imply that that's not true.
Even if you don't hit an animal with your car, or you're not hunting an animal, or you're not throwing rocks at an animal, or your dog's not chasing an animal, simply by existing on the landscape and walking on trails, I mean, we do have an influence on wildlife activity patterns and space use simply just by being there.
This hits at the core of the Park Service's mission, to preserve and protect the natural world here while also providing for the enjoyment of visitors. Two goals that seem to be in tension with one another, a dual mandate at odds with itself.
So it's a really interesting conundrum. I think you were saying sort of the dual mandate of the park, right? I'm certainly not going to advocate for closing the park forever to people. I think that's insane.
Right.
I think it is kind of interesting to imply that that's necessarily bad. I don't want to say that that's necessarily bad, like humans have existed on this landscape with all of these animals, forever. It's interesting, and it's something that I think, now we certainly need to think about and consider a little bit more carefully, because we have millions of people, hiking down some of these trails, over the course of just a 3-month period.
I've talked for years with visitors and colleagues about this tension in the NPS mission, but I'd always pictured it applying to large-scale management decisions, like wanting to build a new parking lot. It felt like something I could avoid on a personal level by doing the right thing, which, in hindsight, feels a little naive. I like working here because I felt like my work can have a positive impact. But Alyssa's study left me wondering if the best thing I could do for lynx and moose is leave. But at the same time, the reason I care about wildlife is because of experiences I've had in nature. Experiences in national parks, like that mediocre photo I took of the first moose I'd ever seen. And it's unlikely so many people from around the world would care about this remote corner of northwest Montana if they'd never been here, if they'd never had the chance to connect with it on a personal level, to go hiking in the mountains, to see wildlife in the wild, forming memories that'll last a lifetime. Finally, the only way for Glacier to responsibly manage animals like moose and lynx is to understand them, which takes research. Sending passionate, curious people out into the park to learn more.
Yeah, that was my first camera I did by myself, I guess it's just the bird leaving the nest.
People like Ethan, the wildlife tech working with Landon on the moose study. After 2 summers with Landon, Ethan is pursuing a degree in wildlife biology this fall at the University of Montana.
I always wanted to be out here and doing this type of work, and I think that's a big motivation for me is that, not a lot of people are out here. And that, as me and him just trying to make a new step into history.
Moose pioneers.
I guess it's the idea of, do we only care about species for the viewing enjoyment of the public, or do we care about them for their intrinsic value on the landscape and also for their important ecological roles? And if you care about that, then you care about every species.
Alyssa's research suggests that even treading lightly, we will have an impact on the natural world here. It's unavoidable. But if we can accept that, it encourages us to think about the kind of impact we would like to have.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Landon McGee, Ethan Rowe, Alyssa Anderson, Mark Beal, John Waller, and Swan Valley Connections and the Southwest Crown Collaborative for sharing their amazing lynx growls. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
It's Thursday, August 10th, 2017, and I have the day off.
For context, we were both rangers here in the summer of 2017.
Yes, and the job of leading guided hikes, campground talks, and staffing the visitor center is very rewarding, but can also be exhausting. So when the weekend rolled around, some friends and I planned a relaxing backcountry camping trip. We got a permit for the backcountry campground on the west shore of Lake McDonald, one of the few backcountry campgrounds that you can paddle a canoe to. So we loaded our gear into dry bags, packed our life jackets, and set sail for some R&R. The campground itself is known for being sunny. It burned over in a wildland fire in 2003, and the remaining lifeless and limbless trees offer little in the way of shade.
That's an understatement.
So we set out in the afternoon, thinking we'd arrive after the heat of the day had passed. The first half of the paddle was nice and sunny, but the further we went, the clouds began to roll in. With each stroke, the sky seemed to grow darker, and we paddled faster and faster and faster to reach the shoreline. We thought we'd beaten the weather as we pulled our canoe ashore, but a clap of thunder echoed off the mountains and signaled the night that was yet to come. As we frantically assembled our tents and shabby burritos, the storm arrived. Rain came in a torrent, instantly soaking me through my jacket, and we hung our food up so we could retreat to our tents, but then the wind began to pick up. In my memory, what came next was a loud, deafening blur. Rain pelted the ground and began to sound like angry radio static. The wind was strong enough you had to brace yourself against it or be blown over. It began to topple the trees around us, and as they crashed down left and right, we ran to the lakeshore for safety as lightning and thunder reverberated up above. But just like that, it was over. The air was calm, the rain had stopped, and we breathed a collective sigh of relief as we returned to the soggy rice and bean burritos we'd put away. As we ate, we tried to make sense of what had just happened, pointing out the trees that had fallen down, comparing how well our jackets had worked, but only then, with mouthfuls of burrito, did we notice a column of smoke across the lake. Smoke that would eventually grow to become the Sprague Fire that burned 17,000 acres and the Sperry Chalet.
Wow, that's crazy that you sat through the storm that started it all. I was actually just straight across the lake from you at the same time at the Lake McDonald Lodge. I was supposed to give the evening ranger program up at the Lake McDonald Lodge auditorium that night. It was super stormy as I drove up from Apgar, and while I was getting ready for my talk, the power went out in the building. It was pitch black in the auditorium. I didn't think people would really be able to safely walk around the room, so I just decided to cancel the program. So if you were trying to attend the ranger program at the Lake McDonald Lodge auditorium on August 10, 2017, I'm very sorry, you'll have to catch me another time. When I canceled, I stood outside the building to let people know that the program wouldn't be happening that night. It was at 8:36 p.m., a few minutes after the talk was scheduled to start, that lightning struck the hillside above me and ignited the Sprague Creek fire. With no program to give, I drove back down to my office in Apgar. There were lots of people just standing around and watching the flames. So, in a routine that would become common over the coming months, from across the lake, I watched the fire glow against the dark night sky. I was still wearing my ranger uniform, so I stayed on the beach there for hours, answering questions from concerned visitors.
The fire became a spectacle. At night, people would gather to watch it burn. Slowly at first, then rapidly as one hot and dry week was followed by another.
In all, the Sprague Fire burned for about 3 months on the east shore of Lake McDonald, until it was finally extinguished by autumn snow.
Here on Lake McDonald, wildfire is a fact of life. For plants, animals, and people alike, if you want to exist here, you've got to learn to live with it.
In this episode, we're going to learn about something that's becoming an everyday concern for people around the American West. What happens when people and wildfire come together?
Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here.
And today we're in the Lake McDonald Valley.
Near the west entrance of the park, the Lake McDonald area is the most visited region of Glacier. Lake McDonald itself is one of the park's most cherished attractions. At 10 miles long and over a mile wide, it's also the largest lake in Glacier.
This area gets hit with a ton of lightning, and that means that wildfires start with considerable frequency.
What happens in a place dense with people and fire? And that's what we're going to explore in this episode. To start out, I wanted to talk to someone who knows the park as well as anyone, even better than most rangers.
My name is Chris Peterson, and I am the editor of the Hungry Horse News.
Oh yeah, Chris.
Hardly anything happens in Northwest Montana without Chris writing or at least knowing about it.
Seems like he's been here forever. How long has Chris been around?
Since 1998, which would make it, this will be my 23rd summer.
I've seen his byline a lot, but he's a photographer too, right?
Yeah, you're right. After graduating college, Chris started working for a small town daily newspaper in New York, where he started to pick up photography.
Back in New York, at the Daily, you had to shoot your own photos. So my photos were terrible. I was an awful photographer. Didn't know what I was doing. And so I started shooting Buffalo Bills games. You know, at a Buffalo Bills game, there's like 85,000 people there, but there's also 120 photographers. So you could learn a lot just by watching the other guys.
And after he really developed his photography skills, he landed a new job.
So that kind of set up my portfolio. And then the Hungry Horse News had put out an ad for a photographer, and I applied and I got the job. And the rest is kind of history, I guess.
That's a big switch to go from photographing Bills games to bald eagles.
Yeah, it's a big adjustment, but he took to it. But part of covering news in the West is wildfire, something Chris didn't have any experience with from his time in New York.
Oh, well, in New York, there aren't, big fires, yeah, but they were all houses or, tire dumps.
But it didn't take him long to get experience. His second summer, he covered the West Flat Top Fire. 2 years after that, the Moose Fire, then the Anaconda Fire.
So I'd cut my teeth.
All of which led up to 2003. You had a couple seasons of experience then covering summer fires. What was the feeling going into the summer of 2003?
In retrospect, we probably should have known that we were going to have a big fire year. But I can remember in June, people just having fun because it didn't rain. June typically is one of the wettest months, if not the wettest month in the park. It didn't rain. So everyone was having, everyone's camping and fishing and floating and, the park is just full of people. And
the fire danger rating has been moved up and is now high.
But by July, fires began to crop up. In fact, on July 17th, after a morning storm, 6 fires were spotted in the park.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, more fires than the park sees in some whole years, just in one morning. The next day, Numa Ridge Lookout spotted the Wedge Canyon fire in the North Fork, which within 2 days had grown to 4,000 acres, and due to the number of homes in the area, was the #1 priority fire in the nation.
Wow. So what was Chris doing at the time?
We were out running around taking photos of them. Drove up and looked at Wedge Canyon, and man, it was ripping across the ridge one day. So we knew, unless it rained, that things were probably going to get worse, not better. I don't think we thought they'd get as bad as they did.
At the same time the Wedge Canyon fire was burning in the North Fork, a fire was burning in the heart of the Upper McDonald Creek Valley, the Trapper Fire. The fire at the heart of our story was, at the time, so remote that it was seen as a low priority. Park employees like Chris Baker, the lookout stationed on Swift Current Mountain, described what it looked like. She wrote an article after the fire all about it. Here, can you read the first part?
Okay. When I arrived back at Swift Current, Flat Top Mountain was puffing here and there, but the smokes just weren't that impressive. The lightning storm had planted its seeds, but nothing much was showing yet. So for a while, Trapper was underwhelming?
Yeah, it was.
But that obviously didn't last forever.
No, it did not.
July 23rd comes along. Changes everything.
The forecast for the 23rd called for extreme winds, 30 miles an hour or more.
Right, exactly. And so that's why we're at the loop on the 23rd.
Now, if you've ever driven the Going to the Sun Road to Logan Pass from Lake McDonald, you may remember the loop as the single hairpin turn on the whole route. As the road turns back on itself, you've got 8 miles left till Logan Pass as you rise above the trees, getting a view of the McDonald Creek Valley, and Chris hoped the Trapper Fire.
Okay, it's a pretty windy day. Let's get up there, see what's going on. Let's take a look at it.
His instincts were right. Chris Baker, the lookout at Swift Current, watched the Trapper Fire grow that day. And rather than have you read everything, Andrew, I had a friend read the rest of her quotes for us.
There was no mistaking it when Trapper decided to make its move. I was looking right at it when it did. That wimpy white column suddenly grew tall, turned to brown, then black. Then it was wider and moving.
And you could see that fire probably, I'm guessing, 5 miles away. And it's just starting to look like a tornado. If you can imagine a really big tornado in the sense that it's like this big circular cloud of black, and it just starts spinning, and you can see it, and it's coming closer and closer and closer.
Wow, that's nothing like what I expected.
And Chris was far from the only person at the loop watching this unfold.
I mean, more and more people showed up, and we're just watching it, and there were other people there. Everyone's taking pictures.
So there were reporters like Chris there, visitors had stopped to take pictures. There's even a corporate marketing team there.
And one of the more memorable things was there was this couple of women in their 20s with like tank tops on, and they had a Red Bull pickup truck. You know, Red Bull, that energy drink, but it had like a big fake can on the back of the pickup truck.
As the fire was coming closer and closer and everyone was taking photos, the Red Bull staff was running around with free samples.
Okay, I think watching a fire race towards you is a situation where you definitely would not need the extra boost from an energy drink.
Yeah, I think you're right. But with or without the Red Bull, Chris described the atmosphere being charged with anticipation and excitement.
So we're taking pictures of her with the smoke and the fire and smoke and stuff in the background, and they're taking pictures, and it just kind of got into like almost a party type of atmosphere in the sense that here it comes, and it came like right to the edge of the, you know, the canyon. It was just a freight train.
But he must have gotten out safely.
He did.
The fire gets to the loop, everyone he takes off because it's going to burn over the loop. It's obvious it's not going to stop.
As it burned over the loop, it claimed anything in its path. Vehicles that were parked there, trailhead signs. Heck, for years there were stains on the pavement from where porta potties melted into the asphalt.
That's kind of gross. What happened next?
Well, the Trapper Fire continued to burn uphill straight towards the Granite Park Chalet. And, well, you'll have to wait and see. I talked to Mike Sanger, one of the employees that was at Granite Park Chalet that night, later in the episode.
I see.
But Chris's experience goes to show that even when it's coming towards you, even when it's endangering your own safety, you can't help but watch fire. As powerful and destructive as it is, it has a sort of magnetism.
My name is Tony Kashola Sr. I'm a director for the Salish Kalispel Culture Committee for the Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribes.
People interacting with wildfire here is not a new phenomenon. In fact, it's been happening for thousands of years. To learn more, I decided to talk to Tony and Kashola Sr. about the role that fire plays in the traditional Salish way of life. We talked about how, from Tony's perspective, not enough people understand the significance and value of fire. This misunderstanding of our environment makes fire more dangerous. And he talked about how national parks are a place where we can learn to connect with the natural world. So Tony, if we have listeners from other parts of the country or the world who aren't familiar with the Salish people, what do they need to know about Salish history?
According to the stories from our elders, the Salish speaking people have been in this area since the last ice age. My group, my band of Salish are the most eastern Salish speaking people here in Montana. And our Aboriginal territory consisted of about 20 2 million acres. And then came along in 1855 when more settlers and homesteaders moved into our area. A treaty was negotiated, and it took several days before the leaders of the tribe agreed to be put on a reservation. And so that's why we are where we're at today on our 1.3 million acre reservation here. So that's kind of in a nutshell from the past where we started and how we got to where we're at as Salish-speaking people.
So I wanted to have you in today to talk about fire. What role does fire have in the Salish tradition?
The Salish people, they would set fires to their favorite hunting areas, their favorite spots. When the weather was predictable, they would set fires, knowing that the fire would be put out as soon as the snow got here. So there was no fear of that being a wildfire. When they did that, they could go back in the springtime, and where they had set fire, they could see all the new growth coming up, the green grass, clearing the underbrush for the berries and for all the other foods that were necessary, both food and medicinal plants. It would clear it out. It was like doing work in a garden. You know, as you go in a garden, you clean out all the weeds. That's what they used fire for.
Were there other advantages to setting fires?
The other thing they used, of course, before they had horses and before they had rifles, you know, getting buffalo, hunting buffalo sometimes was very difficult on foot. So sometimes they'd look at certain areas and they'd see these areas and they'd use fire to bring the herd to certain places. And then once they get to these certain jumps, that they'd build these running lanes, and they used these cliffs for these buffalo jumps to go over there. So that was another way of using the fire.
That's really interesting, using fire to manage vegetation and to drive buffalo over cliffs to hunt efficiently. It's a pretty amazing technique. How did traditional people actually manage these fires?
It's just like our professionals today. We have professional fisheries, water, people in those areas. Well, back then they had these people that were dedicated and assigned to fires. And they were the ones that were only ones that would set the fire, because they've studied fire, they've understood fire, and so they're the ones that were allowed to set these fires.
And how did they actually start the fires? Where did the embers come from?
They used buffalo horns or different things to carry these embers of fire, because it was so hard, you know, to make fire. So they'd make a fire and then take these embers and store them in these buffalo horns or something. Then they'd have these fire starters, what they call them, fire starters. They'd gallop to these different places and they'd set fire. And like I said, only those people were allowed to do that.
Why do you think so many people have negative feelings about fire?
One, I think, is misunderstanding exactly what fire is, what it means, and what it could do. The other thing is fear. Naturally, it's frightening. I mean, you look at California today, how dry, how brushy some of those go up like matchsticks. And I think that's what people are afraid of, that because they don't understand fire, not knowing how our environment works, how the trees, how the animals, how the rain, how the fire, everything has a role in our ecosystem. And the people today don't understand that. You know, they don't understand how our ecosystem works. They need to know that fire is necessary. Fire must happen so that we don't get what we're getting in California today.
What's the reason for this poor understanding of ecosystems?
I think because of the value system that we created, and the values that we think are more important now today, that our lives are put first rather than together with other things. You know, everything goes hand in hand. One of the things when I was growing up, my grandparents and my parents and all of my elders that have always taught me and always said, Every living thing is an equal. You treat it as an equal. You don't think you're better. You don't dominate. Because you dominate, you destroy. And that's what we have as human beings. We've dominated certain things, we've changed certain things, and we've destroyed that. And so I think a lot of that is misunderstood. And national parks are kind of a stronghold of what used to be. So national parks are places that continue to be very important, especially to me, especially to natives that understand what the park is, because it used to be this whole country. And there's still a need for parks. There's still a need for the areas like this, for our spirituality, for our well-being, for our minds. How many times have we, in our lives, have got so frustrated with our jobs, with the things that we do every day over and over, that we need these areas of solitude to go to, touch the ground again, to put your feet back on the ground and kind of soothe everything, that all that weight seems to lift and create something, a peace of mind that lets you move forward again. We need these places.
So, fire has a long history in this place. It can be a creative as well as a destructive force. And whether you like it or not, it's a factor that has to be considered in deciding how to manage this park. To learn more about what role wildland fire plays in the ecosystem here, I decided to talk to Dawn LaFleur.
My name is Dawn LaFleur, and I am the vegetation management biologist for the park.
What does a vegetation management biologist do?
What does that entail? It basically manages the vegetation for the park. So that's anything from forest management, basically making sure we have healthy forest ecosystems, as well as maintaining native plant communities. So whenever we have disturbance, human-caused disturbance, we go in behind the disturbance and utilize native plant materials that we've collected and grown at our native plant nursery. So basically trying to manage the native vegetation as well as the invasive vegetation to maintain healthy ecosystems.
I met Dawn on the site of the Howe Ridge Fire, which in 2018 burned about 14,000 acres on the west shore of Lake McDonald. It was 1 year after the Sprague Fire, which we talked about at the top of the show, and on the opposite side of the lake. At times it can be a bit noisy here now that there's not much of a forest to shelter you from the wind. That was a pretty intense fire.
It was very intense. It was very unusual. We had the extreme fire behavior happen at night and came down here very fast, very quickly, and burned very intensely.
About 2 weeks after the spot burned, Dawn was one of the first people to come back here and start to assess the impact.
So what we were looking for were signs of vegetation, any potential signs of vegetation recovery already, as well as the impacts to our soil.
The type of soil impacts Dawn is looking for are things like how burnt is this soil? Will things be able to grow in it? Then she'll look at hillsides to see if any of them have potential for erosion now that root systems that were holding them together might be burnt out. Do you remember what your initial impressions were at the time?
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. All we have left are toothpicks, was my initial impressions.
For a fire to burn up essentially every tree was unusual. Typically, when Dawn visits a recently burned area, the fire
doesn't wipe everything out. It'll find a section of vegetation or trees, a pocket of trees to burn in and move around and kind of skip and create a mosaic or little islands of vegetation, which actually helps for rehabilitating the landscape afterwards.
So why was this fire so intense?
It was a combination of factors. For one, the summer of 2018 was extremely hot and dry. But fire suppression efforts in the early 1900s had also disrupted some of the natural cycles here.
Fire has a huge role in this natural ecosystem. We have plants and tree species like lodgepole pine that are fire dependent.
These are species that have evolved to rely on fire to succeed. Lodgepole pines, which need a lot of sunlight, have special cones that are tightly bound shut by resin. The seeds are trapped inside the cone until there's a wildfire. the type of event that would clear out the canopy and make it sunny enough for them to grow. When fire passes through,
the cones get heated up and release their seeds.
In Dawn's career, she's witnessed summers get warmer and drier, and the snowpack disappearing earlier in the spring, allowing soil and vegetation to dry out. These effects are changing the role that fire plays in the ecosystem.
What it is climate change. We're getting drier and hotter sooner. And then the other thing we're seeing is with the extreme fire and not enough moisture in the spring, what takes advantage of those open niches after a fire are non-native plants, the opportunists. We're seeing a lot more non-native invasive plants coming into our burned areas than we have had in the past.
But Dawn hasn't lost hope. She still has a clear and optimistic vision of how this area can recover.
My hope would be in 5 years we should have conifers that are 3 to 4 foot tall. A good diversity of conifers. I would hope a lot of larch in here because they tend to be fire resistant. It'd be wonderful to see pockets. I don't expect it all across the landscape up here, but little pockets of moisture where we could see cedar hemlock coming back. And this would be completely green, and you've got woodpeckers utilizing the snags and everything. We would be standing here and we would have vegetation over our heads.
Sounds lovely.
Less. And as we get more vegetation established, that will outcompete, as we get an overstory, it'll outcompete these newly established invasives. So much more native plant diversity.
Protecting plant diversity in Glacier National Park is a collective endeavor. Dawn can't do it alone.
She asks that when people visit here, they take a moment to think about how their actions will affect the plant life around them.
Stay on the trail. Definitely stay on the trail. Walk in the mud. Don't go around mud holes. And don't pick the flowers.
Oh, yeah. That's a big one.
Please don't pick the flowers.
The reason to walk through the mud is that if you go around, you'll widen the trail and disturb the vegetation around it. And we leave flowers where they are so everyone can enjoy them, and because they're part of the ecosystem here.
Yeah, minimize your impact by just being respectful of the vegetation.
The plant life in Glacier National Park evolved in the presence of fire and is adapted to frequent burning. Fire can be a source of renewal and even catalyze the processes of growth and change that make Glacier home to an incredible diversity of plant life, over 1,100 species.
As climate change affects the behavior of wildfire and fire ceases to behave in the way plants are adapted to, its destructive tendencies can start to outweigh its constructive ones.
It's something that scientists in Glacier like Dawn will continue to monitor.
When a wildfire changes the makeup of a forest and what kind of species grow there, the effects aren't limited to just plant life.
These changes to the vegetation are going to have consequences that ripple down the whole food chain, affecting everything from the bushy-tailed woodrat up to the moose and grizzly bear.
Mule deer in particular are browsers, and so they rely really heavily on shrubs and other kind of nutrient-dense species. So
that's Tegan Hayes. She's a wildlife biologist. Her master's thesis was about ungulate forage in wildfire-dominated landscapes. In other words, how deer food is affected by fire. One of the study areas was not far from where we're standing right now. Tegan explained to me that wildfire
allows for species to get the nutrients they need in their home range or in their population range. And so for my research, when I was looking at mule deer don't really change their home ranges very much geographically. And so change is especially important for a species like that, where if you never allow disturbances to happen, then they will not be able to find the food they need. So, and that's the same for a lot of species in the park.
In other words, mule deer need fire. It promotes the growth of shrubs that are the bulk of their diet. And they aren't keen to move around to find these plants. They need the fire to happen right within their home range. A deer population, in turn, is necessary to support grizzlies, mountain lions, and wolves. A whole thriving ecosystem, dependent on regular wildfire. I took Tegan to the Forest and Fire Nature Trail. Near the Camas Creek entrance to the park, this trail is a great spot to get an introduction to the fire ecology of Glacier National Park. Burnt in the 2001 Moose Fire, it's now home to a thriving lodgepole pine and aspen forest.
So we are now in a young aspen stand. Of course, you have the nice rustle of the leaves, which aspen are named after the quaking aspen. The vegetation, the shrubs, and the understory are a bit taller. So there's a little more diversity here.
Aspen is one of the habitat types that responds best after a fire. Aspens that burn down are able to resprout from underground roots. In no time, a recently burned stand of aspen will be a lush and suitable deer habitat.
They tend to love aspen. Aspens provide a different kind of cover, and they provide a different suite of forage species, and they tend to stay kind of cooler and wetter for longer. So I think they offer that kind of that multitude of things where you have higher diversity of plants, you have longer blooming period often, or period where things are fresh and nutritious. They tend to provide pretty good security as well.
As we move down the trail, Tegan pointed out a flower, which I was surprised to hear was a good food source.
Oh, we've been seeing rose, which despite its prickles is also actually usually pretty sought after by ungulates too, so they'll nip just the ends off and avoid the worst of the prickles.
Wildfire is kind of a contradictory thing here. On one hand, it's natural and totally necessary for many of the plants and animals. But on the other hand, climate change is making it much more common and severe. And regardless of whether it's good or bad, it's always tough to live with.
Yeah, I mean, some of the most interesting and kind of disheartening research is when there's abnormally hot fires or more frequent fires than would normally be occurring in a forest, and they'll actually burn so hot that seedlings can't establish anymore, and so you can end up having what was once a forest become a grassland, or you'll see that the tree species that used to grow in an area are no longer suited to the climate or the climate that a disturbance has created.
Still, she recognizes the importance of having natural fire on the landscape.
Fire, because it's a hot and dry climate during some of the year, it's one of those natural disturbances that glacier and other mountainous places are adapted to, and so it's a necessity.
Of course, what applies in a national park where there are no subdivisions full of houses will be different from a policy that makes sense in a more densely inhabited area.
We can't always let fires burn due to all kinds of challenges, whether that's with human structures or infrastructure. So we're really right now just trying to find the balance between what the ideal situation is for fire and what the ideal situation is for living in this area.
In places like Glacier National Park, where natural processes still dominate and where we try to minimize our intrusion into the web of life, fire will continue to play a part. And scientists like Dawn and Tegan will continue to try to understand it. In the Lake McDonald Valley, where humans and wildfire are both common, we need to learn to live with fire, to let it play its natural role, creating the rich, diverse, and thriving ecosystem that we come here to enjoy.
We'll be right back with the conclusion of the Trapper Fire saga after this break.
Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about Sperry Chalet.
Glacier Conservancy, Doug Mitchell speaking.
Hey Doug, it's Andrew and Michael. How you doing?
Hey, good. How are my favorite podcasters today?
Oh, we're doing well. Just enjoying the beauty out here. Got to go up and check out the new Sperry Chalet, and it was phenomenal. It looked just like before, even down to the stonework.
Yeah, it's really incredible what they were able to accomplish. I'm glad you brought up the stonework. I was talking to Zach Anderson of Anderson Masonry, and you know, his family were the original stonemason family. So if it looks the same, there's a reason, and the care they took to make sure that it looked the same way it did when it was originally built in 1913 is really rather remarkable.
Yeah, and it's a great thing for people to check out while they're visiting and go see all the attention to detail and craft that went into it.
It really is a remarkable discovery. I was able to hike there this year with some people who had never been there, and we hiked through Gunsight, and to come over the top and see Sperry, it's almost like you just have to stop in your tracks, as they did, to see how is this possible. I've hiked 13.1 miles into the wilderness and look at what is there. It really is something.
Yeah, we wanted to talk to you about it because we know the Glacier National Park Conservancy, as the park's official nonprofit partner, played a huge role in helping restore the chalet.
We were in the superintendent's office the very next morning at 10 a.m. after the fire burned Sperry, and by later that week we had taken our loan credit card down to the hardware store here and bought the pieces of wood that held Sperry up over the winter, and it really was a remarkable public-private partnership that really made the improbable happen.
Thanks for taking some time to talk to us. It's always great to hear from you, Doug.
Always great to talk to you guys, and thanks again for all you're doing.
Absolutely. Thanks for funding it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, cheers.
Bye. So we just heard from Dawn and Tegan about how plants,
like lodgepole pines,
and animals,
like mule deer,
can benefit from the presence of fire in the ecosystem.
And from talking to Tony, we know that the Salish and other indigenous communities have a deep understanding of fire's role on the landscape and would use it, as he put it, almost like a gardening tool to invite new and healthy plant growth.
Working here, a big part of our job has been sharing that knowledge with visitors, talking about the plants and animals that thrive in fire's aftermath. Yet knowing and understanding these things won't change how you respond to fire when you're faced with it, when the flames themselves are bearing down on you. So we met Chris Peterson earlier, who watched and photographed the 2003 Trapper Fire as it made a run over the loop.
Yeah.
But after it burned over the loop, it kept going, racing upwards towards the Granite Park Chalet, a historic compound of stone cabins high in the mountains that still provide rustic lodging and dining accommodations.
To get there, you can either hike the Highline Trail from Logan Pass or start up from the loop on the Loop Trail.
I hiked up to Granite Park this summer to talk with someone who's worked there since 2002 and was there on July 23rd, 2003.
My name's Mike Sanger. I'm from Great Falls, Montana originally. I live in Belt, Montana now. I've worked for the Park Service. This will be my 19th year here at Granite Park.
Mike keeps Granite running, managing the waste disposal system, addressing bear encounters, medical emergencies. When I caught up to him, he was fixing the sink in the chalet kitchen. And having grown up in Montana, Mike had been familiar with wildfire from afar.
Seeing them in the distance, not quite as close as I did here.
But in the unprecedented fire year of 2003, he came face to face with the Trapper Fire. From what I understand, you were hiking up here on July 23rd. Is that right?
I was. My boss, Walter Tabb, had dropped me off the Loop Trailhead. The trail was already closed at that time, and it was smoky there at the parking lot. And I asked him, I said, well, the trail's closed. And he goes, well, you better get moving. You need to get up there. And on the way up, I passed a female ranger, and what they were doing at that time is sweeping the trails for people and trying to get them up here. And she asked me if I knew where the fire was, and I said I have no idea, but once we get to Granite, we'll probably be able to see better and know exactly what's going on.
As I understand it, Mike's up there for a week or so at a time, then rotates out with a partner?
Exactly. He was originally scheduled to hike back in to tap out his partner on the 23rd, but was sent up that day with a different goal, to help protect the chalet itself.
And we made really good time getting up here to Granite Park.
Yeah, goodness. When did it sink in that it was going to be a problem?
When I got up here and I saw fire hoses strung out all over the place, and Chris Berkey, my partner, was here, and I asked him, I said, where's the fire? And he pointed towards Flat Top, and it was immediately apparent that we had a problem on our hands.
So they had to fortify the compound. With limited time and supplies, that meant converting their finicky drinking water pump into a sprinkler system to keep the buildings wet, an approach that they weren't confident would work at first.
We went down to start the pump, and it took 2 or 3 times, and you had to talk nice to this thing, and Chris pulled it, and the first time it went off, and we're all high-fiving. And
But celebrations could wait. As the fire grew closer and closer, conditions only worsened.
It was really horrific for quite a while because we had no idea where the fire was. The winds were horrific. I mean, they were blowing probably 70 plus miles an hour, and we were having embers starting to come down. And what we did is we pulled all the railings from the chalet. We were trying to reduce fuel in case the fire did get here.
What did it sound like?
You know, a lot of people paraphrase this with tornadoes and everything else, but it sounded like a freight train. And it was just unbelievably hot. I've always had a mustache, and after this was all over, it had curled and burnt, and I just ended up whacking it off. It's the first time I'd not had a mustache in many, many years. Because it was just glowing orange this direction.
Around the same time, Chris Baker from Swift Current Lookout was choked with smoke.
I can remember using the word surreal a lot in my journal that afternoon. It didn't take too long before my vista towards the west was nothing but amber billows of smoke and embers. Visibility deteriorated to nothing, and I began coughing from the intense smoke, so I soaked a bandana in water and took to breathing through it to filter some of the soot.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a scary situation.
It is. In the face of it all, Mike and Chris were doing everything they could to protect the chalet and everyone in it.
And we charged our hoses. We had everybody inside the chalet sitting on the floor. We had the tables up against the windows because the wind was horrific and it was blowing ash and embers all through the area. And we charged the hoses and started wetting the roof.
How many people were in it?
Well, between the guests that had planned to stay there that night and hikers that were seeking refuge, there were quite a few.
We had 39 people trapped up here. We thought the fire was actually going to come up and go over the top of us and down the other side. Why it went up Swift Current Pass, I have no idea. You know, every bearing that we had and the wind was blowing directly at us, and fires like to run uphill, so I was quite sure the fire was going to come up and over us, and instead it made a turn and went up over Swift Current.
It missed them?
Somehow they were saved. The fire avoided the chalet, and falling embers were effectively combated by the hoses and sprinklers they'd set up.
Because it could have really gone south for us, and it really could have been a horrific thing. And, you know, through God's graces or whatever, the fire didn't come over us. Chris, we each made one brief phone call to our wives, and said, we don't know what's going to happen. We just wanted to call and tell you right now we're all right, and we're doing the best we can.
And while they didn't know what the next day would hold, they allowed themselves to breathe a small sigh of relief.
Chris and I came in here. It'd been a long day for both of us. He was due to go out that day, and I'd hiked up or ran up here that day. And his wife had brought him a little bottle of black velvet whiskey, so we each had a drag off that, and it actually felt a little better. And he goes, let's get on with it. And I said, all right.
After feeding and finding beds for everyone at Granite, the two of them stayed up all night watching the flames.
We'd take turns. There was a chair between this building and the chalet and one in front of the chalet, and about every hour we'd switch.
Also up all night was Chris Baker, watching the flames from her vantage point at Swift Current Lookout, 1,000 feet above the chalet.
Night fell, and finally I could see the fire appear through the smoke as 1,000 points of flame and torching trees. I remember just staring a lot in unbelief. Sleep wasn't even an option. This was history, and I was privileged to have a front row seat.
It was a long night and a close call. Thankfully, no one was hurt, and the chalet was saved. Mike and his partner Chris Berkey were even honored by the Department of the Interior with Valor Awards for their heroism and bravery. But Mike's a humble guy. If you have the chance to meet him, you might hear him tell stories of that night. Sometimes the chalet even asks him to give a program about it to their guests. But you won't hear him bragging. He's seen firsthand the power of fire and worked in its aftermath every year since. But even then, that night standing guard after hours of fear and uncertainty, he could see a beauty in the flames.
And the one thing that struck me is once it got dark and you could see the fire, you know, despite what was going on, it was actually kind of pretty to look at. And, you know, I don't mean to sound morbid or anything, but it was. It had its own kind of natural beauty to it.
A month later, the Trapper fire had died down, and Chris Baker reflected on the fire as she hiked down from Swift Current Lookout for the last time of the year.
I regaled in the switchbacks down to the tree line, gazing out over the pristine beauty of the divide. But then I came to the trees. Those beautiful firs I have come to love. My friends and companions on my ascents and descents of Swift Current Mountain. The ones that frame Heaven's Peak in all my photos and that my kids have learned to take for granted. They weren't there. Instead, I saw blackened ghost and charred ground cover. I hiked through a lunar landscape that I knew was both natural order and devastation. I thrilled and mourned all at once. I don't think I will ever feel that again.
Our last story of the day is about the important role that fire plays for archaeologists here. So were you up there on the night that Sperry Chalet burned down?
No, I was actually on this trail when it burned down, and I actually heard it all go down on the radio.
That's Glacier Park archaeologist Brent Rowley.
Which was kind of a crazy experience. I was actually just back there, probably a few hundred yards, and I heard this radio transmission that was like calling the incident management team on the radio and being like, you know, I need to give you a satellite phone call because we need to have like a conversation right now. And it turns out that was the chalet catching on fire, like the dormitory building.
Fire teaches us about the natural world, but it also teaches us about ourselves, and sometimes in unexpected ways. When the Sprague Fire burned down the main building of Sperry Chalet on August 31st, 2017, it felt like we had forever lost a piece of our history. But the fire had another effect as well. By clearing out the vegetation around the building, it unearthed a wealth of archaeological sites from lots of different eras. Out of the ashes, Brent found a whole world of history.
In a place like Glacier, the vegetation is so thick that you can't see the surface of the ground to find artifacts. A fire that comes in and clears out the vegetation will often reveal major archaeological sites.
After the Sprague Fire, Brent and his team found a series of dumps where all types of people, like construction crews, cooks, and chalet visitors, had thrown their garbage for decades, starting in the early 19-teens. Brent was intrigued. He told me that these types of sites hold a lot of information that you can't just read about.
In the history books about a site like, say, Sperry Chalet, you only hear about the experiences of the people that are actually staying in the chalet. You don't hear the story of the people that worked at that chalet and that may have worked at a trail camp or a CCC camp that built a lot of the infrastructure in the park. And a lot of those dumps preserve the information of like what was daily life like for them, what were they eating. We might find game pieces or, you know, what were they doing in their spare time at their backcountry camp.
As we hiked the 6 miles up to those archaeological sites, Brent told me all about his experiences that year.
I got assigned to the fire as a resource advisor for cultural resources. So during that summer, I probably hiked this section of the Sperry Trail 40 times. And, you know, so I got to watch the fire come down this ridge and sort of change the forest gradually. Because in this cedar forest, the fire just kind of creeps along. It rarely ever, really gets up into the treetops. It kind of travels along the deadfall and through the root systems.
When the fire in the chalet was finally extinguished, the stone exterior walls were still standing. The fire had only burned the interior and the roof of the building. A few days later, Brent was flown to the site in a helicopter to help the park determine if the still standing walls would survive the winter.
It was really surreal. Like all the bed frames had melted, kind of looked a little like a little bit of a wasteland inside.
The stone walls were able to be salvaged, and over the next 2 summers, the chalet was reconstructed within them. Brent and I arrived just days before the grand reopening, when the chalet would welcome guests for the first time since the fire. It was also the first time that Brent had been in the new building, and he was a bit taken aback by the difference.
The last time I was standing in this very spot, I was like 4 feet lower, and then, you know, there was debris everywhere, and, you know, it's pretty crazy to be standing in the same spot, but now in a constructed building.
After the fire, Brent and his team were tasked with surveying the burned area and noting any archaeological sites that had been revealed. What they found was a vast assemblage of objects that painted a vivid portrait of early 1900s park life.
What kind of objects are we talking about?
Well, actually, one of the most common things they found were chamber pots.
What do they look like?
They're just bowl-shaped, but a little... Oh, right there is one. A really good one.
Yeah, it looks like just a small bowl with kind of a big rim around it.
Yeah, just big enough to do your business in, you know. But those things were all over the place, like down this hillside. It's kind of interesting. I just like to imagine someone walking out in the morning and getting ready to toss the contents of it over the hill and accidentally loses their grip, and there it lies. Because that one definitely is not broken.
Okay, that did paint a vivid portrait. What else did you find?
One thing that really caught my eye were these tubes of clear blue glass. Brent explained to me that those were insulators for a historic phone line.
So in a phone line, you've got the wire that the message travels through vibrations. The insulators allow you to attach that wire to a telephone pole or a tree or whatnot, a solid object, without interfering with the signal.
Oh.
And so I'm guessing, considering there's a scatter of them here, that once they pulled down the phone line here, sometime probably in the 1940s, they just chucked it over the hill.
So until the 1940s, there was phone service at Sperry Chalet?
Yeah, I think maybe a lot of people imagine the early days of the park as a much wilder time. But in many ways, the visitor experience was much more managed than it is today. At least for some types of people.
So I think out here on this point, there was some sort of tent camp set up, and I don't know exactly the dates of the tent camp, but I think it was certainly early on in Sperry Chalet's history, so probably 19-teens, maybe even into the 1920s. And so there's a lot of, though, really diagnostic artifacts that have actual Great Northern Railway logos, and that differentiates it from, like, say, a worker camp for the workers that built the chalet or maintained the chalet, because those higher end ceramics would be what you would serve the very wealthy guests oftentimes that were coming to the chalet, whereas in a little bit we'll go to a worker camp and they were eating out of cans.
I pointed out a ceramic shard. It was about the size of my hand, to see how Brent could interpret it.
So this is probably like a large serving platter dish that would have been about, that big.
Yeah,
so like a communal, indicating like a communal dinner setting where sort of family style dining, I guess you would call it today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's interesting. From just that small piece, he was able to figure out about how they dined.
Yeah, what was most interesting about spending the day with Brent was seeing how these little pieces of what seemed like just garbage gave him really deep insights into how people thought and behaved a long time ago.
I don't know how this dump got here, but it's one of the most interesting assemblages of stuff. This is it all spread out because it's all jammed in that crevice. Mm-hmm. And there's everything from an assortment of condiment bottles, like this is probably ketchup. There's a medicine bottle. Here's one of those coffee ration containers. There's poison bottles, like multiple of them. So it's like a really strange thing. Like, I don't know if this was like kind of where maybe some workers at some point were camped out. Like the poison bottle in particular, I mean, kind of throws me. I'm like, that tells me, I feel like that it's got to be related to workers.
Wait, okay, what was the poison for?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Brent told me it was probably to poison rodents of some sort, maybe mice, pack rats, or a particularly aggressive marmot.
How do they find all this stuff?
There's a couple different ways these sites get discovered.
This one, a firefighter showed it to me.
Okay.
But usually, yeah, when we survey areas, we do transects.
One of the main things that Brent has found here is the class distinctions between the different people who use this area, and how this manifests even in their trash.
Up at that tent camp, everyone was always eating off of, fine ceramics and being very proper, I guess you would say. And here, it's like you just open up the can and eat out of the can sort of thing, which is more indicative of I guess, lower class status,
yeah.
Like a worker rather than someone that's on a very expensive vacation.
Do you know what would have been in these cans?
some of them, see, like a can like this where you can tell by the openings. So see, this had to be liquid. And in fact, I think this was probably a milk can. So they slit that one open. So when we record these can sites, we always record what type of openings they have, because it can tell you a lot about what was in them.
Wow, so we can learn something from even just the way a can was opened.
Exactly, there's so many levels to it. Brent even says that the way that trash is hidden can tell us what era it's from.
In the 19-teens, the way everybody all over America treated their waste was to throw it over the cliff or over the hillside or into your pit toilet. Later on, though, people started, the ethics started changing of like, you need to hide your garbage. You put it in a centralized garbage dump. And here, obviously, they've tried to hide it. So it's probably after that ethic changed, which really started, in the 1920s and 30s.
A desire to learn about people whose stories aren't always told has motivated Brent's career from the very beginning. The first excavation he was a part of, on a plantation in West Virginia, showed Brent the significant differences in artifacts from enslaved people versus slave owners. This technique of using historic artifacts to understand how people were treated in the past is an idea that still drives his work today.
In Glacier, you can learn a lot about indigenous people's history prior to European settlement, and we can learn a lot about what people were doing in this landscapes by what artifacts they leave behind. And those people were often, are often not included in the history books. And in fact, I hate the term prehistoric or prehistory because it implies that indigenous people don't have history. It's just their history is documented in different ways by oral history and also by the archaeological evidence that their ancestors left behind.
There are countless stories covering thousands of years of history buried in archaeological sites all around Glacier.
Some of these stories will be lost forever if these sites are disturbed.
So please leave historic objects where you find them. Brent says that objects are best at telling their story when they stay in their original location.
Once they're removed from the site, they are kind of just meaningless objects, but when they're in the context of the site, they tell the story of like what sort of products people were using as they visited Sperry Chalet.
Our discussion was interrupted by a mountain goat grazing on the forbs that had sprouted up where fire had cleared the canopy and finally allowed sunlight back onto the forest floor. We had to step off the trail to let the goat pass.
And I went to work for the... Oh, crap.
There's a goat coming.
Hey.
Move aside.
Move aside. Don't eat my poles either.
As we sat there talking about the history of the area, a new chapter was already being written. As Brent and I moved out of the goat's path, it was hard not to think that we needed to do the same as the goats and flowers here, to learn from what we couldn't control, and to flourish in the sunshine that followed. That's our show for today. If you're interested in learning more about the role and history of wildfire in Glacier, or about the Salish Kalispel Culture Committee, check out the links in our show notes.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Chris Peterson, Tony Incashola Sr., Don LaFleur, Tegan Hayes, Mike Sanger, Sarah Peterson, and Brent Rowley.
Gorge Shuttle Stop, a short 200-foot trail leads to an overlook where Bering Creek makes a sharp 90-degree turn after exiting a magnificent 800-foot-long, 80-foot-deep, narrow gorge. This shady, moist gorge creates a microclimate that supports a variety of different plants and animals than those found in the drier forests surrounding Sunrift Gorge. Watch for the dipper, or water ouzel, in the stream below. This stocky gray bird is the largest member of the sparrow family and gets its name from the unusual bobbing and dipping motion it makes as it hunts for insects in the stream. Watch for a while and you will eventually see it plunge right into the swift-moving water and literally fly underwater using its wings to maneuver through the rapid currents. When it comes back up, look closely and you might notice a large insect in its beak that it plucked from the rocks in the stream bed. Sunrift Gorge is also the trailhead for the Sayee Pass area. Hikers can explore the high country of Glacier National Park on this spectacular high-elevation trail. The preferred route for this 10.3-mile hike is to start at the Sayee Bend shuttle stop and end here at Sunrift Gorge, since starting the trail here involves much more elevation gain. Hikers may also wish to venture up this portion of the trail for views of Bering Creek, abundant wildflowers, and later in summer, some great huckleberry patches. Just remember that grizzly bears love huckleberries too, so be cautious and always make plenty of noise on the trails. An impressive architectural feature of the Going to the Sun Road, the Bering Creek Bridge, spans Bering Creek here. The bridge was constructed in 1931, and many people consider this the most beautiful of all the structures built on the Going to the Sun Road. It was designed to blend into the landscape using the same red and green argillite that adds color to the mountains and color to the streams throughout the park. The bridge was also designed at a time when horses were the dominant mode of travel in the park. It is high enough and long enough to allow riders on horseback to travel comfortably underneath on their way from Sayee Pass to the chalets that were located at Sun Point. Part of the old horse trail is now the Sun Point Nature Trail, and a short quarter-mile walk down the trail leads to Bering Falls.
Yellowstone is the world's first national park, and everybody in America is very proud of that. But there's been a struggle to figure out what a national park should be like. And probably one of our founding philosophies is it should be natural. It should be a natural system that functions the way the Earth did before humans altered it. And so it was written into our policy that we're going to restore and protect natural systems. And the early managers of Yellowstone didn't really know what natural looked like. So we've been struggling towards natural our entire history, and that definition has evolved. And that definition, the modern one, now includes you need to have natural predators. And so we tried to eradicate them: wolves, cougars, coyotes, bobcat, lynx. We did that in the early part of the 20th century because we thought that was the ideal. We didn't have a complex mindset about policy in terms of natural. And so we restored wolves because the Park Service policy changed towards what is a natural system that includes large carnivores like wolves. We also had the Endangered Species Act come about as law in 1973 that says we cannot wipe some species off the face of the planet. And wolves are very much under that umbrella too. So the best answer as to why wolves were restored to Yellowstone is it makes it a natural system. It was the law, but finally people wanted it. The public's view of nature has changed and evolved. So creatures that were previously considered bad, scapegoats, have now had image alteration, and a lot of the public demanded that we bring some of these animals back. Well, most ecosystems are best when they're balanced. And I think it's safe to say that Yellowstone, without wolves and other carnivores, now keep in mind, cougars were also eliminated, and they came back on their own, and bear numbers declined, and that affected the balance of the ecosystem. And so ecologists refer to this as biodiversity, but emphasize the word diverse. Having a lot of different kinds of things at moderate numbers is better than having a lot of any one thing. And prior to wolf recovery, we had a lot of elk, we had a lot of coyotes, and we had very little things like willow and aspen and songbirds and beavers. And so the entry of wolves and other carnivores, because bears have increased and cougars have come back too. So now we're a carnivore-rich system, and we've restored that top layer of the system. So really the simplest way to look at it is all the parts of the system now are in place, and they're interacting differently. And I hesitate to use a value judgment-laden word, but it's healthier this way than we had certain parts of the system before that were absent. So all those things functioning together has made nature look like it used to before we started managing it. And those management intentions were good. We just didn't know enough about it. And so we have this makeover in Yellowstone now. We've brought carnivores back, wolves being the most high profile, and it's changed the way Yellowstone looks. Elk are perhaps the most controversial and talked about aspect of wolf recovery. And that's odd because elk are a species unto themselves, but many people equate Yellowstone with elk. That's arguably our most famous species. They've been debated and studied since the late 1800s. Elk are iconic in the West as a huntable species. And so elk are very important, and wolves eat elk. So do cougars, so do bears, so do coyotes. A lot of things eat elk. People eat elk. And so the system in many ways hinges on elk. So what wolves and other carnivores do to elk is very important. And very simply, prior to wolf recovery, predation pressure by natural carnivores was very low. No wolves, no cougars, few bears. Bears were here, but their numbers were lower. And that caused the elk population to grow to very large numbers. In fact, a lot of ecologists and scientists criticize Yellowstone for having too many elk. The effect of elk was so dominant on the ecosystem that they suppressed other things. To the point where managers outside the park were hunting elk at high rates to try and depress this burgeoning elk herd. With our wolf recovery in the mid-90s, with natural cougar recolonization, with growth in the bear population after decades at low numbers, predation pressure has increased, accompanied by the management practices outside the park where people were hunting elk. All of these things together have caused the elk population to decline. And the Park Service considers that a success story. Now that's hard to describe to a lot of people, especially some people who can't understand how less is more. We live in a culture where more is always better, but fewer elk brings about that ecosystem balance, that biodiversity that the Park Service seeks as natural. And that's a very important goal for the Park Service. And so having these large carnivores, and Yellowstone may be the place in the world that's got, in North America, that's got the best mix of diversity and density of large carnivores, that will affect the elk population to lower. But we're arguing as a Park Service that that's more natural or healthier, which is defined as better for the system. And this is a very hard thing to convey because a lot of people liked a lot more elk. It's better hunting. And so this is a complex relationship. But wolves have contributed, not solely, to a decline in elk. Perhaps the most commonly asked question about wolf recovery is that, did we reintroduce the wrong wolf? And this is a long answer, so I'll try and make it as short as possible. Our naming of nature is an artificial system developed by Carl Linnaeus, a Swedish monk in the 1700s. And I don't want to criticize Linnaeus, and he did a great job. But essentially, it's an artificial system putting names in parts of nature that might not be actually different things. But there are different things in nature. You have plants and animals, and they're different, and we can call them that, and it works. And his system really works very well until you get down to the very finest levels of naming, of distinction. That's the subspecies level. You have species, and then below species you have subspecies. And wolves are the worst example of the subspecies concept. The leading wolf biologist in the world does not believe that subspecies even apply to wolves. And why is that? You get different subspecies, and originally there were 24 different subspecies of wolves. Now there are 5. It's constantly being reduced. And of course, this prominent wolf biologist thinks there should be none. But how do you get different kinds of things in nature? Different populations become isolated so they no longer interbreed. When they don't interbreed anymore, the genetics become different. When the genetics become different enough, they become different things. First subspecies and then species. Wolves always get around, and it's very hard to isolate 2 populations of wolves. Very hard. Nothing stops a wolf. Not a mountain range, not a river, sometimes not even oceans. The wolves here immigrated to Asia and back. They're very good at getting around, so you don't get much isolation. The best genetics show that wolves in Mexico to wolves in the Arctic are on a continuum of change from south to north. So there's no place we can go in and say, this group of wolves is different from that group. That's a genetic analysis. And the Mexican wolf can interbreed with the Arctic wolf very capably. So did we reintroduce the wrong thing? No. Were the wolves that we put here slightly different from the wolves that existed here 100 years ago? Probably. Nature's always changing. We looked at the weights of the handful of wolves, 31 from Canada, which is a very small number, and they were slightly larger than the wolves that existed here 100 years previously, 6 to 8% larger. That is well within the natural variation of wolf size across the continent. So despite this frequently asked question, these Canadian wolves are unnaturally large and they're therefore at a very big advantage to killing these elk because these elk aren't used to such a large predator. Of all the arguments not to have wolves, and there are some good ones, they're tougher to live with. That's an absolutely good argument. The idea that we put something in here that's exotic or different is perhaps one of the weakest. Wolves do not kill for sport. That is a fact. Why? The average wolf weight, if we threw all the wolves together, males, females, subadults, adults, pups, is about 100 pounds. The average cow elk's 500 pounds, the average bull elk's 750. They risk injury or death. When you attack something 5 to 7 times as large as you, that ain't a fair fight. So they risk tremendous injury or death trying to take something on bigger than them. So they prey on things in a risk-averse fashion. They only kill what they need to exist, and we've got great data on this. Will they kill more than they can eat? If the risk equation balances out in their favor, they will. What does that mean? Late winter, belly-deep snow, elk are weak, they'll kill more than they can immediately eat, but underline the word immediately. We had a situation in March 1996 where one pack of wolves killed 5 elk in one day. And they cycled back and ate everything on those 5 elk in over a 2-week period. Now they were competing with ravens and coyotes and magpies and eagles because they were trying to consume it too. Because as everybody knows, the bounty of nature is shared and competed for. So they went back and they tried to eat it all. But that is common predatory behavior. When you can get an edge, when you can get more food. Humans do this too. When oil is cheap, we burn more oil. When wolves can kill more elk, they kill more elk. Because why? That equals more pups. But they only do it when they can. So on average, wolves do not kill healthy elk. It's too hard. If all you can eat are healthy elk, the wolf population goes down. Wolves make their living on vulnerable elk. And so their population waxes and wanes based on vulnerabilities. And hard winter is a vulnerability, but so are things like age and health status and condition, bone marrow. All these different things affect elk vulnerability. And that's what's important to wolves, and that's what they're shooting to take advantage for. Remember, there's no creature in nature that doesn't look for advantages. So no, they do not kill for fun, but yes, they will kill for more what they can immediately eat, but if left alone by humans, and this is very important, I get sent emails all the time showing an elk killed by wolves and not eaten, but there's tire tracks, there's human tracks, there's horse tracks. The wolves were bumped off the kill. People found the kill to take a picture of it. Left alone, as we've demonstrated here in Yellowstone, and we've seen it more, killing a couple elk sometimes is fairly common. If they're not disturbed, they'll eat everything. They won't do it immediately because they have a capacity on their stomach. So very, very important point. Killing for fun or bloodthirsty reasons is not true. People should not be afraid of wolves. There are three primary reasons that people are against having wolves on a shared human landscape. One is they compete with us for wild prey. That's valid. That's true. Two, they occasionally kill livestock. It's rare, but it does happen, and then that's valid too. The third reason is there's a human safety threat, and that is largely overblown. During the entire 20th century in North America, there were about, and I'll be off by one or two, 20 attacks on humans. None of them were fatal. All of them dealt with habituated animals, usually fed food. And we're very concerned about that in the park. When you feed an animal food, it loses its natural fear of people and it become dangerous. But very different for wolves compared to bears or cougars. They never attack a person on their first encounter with a human. So the first time a bear encounters a person, a sow with a cub, or a cougar encounters a person, they might attack. And bear fatalities and cougar fatalities are much greater than wolves. Wolves always have to overcome their natural fear. I don't know where it comes from, but they have a natural fear of humans. They've got to overcome that. That's usually through habituation. Typically food conditioning, but not always. Of those 20 attacks that were recorded, some were habituation just through exposure, from being around people in a non-threatening way. So wolves have to overcome this natural fear, and then they may attack. 6 of those attacks were bites from Alaskan pipeline workers feeding them part of their lunch. So 6 of those 20 attacks were from that. Since that paper was published, there have been 2 fatalities, and both of those wolves probably were food conditioned. Some were dump wolves, and others lived around a logging camp. And so those animals, those are examples of wolf fatalities. So it can happen, but it's extremely rare and less likely for other carnivores. A big question that's often asked about wolf recovery was, you said the wolves are just going to stay in the park. And I'm fine with wolves in the park. I just don't like them out, because when you leave the park, it's a very much a human-dominated landscape. That's another misconception of wolf recovery. The plan written to restore wolves to this region never said the wolves would stay in the park. And it's different outside the park because wolves are managed by the states, and so they have different policies and objectives than the park does. The park generally stated management philosophy is preservation, which means no use. That's not a pure definition, because we do manage other species. The state's objectives are largely conservation. That means wise use. Both of those objectives are fine, and they're determined by people, and neither one is better than the other. They're just different. And so naturally they clash a little bit, because there's no wolf hunting inside Yellowstone, and there is wolf hunting outside of it. Wolves have to live with people outside of Yellowstone, and that does create conflict. It is true to say that life is easier without wolves than with them, for the reasons I stated previously. They can compete with us for elk and deer, and they do occasionally kill dogs and livestock. And so they need to be managed outside the park, and that's okay. That's part of it. And there's some data, although other researchers are questioning this, that if species are hunted or if species that cause a problem can be immediately dealt with, social tolerance increases. So inside Yellowstone, we don't have to deal with those issues. We don't have to deal with issues of predation on pets or livestock, or taking elk inappropriately because I wanted to get that elk. So we have a different approach, but both approaches are okay and occur in different areas. So this is a very common situation for wildlife management across North America. Animals go over political boundaries and they're subjected to different management regimes, and that's the way it is, and that's okay for wolves too. Yes, wolves that live primarily in Yellowstone have been killed outside the park. This probably has not affected the population much numerically. One year we lost 12% of our population in 2012. This year we lost only 4 wolves. Last year we lost none. So the number of wolves taken is highly variable and generally below 3%, except that year 2012 where it reached 12%. And it probably did, even at that level, affect our population numerically. But what's important, and the reason my answer to that question was yes, is the Park Service mission is to manage for a natural population. Wolves are very social animals, so they have a social network that's important to how they function as a pack or a family. And we don't have as much information on that social functioning as we do about their population numbers. And we know that there is a harvestable surplus in terms of numbers. And that has not been exceeded so far for Yellowstone. But there are some questions if you remove a key wolf in the pack, a high-ranking individual, so to speak. What's the impact on that pack? Or a second-ranking individual. What does that do to pack dynamics? In one case, it caused the pack to split apart. Was that because that high-ranking individual was removed, or would that pack have split up naturally? Those are important questions for the Park Service to wrestle with, because even though that doesn't affect the numbers of wolves, it affects how wolves live on the landscape and function to themselves. And places like Yellowstone hold this dearly, because most wolves across North America are impacted by people. And most biologists would argue at a sustainable level. We still have lots of wolves across North America, but we really don't know certain aspects about wolf life. And this social aspect is the one we know the least about. So if we're going to be managers of Yellowstone that pursue these ideals of naturalness, I think it's important to include all aspects. And so which wolves get removed and how that impacts the pack and the population, and importantly, the pack's relationship to each other, because they're always competing against each other. And if one pack loses some key individuals, we know that the individual makeup of packs affects how they compete with each other. It also affects how they prey on elk. We know big males are important to helping take down elk. So those are questions we're wrestling with. So to say removing wolf has no impact on the wolf population, you have to qualify what you mean. Are you talking numeric or are you talking social? And we're still looking for those issues, for those answers. Wolves are one of the most studied species in the world. Beginning in the late 1950s, they weren't. And because of the problems that are associated living with wolves, a lot of studies were kicked off in the 50s and 60s. And now they're one of the most studied animals on the planet. And so it's hard to advance your knowledge in that kind of arena. But Yellowstone has. There was a book published in 2003, which was a review of all the science done on wolves up to that point. And in the introduction of that book, the authors said, we've tried to include as much knowledge as Yellowstone has learned in the first few years, but Yellowstone holds the most promise to unlocking some of the wolves' secrets that are so far unknown. And I think Yellowstone has done that. And that's because and this is somewhat controversial. We've had a good radio collaring record, so we're able to follow individuals and packs. The park is big, but it's more accessible than, say, Northern Canada or Alaska. And about half our population is viewed daily from the road. And this is an odd feature of recovery that I didn't think would occur. I thought wolves would be more secretive and shy, but we're getting information about pack dynamics, about individuals, about predation, about interactions with other species on a daily basis. And there's no other study in the world that's doing that. And then we do the traditional things, radio tracking, airplanes, genetics, drawing blood, looking at disease exposure, that all the other studies do. So you combine the traditional scientific methods with citizen science and daily observation and a public that loves to come here and see wild nature. And again, I can't overemphasize how important wolf recovery has been just to public enjoyment. Yellowstone is the best place in the world to view wolves, and people come here to do it, and that's immeasurably important to the park's goals and policies, that people see intact nature. So yeah, Yellowstone has changed the world's view of wolves. And we're in the news all the time. And I think having positive news out there about wolves, because to be honest, there is a lot of negative, because they're hard to live with. But having Yellowstone there, providing this positive, good news, has been very important, not only for Yellowstone, but what we know about wolves and the image of wolves worldwide.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Jake Frank.
Hey, Jake, how's it going?
Miles, mustache is looking super good today.
Yeah, our podcast listeners can't see my new magnificent mustache, but...
Guys, it is spectacular.
Got to use mustache wax. That's the tip.
Yeah.
Today we're going to be talking to Heather Basak. She's an administrative support assistant for Yellowstone's Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. We call it RUIP for short. Before we get started, though, a little trivia question for you, Jake.
Bring it.
I don't know how you would know this, but you can make a good guess. How many seasonal employees does REYP employ in the busy summer season, rounded to the nearest 10? What do you think?
100.
Pretty close, a little lower.
90.
One more.
70.
80.
I did that on purpose.
Nice. I think the full positions would be 83, but somewhere around 80.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. There's a lot that goes into that, including hiring all those people and doing paperwork and doing budgeting and all sorts of fun things.
Gotta pay the people.
We got to pay them. We like to. And then one note, if you notice a difference in sound quality for this episode, there's a good reason for that we're going to get into during this episode. Heather is a fully remote employee, so we're doing our interview via video chat. So the sound might be a little bit different, and that's on purpose. So, you ready, Heather? You ready as you'll ever be?
Yep.
Good to see you, Heather.
Yeah, it is good to see you. As always. So, first question to kick it off. When and where did you get your start in the National Park Service? Or if you got started in something that led into the Park Service, you could even start with that.
Sure. So I never thought I would actually be working for the National Park Service. When I grew up, my family, we didn't really visit national parks. We didn't really do that type of thing. We did other types of vacations, but never the parks. So that was never on my radar. And it wasn't until I was in college that I visited my first national park, Big Bend National Park in Texas. And it was a wonderful trip. I had a blast. It was beautiful. But again, didn't put two and two together. Never thought that I would work for them. And it was getting towards the end of college, and I didn't have a job lined up. I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do. I was thinking about going the museum studies route because I was an anthropology major. But I just didn't have anything lined up. And so I actually saw a poster on one of the buildings in my college, and it was for the Student Conservation Association, or SCA. And it talked about internships on public lands. And I thought, that could be something to look into. I don't really have anything lined up. I'll look into it. So I went on their website, and it was a ton of internships. It was with like U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, National Park Service, doing a lot of the park servicey, park ranger type jobs. But then there were other internships like archaeologist or curatorial intern that was really interested. I was really interested in, because that's the route that I thought I was going to take. So I did my first internship with a National Park Service site in Kansas called Fort Scott National Historic Site as a curatorial intern. And I was working a lot with their museum collections, taking care of that. And I really enjoyed it. But other part of that internship was doing guided walks around this old military fort. And I got to do a little bit of living history. And I thought, this is pretty cool. This is pretty fun. Maybe this is something I want to look into more. So then I decided to do a second internship after that through the SCA, this time with Denali National Park and Preserve in Alaska, actually where I met Jake. We worked together. And it was really there that I thought, okay, this is something I might want to do for the rest of my life. There were amazing people to work with. There were just beautiful things to see and do. It was, I never would have experienced that. I never would have probably visited Denali without first going to Fort Scott and doing some other internships. And I thought, this is something I really, really want to do. And so then, just to be sure, I did one more internship with SCA, this time at Big Bend National Park.
Nice. Back to where you started.
Yeah, exactly. So it kind of feels like I came full circle. Like, it was the first national park I visited. And then it was the national park that kind of really was like, yep, this is definitely what I want to do. It was such a unique experience. I got to do it visit as a visitor and then also be an employee or an intern there. And so I thought, this is it. This is what I want to do. And then from there, I made the jump to actually Fish and Wildlife Service and then National Park Service. Worked a couple seasonal positions at different national parks, and then eventually made the slide into a permanent position in Yellowstone, and now as an administrative support assistant.
So I have a few. That was a varied background. So a couple things. You mentioned living history. Did you get to wear like period appropriate? Like, I don't know, is it costumes is the right word, or clothes?
Yeah, it was a while ago, so I'm trying to remember everything that happened, but it was this very special service. It was called Fort Scott by Candlelight, and it was close to Christmas time. And they had like different vignettes in all these different military buildings where we would act out scenes of what would have happened in these different buildings. And I got to be a military laundress. And so I got to be wear kind of more or 19th century garb and pretend to be doing the soldiers' laundry. So that was pretty fun and unique. It was really great.
Yeah. And then the other thing, she mentioned that the people she worked with in Denali were really great. I just want to concur that I am very great to work with.
That is true.
Get that on the record.
I think, when were you guys there? I was there 2008, 9, 10.
2012 was when you were there, right, Heather?
Yes,
it was my
2012.
second summer there. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so I missed you. I was a little earlier.
Yeah, there is like
all the best people
for our
in Denali.
listeners. There is like a legit. If you've worked in Alaska, you have like a camaraderie with the people in Alaska because it gets into your bones. Like such a cool place. Like, yeah, you can tell from Heather. She's like, I went to Alaska and then I realized this is what I wanted to do. Like, it's really cool.
Yeah.
Yep. So, I resemble that remark.
So out of all those jobs that you did to get you to Yellowstone, all the seasonal jobs, did you have any repeat jobs, or did you move like every season? Was it a different job?
So good question. I worked for Fish and Wildlife, had a very similar job. I was a park ranger, interpretive park ranger for them. And I worked with preschool kids and did a preschool program for them, and then kind of translated that into the National Park Service. I did interpretive park ranger jobs. So a lot of the guided hikes, the guided, or talks and walks, that type of thing, working in the visitor center, helping plan people's programs. But then I worked also as a campground ranger in Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Got to help people check into their campsites, go over campground rules, walk around, talk to them, educate them about the park. And then I went to Yellowstone and worked as a remitter. So I worked in what's called the cash room and counted all the money that comes in from the entrance stations and the visitor centers, reconciled all that money, and then got it ready for deposit. And then also worked in the visitor services office in Yellowstone, helping people plan their trips and then work on some special use permits. So I did move around a little bit, but I might have been in a little bit different boat seasonally because I was with my husband who had a permanent job at some of these places. Yeah. So I stuck around in some of these parks probably a little bit longer than other seasonals do. They might tend to move around a little bit and follow their job while I was more in one area for a longer period of time.
Yeah, I was asking because until I got my first permanent job, I moved 12 times in 6 years. So it was every 6 months I was on to something else. So that is part of the lifestyle until you're permanent.
Okay, so where are you joining us from right now?
So I work fully remotely from Boise, Idaho.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been working fully remote? Has it been 2 years?
Oh, that's a great question. It's been probably about 1.5 years.
Okay. So what do you have a typical day? What does your typical day look like? You have a typical day?
So I don't think there ever really is a typical day for an administrative support assistant because so many things get thrown at us and there's so many things that pop up last minute that we have to take care of that I don't think any one day is completely the same. But we do have a lot of reoccurring tasks that happen every 2 weeks. And so we'll do a lot of the same stuff. Every 2 weeks, but it may not just be every day. We have to get payroll done. That's kind of the big one. Everybody wants to get paid. It's pretty important. So that's kind of one of our,
Thank you.
You're welcome. One of the biggest tasks that we have, but we also arrange travel for a lot of our NPS employees. If they have to go to meetings that's outside of the park, any trainings, go to other parks to assist with anything, we help arrange that travel. You can think of us kind of like a travel agent in that regard. We deal a lot with HR. So we're kind of an HR liaison. So anytime there's personnel actions for hiring somebody, all those 83 seasonals, we put in hiring actions for them. If anybody resigns or moves to a different position, that kind of all starts with administrative support assistance. And then depending on the park or even the division, you might even help with some budget work, reconciling accounts or tracking expenses and expenditures.
Mm-hmm.
Do you also have a credit card?
I do. Not all do, but I do have a purchase card and I make purchases for some of our division.
Yeah, I know that I've never owned a purchase card as a government employee, but that's another thing that administrative folks are worth their weight in gold for managing the purchasing process. It's very complicated and
there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of rules with it. Yes.
Yes. So what would you say is the most important skill for your job? Or if there's more than one, you can say more.
Yeah, I think administrative support assistants really need to be flexible because there are so many things that will pop up last minute. So occasionally you'll be working on something and then have to put that task away and work on something else because it's time sensitive. So you need to be able to jump from one task to another pretty easily and change your priorities on the fly. And then I think you need to have a really good customer service mentality. I mean, administrative support assistants, we don't work with the public, but we can think of our customers like our fellow employees. We want to make sure we give them as much support and as many tools as we can so they can be successful in their jobs. And so they can protect the park. They can also, share it with visitors. So we really need to be focused on our fellow employees.
Mm-hmm. What's your favorite part of your job?
I think the variety. There's a lot of stuff that you get to do as an administrative support assistant. You're not really necessarily pigeonholed into one thing. You get exposure to a lot of different routes, parks, career routes, like budget, HR. You get exposure to different divisions. Every division needs an administrative support assistant, and what they do for each division is a little different. So you just get exposure to a lot of different things, a lot of different processes. And I really, really enjoy that. And you get to work with people, which is pretty great too.
Mm-hmm. And what about the flip side? Do you have a least favorite part of your job or hardest part?
All the emails.
Yeah, nonstop
the
emails.
Nonstop emails is just be a little overwhelming at times. But but in all seriousness, I think having to juggle so many different things at once and balancing all the different pieces and being able, like I said, to switch from one task to another can be a little difficult at times. So it's really important, if you do get one of these jobs, to take meticulous notes, be really organized. I'm still figuring out really great organization methods for some of this stuff, but but that's kind of the hard thing.
And I think sometimes you all have to deal with really long-term deadlines, or what seem like long-term deadlines to me. And that, I think that's always hard for me, where it's like, oh, we need to have this thing in like 6 months ahead of time, or, and they're deadlines that you can't miss, really.
Yes, those are, especially when it comes to HR, we've got deadlines pretty far in advance for some of our things. And if you miss those deadlines, then it pushes back, maybe when somebody can start. And so there are some definite repercussions when that happens.
Yeah, a lot of people relying on
Yeah.
You guys they're like the grease of this machine. They make sure that everything keeps chugging along, and without all the little actions and paperwork and everything, it seems like we're constantly in contact with admin.
Yeah, and you all know all the little things and the tricks and the say, wait, what do we do? How do we do that? Let's ask Heather. Oh, she knows.
Well, a lot of research. You do have to be a researcher, I feel like, in this job to look at some of this stuff and know who to ask when you've got some of those questions. Because there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of things and I'm still constantly learning. And that's also why I really like this job too, is like I feel like you never really stay static. You're constantly in motion. You're constantly learning.
Mm-hmm. So you mind if I ask you about when you're talking about moving with your husband and everything?
Mm-hmm.
Just because I think that would be interesting for people who are thinking about NPS as a career. It can be challenging, I think, for, long-term partners to work in the service. Like, I've known people who are married and live apart for a long time, sometimes like a really long time, or they date and are long distance for years before finally and things like that. So I don't know, just like, how did that play into your career and your husband's career, and how life has gone for you guys so far? I mean, it seems like that's probably part of the remote position or some of the flexibility, but I don't know, just anything you would want people to know about your experience with that, who might be thinking about the Park Service.
Yeah, that is a great question, because there are different routes that people can take, because I have also known couples who have had to be apart for a little while, each working separate parks, and then making their way to each other. We've been fortunate enough that where my husband has gone, I've been able to pick up seasonal work. I know that's not necessarily in the cards for everybody, but thankfully I was able to. And that's kind of also the reason why, I didn't just stay in one career path. Like, I've done a couple different things, and that was to really, I kind of took a job where I could, but I really liked that. I think that's made me a little bit more well-rounded. Really appreciated that. And then thankfully, when my husband moved to a different position away from Yellowstone, I was able to go remote, especially with some administrative work kind of leans more towards that. You can't do that with every job in the Park Service. There's so many that have to be in park. But thankfully, this job allowed me to have that flexibility, and my supervisor was very, very supportive, and I was able to get a remote job that way. So that's really helped with us. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not that we need to dive too deeply into it in this episode, but it is interesting. I think a lot of people would be surprised to learn that, number one, if you work for a national park, it doesn't mean you're going to get like housing in the national park. In fact, it generally means you're not going to. And that it's not just Yellowstone, but like a lot of parks, it's becoming harder and harder and harder to find places to live right by the park, just because of how the real estate and things have gone as well. And then sometimes with some of these parks that are really remote, there's situations with like school for kids or extracurricular or all sorts of things. So, yeah, that's part of why one of many reasons why we wanted to talk to you, is just to let people know that that is something that remote positions are something that parks are utilizing for the right positions and the right people. Like, you had already been at Yellowstone, so you know the park, you know people here. Yeah, I just think it's cool that that's been able to work out well for you, and it has worked out well for us as well.
Well, I'm not a very big fan that Heather is remote, but other than my personal opinion that we don't get to see her in person.
Yes, I agree with that.
Teaser in person.
So, even with the, I'll say, difficulties or challenges of, managing relationship and career and all different parks, and the tough things about jobs and the good things about jobs, what has kept you working for the National Park Service? Like, what has kept you knowing that your decision, this is what you're going to do, is the right one for you?
I think that's a good question. I think, it really goes back to when I did that internship, or a couple of internships, and you just see it, and you just feel it, and it's just I just believe in what the Park Service stands for, and I've just met so many great people along the way, both fellow employees, peers, as well as visitors, that it just makes it. I don't know. It just makes it worthwhile. I actually have in my office here, I worked with a school group when I was in Yellowstone from Lowell, Massachusetts. They came all the way out to Yellowstone, and I actually have a picture of those kids. The teacher gave it to me. I have this picture of those kids on my desk, and that kind of just reminds me, I'm part of something bigger, and it's really awesome to feel like I make a difference. And so I just believe in the Park Service mission quite a bit.
Yeah. Same. I think I kind of had a similar experience. I think a lot of us do, where it's like, I think my first summer in a park was here in Yellowstone, making beds at Canyon. But then, I did a couple SDA internships, and at some point you're like, can I go back to do a normal lifestyle? I don't know if I can. And then the mission, and just to remind everybody, the mission of the Park Service is to preserve unimpaired the natural and cultural resources and values of the national park system for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations. So, like you said, even if sometimes a day might be filled with like a checklist of what might seem like mundane tasks or something, I think for me, and it sounds like for you, having that bigger mission that you're working for really does make a difference.
So a question that I have, like with that mission, I think a lot of us, when we have the rough days that like physically work here, you have the rough days, but then you go outside and you hear the wolf howl, or you see Old Faithful erupt. Like, how's that transition been for you going remote? Like, and, keeping yourself, like, how do you remind yourself that, when it's not in your face, like it was when you were physically working in the park?
Yeah, so it has been a little bit of a transition to remote. I very much enjoy it, and the flexibility it has given me to be, still continue to work for the Park Service and be with my family. I think it becomes more about the people, and than necessarily, I do feel a connection to the place, but I feel a connection to the people even more. And so to me, Yellowstone has not just become like the first national park, an amazing place to experience geysers and hot springs and wildlife. It's really become like a community. And it's about a people connection now for me as well. And so that's kind of helped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hashtag Team Yellowstone.
Well, and I think that's a good point too, because I know I've talked to people in my family or friends about working for the Park Service. And I think as people will get the impression pretty quickly while they're listening to this podcast over all the different episodes and all the different people that we talk to, you just get to be surrounded by interesting, brilliant people in like every job, basically doing all these things for the park. And it's such a cool community to be a part of. So I think, yeah, that over time, I've appreciated that more and more and more as to like what makes it such a cool place to work. So getting into the details of if someone were interested in this type of work that you do. So your official title is Administrative Support Assistant.
Yes.
Do you know the job series on USA Jobs?
Yes. It's a 0303. And sometimes that it comes up as like a miscellaneous clerk, but it's administrative support assistant, and the GS level can range, I've seen from like 5 to 7.
Okay. Do you need formal training to get started in this job series, or like what are the minimum requirements that people would need if they were thinking about applying for this type of job?
Sure. So there's a lot of on the job training. Like I said, I'm still learning about so many things. But if you have like a background in budget or HR or travel, those are all applicable to the administrative support assistant. A lot of times how I, came up through it is I just worked my way as a GS5 and seasonal interpretive park ranger, and then switched over to a visitor services assistant as well. So, I mean, if you work seasonally in the Park Service, getting your time and grade in, I think just even that experience can help you along too. But if you could take any, even if it's like informal trainings on budget, purchasing, HR, anything like that, put that on your resume as well. Because a lot of things you may not think apply do, because the administrative support assistants are in every single division. And I think if you work your way up kind of through the division as well. So if you're a seasonal maintenance worker, like, what seasonal maintenance workers need, and the support that they need. So you may not think it applies, but it probably does.
It also seems like a lot of the systems that we use in the government are like proprietary. They've like were built for the government. So if you haven't worked in the government, you could have, like, say you're an accountant, like you have budget experience, but you still have to learn new things in a job. So like, to your point, it's like, if you're in an entry level position, it just seems like having a base level, being organized, and, it's like, you're not necessarily going to know how to do FBMS or insert any other acronym right here, because, there's so many of them.
Right. And different federal agencies too, some will use different systems as well. Like I learned from an HR specialist who moved over from the Forest Service that they don't use FPPS for their HR actions. So there's different things that you'll learn on the job in the park that are even different from other agencies.
And then just being in government in general, having almost over 200 years of laws and things that have developed for different reasons, and special ways that we do things, and not just scrutiny, but like we have a high responsibility to everybody in the United States, basically.
Yeah, it's like taxpayer dollars. We need to make sure that we're not, there's no waste and there's a good accountability. There's all those checks and balances.
Exactly. All right. So last question. Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or any other national park that you would want to share?
This is a hard one. Yeah, because they're all, it's like asking to choose your favorite child, because they're all unique and they're all special. But I think my favorite one that sticks out the most happened in Yellowstone. And I was driving down into the interior. It was late in the season. There was snow on the road. I was the only one on the roadway, in between Norris and Canyon. I think that's where we were. My son, who's like 1, was in the back seat, and we went around, I think, a curve, and all of a sudden there were wolves all over the road. I had never seen so many wolves in my life, and I've got a video because I slowed down, pulled over, and I whipped out my phone and I took a video because I was like, this will never, ever happen to me again. And the wolves, I remember it was a black wolf walked within 3 feet of my car door, and it looked at me and I could see its eyes, and it just kind of continued walking off. And I was like, oh my God, I get to experience this with my son in the backseat. Of course, he's 1. He's not going to remember this. He has no idea what's going on. But I was like, oh my God, we got to do that together. And I know he won't remember it. I mean, of course he won't remember it. He was 1. But to think that he got to be there and I got to share this special moment with him that will never, ever happen to me again in my life. And, to be able to experience Yellowstone in that type of way and feeling that wild with him was really neat. And it's something I'll be able to show him the video of and tell him about when he's older. And then hopefully, when we go back to visit Yellowstone, he could have a similar experience. I still can't believe it actually happened. It was just absolutely incredible.
Very cool. Okay, well, I think that's it for this week's episode.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Heather.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
When are you coming back for a visit? When are we going to see you in person again?
Not soon enough. I don't know when, but hopefully soon.
Righty. Well, we'll keep in touch virtually until then.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Warrior of the woodland. Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
These brave men who risk their very existences sailing out for the new world.
See, these brave souls who never again have the benefit of our great civilization. But in the name of their dear Portugal, they give up all and go.
Oh, Rodriguez, we are of all men most fortunate.
See, what luxury, what bliss. Here we are in the new world, slaves to do our bidding. Treasure enough to buy the whole country of Portugal.
But who would, for all the treasure in the new and old world, leave the paradise we have here?
Oh, not I, my friend.
What did you think of my method of hiding the treasure?
A stroke of nothing short of genius. These stupid natives know nothing of the value of their craftsmanship, but we do. And we have enough buried treasure beneath this fort to own the world.
Let us keep your trinkets safe from bad men who would try to make profit from such things, I said to them. And they hurried to collect as much as possible and to store it beneath this fort.
I have never seen so much gold in my life. I did not know there was so much.
And now it is ours. Oh, my friend, your joviality supplants your manners. My glass is empty.
Your glass or the bottle?
Allow me to get another. And no, on second thought, why have we all these servants running about the fort if not to use them?
Pity our poor civilized brothers back in Portugal. They must toil. We simply command. They must fetch and carry. We simply command. They must exert themselves. We simply live.
Slave! Is there anyone out there?
Take your eyes off them for 1 minute and they are off somewhere sleeping.
I shall see what they are about. Strange. There does not seem to be anyone about anywhere.
Oh? Not a soul. Where are the slaves?
More important, where are the troops? There is something very unusual going on here.
Perhaps we should look around.
After we strap our swords to our sides, my friend.
See.
I could understand the slaves trying to sit down on their work, but the troops...
Let's look and see if we can determine what is going on.
It is as though we are the only ones alive in the whole world.
Oh, the celebrating of our good fortune has fired your imagination. There is some rational explanation for this disappearance of everyone.
The fort, it seems somehow forsaken, even by God.
See, it has been forsaken by 1,000 natives and 3,000 troops. We are here, alone.
But why?
That I cannot answer, my friend.
What is it?
My eyes, they are playing tricks. I thought, over there, I saw one of our soldiers lying on the ground. And then somehow he slid around that corner. It is the unusualness of the situation in which we find ourselves.
But look, there in the dirt by the corner. There are the marks left by his feet as he slid.
No, it could not be.
What? What is it, Rodriguez?
Oh, the natives, our slaves, they have...
What is it? Tell me.
My side hit
a dart. The kind the natives use.
See, the kind they use on us.
Yes. Where are you? Why do not you show yourselves? Come out in the open that we may fight. I am waiting. Is there none of you who would match swords with me? Come out, I say.
Hello, boys and girls. As you've already heard, today's story is on the unusual side. That's why I'm out here now to tell you just a little bit about it. What you just heard was one of the strange events of history that few people know anything about. It happened down in South America way back in the 15th century, almost 500 years ago. Men of Portugal had established a few forts along the great Amazon River. and were making slaves of the natives and taking their gold and craftsmanship to sell. Then, one day, scenes very much like the one you just heard began taking place. Many Portuguese soldiers and citizens were massacred, and the natives just went back into the woods, leaving the old forts to become overgrown with weeds and forgotten. Forgotten until not too long ago, when an old friend of mine was flying over that area in his small plane.
Oh, it certainly would be good to get back to Georgetown. This has been a long trek.
Georgetown and home.
That's right. You due for a holiday soon, aren't you?
No one needs it more than I do. They used to say that topographical engineers made more money and did less work than anyone in the world. But now that everyone wants exacting details for map work, well...
You don't have to tell me.
It sure will be good to see the States again.
Going back to that little town you always talk about, what's its name?
Knotty Pine.
Ah, yeah.
And I sure am waiting to get back there. I'm going back there, I'm going to take off my hat and just relax for one solid month. I don't even want to look at a map or country or anything. I'm just going to see people.
I envy you, George. I'm about due for a holiday myself, and I just got back from mine.
How soon do you think we'll go to... before we get to Georgetown?
Well, I don't know for certain. I'm taking this new way. I hope it's going to be faster. It means flying over a great deal of unpopulated country, though, you know.
Well, the plane is in good shape. Besides, if my eyes don't deceive me, there are little villages all through that country down there. I see a fire every now and then, and once in a while a hut.
Well, that's all well and good. But I don't think I'd care to have to land down there. No telling how civilized those native tribes are, you know.
I guess that's a point, all right. Now, the sooner we get to... Hey!
What is it?
Look down there. Do you see what I see?
The Amazon River. It puts your Mississippi to shame.
No, I don't mean that. Look, in a ways from it. About a mile. Do you see it down there?
Oh, I see. I have a little trouble believing it. Looks like a fort or something of the kind.
Let's go down there and get a better look.
Okay, hang on.
Here it comes.
It is a fort. A bit run down, but nonetheless, a fort.
A huge thing. It must be about 100 years old. Any idea how it got there?
None. Unless...
Unless what?
Well, I'm not sure about this. But it seems to me I remember reading somewhere that just about the time the North American continent was being opened up, the Portuguese were starting operations down here in South America. Along the Amazon, if I'm not mistaken.
That would make that fort somewhere around 500 years old.
If she's a Portuguese fort, I suppose it would.
Well, let's swing back around. I'd like to get some pictures of that.
Well, all right, but this is probably making my shortcut twice as long as the usual way.
Well, it looks like fun to me, Bill. I think so too, old-timer. It'll do us good to get into a completely different part of the country. I don't know how much of that deep-sea fishing I'd want to do, but I know I wouldn't complain about soaking up lots of sun on them there beaches. And it's all settled. This year we spend our vacation in sunny Florida. Yippee! I haven't seen you this excited about a vacation in a long time, Stumpy. I guess I'd better settle down a bit. You know that old saying... If I don't know that old saying, I have a feeling I'm about to learn it. The bigger the summer vacation, the harder the fall.
I knew it. Things never change in this office.
Well, look who's here, George Nelson.
Just as I expected. Stumpy, cracking jokes, and the rest of you looking, just a little pained. How are you, Bill? Stumpy?
Fine. I hardly need to ask you. Look at you. You must have gained 50 pounds since the last time you were in Knotty Pine. You're looking just swell, young feller.
You know, sometimes when I'm working down there in South America and I think back to my school days here in Knotty Pine, you guys get to be a legend to me. I sometimes get to wondering if you really are here.
Well, if you dreamed us up, young feller,
we'd like to thank you. We've got to be pretty good friends.
That's right, and you never change. Boy, it's great to see you again.
And you, George, sit down. I know you've got about 5 years' worth of things to tell us. How's the map-making business these days?
And that about brings us up to this moment. Phew, when you lay it out, the whole thing looks pretty big. I've been doing lots of things these past years. I'm even a little impressed myself.
Well, it sure sounds interesting, seeing all that country and all.
After a while, you think if you see another area from the plain, you'll go crazy. It all looks the same.
I hope you don't draw up your maps to all look alike.
You know what I mean. The scenic attractions are few and far between, actually. It's mostly just trees and mountains. I'm just glad to see people for once.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah?
What is it, George?
Oh, a fleeting thought, Bill. We were talking about seeing interesting things, and boy, I sure thought of one really unusual sight I saw on my last flight before I came back here.
What was it?
I've got some pictures of it, Bill. Really unusual. Right down there in dense wooded country near the Amazon River. An old fort.
A fort?
That's right. From what I hear, the Portuguese built the things about 300 years ago.
Is there anyone living there now?
Oh, not that I could tell. Here, let me show you the pictures. Let's see. These were taken from the plane as we passed over it.
Would you look at that? Whee! Looks almost haunted.
It certainly is overrun with weeds and shrubbery.
That's what makes me think that no one is living there now. Look in this picture here, Bill. Mm-hmm. Now, I didn't notice it when I took the shots, but see if this looks like anything to you. See, right down here in this corner.
Almost looks like a skeleton. Maybe my imagination is a little excited by the looks of that fort.
I thought so, too. And you know, there isn't a town within 10 miles of that place in any direction. Not even a native village. The whole place really intrigues me. I've had a hard time getting it off my mind ever since I saw it.
It does have that effect on a feller. I mean, it's even got me wondering what's really there in all them old stones.
I'll have to join the club, too. Sure would be fun to explore that old fort, wouldn't it?
Bill.
Yes, old-timer?
I was just thinking, I don't really see where sitting on some beach down in Florida would be so much fun. I get plenty of good sunshine all year right out here.
Uh-huh. And I suppose I could put off deep-sea fishing for a while. I mean, after all...
Wait a minute. Do I read you fellas right? Are you deciding to go down to South America and find that old fort?
Our vacation rolls around in exactly 3 days, George.
And I'm on vacation right now.
Good. I was hoping we'd have somebody who knew the country down there.
Listen, there isn't anybody who knows the country around where we're headed for. Is it settled? Are we going?
We're going to have to pack a little different kind of bag than we planned. But this looks like it'll be some vacation.
If that don't beat all these fellers standing around this here market looking for work, but as soon as you tell them where you want them to go with you, they run off.
It's strange, all right. I've never seen anything like it.
Are they against working for strangers or something?
Well, hardly. That's the way they make their living. I can't figure out what the trouble is.
They seem to have something against that old fort we want to see.
I didn't think anyone had ever heard of it before I saw it from the plane.
Well, it seems that...
Pardon me. You gentlemen looking for fine guide?
That's right. Yeah, we are.
I, Cassadell. I find guide.
You may be, but your tune might come out a little different when you hear where we want to go.
White-haired father, hard to hear. Cassadell not sing.
He means that you might not be so anxious to act as our guide when you find out where it is we want to go.
Cassadell no.
And you're still willing to go with us?
You have many gun?
Well, we have enough to go around.
Casadel, go. Go as far as legs will allow.
Casadel, what is this all about? Why is it that none of the others will accompany us to the old Portuguese fort?
Oh, it long story. Passed down from fathers long ago. I tell you whole story on way. Maybe you want turn back when you hear.
If that's the case, why are you willing to go out with us at all?
Oh, that easy. You pay Casadel for time he give you.
Well, we were fortunate to find this boat at such a reasonable price.
We can thank Casadel for it. He's a good man, all right.
He seems to know what he's doing.
When are we going to ask him to tell us about the fort?
Well, I'm for doing it right away, but he seems to be putting off the discussion. You know, I think he wants to get a few days up the Amazon before he tells us.
So he'll get a few days more pay, huh?
I think that's it, all right.
He's an enterprising young feller. Seems pretty sure we'll turn back when he tells us the story of the fort.
You know, it just occurred to me, maybe the reason he's not telling us about it is that there's no story to tell. Maybe he's making use of the time to think one up.
Well, that's possible. That wouldn't explain the fear that everyone back in the village had of the place.
No, I guess not.
Well, I, for one, am about to bust if I don't find out soon. Let's go back to where he's driving this here boat and have a look.
I'm about as anxious as anyone.
That makes three of us. Let's go.
Casadel see great question on face of three new friends.
That's exactly what you see, Casadel.
Got any idea what we're curious about?
You want Casadel to show beautiful scenery on sides of river?
Guess again.
You want stop at small island, talk with one who live on island?
Oh, quit beating around the bush, Casadel. You know why we're here and what we want to know.
White-haired father say hard thing. Casadel guiding boat upriver, not even near bushes.
Listen, he means stop giving us answers you know we don't want.
That's right. And while you're at it, you can drop that white-haired father business.
Drop?
Casadel, you know why everyone back in your village was afraid to accompany us to the old fort. You also expect us to turn back when we learn the secret of the place.
We want to know what you know about that fort.
Oh, Casadel, happy to tell you.
That's more like it.
Later.
I'm afraid that won't do, Casadel. We want to know now.
So Casadel tell. But this mean less pay and Casadel very poor man, very poor.
Casadel might be a very rich man if he tells us, and we still go on to the fort. The whole trip will take over a week.
No chance. Not even fiercest tribes of backcountry go near old fort. Spirits, keep them away.
Spirits?
This is story. Many year ago, long before Casadel or any of oldest people Casadel know, there lived white man from across sea in old fort. He very bad to my people. He make them work for him for no pay. He take everything they have. He beat them. He take much gold and things from them. Hide it away for himself in fort. One day, my people tire of serving, tire of beatings, tire of having nothing for selves. They kill all white men in fort and go back into forests. White man very bad. His spirits still live in old fort. He still keep gold for self. He still beat and kill anyone who come near to fort. That's why everyone in village afraid to go to fort. And that's why Casadel now turn boat around and go back to village.
Wait a minute, Casadel. Don't turn back, not yet.
But now you know story.
That's right. Now we know the story. So far, I ain't heard any reason to stay away from the fort.
Neither have I.
But spirit guarding gold. Even bravest warrior of fiercest tribe not go to old fort.
That may be true, Casadel. That's because they fear some old Portuguese ghosts. We don't fear such things because we know they don't exist.
You not be sure. Casadel hear many strange things.
That may be true. But we know that there is only one true spirit. And there is nothing greater than the one true spirit.
You talk like teacher in my village. He say there only one spirit, and other times he say there no such things as spirits.
Teacher?
A white teacher. He come from your country. I learned language from him. He tell us of man named Jesus who die and send his good spirit to us. But old fort guarded by spirits of bad men. They not like anyone come near. They kill anyone who come near.
Cassadell, how do you know about these bad spirits?
Cassadell know from father and from father of father. All my people know from old fort.
I've been down here for almost 5 years. I've never heard of it before.
And that because no one talk of fort. No one go near fort. No one live near fort. No one talk of fort.
Well, it all sounds pretty fantastic to me, bad spirits and all.
Now, don't forget, Stumpy, we haven't been raised in the same way Cassadell has. To him, spirits are as commonplace as cars are to us.
You not believe in spirits?
Nope.
But you just say something of one spirit.
You see, Cassadell, we believe in the one spirit who has power over all other spirits. He is the spirit of the great God who made all the earth.
Oh, that what teacher tell us.
Well, your teacher has told you rightly, Cassadell. And God's spirit is not like an evil spirit. He comes to help us and to teach us of God and his Son, Jesus Christ.
Teacher tell us that Jesus killed for all world. But Cassadell not understand.
That oughtn't to be too hard to follow, Sonny. Look at her this way. Let's say we was all taken captive by a bunch of hungry cannibals down here.
Cassadell not think of that.
Just for the sake of showing you an idea what Jesus dying for us means. Now let's say that Bill here stepped out and said to the chief, "If you let all these other fellers go, I'll let you do whatever you want to me."
Oh, that brave thing.
Well, in a way, that's just what Jesus did for us, Cassadell. God wants us to be good people, loving and serving him. But we aren't, and he has to punish us.
That clear, but still hard to understand.
Maybe we'll be able to talk more about it while we explore the old fort.
Then you still go there?
Yes?
Yep.
Well, Cassadell offered to take you, so... Oh, Cassadell take you.
Good man, Cassadell.
That's the spirit! I mean...
We're glad you'll stay with us, Cassadell.
It long trip upriver, maybe 3-4 day.
Well, in that case, I think I'll get a little vacation in. I've got a feeling that when we reach the old fort, we ain't gonna have too much time to relax.
Okay, Cassadell, cut the motor.
Almost looks like this bank of the river was made to dock a boat on.
Probably was a long time ago. It's kept the same general contour.
Now, as near as